What's happening? Benton here, trying to get out the door. If y'all will bear with me. Just had a good time over at Paul's. He went live earlier, or later rather, than normal. Apparently he's facing the slings and arrows of various metaversal miscreants such as the Tetheric Warrior, Jack Talcott, and Flow State. Shout out to the chat. And my internet actually works at that time of day. So I was happy to show up. And he actually invited me, which was cool. I was in the chat. I'm a little selfish. I wanted to, I prefer solo poly. But then he decided to bring me on. We got some notes to work from. How are all you good folks? See, make sure I've got everything here. All right, I believe we're ready. Dopamine drama indeed, Roy. It was funny that John Thomas, that's the first time I've talked to him, and I think he was trying to give me some coded language there at the end. He said we, I don't know what he meant by this, we are thick in Arkansas. I was like, what are you talking about? And he said, Antoine, Arkansas. I said, I don't know what that is. Apparently it's a town, I guess. I said, man, if you look at the Arkansas map, it's nothing but a million small towns. And every time somebody asks me about, I've never heard of them. I'm from Pine Bluff, man. It's a small city, but it was the second largest city in the state when I was a youngin'. So I don't know these, but that sounds like one of them small places up north where the racists live. I'm just guessing. I grew up with the blacks in Pine Bluff there. I'm half black culturally. So, live and let live, right? But, and I'm just speculating, but perhaps Mr. Thomas was, trying to see if I was, like some other folks who don't like races other than their own, right? But I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't know that for sure. I'm not accusing him of being that, but that was my interpretation, certainly. So I did mention if he knows anything about Arkansas, he will understand what Pine Bluff means in that context. It means the opposite of the KKK folks up north, I can assure you. One thing about Arkansas, those once you get closer to the border with Missouri, that's not even the same culture that I'm from. It's not even the same region. It's not even really the South, actually. It's the South, but it's not, it's a different sub-region within the South, right? Indeed. How is everybody? Oh, hang on, what's the phone doing? Yeah, fuck that, man. I got shit to say. What am I mean, I will say this, I do like playing one song because I sit there and listen to the song and I get inspired, right? Other than that, yeah, fuck the intros, man. So thanks. And I'm almost never late, and in fact, almost always early. So this was extenuating circumstances. And I enjoy it because I get to work on my skills, especially just, hey, man, it's go time, right? It's like, hey, are we doing this? I guess we're doing this. Just jump in. And that's, I certainly understand Beck's not taking to that entirely, just the trial by fire aspects, but she certainly gave it the old college try, as it were. And I have to think that Miss Beck, it's the problem with this lavalier mic. I'm such a friggin' bull in a china shop. Just knocked it off. All right, apologies for that. Hey, Jackie. But I got to think Miss Beck's will regroup and come back stronger than ever. That's what I would expect. I would expect nothing less, right? And certainly open to working with her in the future. Oh man, this is pitiful. I'm already out of breath. something's got to be done, folks. I got to get off my ass and actually get back in shape. I was in such a high fitness level for so long. It's like, it almost seems impossible for this to be the case. Although in my experience, one can get back into a high fitness level relatively quickly. Hey, what's up, Bex? We're just talking about you, or I was rather. Yeah, I like John Thomas in a way. I like some of his points, but I did feel like there's some racist coding and encoding in the last bit of our chat. And I'm just going to trust that the wind noise isn't bad. So please bear with that. Goodness gracious. And I live and let live with the racists as long as they leave me alone. Because I do travel to that part of the state. I don't know where Antoine is, Antoine, Arkansas. I'm just assuming it's up there somewhere. Of course, I might have to apologize to him next time I see him, right? I might have to be like, it might be over by Jonesboro or something, which is, basically Memphis culturally in a way, right? That area. So I might have to apologize. Like, sorry, sir, I prejudged you. Although the "we being thick" comment was that was a little strange, but whatever. Meanwhile, I'm thinking about moving back to Pine Bluff. Hell, let me get a hold of about 40 grand and fuck it, I'll just go buy one of these $25,000, somebody bought a $5,000 fixer upper and they're going to flip it. Hell, I'll give them 25. Well, they're asking 25. I'll give them 20 for it, right? Let them make, that's a big profit in Pine Bluff. I'm trying to go back 75% black, by the way. Well, that's the thing, Musical's a secret. There's so many tiny towns in Arkansas. I mean, every single time somebody mentions a small town, I've never heard of it. Unless it's like Romance, which is famous, because of people want to get their fucking Valentine's Day cards postmarked in Romance, Arkansas. Then they made a TV show, Evening Shade, but I can't ever remember if that's in Arkansas or Missouri. I think it might be in Missouri. Don't know, don't care. I know it's not in my part of the state. But yeah, my mama lives up there in, Baxter County, so it's not like I don't go up to, I'm in Harrison somewhat regularly. Yeah, I live and let live with the racists. I got no beef with them, but I'm not going to pretend to be one of them either. Yep, exactly, West Virginia. Yeah, a lot of similarities between Arkansas and West Virginia, actually, in spite of the very much different terrain, obviously. Yeah, this is not advice. Thank you, Slow Boy. Yeah, no kidding. Well, and that's the continuous disciplining of my own mind, right? Like continuously checking myself based on what I want. And then it did get a little gossipy for me, for those who saw. And I'm not saying Paul was doing that. I'm just saying the general tone got a little gossipy for me. But I felt like we went right up to that edge, again, just from my perspective. As long as I don't cross too far into gossip, I'm good. But the Zetetic Warrior stuff, it is unfortunate because I would like to work with him. But, realistically, he can never really complain too much about Paul around me because I'm just going to go, man, you said Paul's beta. Like, what the fuck is this? You sort of made your bed here, sir. And he didn't have to say that, right? He chose to say that. But what do you want me to do about it? I'm not involved. But I don't hold nothing against him. I like Z in a lot of ways. He's welcome on my channel anytime. I'll cruise over there if he'll shut the fuck up about the flat earth. And then that Morgan, I can't even deal with that guy's voice. I just can't. Anybody with the wounded opiate voice. I tried to he came over here once. I tried to do it. I ended up yelling at him. I can't fucking do it. Now I'm gossiping. Good God, all on my own. I don't need your help, Paul. Not that Paul was doing that, right? And I understand where Paul's coming from, especially with folks coming after him. And I wanted to say this on Paul's broadcast. I never had a chance to work it in. Just about once every 2 weeks, I have to make an announcement over here. I said, this is not the Paul Enslaved. This is not the Bash Paul channel. And I'm a critic by nature. Some criticism's fine, especially if it can be made constructive. Nobody's above criticism, but we're not going to have just snafu fucking looping on bashing Paul, and then it becomes it's like a snowball, right? Going downhill. Freaking snowball effect. I mean, good God, what's the point of that? But then what do you see? And we didn't even get into that video. really, which is good. I didn't really want to watch it. Would have been interesting to see it, but I didn't care either way. And then, you know, don't they see what they look like when it's three of them up there focused on one person? So you're already saying he's powerful because it's 3-on-1. Now you could say that, well, we're doing that to Zetetic Warrior. I don't know. I'm sitting here saying I'd like to work with the guy. He's welcome on my channel anytime. And if he would not have Morgan up there or whoever else. I mean, this is obviously a lot of what ifs, but you know, I'm not. But again, is he going to have me on my channel and try to bash Paul? And it's like, well, buddy, you said Paul's beta. I don't know what to tell you. My thing is, it's like, isn't that some version of a commitment? It's like, you seem like you were all in at a certain point there, Bubba. Things change, of course, but good God. I mean, that is kind of an acknowledgement of somebody's leadership skills. And I would think it was just saying that Paul's beta is like, hey, I'm going to let him lead the way, right? And then, you know, what the fuck? There you go. Oh, I know, Bex. I'm fully aware of that. My point about the pattern recognition was that it's a give her enough rope to hang herself. Not that you were doing anything wrong, but, you know, and we all fall victim to this, I think, at certain times, just being around people who are not on a certain level, not even with their intellect, with their focus, right? Their ability to focus in. And, you know, I'm kind of a dum-dum in certain ways, but I can listen to the structure of the speech, right? The way the sentences are structured. And eventually, when you say the first two words, I already know where you're going, if that makes sense. But I'm not smart enough in the moment but I don't really want to be involved in those sort of verbal jujitsu. It's kind of fun, sure, but like, what's the point at the end of the day? Yeah, Bex, you certainly have some version of the beautiful mind, right? It's probably, again, I'm always going to bring it back to the social isolation. You know, I believe that's the major thing most of the folks are doing here, myself included. And, you know, if I could just go talk to these dum-dums out here, then I guess why would I even need to be in the metaverse? I could just be playing Call of fucking Duty and, you know, yelling racial slurs with my, with my Call of Duty buddies. Meanwhile, I realized how addicted I was how addicted I could become to video games in my 20s, and said, well, I guess I better knock this shit off. I used to love that Quake 3 arena and Sim City 4, right? But I said, man, I knew me some me. Even then, I knew that I couldn't fucking handle it. Couldn't fucking handle it. Am I still here? Is this real, man? Yeah, I started to look up Antoine, Arkansas. I never had a chance, right? Had to get out the door. Sometimes the StreamYard doesn't work. I don't know if you folks are just mesmerized by my discourse here and not typing comment. Hey, there we go. Okay, good. It's working. Yep. Yeah, the comedy, and there's a lot to that. I would imagine, never having done it, although I have been up on stage speaking to a crowd many, many times, but we called it the Jehovah's Witnesses. So, you know, and I knew most of them folks personally. And then in the streets, speechifying, I used to call it. Speechifying in the streets. I think I am going to change my icon, though. Maybe. Guests. There it is. Bam. Oh, and I went ahead and got the hotspot. Got the hotspot data. That was a whole hour on the chat with the Verizon folks. Although I do like Verizon, I must say, it's from the perspective of their customer service, it's less bad than some of the others, certainly, if folks have ever dealt with this. What's up, Heidi? Good to see you. On our way to our picnic table over at the Sutherlands. What's everybody up to today? Or I guess it's still night for most of you. I know Music Holds a Secret's been to sleep. Of course, I'm we're two of the few that go to bed super early and wake up super early, with that overlap with the night crew. And then I'm banned on TBE's channel. He was live when I woke up, but then he'll pop in a couple times a week over here and just more or less be incensed when he's muted, right? Like, what is this, buddy? Is this not a two-way street? But I understand he's got a whole thing going on over there. We might keep it moving today. I see the cops are already, policy enforcement's already posted up across the street. Not that they're gonna fuck with me necessarily, but I don't always like being observed when I'm sitting down and gesticulating wildly and hooping and hollering into a microphone and a camera. I do think I'm going to get if I can manage to work it into the budget. Actually, that's what see, that reminds me, when I was at the pawn shop, I could have had that dude throw in like a little digital point and shoot camera. I used to have one of those. I love taking pictures. That would at least get me out of the house. Go walk around. And I don't know what's up with these numbers. It's just staying at 11. Oh, it went to 12. Yeah. Not that I need any particular number, but 9 p.m. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start staying up later, I've realized, because he left. Okay, well, there you go. Probably must have got a call based on the way he's driving. I think that was a county, actually, not the city. Oh, DUI. He's sitting right next to the bar. He probably got somebody on a DUI, I'm guessing, or a suspected DUI. That's another thing about going to sleep at night, right? They're like, Benton, you did all that drinking and driving. No DUIs? Yeah, no DUIs, but and I'm not proud of this, and I certainly I'm not going to be drinking anymore, most likely. But it's like, yeah, but most of that was in the daytime. I wasn't driving around drunk at 2 a.m. That's a super bad idea. Hell, just 2 beers and driving at 2 a.m. is a super bad idea. Because if you read the laws in most jurisdictions, it doesn't say you have to be 0.08 or above. It says 0.08 or impaired, which means that the officer gets to subjectively, look at the test results. You fucking do the hokey pokey, and you turn yourself around. Coffee brewing. I already had mine. I'm trying to get back down to just 12 ounces a day, but I don't know. We'll see. Oh, did I forget? Shit. Fuck. It'll be all right, but I was supposed to put the slow cooker on warm. I forgot, but it'll be okay. We might not be over here for very long, though. Shit. Getting forgetful. Yeah, we're just hanging out. We're just hanging out, Chuck. Yeah, I like to go to bed around 5:36, but it just hasn't been working out for me lately. But yeah, we got the hotspot data, 150 gig, which it'll be difficult to get through that because by the afternoon, especially, and I figured out the problem yesterday it was Friday. In Arkansas, being in a time warp, it's still on this, this cycle where it's like Friday afternoon, everybody's doing everything simultaneously, right? So I need to call the Secretary of State to get my the 2 different forms of my, certificate of live birth and my birth certificate and the so-called long form. I'm still not sure which one's which, but I was going to do it yesterday and I realized it was like 2:20 on a Friday afternoon. That's just fucking pointless. It's completely pointless. All anybody cares about is getting out the door for the weekend, right? It's just pointless. So I'll wait until, and certainly not Monday morning, right? If I want to get something done, I know not to call Monday morning. So it's like, what are we looking at? Tuesday, Monday afternoon, maybe. I mean, these are government employees, lest we forget. As I spit into the camera. Shout out to Polly Boy, though. Yeah. I don't know that I'm happy to see him not resting, but I guess it's hard to rest when one's enemies are also not resting, right? Oh, right on, man. Oh, dope, dude. I love that. Yeah, I don't know what I'm definitely looking to work more beef in, but that 6 days in a row was enough for the time being. But yeah, I'm certainly looking at working in more beef. Then we had Keith, my buddy Keith, highly suspect, showed up on Paul's yesterday. I thought that was a good conversation. I'd like to hopefully Keith will do more of that. I'm going to call my sister today. My older sister lives in the same town as my older sister's husband. I guess my brother-in-law is from that town up north in Arkansas, and my mom has moved there a few years back. So that sister got me on a group text with my youngest sister, our youngest sister, who I have a fine relationship with her. It's just for some reason, we almost never talk to each other. And she lives out in the Phoenix area. I just don't like Phoenix, man. I got to say, I don't fucking like Phoenix. In my travels, that was one of the places I just took an immediate dislike to. And I like cities, by the way. And I've been there a few times. And then I went there a lot truck driving, but just not into it. Not into it. There you go. So I'm going to call my sister later. And I'm going to try to talk to Big L. I don't know how long the stream's going to be today, but, I've been going pretty long both Saturday and Sunday. And that's why I'm not too worried about the 10 in the house here, especially going live at damn near 4 my time. Not that I'd be worried anyway, right? And then we get into the egos. I'm entitled to a certain number of viewers. Like, who are you, bozo? Is it? Yeah, the only thing about if it's a fatty cut, what I don't like is that a lot of the fat ends up, in the juices, right? It's like at a certain point, I'm like, am I just going to drink all this juice? Like, what do I do with this, Because I specifically need the saturated fat for my old brain here. But although I'm actually, my digestion is improved, I think I might be on the verge of not having to take the enzymes. The more I'm observing my issues, I'm really thinking although certainly my pancreas was absolutely like off the charts levels of inflammation, and my spleen, and I've been sick for an entire year and I weigh 122 pounds. So, this is in a certain context, right? But I'm thinking maybe I don't even need the enzymes, which leads me to believe maybe my pancreas isn't quite as fucked as I thought. Although we'll see, right? Because I can tell you that if I try to eat, a high amount of food like I used to, that still fucks me up. I still got to, because if I don't pay attention and leave enough hours between meal times, I get all fucked up. There you go. Glad to hear it, man. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate you might have wasted your money, but yeah. Well, and the thing about enzymes is if you don't need them, they cause constipation. So I'm starting to get a lot of that, which is making me think, because when I would eat a lot of fat without the enzymes, I was having I don't want to get gross, but I was having a specific thing that's not constipation, but it's also not liquid. It's kind of in the middle, but I guess I am getting specific. Now I'm getting a lot of constipation, so I'm thinking, and that ox bile maybe too. And the watermelon, bro, it's been a game changer. I already had half of a large mini, right, today. I'm going to have the other half later. That's been a game changer, the watermelon. I don't know exactly what it's doing for me, but it's doing something. And I could definitely tell there was an effect where, if anybody understands bile's functions, where the bile, the watermelon was helping get rid of the toxins from the bile. I could just tell, based on my observations. So I was, during that 12 days when I was coming off the booze and I wasn't eating for 12 days, and I was actually 3 weeks coming off the booze, but one morning I vomited up like a bunch of bile. So my body pushed it up, out of the small intestine, I guess, or the duodenum, if I'm saying that right. I'm not a doctor. Into my stomach, man. That's kind of scary, right? But my gallbladder's letting me know it's still there. So we ain't healed yet, but maybe we'll make it. I don't know. I'm open to it. I've been saying since day one that this is not something I'm manifesting. I'm certainly open to being healed, right? As much as I'd like to get up out of here, that may not be, if I'm willing to believe in a creation or whatever we're calling it, the universe, the most high, I guess it ain't really up to me. I certainly ain't going to take myself out intentionally in one fell swoop. That doesn't seem like an option. Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, and the thing about my health is I'm just going to tell you like it is. I'm not, if people thought I was cancer grifting, well, that's their opinion, but You know, there's electronic records of all the donations, and yeah, people have been generous, but it's not like it's so many high amount of money, right? Overall, so. But now my mama, about this group text, because my mom, somehow her and her husband fucked their budget up somehow. And now she's having trouble affording her oxygen. But, I know how people are. If they waste money, it's always the one thing they have to have. Now they don't have money for it. I'm just thinking, okay, what are y'all spending money on? But, it's my mom, so I'm not going to harass her about that. But I'm going to send her a couple $100 next month. Yeah, the watermelon, the hydration, vitamin C, certainly. Because I found that my body just is not interested in vitamin C supplementation. I've got a whole bottle of vitamin C that I'm probably never going to take. Yeah, it's just not interested. So, yep. Well, yeah, exactly. I can, yeah, certainly. I think folks don't realize that with my mentality, I've gone an entire year I've had no alcohol, no soda, no juice, well, I can't say no juice, but at a certain point I was getting certain nutrients from juice, but that was early on. I've basically had no bad food for an entire year, right? So in order for me to discipline my mind, I did that by taking this thing as seriously as humanly possible, which led to me telling everybody, and I was dying, by the way. If I hadn't received the levels of healing I've received, certainly I was dying, right? I mean, we all are. Yeah, the structured water, that's right. On it long enough. Yeah, I think that's another, yeah. And that's where Music Calls a Secret, I unknowingly exposed my already very much impaired kidneys to high levels of oxalates in the initial stages of whatever this has been. And that definitely made things much, much worse. What's this about a link? I thought aren't you a moderator over here? I lose track, Heidi. Well, you can email me if you want. It is in the email's in the description of this video. But whatever, get in where you fit in. I'm sure you will. Yeah, and I like information. Where I get agitated with people is when they just start, and you don't do this, Heidi, but some people just type stuff into the chat as if, hey, just do this thing and shut the fuck up about your health. That's how I interpret it, right? But no, I'm always open to actual information, and you never know when I might meet somebody and say, hey, somebody emailed me this thing, and I read it, and I took what I could from it, and I'll shoot it off to them, right? So thank God I don't have to worry about diabetes, because the pancreas also produces insulin, lest we forget. It has both endocrine and exocrine functions. But yeah, please hit me with it, if you would. As long as it's framed in this is information. Just something about just random. And I know you're not a random person anymore, Heidi, but this idea of random people thinking they can heal me by typing, it's so fucking insane that I can't fucking deal with it. But you're not doing that, so thank you. Yeah, the watermelon's it's definitely been a game changer. And remember, I don't personally recommend or espouse anything. Do your own research. I research all drugs, really. I certainly researched psychedelics for years before I ever ate mushrooms for the first time at age 35. Yeah, thanks, Heidi. Exactly, Heidi. Yeah, exactly. I understand this sentiment precisely. Yep, most definitely. And I don't know if you were over at Paul's, but Z was taking it on the chin to some extent over there. And I participated a little bit, but my thing is, if I know something to be true, especially based on my own observations and interactions, I'll just say it. And I expect other people to do the same with me, by the way. It's like when I spurg out and fucking loop for an hour and a half, if somebody wants to call me out on it a month later, that's just fucking fair play, right? I can't be mad at them, so, Yeah, sugar. Oh, dude. Well, but then here's where we get into fruit, Roy Duggan, is people like to equate sugar with fruit. I reject that out of hand. Now, a person in a certain state of health, maybe fruit's not the thing for them, but this idea that fruit's going to kill me is that's insane to me. And some people have more or less told me that, hey, all that fruit's going to kill you. And I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? Yeah, or maybe it was all that booze I guzzled, all that so the poison I drank for months on end, that every day for months, that's no problem, right? the McDonald's or the Little Caesars, the $5 hot and ready Little Caesars that I was eating, or the, 2 fucking sausage egg biscuits. Oh, Waffle House, by the way. Waffle House with that. Y'all ever seen that, forget the Piznog, y'all ever seen that, the color of their vegetable oil when they pull it out of the, every once in a while you'll see the short order cook at the Waffle House breaking out the jug of vegetable oil. I remember just sitting in there, sitting in Waffle House looking at that jug thinking, man, there's no way this is good. This has got to be a very bad thing. So, a lot of what I've dealt with is self-inflicted, a lot of it. So I'm pretty sure fruit didn't cause any of it. Right. Exactly. Well, you didn't say that, Roy. I clarified because some people have then taken the sugar ball and run with it. Right. But then aren't some of these the same people drinking Monsters all day? Or I know Drew, and I'm not talking about Drew, but I know Drew's on the Prime energy drink. I know people's habits, man, and not the people that come here, but just generally. I know people's habits, man. It's like I got a lot of folks, not y'all, but just generally, a lot of folks guzzling fucking Monsters and, getting fourth meal at Taco Bell, which is fine, and smoking cigarettes. Who cares? Do whatever you want. But then want to tell me that fruit's killing me. Fuck you. And I don't mean you, obscenity. We cleared that up, right? Fuck you. Well, yeah, I don't have diabetes, thank God. Meanwhile, I do get a blood spike, an insulin spike at times, or blood sugar goes up. It's usually not fruit. It's usually actually, I'll tell you what does it to me more than anything is when I eat too much protein. That, because people don't realize the body, if you put a lot of protein in the body, it will process it as sugar. It converts it to sugar. So that's typically, if I get some kind of drowsy feeling these days, it's actually from the protein. But surprise, surprise, when I was overweight in my 20s and wasn't exercising anymore, and I would go get a pizza, like a small pizza for lunch sometimes. I'd crush that pizza. I'd go into a fucking coma, man. So I probably did have type 2 diabetes at that point. But then walking around 10 miles a day for years on end with a 35-pound ruck, if that doesn't cure type 2 diabetes, nothing will. And I would contend that if somebody does that, and I'm not recommending that, I would say damn near anybody that walks 10 miles a day with 35 pounds on their back can probably eat whatever the fuck they want while they're doing that and not have type 2 diabetes. My research indicates that lots of walking will reverse at least half of whatever type 2 diabetes is. That's what I think. Yeah, thank you. Yep, exactly. Shout out to Cole at Snake Diet. And I think he's trying to be diplomatic, but I think he's about had it with a Snake Diet fat man. Although I'm sure Cole's worked with so many obese people, he's probably used to he's talking about pattern recognition. He's probably used to it. But then he talked about Cole said he deleted the stream, I'm pretty sure. Although I think maybe he this is bizarre. I don't know what this is. Are they coming to work already? Is it time? They don't work here. They just driving through checking me out, the fucking bozos. Just bizarre, man. Fucking bizarros, dude. What a bizarro world. I usually leave when it's the workers, man. These people just drove through right up to me and looked at me. I couldn't do that to somebody, man. Hey, fuck you, by the way. I hope you're still watching me. Yeah. And the only reason I didn't do that when they rolled up is because they might have worked here. Now, they might work here and they're just coming through looking at me, see? Maybe they work here and they're just out late or early. But it's Saturday. I don't think they're, maybe the staff's coming. No, they're just some random bozos. Yeah. Rolled right up and looked at, this country's gone, man. I could never behave that way. It's just bizarro. And the only reason they didn't get this when they pulled up is that I thought maybe they work here, although the workers usually park over there. I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, what is this? I mean, I'm sitting here talking at my phone. Isn't it fairly obvious what I'm doing? I mean, seriously. And I guess this thing's got to run 24/7 now, I guess, because even though I got the camera pointed at me, I at least would have got them on the body cam. So now I got to fucking run the body cam 24/7. It's just, I don't want, it's Ready Player Benton, y'all. I want to fuck off to my goddamn, it's not roach infested, but there's bugs. I'm just not going to lie. Here's what it is, man. They get the bugs out and then new people bring them in. That's what it is, man. That's what it is. Okay. Because I've been in some places that were bug infested. This place ain't, but there's a bug here and there, and you know, whatever. I'd prefer that there not be, but you know, I'm happy to fucking live there, man, and just do this, right? But part of that is, and I told this to Paul, I said, you know, if people don't donate, that's fine, but I'll just go do something else, right? But I don't want to be out here with these people, man. I don't. Please let me hit a scratcher with Justin, and I don't buy scratchers, but I guess I'm going to start just here and there. I'm going to buy like a $10 scratcher, maybe like one a week. And please let me hit a fucking scratcher and I could buy the goddamn Truth or Fight Clubhouse and just, I don't want to be out here anymore. Ready Player Benton, just let me be in the fucking metaverse, man. I'm not even kidding. I don't want to be out here no more. So yeah, I like living in the streets with nothing. I don't want to be around this, man. I don't want to be around this anymore. People are nuts. And yeah, they were somewhat insane before the fake pandemic. Let's just call it what it is. But I can tell you this, in 2015, I was in the streets at 4 a.m. more often than not, right? Because I would go to bed super early and I'm up and about by 4 a.m. Nobody, other than a random person who maybe thought I was a meth head that they could fucking party with, right? Every once in a while, somebody'd roll up trying to see if I was somebody they could party with. Other than that, people did not behave like this. It just was not a thing. This is fucking crazy. Thank you, man. Yes, thank you. So again, most of us, I can't speak for the crowd or the group, most of us are here specifically because we must interact with humans because we're humans, and it's very bad psychologically just not to interact with anybody, right? Especially if some of us are trying to work on ourselves and become, self-actualized, as Paul might say. Meanwhile, I've read all sorts of material that uses the same terminology, you know. I mean, what even is this, man? So please let me hit a scratcher. Not for me to, do anything other than fuck off to my hometown. Okay. Which I have to think they have decent internet. You know, I know some of these small towns do, and small towns. I only say small town because it's a small town comparatively, but some of these small cities in Arkansas have good internet. And by the way, there is a college in my hometown. It's a historically black college. And in fact, it was the first one to broadcast all of their football games onto the internet, interestingly. Right? Yeah, this is just, I couldn't imagine just rolling up to somebody and just looking at them and then just driving off. I couldn't conceive of it, man. Couldn't conceive of it. They're gone, man. They're never coming back. They're gone and they're never coming back. And the jab made it worse. And, I don't know what the jab is. I don't know that's making people drop dead. Let's face the reality. People were dropping dead before all of this. Yes, they were. Okay. But whatever they put into people has made them worse. There's no fucking doubt about it. How that manifests, what exactly that is, I don't fucking know. I'm really not interested. I'm never taking it. Right. If it's up to me. Okay. I'm never taking it. Well, yeah, Jackie, you're sort of raining on my parade here, but not really, because I need to hear that. But it's a different thing, but I would like to look at it as never wrestle a pig. You both get muddy and the pig likes it, and then I'm the pig in this scenario. But even I'm losing my desire for all of this, for the cacophony of intransigence, right? I'm even burnt on the cacophony of intransigence. And I wanted to watch Bex, because Paul replayed Bex and Tommy and Flow State on Steve, right? And it was, every time it goes cacophony of intransigence, I can't fucking deal with it. I'm getting to where I can't even watch it, Jackie. Yes, exactly. I can turn my phone off. And I'll just go on a walkabout at some point, I mean, I can fuck off by myself for months on end. Like I'm not into the wild. I like urban areas, but I can absolutely just fuck off somewhere and walk around all day and more or less not talk to anybody. And that one thing about me sitting here is I'm a sitting duck. If I'm keep it moving in a city, right, I can just walk my happy ass around, weather permitting. But I'm probably not leaving Arkansas, man. What's up, Rob? Good to see you, man. Thanks for the appreciate the love, sir. Appreciate the love. And I hope you liked I realized when I had Highly Suspect on speaker, I had unchecked the part in StreamYard that, automatically adjusts my volume. So probably I was way louder than him, but eventually I figured it out. But I appreciate you saying, he said, this is like old time AM radio, And then at least Paul can more or less tell Highly Suspect some of the same shit I was telling him in a different way, but not just yell at him all the time. I mean, it might happen eventually, but it's just, I end up yelling at him. I don't want to yell at the guy. I just don't want to yell at anybody, but it's just when people just are not accepting what I'm saying, it's like, man, I'm just please accept the thing. What's this resistance? Even if you think I'm full of shit and wrong, can we just pretend like there's acceptance so I can move on to the next thing? I'm just like, what is this? Thanks, bro. Yeah, I thought it was. And I think he was bullshitting. He knew he was on live. There's no way he didn't fucking know. This is where I get a little lost in my autism. He had to fucking know he was on live. I think that was just him fucking covering his ass in a way. There's no way he didn't know. He's not, and he plays dumb. That motherfucker plays dumb. He's smart as fuck. Now, maybe he's got issues with his brain, because I've had issues with my brain and still do, but that dude is smart as fuck. I've seen it, and you're not going to get away with playing dumb with me, Highly Suspect. That's not going to happen. His IQ is way higher than mine. He's not showing it here lately, but it is. Yeah. Who we yelling at? That's right. But see, I can tell. Here's the thing: is when I'm yelling and forceful, I know I'm on the right track until my fucking right upper shoulder starts hurting. That's my problem area. And once that starts hurting, then I know, okay, I've crossed over into now I'm just responding to my own past trauma. All right. So that did happen at a certain point. So probably we're so tapped into each other. See, he's probably in some version of trauma, and he's actually connecting to my trauma somehow, right? And that's where that's what the codependency is, as far as I can tell, at some level. It is that sort of, people sort of interacting with each other's trauma and then I've figured out eventually the psychic vampirism is these people who are so fucking filled up with their own bullshit that they can then, if they get me, my dad does this, if he gets me to go off on him, it actually, like, that's transference, by the way. If y'all read about psychology, and I'm not saying you haven't, that is transference. Whatever he's filled up with and feeling bad about gets transferred onto me. And I've seen it, because then he's happy and I feel like shit. And I'm just looking at him like, eventually I'm just like, okay, I can't do this anymore, because I'm just giving him what he wants. He's feeding. So when I say Jack is feeding, that's what I mean, because Jack will just sit back fucking just happy with himself, because he has transferred some of his fucking bullshit onto somebody else. It's sick. It's sick, and I will not participate. It's an illness. It's an illness. It's a sickness. Yeah, I'm loud as fuck. I can't do nothing about it, lady. They're leaving the bar. And one thing about Arkansas, man, if you're in an actual fucking city that allows bars and clubs, they're open until 5 a.m. Arkansas might have this reputation as conservative in a way. What's a so-called red state, but Hot Springs, Fort Smith, this other places, Little Rock, maybe the bars are up until 4 or 5 on the weekend. A lot of places that are you think, oh well, that's a blue area or in a blue state. A lot of them places shut down by 2 a.m. midnight. Not here. Not here. Drink till 5 a.m. and then drive home. With the cop sitting next door, right? I mean, what even is this? Functioning alcoholics, I guess. Yeah, that's why, part of why I like the West Coast is because of my accent. They just assume I'm dumb, most of them. So I'm not even playing dumb. I just come across as if I'm dumb, because I just don't have it in me to play dumb most of the time. Most of the time. Yeah, it's a smart, but I do not let smart people get away with playing. I'm like, no, man, nope. Once I know how smart somebody is, you ain't pulling that shit on me. No, sir. Not you, but I'm not going to allow one to do that. Yeah. Fucking A, man. I'm trying to think. I guess I get to do my shopping today. Although I think I'm just going to start getting all my produce at the fruit stand, because this last round of bullshit I got I didn't get it at Slave Mart, but the local grocer is just trash, man. These veggies. So I think I'm going to and they don't open till 9. 9. Yeah, hindsight being 2020, indeed. Wow. Then you drove to New York where they were open all night. Wow. That's wild, dude. Damn. Yeah, that's what people don't like to realize, is that this country has a deep history of fucking drunk driving. Thank you, Mr. Unslaved. Appreciate that. I love that. We're screenshotting, sir. Screenshotting. Love that. Love that. And that's the trust, Paul. And, and it's not the trust, but, I realize I just used some of the terminology, but that's trust, right? I trust that if I'm real, I will be supported, because I have been supported in the past. Why wouldn't that continue, Paul? Why wouldn't that continue? I trust that will continue. So like I said, I'm happy to sit in my somewhat bug-infested hovel, right? With my people, by the way, the dregs, Paul. Who do you think lives in this old motel that they've converted into basically a single-room occupancy? Although none of these people are from the city, so they don't understand what that means, right? I've got to think Paul knows what an SRO is. I'm happy to just fuck off and pay $800 a month to live in an SRO, and only be able to broadcast before, from like midnight to noon, because the fucking networks here are so congested that it effectively doesn't work after that, especially on a Friday like we saw yesterday. But I'm happy to do that. But if people don't want to support it, that's fine. I trust that I will just find the next thing, right? And in some way, if I'm not supported here, that means this ain't the thing. I can't lose, Paul. I can't lose. See, I hear people say I can't win for losing. I can't fucking lose for winning on a level, right? And then I know I'm on the right track because my body's reward centers start firing off chemicals into my bloodstream, which is, I believe, what Paul means when he says he starts vibrating. It's like, that's what that is in my view, or at least how it's, science might refer to it, right? But I'd prefer Paul got some sleep, but he's a grown man. It's not for me to determine that, obviously. And somebody said, Paul, it's hilarious because somebody said to Paul, apparently, Paul, you're getting old. I said, no, Paul's just now entering his prime. Fucking 34 to 44, man. That's, for most fellas, that's prime time, Jack. I peaked right around, and I can't say, look, in some ways I haven't peaked yet, but, if I'm willing to consider my prime also involving a physical prime, then, I peaked right around probably 40 to 42 was mine. But if I'm on the other side of that, I ain't that far on the other side of it. Meanwhile, I've been sick as a dog for an entire year. And I am feeling way less sick than I was. But I do experience extreme fatigue at times. I'm just going to call it like it is. Sometimes I'm wiped the fuck out. I talked to my mom the other day about this stuff with her budget. And now my sister, is basically saying she needs money. And of course, I'm going to give my mom whatever money I can give her. But now because my sister won't call me and I can't do all this through text for my own limitations, I'm having to call my mom, and my nerves was fucking shot. Now I'm trying not to talk bad to my mama. It's like, and I had to apologize. I'm like, look, I'm not trying to talk bad, but pretty please, Mom, will you shut the fuck up long enough for me to tell you what I got to tell you, right? Because I'm trying to be all patient and loving, and I say one sentence, and then she thinks that's all I have to say because she's around a bunch of dummies in Arkansas that don't have anything to say after one sentence. It's like, no, I'm setting up the thing I'm about to tell you, right, Mom? I've said the sentence. Can I please say the next sentence, right? So now I'm like, Mom, please shut the fuck up so I can talk, so I can just get this thing out, so I can hang up the phone before I just start ranting and raving like a lunatic to my own mother. Meanwhile, all of my family members, I've told them, you can always just look me in the eye and say you're ranting, and I promise I will stop. But anything short of looking at me and going, "You are ranting," is not going to get it done. Yeah. That's hilarious, Mr. Unslaved. He's practicing his Aronian lion demon climax. Now, is this an appropriate time to tell you that my name most of my life is my middle name, which is Aaron? And I know I now go by Jason, although on here I go by Benton, which is the family name. And I did have a famous ancestor, but who cares? It was motherfucking sports ball, right? And with the 33 code all over this dude's statistics. So what even is this on some level, right? But yeah. Paul, you're gonna have to stop dropping gems, man. I'm trying to leave your super chat on the screen, but and a $10 super chat from Mr. Unslaved is worth $100 from certain folks. And of course, certain folks would never give 100, but that's right. Yeah, 33 was your prime, right? Music Holds a Secret. There you go. Yeah, I peaked out about 40, 42. As far as, and I'm really talking more physically. I mean, let's be serious, but I don't know. Maybe we'll get back there. That's hilarious. So I'm roaring and masturbating right now, just leveled out on the pinnacle of virility. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. I'm not involved in, no, BB. In fact, I broke my entire family of being a Jehovah's Witness. And I don't know that I want to get into that story right now, but I am, my whole life, I've been a catalyst for change in many other folks' lives. And actually, at least 4 people are married because I put them together, although I didn't mean to put them together, right? But yeah. Now, one thing I would, and Paul's no dummy, but as he ages, he may not have the luxury of staying at his current size and continuing to produce high levels of androgens. And he certainly is producing high level of androgens. I'm just speaking from my own experience, Paul, right? But I did this in my 20s for whatever reason, the overweight. But some fellas can just be Big L, by the way, Dallas Don Juan. He's a big dude, and I don't mean muscles. He probably has muscles too. He's a big dude, and I know he's got high levels of androgen. So who am I to determine, right? He's a badass motherfucking truck driver in spite of his, he's got to be over 3 bills. I mean, there's no way he's not. Meanwhile, he's a badass motherfucker. Some dudes are badass motherfuckers in spite of their, let's just call it what it is. They have a lot of body fat, some of them, right? Some of them have it like that. I mean, I'm not a match. I don't like matchmaking because Drew kept trying to put me together with several different Metaversal broads. And I'm just like, Drew, please, I don't want to be match made. I'll go, God forbid I meet another woman, but I'm going to meet her in the physical, right? I need her to understand my comically absurd presentment, right? From day one. And I'm no longer willing to hide the crazy, folks. And y'all may not know this, but every once in a while, some college girl would take me on a date, right? When I was homeless, living in the streets. Oh, so thank you, JG. I am homeless, but yeah, not in the streets necessarily on a day in, day out basis. But yeah, every once in a while, one of them would take me on a date. There was never a second date because I'm no longer willing to hide the crazy, right? But thank you for being here, Paul. That shit's hilarious, man. But no, BB, and good to see you, sir. No, I more or less broke my entire family of attending the Kingdom Hall. Although my father snuck around and did it, but who cares? I don't care that he went to Kingdom Hall. Yeah, never felt like a man until his parents were gone. Well, and I tried to get into this the other day. My dad having this famous relative that he idealized and put on a pedestal. My father lived a specific type of life to be viewed in a specific way to his dad, who he worshipped. Well, I never worshiped my dad, right? So I detected at a certain point that because my dad worshipped his dad, I think he thought I would view him that way. I fucking far exceeded my dad at a very early age in certain ways, right? I've surpassed, and Paul maybe this is part of why me and Paul get along in a way. I surpassed my dad by the 20 in many ways, right? And I was mentally stronger than him by 15. I imposed my will on that dude at age 15, whether he wants to recognize it or not, because he was going to have to physically kill me, Jack. And he absolutely could have done it. He could have torn me limb from motherfucking limb when I was 15. No fucking problem. My dad's a big, scary dude. Fucking terrifying. And then when I say he could smash out Paul, he could absolutely, at your age, have smashed you the fuck out. No offense, bro. This dude is on some whole nother level of shit. Yeah. 6'2", 260, smallest of 4 boys. His twin brothers terrorized the entire town. Like, I'm talking like going into bars announcing, anybody that wants to leave better go ahead and leave because we're finna clear this place out. That's in my genetics. But that's nothing to honor. How is that honorable? People are proud. People proud of going into a fucking honky tonk and announcing to the world we're about to clear this place out, and then doing it. How is that anything to fucking? How is that something? I never thought that was cool. Like, I'm hearing all these stories. I'm like, what even is this, right? Well, part of me doesn't know I'm not 6'5" and can fucking clean out a honky tonk. Part of me will never understand that I can't do that, right? So forgive me for not being able to submit to some of these fucking bozos out here. Well, any of them, realistic. There you go, Mr. Unslaved. Yeah, there you go. But my dad, here's where my dad, you know, did a lot of things positive. See, my dad met every metric that was modeled to him. What was modeled to my father was be successful in business, go home to his wife and be faithful, you know, make sure the kids are raised in a home with the mama there, right? And be hardworking and be viewed as an upstanding person in the community. My dad achieved everything they modeled to him. He just never seemed to understand back then that what was modeled to him on some level was bullshit on some level, right? And I think he realizes it now, and probably, I can't speak for him, but based on our conversation, he might be watching this, by the way, although he's not, because he's not up this early. My dad sleeps in, which is fine. But yeah, there you go, Paul. He's already passed his father. He has at least 2 women who can report he's an amazing man. And by the way, I'm pretty sure ex-wife number 2 can't fucking stand me by now, but I guarantee you she still speaks highly of me in a way, because I left that one better than I found her. I absolutely did. And yeah, the shit went off the rails at the end because of my failures of leadership in a time period, right? Sure, I will wear that, but you know, the thing had already ended. Let's call it what it is. It had ended. She divorced me, and we still kept seeing each other at times. That's a terrible idea in my view. Marriage, contracting with the state in marriage is a terrible idea. Even my dad realizes this now, Paul, and speaks that way. And if I manage to correct my status, hell, he might do the same thing, but I don't think he can because he's on Social Security. I'm never going to be on Social Security. Are you kidding me? Well, see, here's the thing. Here's what I'll say about that, Paul, since now I get to talk, right? And this is where people are critical of me, Paul, is that I'm on a screen next to Paul and I don't fucking critique every word that comes out of his mouth. No, people, I have a fucking broadcast. If I've got something to say, I'm going to come over here and say it. Why would I say it over there? And put my fucking limited energies as a person who is ill chronically. Why am I going to put my limited energies into trying to fight a battle with Paul, and he's in his prime and I'm fucking 48 and I'm not going to be able to sustain that level of energy anyway. If I was Paul's age, maybe I could. Oh, but he's smarter than me, so probably I'm not even going to be able to. Could I match his energy? Yeah, sure, of course, when I was 34. Not at fucking 14 chronically ill. Y'all think I don't know that? But yeah, I'll come over here and say what I got to say. But here's the thing is, if what Paul says is true, if Z is a loser, he's creating that. That's not his core being, it's not his core essence, right? But if he don't believe in himself, I'm confused when motherfuckers don't believe in them. I'm so confident by nature, I'm just like confused when the people around me aren't confident. It doesn't compute. I'm just like, what is this? Who are these people, right? So if, and I'm saying if, because I'm not willing to go there yet, Paul. I'm not willing to accept that yet, Paul, but maybe you're right. Meanwhile, I figured Talcott out right way before Paul did, so let me toot my own horn. But maybe Paul knew all along and was doing some kind of, maybe, who knows? I don't know what the fuck he was doing, but I figured Talcott out day 1, day 2. And I got the proof. I got the metaversal proof on a hard drive. Yippee skippy, yay for Benton. Who the fuck cares, right? But if Paul's a loser, if Z's a loser, wait a minute. I don't believe in Freudian slips. If Z's a loser, he's doing that. That's his creative force, which never lies dormant, creating a being. This is exactly what I was talking about on Paul earlier, on Paul's broadcast, but the opposite. So when I was talked about the yin and the yang, and I talked about the yin, if this is true, this bozo's using the yang to constantly affirm and create a being that is a loser. Could you imagine? Well, I know because I did this, Paul. I was never a loser. I've never been a loser a day in my life. I was a bad person. I created an objectively immoral bad person through the subversion of my creative force through the yang. I did that. Finally, one day I looked in the mirror and said, I applied a standard of never bullshit myself. Oh, apply a standard. See, that's on the notes. I took a whole page of notes when I was on with Paul. A lot of what Paul's doing is merely he's applying a standard to himself first, again, from my perspective, applying a standard to himself first, and then having the gall to occasionally attempt to apply a standard to other people and their behavior, and they can't fucking handle it, right? I need it. I need people to have standards, because otherwise I might loop into some crazy antisocial personality traits, not the disorder, but I might loop into, now I'm fucking manipulating people and using them for my own purposes, right? Unless I'm willing to apply a standard to me, and then hopefully have other people apply a standard to me as well, right? Bam. And meanwhile, pretty pleased with sugar on top, Z. Could you just get with the program? And I don't mean Paul's program, your program. And I'm not saying you're not doing that. Maybe this is a step towards that. How the fuck could I know? It's your process, Z. It's not my process. Lord, I'm not inviting y'all to my process. I did my process. I am doing my process. I'm speaking to the audience. Praise God, by the way. I'm speaking to the audience based on what I've experienced through my process. So if this is part of Z's process, great. But pretty pleased with sugar on top. Could we speed it the fuck up, sir? Because probably folks like me, and dare I attempt to speak for Paul, folks like myself would like to see the process get a little farther down the road so that maybe there could be a coming together, whether physically or metaversally. And I was talking to Highly Suspect about this yesterday, because Suspect wants to go connect to a group of men first. And that's what I told him on the broadcast yesterday. I said they gave it to you backwards when they put you in the military. They connected you to the bozos externally. Then y'all went out and fucking in a clique, in a fucking gang, and did all of these things together and bonded as men. That shit was ass backwards. What needed to happen was the individuals needed to go in here first and then connect outwardly. So pretty pleased with sugar on top. Could the people who need to go within themselves, connect in here, right? Realize a lot of really unpleasant things about oneself and one's past behavior and one's upbringing and one's past relationships, right? And move the fuck on outwardly. Meanwhile, I was bitter against women at a certain point, and I had people on the internet telling me I was bitter, and I just put a lot of energy into arguing with them. 5 years later, I'm like, you know what? They were right. I was bitter. What the fuck? So if Z does all this work, I hope he does. He might tell you he's done it. I don't know. It's not for me to determine. If he does it, maybe in the future he'll be like, yeah, y'all were right. Okay, great. Everybody wins, Z. And I'm not here to settle Z's hash. It's not my concern. It's not my place. I'm observing and reporting, as Paul might say. I'm providing a critique. Guess what? We were reading my goddamn birth chart yesterday. Half my birth chart just says I'm a critic. It's basically half of my whole birth chart is this is a critic. So what am I going to do but analyze and critique? Well, this is what I was made to do on some level. What do you want me to do about it? Meanwhile, Z's got his function. I'm sure at a certain point I'll be on the receiving end. Again, if I'm willing to correct my brother, I also must be willing to have my brother correct me. So at a certain point, it might be Z correcting me. It might be Highly Suspect correcting me. Not that I'm correcting Z, but he can take my criticisms if he wants to. And I really would prefer not to be criticizing Z. I have a lot of respect for Z, believe it or not. Because when I listen to somebody talk, and I'm wanting to hear Paul talk, and it's Z talking for 20 minutes, and I immediately dislike this motherfucker, but it's probably because of cultural differences. And then eventually he wins me over. That means something to me, see. That means something to me. The people who I immediately can't, Timmy, I couldn't fucking stand Timmy. He's won me over. Mitchell, actually, I liked a lot initially. We sort of got sideways, and now we seem to be simpatico. Great, right? Great. I can deal with anybody that can deal with me. But why can't they? And I don't mean Mitchell. Why can't some of these other folks do the same? Why can't these other folks respond in kind? I don't fucking know. Thank God I'm some bozo from Arkansas, and I'm half retarded. I'm half retarded half the time. So, I don't necessarily get put up on a pedestal like Paul. It is to my advantage, right? But I can sort of fly under the radar with my my fucking ridiculous presentment and my this accent, for fuck's sakes. I never sounded like this until my parents moved up north, and I lived there for about 9 months, and this fucking bullshit country accent rubbed up on me. I hate this shit. I never used to talk this way. Fuck. Must be for a reason. There you go. Yeah, I'm a pacifist. I describe myself as an actual pacifist, Paul. I'm proud of it on some level. However, I will, without hesitation, defend my life and the lives of others. And I won't even blink. That's in me, man. I'm tapped into it. I think it's in every man. They're not tapped into it. Or I would like to think it's in every man. It's probably not. Let's be serious. But, I'm tapped into that shit. I don't want a you or me, but if it's you or me, it's not going to be me. So sorry about your luck. And I don't mean you, the listener. Sorry about one's luck, right? Yeah, address the facts completely. Right? Well, and when I went on with Paul yesterday, he immediately took issue from my perspective with something I said, but so what? Temporarily that felt a little uncomfortable for me. So what? So it's just a feeling. Who cares? And then meanwhile, look what may potentially come out of it. And I'm talking about the stuff with highly suspect who needs somebody to counsel him in some way. And yeah, I can give him the theory and the analysis. Basically, I can be the textbook for him in some ways. I can say, here's the stuff, man. But when he comes back around the mountain, I'm just going to yell at him. And for some reason, here he comes around the mountain again. I'm just going to yell at the motherfucker. I don't know any other way, man. Now, maybe one day I will evolve past this. This is something else I wanted to say on your broadcast, Paul, that I've made notes. See, Paul, actually, he wrote the broadcast. So if this was an actual thing on television, the credits would roll and it would say head writer Paul Enslaved. Or it would say writers, Benton and Paul Enslaved, right? He fucking wrote the show this morning. I mean, think about that. Paul wrote my show in part. Now, maybe I'm the head writer for my show, right? Because I can determine what actually makes it to the final product, right? But he's a fucking writer. He's on the writing team at times. Yeah, he wrote the fucking page notes. I just wrote them down. I was the fucking scribe, right? But where the hell is this? And if other folks can't realize this, it's not my goddamn problem, man. Listen, and I'll tell you this, folks. If a bozo from Arkansas is the one telling somebody this and people haven't figured it out, that's a bad sign for y'all. And if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. That's a bad sign for y'all. When it's this person telling you this is not good. We're way off the rails. We're way far afield, folks. Yeah. We're way far afield. So yeah, thank God for the notes. And everybody that goes on Paul's panels, just start taking fucking notes. And then eventually he'll shut the fuck up and say, what do you got, expert panel? Oh, well, I got a page of notes, or I'm going to. I haven't in the past. That was my failing. Now I'm going to have a page of motherfucking notes. If my internet will work, I guess I'll have to go. So Krishnamurti, The First and Last Freedom, one of my favorite books. That book probably had more to do with my growth and change and progress than any other book overall, right? Most likely. So you can absolutely go watch Jiddu Krishnamurti in his old age, a Leo, by the way, a fellow Leo, such as myself. You can watch him doing Q&As at these colleges. Eventually, he's just yelling at these motherfuckers, although he doesn't have as forceful of a manner as me necessarily, and he was an old-ass man by then. Basically, by the end of it, he's just yelling at these motherfuckers. So I know on some level, when I'm yelling at a highly suspect, that's not me. Like, that's not me causing that entirely. This is my presentment. And Maybe go talk. And this is what I meant by the feminine care, right? Maybe I didn't. I understand now. I possibly didn't. Some of this is I don't have the language, right? Again, I'm a bozo from Arkansas. They didn't really give me the vernacular in a certain way. Thank God I read literally thousands of books. And who can send me to a fucking dictionary more than anybody else? Well, Word Wizard and Paul. And I love people that now I got to go fucking Google words, right? It's the best day of my life. You mean I get to go look up a word and don't just know what that shit means? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I need that. Ready Player Benton. Can I just be in the metaverse? Can I get just enough donations and the excess will go to my mama? Fuck. I had a mama, Paul. I still got one. I can't go see my mama, Paul, and audience, because I'm 122 motherfucking pounds, and I used to be fucking 190 pounds and beat my chest and body slam motherfuckers. I was that at a certain point, but I'm a pacifist who never had to body slam a motherfucker. But somebody got sideways with me. I just looked at him and thought, there ain't gonna be no fist fight. I'm picking this motherfucker up off the ground and I'm throwing him down on the ground. And he'll never see it coming. Boom. I watched fucking judo at the Olympics. This big Cuban with these long arms, all he did start every round, body slam. Every time. I just watched this shit going, yeah, I could body slam a motherfucker. Absolutely. At 195, I could body slam a motherfucker. So now when I go visit my mom, all she can do is hold back the tears because I'm a buck 22. Meanwhile, this is some level of ascetic monk, right? Getting shed or whatever it is in my physicality and my energy sphere that don't belong there. What do we call that? Purity, right? On some level, I've known for years now that some of this trauma and whatever's stored up in my tissues will never be able to leave until I do some form of extreme fasting. Surprise, surprise, I've been in a state of semi-starvation for an entire motherfucking year, even though I eat food every day. You want to, but then talk to me about the law of attraction. And again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. Pretty sure I've mastered the law of attraction, folks. Meanwhile, maybe that's why I can trust that if this ain't the thing, I won't be supported in this and I'll just move on to the next thing. And if the Truth or Fight Club house is the thing, I'll go buy a $10 scratcher and I'll win 100 G's, which will be fucking 68 after tax. And we'll have a place for streamers to come if they're brave enough to go to Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Paul. I know Paul would be, not that he would come to Arkansas, but he'd be brave enough. He'd be brave enough because it's one of the highest fucking crime rates in the country off the fucking charts. It's mostly just drug dealers killing each other. Well, I ain't out there. I ain't in them streets. I ain't in that version of the streets. So, yeah, just make sure not to leave valuables in plain sight in your automobile and maybe install a fuel cutoff switch where they can't quickly find it. And yeah, I guess maybe they'll fucking break your ignition, but the vehicle won't get far down the road before it will no longer operate, right? My dad had some version of this happen to him in our hometown. Meanwhile, one of our relatives passed away. We'd all moved away from my hometown. We pulled up and parked at the funeral home, and the funeral home people had to come out and remind us to make sure to put all our valuables in the trunk or they're going to bust the windows and steal your shit. And we're from there. And my grandmother founded a business in that town on that same street, right up the street in 1968. Is still there to this day. So I've known since day one, women are powerful and strong. You will never convince me that women are weak and powerless because I saw the exact opposite, people. So forgive me for not being willing to run with that narrative. That ain't going to happen. So yeah, I am one of the biggest so-called feminists on here on a certain level. But I ain't out here deferring to hardly anybody. So forgive me for not bowing down to the women because I ain't bowing down to the men neither. I mean, what even is this? But here I am just with all of this going on in my brain 24/7 and just nobody notices when I shut the fuck up and I control myself. But then I go off every once in a while. It's all Benton spurging out again. Oh, am I? But I don't get no credit for when I'm calm, cool, and collected and just simpatico and just, yeah, man, everything's gravy, right? What do you think I used to be like? What do y'all think I used to be like? Thank you. I ain't got it in me. Shout out to Tupelo, birthplace of Elvis Presley, lest we forget. And I don't know what Paul's doing, but I know he knows what he's doing, so I'm not even reading those posts. So do your thing. Do your thing. I'm on one anyway, Paul, but I'm gonna have to mosey back to the clubhouse here shortly because I failed to put the slow cooker onto low, but that's all right, or warm as it may be. Yeah, there you go, Chuck. And hey, I can't show my true power on here. You know, if autism is a thing and I have it, dude, I'm already out of my element in certain ways on these panels. Get into physical with me. And I don't mean violence, and I don't mean I'm a badass, because look at me, I'm 122 pounds. But that's really the only way, you know, anybody will experience how powerful I am. Okay. And a motherfucker is near me is going to feel that shit. I can promise you. But yeah, I will fucking wig out and spurg out on occasion. Yeah, I've been doing that my whole life. So what? I'll go back to center pretty quick. That's the yogi. That's the asceticism, right? That's the yogi. Yeah, I don't look and present like a motherfucking yogi. I am that also. I am a motherfucking yogi. What is yoga? Meditation. What is a yogi? A practitioner of yoga. So yeah, I am that. You want me to know what I am and not occasionally speak it? I mean, come on. We'll get back to humility one of these times, right? Maybe today is not the day for humility. And I don't know, probably I could go and look at the astrology and be like, well, yeah, it's right there. You know, it's right there in the astrology that of course I'm fired up today. How could I not be? And I actually got just enough sleep, you know, got just enough sleep to be fired. And Paul got me fired up. And that is the inspiration. And what have I said? I've basically said he's the most inspirational motherfucker on here. Now, some of that is in comparison to the fact that most folks, as far as at least the presenters, are not that, right? And I don't mean the chatters, because a lot of the chatters do. And this is, by the way, where I am critical of Paul, is the so-called secretaries in the chat. But I'm not. Why would I go on Paul's broadcast and say, I got nothing to say over there about that. I'm going to come over here and say it. And if he hears what I'm saying and adopts it, great. If he doesn't, who cares? It's not my concern. I ain't got a dog in that hunt. We don't hunt with dogs where I'm from, though. So actually, you know what they do where I'm from, Paul, is they fight dogs. It's really, I ain't got a dog in that fight. Because, yeah, I've driven past many a yard with fucking 50 dog houses and a stake driven into the fucking hard ground and a pit bull on a chain, right? And I've been to them places as a lad. Probably my grandmama, back when ladies couldn't necessarily get bank financing, probably one of them folks who was also a veterinarian probably bankrolled her business. I'm just guessing, although I was a little bitty kid. Actually, I wasn't born in 1968, but probably that's some level of that happened, right? So when Bex talks about, you know, women just now being able to get credit cards and such and have access to financing 1970 or whatever, well, I can just think about my grandma, who's still alive, and she's a bad bitch, and I don't even want to call her that, but she's a powerful woman, certainly in her own right, and a Bible expert who more or less has dementia every day of her life, just confused as to why the Lord hasn't taken her yet, you know. Meanwhile, so when I say this is the book of Job chapter 1 or the book of Job on some level, well, it seems like it probably is on some level. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's another problem for the typists, Paul, is that you can, if you wanted to, you could type better than them anyway, right? I mean, we've seen it from your comments. You're a better writer than them. You're such a good writer. You're writing my show, for fuck's sakes. I know Paul, see, I do call, this is a show for me, right? But Paul doesn't call what he's doing a show. That's how I started saying broadcast, by the way. Because I noticed that Paul doesn't like when I say show. So I'm like, okay, I don't have to say show. I can say broadcast. But yeah, for me, I'm performing. This is a show, meaning I'm performing. Doesn't mean I'm inauthentic in the performance, but it is performative for me. So yeah. So here's Paul wrote part of the show. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Paul hosted the broadcast on my birthday, best birthday I've ever had, and I got to produce the show. And I think that's lost on some folks. So yeah, of course he has the keys. And I'm looking at, if the donos roll in enough, I'm looking at upgrading the StreamYard, and I'll have 4 seats, so there'll be 2 available. And we'll get an actual producer in here. And I don't mean actual like Paul can't produce. I mean an actual producer who wants to be behind the scenes, doesn't want to be on cam, see, and can get in where they fit in. Truther Cop was doing that, but he's got other shit going on. So somebody out there will have an internet connection and a computer and know how to use it, and will produce the fucking show, or 2 people maybe, perhaps. See, I'm playing a long game, and shout out to Dark Glasses Woody, who eventually finally said, wow, I didn't realize Benton could play the long game so effectively. Thank you, Woody. Thank you, sir. And I'm done bragging on myself in this broadcast. Anyway. And you know, just looking at my notes, nobody expects anything from incompetent people. And some people use that as a strategy. Some people have been socialized, and their patterns have been developed based on, if they show the world what they're capable of, now they're held to that standard and accepted at that level. Then now they have to produce day in and day out. That's called the grind, folks. I'm a motherfucking grinder because I've shown that. Meanwhile, when I was working for my daddy, when my daddy made me work for him at his convenience store, I had no work ethic and just grumbled. And I sounded like Cage muttering under my breath, pushing a fucking broom out front, sweeping the fucking parking lot, cleaning the shelves, right? Muttering under my breath like Cage, hating life. Well, meanwhile, eventually put my big boy pants on and developed a work ethic, because it don't come naturally to most of us fellas. Let's just face the reality. Most of us didn't come out of the box with a fucking work ethic, right? So these people who've never bothered to develop a work ethic, and I'm not talking about Z. Z's, at least he's shown that he has a work ethic. I'm not talking about, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you, right? But some of these folks who've never shown they can just show up every day and do a thing, right? Which that doesn't hurt me. And I said this about Drew the other day when Drew was in the chat. I said, you know what, really, you know, I've never, you know, occasionally I'll brag about my level of attainment, but mostly what I've talked to Drew about has been that I'm a grinder and he's not. Okay, and I stick to that. Now, he's probably a grinder for his family. Good. Maybe he doesn't think the metaverse is important enough. Meanwhile, I don't care. As long as Drew can grind when he needs to grind, I don't give a fuck. EBT's at least attempted to take the mantle and grind it out metaversally. I don't know that he made it to 90 days. That was the original challenge, was at least one piece of content on the channel per day for 90 straight days. I'm pretty sure I've done that. I don't know that I did it from that day forward necessarily, but I'm pretty sure there's 90 consecutive days of me putting at least one piece of content on this channel. I know Paul's done it. There's no way he hasn't. And I don't even know who Paul's going back and forth with. Maybe that person's banned. I can't even. Oh, is Monograph in here? I don't know what's happening. All I see is Paul's comments and Tupelo. Oh, he's talking. Is that Monograph? I don't know what's going on at this point. Yeah. Oh, I see what's happening. Tupelo's being nice to me while going at Paul. Is that what's happening? Well, again, that's, you know, on some level, until the person does it to me, you know, it's like, well, they're not doing it to me. Now, maybe that's one of my failings as a human, right? I don't know. I'm open to investigating whatever that is, right? But on some level, it's like, well, they're not doing it to me, so I don't know what to tell you. Paul can maybe that's a version of Paul can handle himself, and if other people can't, that's not my problem, right? Meanwhile, let somebody try to do something in the physical to somebody I'm protective over. Good luck. Even the 122-pound Benton. Good luck. My mind is my weapon, Jack. Believe that, or don't at your own peril. And again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. Shout out to the chat. I think I'm a little too animated right now. I can tell I'm going complete fucking cocky, arrogant bozo. I'm basically walking. This is why I need a camera person. I'm almost walking like Vince McMahon entering the ring. I mean, it's 75% of that right now. Like, no bullshit. So yeah, I need a camera person if I'm going to be doing IRL stuff, because we need the camera on me, right? and then me doing the live stream selfie style. Shout out to the chat once again. Maybe hit me with some topics, because I don't even know what to talk about at this point. I reckon we'll do another long broadcast today, as we've done last Saturday, last Sunday. Probably go ahead and keep going today, although we're going to need panelists eventually for that. But when I get back to the clubhouse, I think it's going to be meal prep. And, I didn't pay $80. Well, shout out to the donos, by the way. The donators didn't pay $80 to Verizon, by extension, for me not to do, I don't know, 8 hours today. Minimum, maybe the full 12. We'll see. 150 gig of Verizon hotspot data. Certainly don't want any of that to go to waste. Yeah, rant over. Rant concluded. But yeah, and one thing, just generally, people who are critical of Paul smoking reefer all day, I can smoke flower all day, every day, and I'm exactly the same. It actually makes me a little crankier, believe it or not. When y'all see me all fucking baked Alaska and can't even hardly do a broadcast, that's concentrates. Well, high amounts of concentrates, lest we forget. If I was and I'm a blunt smoker, Paul, as well. And I could just smoke blunts all day and I'd be exactly the same. So to me, the reefer's a fucking nothing burger. That's a nothing burger. Where's the comments? Am I, oh, wait a minute. Lest we forget about this one. Yeah, let's get that one up there. Sometimes I don't know if there's just no comments, or sometimes StreamYard, it seems like it takes them, it's like there's a backlog and then it'll spit a bunch of them up at once. I haven't completely figured this out. Meanwhile, I was an actual computer expert right around the year 2000, and now I'm a fucking boomer 23 years later. It's a bizarre experience. Oh, I ordered a new microphone because I do prefer the style of microphone I was using on the early broadcasts, when I would be in the sleeper cab of the truck. So I finally pulled the trigger on a microphone. So look for that coming soon. As we all know, I'm in love with the sound of my own voice, so I'm certainly looking forward to it. How could I not? What else did I get? Oh, just some vitamin D. Yeah, that's what's been wrong with me for the most part lately, is I can tell that the vitamin D levels have dropped perilously low. I'm in the process of rectifying that. Yeah, just let me get to where I can eat food, eat regular food. Well, I don't mean regular food. I mean the food I've been eating. Let me get to where I can eat that and not have to take all this bullshit supplement. And I don't think they're bullshit, but it's a lot of money. So you won't be able to tell me nothing. Yeah, the real ones always get support. The fake will flounder, desperate for power. Well, and who suffers, by the way? I mean, we all suffer to some extent from their floundering, but ultimately, who suffers the most? They do. I suffer maybe, arguably I suffer to a slight degree by people floundering. They suffer. I mean, imagine going through all the struggle and strife of life and then willfully and defiantly remaining in a state of floundering. Because I know, because I've been there. I floundered for fucking years, man. But that's when I was attempting to conform to society. So imagine being in a truth community, so-called, and understanding what the fuck is happening to some extent, right? And then still be floundering. This is fucking insane. It's nuts. At least it sort of made sense in my case because I was trying to live the way that I'd been taught to live, and just didn't, intuitively, deep down, I always knew it was bullshit. But, I'm hard-headed and stubborn in a way. I had to really figure it the fuck out for myself, right? And unfuck myself and deprogram my fucking mind from literal cult mind control called the Jehovah's Witnesses. For fuck's sakes, look, by the time I was in my mid-30s, did not know the difference between my actual personality and what the cult programmed me with. That's not an exaggeration. Okay, so like I've told people, man, nobody's homeless for 10 fucking years for no reason, and I'm not even a drug addict, never was. And people just assume I drank for 10 years. No, I didn't. I like to get fucked up. It was like a 24 ounce and a blunt. And then maybe a few hours later, another 24 and another blunt. I didn't have the luxury of getting shit-faced on a regular basis living in the streets. I'd wake up with all my shit gone, and who even the fuck knows what could happen. Yeah, occasionally I drank too much and fucking found a bush to pass out in. Yeah, that happened here and there. But somehow I had the wherewithal to at least get in the bush where hopefully nobody could find me. And other than, and Paul, do you know this? If you're still listening, I traveled the whole country, lived out of a backpack, and just slept on this. I was very bold, man. I would just sleep right on the fucking sidewalk at times. And the only city and believe me, these meth heads love to steal shit everywhere across the nation. The only city that managed to steal my fucking rucksack was Spokane. I shit you not. There's something wrong with Spokane. I mean, that's a whole nother level of meth head. Dude, I've walked through Tacoma at 2 a.m, bombed out and depleted. There was a guy walking towards me. This dude was some kind of zombie meth head wearing bicycle parts. He had fucking bicycle frames on his physical person. Spokane is somehow worse than that. I'm not even kidding. And I'm so cocky and arrogant, I was sleeping on the sidewalk, and I always wake up when somebody comes around, man. And I woke up, and there was some dude standing over me trying to see how easily I would wake up so he could rob me, to see if I was robbable. I was so arrogant, I just looked at him, kind of just gave him a look, and went back to sleep. Just craziness. Well, then a few nights later, this was in Spokane, a few nights later, I had this is when I still could drink malt liquor. I had a Milwaukee's Best Ice, Beast Ice, and I had this really good train wreck oil, and the fucking the 32 of Milwaukee's Best Ice is actually, I said 20, it's a 32. The 32 of Beast Ice and the goddamn oil put me out, man. And I thought I was going to sleep because I always went to bed super early, during that time, and fucking passed out, woke up to no rucksack. I said, God damn. And then got my shit. And I almost packed it up and mailed it to my mama, because in the summer out there, I didn't need all that camping gear. But I was too cheap to pay the $50 to UPS that shit back to Arkansas. Thank God I had my wallet in my pocket. Never put your wallet in your backpack, folks. It's a very, very bad idea. Lots of folks, lots of homeless folks lost their IDs because for some insane reason they put their wallets in their. And I sometimes I would tie a string to my rucksack just in case somebody tried to run off with it. And I almost did it that night. I'm glad I didn't, because hell, guy probably would have tried to stab me to death. But I certainly wouldn't have just let them take my backpack. So, I might have had to defend my life. And I never felt like I needed weapons. I never carried weapons back then. I don't go anywhere without my heat on me now. I mean, anywhere. I'm never not ready. Ever. And back then, didn't felt like I needed. Felt like I could defend myself just fine. No worries. It's crazy, man. The world, this is fucking nuts out here, dude. Just nuts. Off the charts. So people talk about, it's going to get bad. What are you talking about? Gonna get. Good God. Yeah, well, that, but again, what if that's the thing? Musical's a secret. If we're doing Ready Player Benton and I'm in the metaverse, I mean, I'm gonna have to supplement the vitamin D. I bought this. I got the 50,000 I used this time. I said, fuck it, let's just go big, and I'll just take it. Hopefully, I can remember to take it once a week or set an alarm or something. Go to bed, Paul. At the risk of telling Paul what to do. When did I blame a cult for being homeless, BB? See, you're misconstruing my words. So see, and I'm not trying to be a dick, BB, but I'm interpreting this as bad faith. I blamed the cult programming. That's a specific thing, BB. Now, what you're not doing is you're not asking clarifying questions. So if you asked clarifying questions, BB, because I am speaking extemporaneously off the top of my head, sir. If I was sitting down writing this tale, I would write it very specifically, sir. See, and I want you to understand that you actually bear some responsibility here in a way, because you're just assuming a thing instead of getting down to a thing, right? That was my way of dealing with it. My way of dealing with it was choosing to do that. Meanwhile, I am attracted to sociology and anthropology. So I went into various subcultures that I was interested in studying. So I'm almost never just doing one thing, right? I wanted to go travel around. I wanted to go see all these places. I realized at a certain point, I was 35 years old, I'd never been to California except like one time, and I was barely there. Like, I wanted to go to the West Coast. You see what I'm saying, BB? It's just what we call that is killing two birds with one stone, right? But, and, sometimes I go to the worst case scenario, and I sort of project a negative motive onto people. But the reality is, the Jehovah's Witness religion as practiced should not be legal, because they should not be allowed to mind control children, because I was absolutely mind controlled. That's not hyperbole. When a group has a systematic, has systems in place where they have almost unfettered access to children, in my case, from about the age of 2 or 3, right? That's a lot of harm, and that is child abuse. Taking a 6-year-old kid, and having them knock on doors and talk to people about a religion that they can't intellectualize is child abuse across the board, right? Now, I'm not mad at my parents. They were preyed upon by a literal mind control cult. What do you want them to do about it? They were preyed upon. And then folks want to try to extrapolate as if this is the same as other religions. It's not. It's nothing like these other religions. And if a religion doesn't have shunning, it does not compare. So you can talk about Catholicism all you want. You can more or less do whatever the fuck you want in Catholicism, and you can still show up and people will talk to you. I went to church. People I knew personally got disfellowshipped. They came to the Kingdom Hall and nobody would fucking talk to them. And if they continued to do that for a long enough period of time, then eventually they could be readmitted. This is sick, man. It's just horrible to do that to people. And many folks, myself included, we grow up being taught that if we don't continue this religion into our adulthood, that our family won't talk to us. It's sick, man. And meanwhile, I knew by the age of 12, I would never do this shit as an adult. I was like, oh, there's no fucking way I'm going to keep this up. Are you kidding me? I was just too dumb to know I could have just refused to go at the age of 12, that I could have just said, hey, man, I'm not going anymore. Because when I was like 16 or 17, finally, after we moved, I did not like this new Kingdom Hall, well, for very specific reasons. And let's not forget that the Jehovah's Witness religion absolutely knowingly assists and shields predators. Knowingly. Think about that. So who the hell even knows what they did to me? How would I know? They had me under mind control. I got no frame of reference for this, right? And meanwhile, large portions of my childhood, I more or less can't remember. Like, what the fuck is that about? Can't remember pretty much any of my teachers in school. It's just, the whole thing's fucking nuts, man. Just like the Vatican? I don't know, is it? Maybe. I don't know too much about the Vatican. Which is funny because I am a conspiracy theorist, but yeah, I don't know too much about the Vatican. I'm gonna have to pause here. There's too many people milling about. Just stand here for a moment. Let them sort of go where they're going. Certainly don't want to have to go to the fanny pack again. That's twice now, but not only once in this town. Oh yeah, 100%. Well, and I know it is because I experienced it. So, and one thing that aggravates me is that I'll be speaking to something I experienced, and then other people want to tell me about it, and I'm like, listen. I said, I don't want to hear it. I said, this is my experience. What can y'all say about my experience? Meanwhile, if somebody told me their experience, what am I going to have to say? I'm not going to have anything to say other than, man, that sounds fucking horrible. Good God. What's wrong with those people? Well, unless we forget it's a corporation. The Watchtower Bible and Tract Society of Pennsylvania is a corporation. I would say just showing young children that doomsday imagery is harmful. Just that is child abuse on some level. What did that do to my brain? These colorful drawings of the fucking Earth being destroyed at Armageddon, for fuck's sakes. Good God. Here you go, little Benton, 4-year-old Benton. Here, take a look at this thing. Oh, okay, great. Wonderful. Meanwhile, my mom said I was so sensitive. If one of them the starving kids in Africa commercials came on TV, I would just bawl my fucking eyes out. And they're showing me freaking doomsday drawings of Armageddon, a fucking doomsday cult, right? And every once in a while, well, they love to try to fucking preach to homeless people. When they'd come up to me, I'd be like, keep beating that drum. The world's going to end any day. I said, meanwhile, I was born into that shit fucking 40 years, back then, 40 years ago. I said, 40 fucking years of beating the same drum. I say the fucking world's going to end when it ends, man. Until then, what's the point of just assuming it's right around the corner? And I've been alive back then. I guess I was probably about 42. I don't even remember. But yeah, 40 years of me, 40 years since they first taught me that the world was going to end any day now. Are you kidding me? What in the actual fuck? Thank you, sir. All religion is man-made. That's right. And, I didn't even get into my Jesus material on Paul's, but fucking, what he refers to as a Christed being, and I'll say Jesus, if that was a real thing, Jesus didn't bring a bureaucracy. Show me in the Bible where Jesus invented and installed a motherfucking bureaucracy. But that's the first thing we do to these kids nowadays. Take them to church and put the bureaucracy in their head. Fucking check all these boxes and you're good. Fuck you. I've read the Gospels, the 4 Gospels. It seems to me like that's what that teaches of Jesus. That seems like a worthy goal to aspire to. So yeah, if I'm attempting to live like that, how could that ever be wrong? And maybe I never achieve it. Who cares? I don't need a fucking bureaucracy installed. Meanwhile, thank God I was raised in a mind control cult because I can't process dogma. I can't process it. Because if there's a judgment like the Bible says, it's me and my maker, y'all not finna be there, TBE, and he can't fucking deal with this. He just goes out of his mind every time I say this. That's right, TBE. Let's just assume that. And so if all that's true, I have skin in the game. I necessarily have skin in the game. See, that's how that works. So what do you want me to do? I don't fucking know. I can't call it. Guess I better get back into my hovel here. What do you think? Oh, howdy, sir. Not much, man. Have a good day. Oh yeah, already. Yeah. Scripted scripture, says Gary Baxter. Yeah, poor guy. He's going through something. He's going through something. Well, I've been there. Ain't nothing but homeless people out this time of morning, especially on a Saturday. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for reminding me, actually. You know I'm capable of forgetting twice. See, Music Calls the Secret knows me too well. He knows I can absolutely forget twice. But yeah, I'm doing that now, sir. Yeah, but who cares, though? I mean, I don't disagree with you, BB, but who cares? It's a book. It's dead, man. Written scripture's dead, sir. That's some things some people wrote in a book. If someone is willing to accept that that's divinely inspired by the creator, that's fine. But beyond that, who cares? Meanwhile, we're communicating in the English language. You know, we're already far afield, right? And who even knows what the original scripture even said? We don't even have the original, sir. So please forgive me for not being willing to live my life based on what we have of the fucking Holy Bible nowadays, which has absolutely been polluted and stepped on and absolutely contradicts itself at times. Of course it does. Have you read it? I have. Well, they made me read it, more or less. Yes, I did, Mr. Baxter. I did. It's not nearly as good as the one I had before, but yeah. And I figured out the whole reason I ended up losing that other one because I tried to put it in this outer pocket. And this thing, what I should have done was just clip it onto my pant, like my pocket. But then I already had my knife there, so then I just stuck it in that little pocket. And I guess it fell out when I was walking up the stairs at the library or something. I mean, it's really the only explanation. It's a bummer because this thing ain't, of course, isn't near as good as that other one. Because that other one was probably a bargain at whatever it cost. And this thing, it's okay, but this was $25 and it's just okay, right? So anyway, live and learn, I suppose. What's up, Wolfie? Good to see you, man. Yep. But back to the skin in the game, the reality is if I understand all of these things and comprehend all of these things, then I'm voting with my feet, meaning if I truly believe there's going to be a judgment, well, clearly I must like my chances because I'm doing specific things, right? And what any other man has an opinion about that, it means nothing, right? It's meaningless. Because if I'm living wrong and everybody here tells me I'm living right, that doesn't get me past the judgment. So clearly it doesn't work the other way either, clearly. But there's like basic shit that people just don't understand or comprehend. Again, not my problem. But I don't know. What are we going to do, folks? Are we going on break? Hell, the computer's not even on. Turn the computer on. Check in on the hotspot. Oh, goodness. 73%. God, I lost a lot of battery just while I was gone. Yeah, I had a T-Mobile hotspot, and what I liked about it is you could just take the battery out, plug it into the charger, but this one won't. This one has to have a battery in it for some reason. But yeah, anyway, I guess we're gonna go broadcaster taking care of his needs. Yeah, all right. Maybe I'll keep rambling. Who knows? Never really know how this is gonna go. I need a wireless lav mic, really, because then I could just leave the phone behind and walk around. We'll get there, folks. Shout out to Paul for being here. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Thank you, sir. Great idea. Great idea. I love that idea. Oh, let's do that. Let's do that. I don't know, Gary. That's a good question. That might be above my pay grade. I have to think about that. All right. Oh, look at that speed test. 30. Wait, no. We're getting 20 megabits on the download. This is just pure network. It's pure network congestion. I wasn't even getting half a megabit yesterday afternoon. I'm getting 22 down and it looks like about 11 up. Yeah, 22 down, 12 up. That's plenty. If it would just do that all day long. That's interesting. I'll have to think about that one too. But yeah, let's play Paul from earlier. Enter studio. Great idea. What is playing? There's... Oh, interesting.
This morning. Went and checked it, went 3/4 of the way through, and it was a hate poly fest. Man, like I just move on and don't even pay them no mind, and I go like week, 2 weeks. What's the? Let me be totally real. Like they all do this thing. They go, we never watch Paul anymore. But we just happened to check in one day, and we heard verbatim for 2 hours what he was saying. So like, well, I'll go 3 to 5 days minimum, not a week or two. I check in, I just pick a mark like halfway, 3/4 in. It's the hate poly fest, and the best part about this is it's now pathetic warrior sitting around with Jack Talcott, who he insulted for months, said was non-credible, insane, delusional, in denial. Now, like Snap Who Snaps, his buddy who's sitting there. Now all of a sudden, Jack became credible, right? Flow State became credible. All the guys who, again, sucked up to me to sit next to me to promote whatever else they were doing or to tell me that, I'm so great and they want to ride with me and work together until they get in their ego and their feelers and break bad and can never come back to just have real conversation. So, yeah, I was also just kind of like watching this and I was dumbfounded by the things that are put forth. We're going to cover this tomorrow, right? All that really happened was the spirit, I guess, led me here. Maybe it's the devil. The devil led me to another broken hoe beta male conference with powerless folks who are in and of the world, clutching, scrapping, scraping for narratives, for manipulation tactics to try to drive, I guess, attention or support away from me, which they've all done it before and it'll seemingly never stop. So that's okay. If they're persecuting or hating on you or projecting false narratives constantly out of jealousy and envy while saying that you're jealous and envious, that's usually a good place to be, because I always ask myself, am I being egoic? Am I being jealous and envious? Or have all these people been contacted by me privately where I told them, hey, I care about you. I'd rather work with you than have this fake online drama bullshit. Turns out it wasn't fake online drama bullshit. These guys are really upset and in their emotions about all this. So, yeah, I don't know what I'll do with this. I was just more curious to see how many folks would be up and on, be interested in this same old nonsensical topic. But I may delete this one after the fact. I may leave it up. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. And then tomorrow, right? They pretty much gave me, I guess, my first, second, or third hour. At least that's what I'll say, and then I'll do 4 hours on it, which they love because then I get to focus on them, talk about them, give them energy and attention and numbers for their bullshit channels. So, yeah, Stephen David finds it to be hilarious. I find it actually to be sad and sickening, to be real with you, as I always am. I think it's kind of pathetic and sickening that we find ourselves in the world we do with the challenges we have to face, and these folks are for months and years at this point now. If you combine them together, like Talcott's going on over a year with me, Flow State's probably up over a year. I think he was one of the originals. The funniest part is like anyone who's been part of these guys all talk like they're all with a new audience every day. They talk like we all just weren't here for last year and didn't watch everything go on, and they just say shit. It's amazing. Like I see what trips me out is I always wonder, is the loop that I'm watching them do the same loop I'm doing, and that we're both not aware of ourselves? That's what always gets me. I go, but no, it's not because there's results, right? Like somewhere in this video, he goes, man, Polly must be really jealous and envious because I feel like contributions are really going down lately. And it's like, nah, man, actually, there's been no change in the last week. It's been average or better. So how they get these ideas that like everything's drying up for me, the character of Paul Enslaved is breaking. They said that. They said he's shattering, he's walling up and shattering, and he's broken. The contributions have dried up, and they just say shit. And I go, you guys can come on my panel anytime and have a real conversation as men with me, but you avoid me like the plague, only to sit on all of your panels talking about me and never even telling me it's happening. Like I don't watch them, so I don't know. Whenever I check in, that's what's happening. So I stay away because it's fucking creepy and awkward for all these men to be grown online doing this much focusing on me. Actually, kind of scares me and makes me uncomfortable. And I go, I gotta get out of here, And then whenever I come back, I look again, it's the same thing. Like, what the fuck is this? I've never seen anything like this. I'm like, I finally become the popular guy at school, right? Who everyone seems to be talking about in my little realm. They're all thinking, feeling, wondering, conjecturing, projecting false narratives on, dissuading the audience members. It's amazing, man. And it's like, you really don't have to do all this. It just makes you all look worse because we've all been here, most of us, since the beginning. And we've all watched you all and heard you all, and you've all convicted yourselves. And yeah, I've been an asshole at times. And yeah, I've held the feet to fires at times. I've been verbose and grandiose at times. I've been egoic at times, purposely. The majority of the time, it seemed to me. Yeah, and I've talked to you all privately, and you all have reported that like I'm a good person privately, that I actually care about you, that I want to work with you, and you just do this constantly because really subconsciously, I believe you're jealous of me and want me to fail, right? And I realized at some point, like 6 months in, I essentially drove away a third or 2/3 of my limited second channel audience. We know what happened with the first channel. By the way, when we cover this tomorrow, you'll notice that they just breeze past the narrative of like shadow banning and things of this nature as if I'm just paranoid doesn't exist. They won't even talk about it. That I've had a channel. We should bring up the statistics. Will not go over 22,000 subscribers. Will not go over it. Doesn't matter how long, will not go over it. They take subscribers and they mark all the bottoms of my videos as I'm a terrorist and a sob sit and stay away from this guy, he's dangerous. You guys didn't have that walk, right? So like you conjecture that I'm frustrated and unrealized and unactualized. If I am, it's only because I have or had a shot with certain people that a lot of you folks will never have a shot with because of what you do and talk about, or don't do, more importantly, and talk about or don't talk about. I guess the inverse applies. So I pretty much gave that up, being completely honest and real, because most folks don't like someone who's completely honest and real and outspoken with conviction in their heart and unwavering. It tends to piss everyone off at some point, is what I've learned. So if there is any of that frustration, there's probably a reason. When we turn the light, again, I'm doing too much talking as always because I'm so always energized. I'm so passionate for truth and energized, and I'm so fascinated by these folks and their constant attempts to justify and bolster their position, which is weak, and to try to tear down my position, which is strong inside of me and in my life at this time. I just always wonder, where does it go for them, right? Questionable where it goes for me. I've had pretty good results so far and continue to. I have a 1.5 year long track record of nothing changing in certain arenas. And yeah, giving up a third or more of my audience on the second channel. The first audience, again, series of events that if you know, if you were there from the beginning, you'll see the differences in my presentment. You'll see the complete open commentary critique. You'll see me after the fact talk about folks who I worked with, who I ascertained along the way with them. They were revealed to be cowards. And, again, men especially take that as an affront when you work with them and you're there for common goals, right? Which is to like get numbers and attention for your channel and maybe make a living, and also rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith. See, this is the thing that they can't figure out about me is regardless of the numbers, regardless of the fucking cheddar, as they say, regardless of all the rest of it, I'm here for certain core principles because that's in me. So anywhere I go, I have to be here for with that. Can't leave it at home. Can't take it off and put it aside. So yeah, when you're not for sale, when you won't like hush up on certain things in order to go along to get along, when you're outspoken about what you've seen and experienced, you get a reputation, all right? Don't work with that one. Don't promote that one. Don't watch and subscribe to that one. Matter of fact, put out narratives against that one and tell the other folks what to do as well. They don't understand that indirectly. I just see it as promotion for me. See, in my weird, twisted little world, they're all promoting me because they're convicting themselves on record with who or what they stand with universally, as well as politically, right? Because every single one of these people, if you've watched and listened closely, has all said at key moments, we won't stand completely for rights, freedom, and principles. We do comply with authorities and their will. We're already beaten men, and we're not willing to rise to the occasion. So it only leaves one out to try to equalize with me by destroying the idea of what Paul Enslaved represents, not only for me, but for them and everyone else. They actually have the nerve in these videos to say, I only stand for my own rights, not everyone else's. How could I stand for your rights? You have to exercise your rights. Just like I have to exercise mine, and you have to exercise yours. That's how we stand for our rights. Anytime I exercise my own rights, I indirectly stand for yours. Because if you're not exercising them and I am, there's only one set of rights. There isn't my rights, your rights, her rights. Get it? There's one idea about what rights are here. If you exercise them for yourself, you exercise them for everybody, especially when the other folks talking ain't exercising them. So, I should just get to the video. That's what I meant to do. But I guess I'm using this once again as my own form of therapeutic venting, right? This is my catharsis at this point. I come on here in fascination, passionate, energized with truth, befuddled and bewildered at what I view day to day on here and what I view in the world and in my family and past friend peer group, because I pretty much left everybody where they were at and then established new connections that were more centered and aligned in principles and faith. So I thought that was a positive thing. It seems that these type of folks don't want to let me go. You get what I mean? the inauthentic corporate male, loser failure betas who have no real power in the world. They're impotent, but they come online to equalize. Yeah, they don't want to let me go. I've left them behind in the world where I used to live, but now they've caught up with me as a personality type online. Say, Paulie boy, we're not going to let you go. Or they're reminding me that there is no letting go, because I'll always be somebody who stays true to who and what I am and where I come from, and drives a whole bunch of people away from me by virtue of that fact. I guess, some people may never be completely fit for the corporate boardroom, and that's okay. Some folks have been to the corporate boardroom and they got thrown the fuck out because they're not fit for leadership. We won't comment on that when it comes to myself, because I'm not fit to comment. I'm probably biased. Other folks would contend that I'm fit for leadership. All the rest of you, all three of you put together, Flow State, Jack Talcott, and Synthetic Warrior, who all of a sudden are aligned. This is why I'm disappointed in Synthetic Warrior. I'm disappointed in myself and my discernment, because when Synthetic Warrior was around at first, I thought he was a pretty decent guy. I thought we could actually work together. I thought it was good energy. I still hold out some level of faith that he will turn from his wicked ways, as he did that one night over here, and reconcile completely and just stop with the daily or weekly campaigns talking about me, but not to me. So, yeah, again, we're all better off if we could find a way to work together. The problem with them is they can't work the way that I'm used to on my broadcast. They have their own energy and flow, and you see what it is. So it's what I like to call the stench of failure. So, let's get to that. Let's play some of it. I don't want to belabor this, at least for the night. It's already fairly late. I usually don't come on these hours, but we were sitting around smoking reefer, kind of staring, me and her, at this, shaking our head, looking at each other, laughing, just amazed. And I said, Jennifer, I'm sitting here talking with you, and I'm doing a whole damn broadcast right now talking to you. Why not pop the damn camera on and just do that while we're here? And it turned into this, because she's not talking and I'm talking continuously. And that's just what happens with me when you put the mic on, right? I go, because that's what a broadcast is. By the way, here's another thing I noticed. A lot of folks are now using the term broadcasting like they always did that. I'm on to you. I'm watching you. You never did that before. See, my mind has good continuity. I remember how you folks met me, how you used to talk. Now, if you go back, see, one day they're going to do a compilation. They're going to go back and get every person who sat next to me, how they first came into broadcasting, the words they used, and how 8 months in they use all the words I use. They do it a lot of the way I do it. They take all the bits I've done and water them down, or try to remix them, or even do the same exact bit. And we can argue again who I stole it from. That's another conversation. I don't claim to be, well, I do claim to be the god of all media. Hold on a second. Okay. Where was I going with that, Jennifer? Video? You want to get to the video? Because you're amazed by it. Right. Benton is down there. Where, you know what? Fuck it. I'll bring Benton up here. See, this is what was happening. Now I'm starting it up. Hold on. That's probably not the right link. Where was that? What the fuck was I just talking about? You weren't paying attention. You bent over to grab something and then completely checked out. I don't blame you. It's like the whole thing is a blur at this point. This is why you can't broadcast at night while you're smoking reefer and in that cloudy space and have no audience, because I could have just went to the audience. What the fuck was I just talking about? What's the last thing I said? And they would help me out there. No one, nothing. Right. Okay. Jackie indirectly. Does Jackie ever sleep? Do these people ever sleep? Do they ever go to bed? Are you people?
Hey, forgot to connect to the hotspot. Give me just a second. Hurrying, sir, hurrying.
Even real? What is real, man? Is any of this real? Yeah, broadcasting. None of you folks use any of these words and terms. You completely change the way you address everything. I am one of the only people I know that refers to podcasts and live streams as a broadcast, because that's how I envision it in my fantastical imagination. Right? Is like, this is the mic, like it used to be, old school East Coast radio, and you pretty much do most of the talking. And it's a stream of consciousness. It's whatever's going on the day, the week, the month, the year, life in general, and then maybe a limited audience interaction. It's not a Starbucks hangout kick it around, get everybody's opinions and feelers. 3/4 of the folks, by the way, who you want opinions and feelers from, you wouldn't trust to change your oil. I'm just gonna say it. I know that's arrogant and egoic of me, but seriously, if you rolled up and jacked out, I was there. Like, hey, brother, you want 5W30? I'm like, dude, I'm gonna watch you, okay? Yeah, it's a synthetic blend, not fully synthetic, not regular. It's a blend situation. I don't know if you can handle it. And then he tells me, oh, I make the blend on site. I go, yeah, no, I definitely got it. I start getting a fucking tongue depressor, those wooden things, and I start checking the oil and looking at the viscosity. Because I go, you're telling me Talcott's blending synthetic and regular here in-house? Yeah, I'm not trusting that. So greetings, Benton Creature. I think Jennifer's leaving me, not only the room, but my life. She's had it. I don't blame her. I can't hear you, Benton Creature, if you're meant to be heard and audible at this time.
I'm here, sir.
Right. So, I don't want to, it's too late. It's too late, too early, however you want to phrase it. It's a bunch of nonsense, but I was compelled in some sense to continue my conversation / monologue with her online, to just keep a record because, the Pathetic Warrior doesn't do Saturday and Sunday broadcasts. He's too busy remodeling the basement. So I figured, let me just get something up, for him to look at and ponder over and freak out about and pretend that he's secure with and mount his next strategic campaign to defame me and character assassinate me and all the rest of it. I like the fact that my mere beingness and just speaking on these folks makes them twist in the wind in their ego, right? They're fatally attracted to the grinding on their ego that I just love to do. That's what they think makes me a narcissist because they don't think that I see them for the worldly infidels they are, and I'm going to grind on their false presentment and false self online in order to reveal them. All right, reduce that down and reveal them at the core for who and what they really are, which is unactualized and unrealized. They can't claim that. They keep claiming that about me. It's not true about me. I'm either there or getting there. It's a process, if nothing else. These folks haven't started the process. How dare they pocket watch me and keep? You folks are so desperate for me to like put shit on record to create a whole other kind of situation, And it's like, and every time I hear you all speak about that, I get so uncomfortable because the first couple months of this, I had my father and people in my ear going, why don't you sell shit? Why don't you take advantage of this audience? I go, because I don't want to take advantage of the audience. There's a whole other thing going on with this process for me, and no one would respect it. They're so fucking pathetic. They were already counting money that they didn't have, trying to grift and use the audience. And I go, no, I don't want to do that. So for me, at some point, to just put up a Cash App and the rest of it, because what it became was, hey, bro, we resonate with you. You're the best thing out here because it's the best of a bad lot. The metaverse is full of nonsense. Join the club, go on TV, you see what's there. They go put up a way to support. So I do that. Oh, we don't have that. Put up something else. So by a certain time, I got 4 or 5 things down there. Whatever.
Well, it's interesting to me, at the risk of jumping in here. First, I want to say that you've taught these people how to do this thing, as far as I can tell. And I think maybe Synthetic Warrior was broadcasting before. And real quick, I frequently borrow your terminology, but I almost always cite you. To me, that's...
I don't even want people to say. That's the thing. If I did that, if I had that inclination, I would be narcissistic and egoic.
That's for me, though. That's for me. The people, I need the people to know. Why don't they?
Then that's a testament. Then that's a testament to... Yeah, that's a testament to your character, in which case you're a better man than me, because there's been many times here I borrowed something that I've seen or heard before, put my own little twist on it. And, all is fair in love and war, I guess. Yep. So, again, I don't expect anybody, because monkey see, monkey do, right? Nothing's new under the sun. There really is no original content in this realm. If you think there is, go get it for me. I want to see it. The best you're going to do, like porn stars, best I could do is some duplication, emulation, replication of what's already been here. Don't think so. Look hard enough, you'll find it, or some iteration of it. They tell me, oh, computers have never been here before. Bullshit. They go to the bottom of the ocean. They say it's all right there. Atlantis and Lemuria. So, again, this is a limited consciousness of the majority of these beings. And they think I've elevated myself above them in my own ego. No, I've elevated myself in consciousness and understanding of myself, which makes it appear to you that I think I've elevated myself above others. No, it becomes apparent to me almost immediately with interacting with the majority of folks that they've done little to no work on themselves in their life and got little to no results with that self-knowledge. If they had, they wouldn't spend any of the amount of time, energy, attention they do playing these games with me or other people, which are foolish. And again, I'll take accountability, then you go, Benton, because I'm the biggest fool of all. To say I live my information and I understand the Tao and I walk with it, and to continue still, even out of fascination, some compelling energy to continue to give my time, energy, attention to address these people, I must be, if nothing else, willingly playing the fool for the audience, or to give them what they want and need, or just because I'm so fascinated and love the game that I want to tell it, right? I'm not selling it. I want to tell it. I go, look at these people and what they do. Isn't this fascinating to observe this and then break it down and speak it back to understand ourselves and each other and why we're in these conditions we're in? Your thoughts?
Well, on the money thing, I do think it's interesting when you're referring to not being money motivated on the front end, because surprise, surprise, then you have been taken care of. And I know I've been taken care of my whole life in various ways. So why wouldn't you be taken care of? And probably the people were asking you, hey, how do I send you a donation? But then that gets spun into, well, Paul's out here grifting. But these people are going to believe whatever they want. But from my perspective, just speaking for myself, I view this as you taught most of these people by extension how to even live stream. And I picked up some things here and there, but I do have a strong, background in public speaking. But a lot of these folks, great for them.
Let's get that statement.
Go ahead.
Let's get that statement more to center, just for all of our benefit, because the narrative. Everybody's culted up here, and I'm the cult leader.
Yeah.
I didn't necessarily teach these folks how to live stream. It appears I've inspired and motivated a lot of them to do what they do the way they do.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
And I've noticed that when I throw in these disclaimers, and you pick up on it, but the audience misses it. Much of them. I said by extension, but as you know, they will omit those two words.
Right.
Whoever is going to run around and stir up the drama, and I forget that people can't process. I still think I can throw in a little disclaimer and it will be heard. No, it won't.
No, and that's the thing. I've learned that too, is you can't do a Clausen with these people because they fixate on the one word. They're so used to watching the media for so long, they do what they do, which is take one phrase or word out of context and then spin it, right, for their purposes and their agenda. So, yeah, they'll say, look at Benton. He actually said that Paul taught everyone how to live stream. What? Before that, we didn't know how to do it? And it's like, no, by extension, which kind of means that you may have known how to do it. You may have already been doing it, but I inspired you or motivated you to do it either longer, more often, or in a different way, which, is really not even any kind of claim to anything. There's no claim to fame there or clout. It's just that, again, these are the same folks who come here in the beginning. You're so great. You're so wise. Can we work with you? We'll even play second fiddle because we respect you and defer to you so much. When you don't give them what they want, or when you treat them like everybody else, right? See, they can't claim I treat anyone special. I don't play favorites. Regardless of who contributes to me, who's culted up or not, I call it as I see it. That's why you respect me. Soon as that turns on you and I have to tell you what I think and feel about you, you catch feelings, because I oftentimes don't feel anything. I just tell you what I see and perceive and where it's going and what the root of it is. Then they want to catch the feelings, and now all of a sudden their perspective of me that was the same for a year changed. What's the common denominator? You're the one in the interaction with me. Wasn't a problem when I turned on Zachary Hubbard. Didn't turn on him, but when piped up on him from moment one when he came in, they all loved it. Paulie boy, you set that punk pussy straight. He was going to come on and try to use you and play up to your ego, but you don't have one because you're not an infidel. If you do have one, you direct it in a positive fashion toward truth. So yeah, he came on. I didn't even give him a way in with me. I don't care about events. I don't care about money. I don't care about the groups and your numbers. You got 80,000 more numbers than me. I don't give a fuck. You're a number counting infidel, and you want me to come do your work because you see in me what you don't see in yourself. That's a problem, pal. They think I'm insulting them. I'm trying to raise them up. I'm trying to make them see in themselves what they come to me to bullshit me to get out of me that they don't see in themselves. And they keep missing that. I know why you're next to me. They act like I'm paranoid. You all reveal it to me at some point. Benton's one of the few who hasn't shown any energy or any reason to believe that he's here for any ulterior motive. I'm a pretty good judge of character. He just likes broadcasting like me. He's passionate about the truth. He has to kill time in between whatever else he's doing in his life. So it's a win-win-win. And people probably enjoy him, is what I gather. He has a certain audience that enjoys him. So same, right? It's why he gets different results with me. No, he's culted up, Like I've heard Benton say and do shit he don't have to do. And I don't think he's doing it to make himself look a certain way. He didn't really have to do that. He's not really motivated by that. And I'm not either, So again, we support, there's most folks in the world, what you learn is they support what they like, They support what they like or what they want. They don't support what's true, what's real. So look at your political arenas. They support what they like and what they want or don't want to happen. That's where their time, energy, and attention and resources are going to go. They're not going to put their time, energy, and attention on what's true and what's real. They're going to detract from that and fight wars with that. So that's what you have going on here. A bunch of political affinity groups and a bunch of insecure, broken people who have no other purpose in their meaning in their life, in the world or online. And when they see a man who's lit up and he's got energy and he's moving and shaking from top to bottom, morning to night, they want to know what's inspiring that. Again, you got a bunch of godless folks on a panel too. Let's just not, mince any words here. Talcott is a godless, worldly freak. I'm sorry, because I love him and care about him as a being, but I got to call it as I see it. I'd say the same thing about my father. These are people who would stand right there and watch me get put in prison and not feel a motherfucking thing about it. Other than that, they're better off me than them. Are you kidding?
Well, and it's going to be your fault from their perspective, no matter what. They're going to focus on what could you possibly have done to cause.
These are people who've said to me, Paulie boy, you've got yourself into so much trouble walking this walk, as if the Christed being wasn't doing that. I go, you don't understand the heart of this thing and how it works. If you did, you wouldn't even come at me the way you do, try to spin it the way you do, then make excuses the way you do. They don't see, like I see from that thing and I go, guys, don't do this. Stop. They think I'm threatened by them, jealous, envious, and see them as competition. They really do. Because they could not believe a world would exist where someone like me would try to stop them from their own undoing. That's all I'm ever really doing in different ways. Even on here, when I'm shitting on them, I'm really going, guys, stop. Let's work together. Focus on truth. Be better for yourselves and each other, because this ain't going nowhere. It's not going well. They're too caught up in the controversy and the conflict and the interaction and trying to tear me down or equalize with me. It's pathetic, while saying I'm the egoic one, because I like to do most of the talking on my broadcast, right? That's the reason I started the broadcast, because I found myself wanting to do a lot of talking and venting and expressing and stream of consciousness and interacting with folks who could resonate with the same vision, that weren't constantly looking at me like I had 3 heads, right? So, I really don't spin my motives and my intentions. There's just a list of them, right? They presume that I have one motive and intention. Like, I have a list of priorities, as they say, and they never seem to want to ask me or accept what the list is when I list it for them. John Thomas, that was very rude of me, and that's why I've been making enemies since the beginning and chasing everyone away who loves me so much.
No, it's fine, brother. It's late. Am I echoing?
No, you seem pretty decent
Okay.
at this point.
Yeah, I'm here for you, brother. I've been there. You know what I mean? It gets so dark, because if you think about people that you love, and then if a tyrant tells them to hand you over, and there's somewhere in your heart if you think they'll do it. You know what I mean? They'll do it. It's so hard to go back to loving them, and then you just don't care how you come off to people anymore. It's just fuck them if they don't like how I present. It's what I mean.
No, these are people who are averse to truth. They have no problem getting along with me when we're talking about other people and putting the light on them. When the light comes back on them at some point with me, they go, why are you being a traitor and backbiting on me? I go, bro, this walk from the beginning was about truth. You don't get quarter with me. You don't get exemptions with me. This is why folks that I've ran with for a long time never understood me, because I'll roll with you to the end. And when you do something incorrect as I see it, I'm going to speak on it. Right? And if I have to do it in front of what's perceived to be the enemy, I will, because you got that thing watching. You don't get to play tribalist, favoritist games. Doesn't work. I've been in situations where I had a woman here and had to stick up for a woman who was new in the situation, and the woman next to me thinks that I'm trying to curry favor with her. I go, no, what's right is right. I told you I've had situations with a man and a woman cheating on me. Had to roll up and, clear out what was right is right. No violence involved, just speaking the word and then saying, okay, now that I spoke the word of truth, we can all move on with our life. So all it is bear witness and testimony. Right? I don't want anything done to anybody. I'm not withholding love. I'm not telling these folks I don't love them and care for them. They're having that experience from me because they got a broken home syndrome, and I become their daddy online. Why do you think I make this joke? They're all looking for an archetypal leader, hero, savior, idol, big brother, best friend archetype. You go to NAAA. The guy asked me earlier, what do I think about it? When you go to NAAA, they vote for a thing called Big Brother. Guess who won it when I was there? Me. Is it a coincidence every motherfucking time? And they'll say, look at Paulie. He's in some, he's a legend in his own mind. He's talking about being voted Big Brother at NAAA. Yeah, a few hundred people got together and voted me, the one person who would be deemed Big Brother for that facility. Is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence the 95-year-old Reverend brought me up to where he lived? They'll make a joke about how he raped me. It's fine. I would have done the same thing. Have at it, fellas. I'll give you what you need, because I could rephrase it a different way. I'm pretty conscious, but I give you everything you need, So he took me up to the area where he lived, and he had a conversation with me. And through the conversation, he said, once every maybe 20 years or so, someone comes through this door and impresses me. He goes, you blew me away today. What do I make of that? As a 26-year-old heroin addict with no career, no school, no prospects, yet everywhere I go with certain people, they tell me that I'm the next thing to the Christed being. What the fuck do I do with that? What does it mean to me exactly? They all keep acting like I'm walking around here proclaiming to be something. I have these people all through my life telling me, you're so intelligent, you're so aware, you're so insightful,
But that's the problem, Paul. I mean, and I've said it, you know what I mean, that you're probably the smartest person up on these panels. But
Here.
Is
that okay? Give me this, Thomas, because now you're culted up. Accept it. That's going to be the narrative, right? You know that. You're sucking my dick and playing up to my huge ego and narcissism. Is that a testimony to how much of a genius I am, or is that a testimony to how low level the consciousness is of the majority of folks? Because that's how I see it.
They might see it like that, but just like that Reverend, I mean, when people spot potential, then since we're a society of idolaters, they think that, well, then you have to be perfect from that point on. You know what I mean, if you don't present like the person that they have imagined in their head, well, then you've gone off the rails. You know what I mean? You're a cult leader. And it's getting so hard not to want to lash out. You know what I mean? It's only getting worse as we see it in their eyes. They're ready to go along to get along, and it makes us.
What's there to lash out about, John? This is their walk and their journey and their path. I got to walk mine. They got to walk theirs. At the end, we got to put the cards down and account. I'm okay with it. You know, same thing I tell Z and the rest of these folks, bro, you guys do a broadcast 3/4 of it without your face on camera. You really think you're credible? 3/4 of your broadcast shitting on me was you with no face, because you can't even get on and look everyone in the face to tell your lies. I got no problem. I ain't that good, bro. Nobody's that good at lying like I am. I was pretty damn good. You know, ask the fucking people in the interrogation rooms. What they knew and what they could prove was two different things. So with that said, I got no reason to lie here because I'm not afraid of any of the outcome. I came here for radical accountability. I didn't come here to bullshit myself or everyone else to see what I could get to, not on my own merit and worth. I came here to prove a concept, and I did it by being authentically yourself, doing what's true and what's right, following your passion, and doing what you're good at, what you love to do. All things will be provided for, you know, and the people who are meant to be there with you will be there. The rest who go their own way, we're not meant for the long haul. Simple. What else did they think I came here for and continue to come here for, other than part of my own life process and procedure?
I don't know how people perceive you. I know, you know what I mean? I like I say, I've been blackpilled years ago where I didn't give a shit how I came across, you know, but something finally clicked where I realized, you know what I mean? These are people that they kind of don't get it. And it's so much harder to be polite to them. And, but if you don't, then then you're the asshole. You're the arrogant. You're the bully. You're the, you know what I mean?
Isn't that just a game though? Isn't that just a passive aggressive equivocation game?
I agree.
Right.
I dealt with it last night.
So then it just becomes, no, let me ask you this though, because I agree with you. Doesn't it then just become an individual's personal choice to go, I don't give a fuck if you want to all call me the asshole. Those who know. More importantly, the creational force is going to judge my heart and my deeds.
But
do I even care?
At the same time, I mean, you know, I see it getting up here and guys like, you know, O'Shea and others that really, you know, I mean, what if you'd come across too abrasive? Then you couldn't have helped some of these people. And that's why I think.
But John Thomas, you understand, right? That I don't even like, you got to understand, bro, I did drugs at one point and, you know, my mental and emotional health was questionable at best. Coming away from that, do you know how daunting it is or sort of challenging it is to come forth on an open media platform and even speak the idea that you believe you might be having a crisis experience? I'm not Jack Talcott. I don't have that much balls or stupidity and or ego to come out and claim something, even though it might actually be happening, knowing how it's going to be received. Well, right? Like for me to step out into that, I had to have so much confidence and faith that this is this truth in this way and that it needs to be spoken at this time, that I put my ego and my fears and everything aside because I knew how most people would receive me. I'm not a dummy. Ask RT. He's in the corporate world. He told everyone one day, recently, I'm sure he'll break bad on me again because I commented on him being a bitch. He said in another life, Paulie would have been in a corporate boardroom running shit. He was upset one day. He goes, you know how much of a travesty it is that Paulie's not a millionaire? He was saying this. The guy who hated me at one point. He goes, this kid could have been a millionaire already as a consultation, as a consultant at a. Yeah, no, I couldn't because I ain't a team player.
Integrity. You've got integrity. Right. You have to remove the integrity first.
Right. And they don't understand. Level. I threw that away long ago, and I know why, for exactly what you just said. Because I can't be in the boardroom. First of all, I can't get 5X suits and things off the rack. You know how much it's going to cost me to get all that shit tailored? You know, to actually fit properly? Let's not get into it. You know, but seriously, I can't be in the room with these people the way they live because they fucking make my skin crawl. And they go, what's your consultation advice on the new project? And I go, fix your life. And they go, what? And that's just my last day there, right? Because they want to talk doing business while their busyness is taking them down in their life because they're bereft of principles and logic.
And I've got a page of notes here, just listening to Paul. Sorry to cut you off, John. And the reality is, this is what I'm going to be doing from now on when I'm up here. And then when he says your thoughts expert panel, I'm going to my fucking notes. And I would suggest everybody else do that. Guess what? If Paul talks the whole time, I'll just go do my own broadcast based on the notes I've already made. Everybody wins.
Benton finding a solution to a common problem here, that I'm a big mouth on my own broadcast, which makes me look egoic and narcissistic. Yeah. By the way, I gave you your next broadcast. Thank me later.
By the way, and those donos I send and some people make fun of, well, maybe that's part of it. Surprise, surprise. But then didn't we already do the narcissism masterclass? That's how I got here. It's because the Yurt fellow, nobody has a memory. And I'm speaking generally. I don't mean people individually. Have we forgotten 9 months ago, the narcissism masterclass? I guess that never happened.
Right. All the people who came in respecting me, wanting to know more about me, broke bad and did tons of channels over and over again saying I'm a narcissist, egoic cult leader, while they're creating echo chambers with mods to where they can't be disagreed with.
Yeah.
Did anyone miss that move? I have no mods on my channel. It's just me. I don't need them because if you just talk truth and don't play egoic games, you'll be there till the end. You want to play with me, I'm going to fuck off your ego because I know y'all can't stand to be left out. Y'all got a fear of missing out. When they block and ban me, I just sit there or I go on my day. Like I just sit and wait patiently or go on my day. I know it eats you up inside when you get blocked and banned. They think the same happens to me, so they do it back to me and it has no effect. Everything I do to them because I know them and play with them like a master would of consciousness, not saying I am that. When they do it back to me, it has little to no effect because I know what the root of it is, right? You're trying to take control over me for effect to equalize what I do to you. I'm not doing it with you for the same reasons. You're misattributing the intention of what I'm doing with you. I apprehend that there's a shortcoming or a gap in communication or understanding with you, and I exploit that. It's the same thing somebody would do. They'd hire to break into their own business, right? They go, we're going to hire Paulie Boy to smoke 5 blunts. By the way, this is another life. We won't get into that. We're going to hire Paulie Boy to smoke 5 blunts and figure out all the places this place is weak and try to figure out how to defeat the system, right? Because I'm an expert at making connections. How do I know? This is where I come on record where the rest of you never do. Y'all come on here and say, I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I got an 880 on my FATs. I worked as an audiologist. I worked at the post office. Yeah, any fucking moron can do all that, apparently, is what we found out. That's the shocking reveal. Any fucking moron with a hat and a suit can go get a job and pretty much run your society. So I'm on record 130 IQ. I'm not interested in having these arguments anymore. I can make connections at a rate you folks could only dream of, to the point it's almost driven me insane. You want to talk about ego and narcissism, being proud of a large jail cell? That's what Epicurus said, I believe it was. The man who's proud of his high intelligence is like the condemned man who's proud of his large jail cell. You're alone most of the time. I got news for you. When I'm in the room with the majority of you, I feel alone because you can't comprehend what the fuck I'm seeing. And when I make the connections and language it out, you still can't comprehend it and perceive of it. I feel like I've landed on a planet of chimpanzees. And then every once in a while, a Benton comes through the clearing. You know, every once in a while, maybe a John Thomas a little bit till he gets on telling me that Moses talked to God up on a hill, but nobody saw it and came down with the best pimping and macking rap we've ever seen in history. That guy was a smart guy. He understood marketing. You know, there was no cameras back then. Hey, I'm going up the hill to talk to God. Oh, lo and behold, I came down with a stone tablet with a law on it that's written in all of you chimpanzees' heart. Don't kill, don't steal, don't lie, and don't fuck your wife. By the way, there was 2 codes in there to tell us not to fuck. That just goes to show that God's aware that there's more to that story, because he thought it was appropriate, apparently, to tell humans twice in 10 laws not to fuck in different ways. Don't think about fucking your neighbor's wife, and definitely don't fuck her. Pretty sure there's don't covet, and then there's 2 of them in there. I don't remember the verbatim, which is just more evidence of the bullshit pimping and macking, because all it was a societal structure to keep everyone in line with a law that's supposed to be in them that they weren't adhering to. So someone had to say, look what God gave us. Now we all got to follow it. It was that easy. Been doing it ever since. Now it's policy, statute, and code. Great. Your thoughts, gentlemen? Benton's got a stack of notes. Get in there.
Well, the first thing I'm thinking about is these people that you're referring to, and I'm going to address them as a group. And you talk about the oppositional defiance, and I had an epiphany during all this. That's a refusal to go inward on their part. So they're actually oppositionally in defiance of their self, but then that manifests outward.
Quickly, because I did tell you to just go,
No worries,
but you
brother.
followed it up, so you'll defer to me, obviously.
Of course I will.
Gifted but not genius. Okay, sir. The paperwork I looked at that my father, who of course is a very loving, caring man, kept from me. Wonder why he kept the paperwork from me that I had to go rummaging around to find. I mean, they had no problem telling me that I was anxious, depressed, oppositional, defiant, ADHD, belligerent, insubordinate, all the rest of it. They had no problem with those paperworks. Why did he hide the paperwork that said that I had a 96, 97 percentile intelligence?
I know why.
Right, because it would have unseated him in his position of superiority. Narcissist central. Don't tell me I'm a narcissist. I was just not raised by one. Okay? I had to raise myself outside of the home with information and understanding and experience. Then I had to check in with myself to see how much of it carried over. Okay, maybe some of it I'm not detecting. But yeah,
I think what
that's
detecting is a Pharisaic type attitude, to where even if Christ was around and he was doing everything, how can they be around him? Only his disciples were able to stand up when he was, rebuking them and calling him Satan.
You know why too? Because they made this being into a fairy tale character, walking across the waves, manifesting hundreds of fish from a basket. Let's cut the bullshit. We've never seen that in this realm. We have no reason to believe that exists. What we do know is there's a certain. Sir, I'm not telling you what you have to accept or deny. I'm just putting forth what we know and experience. Don't talk from something we haven't experienced, because there's no point. We want to talk faith, we can talk faith and experience. So in my experience, there's a higher level of consciousness in this beingness and in this realm that when attained is pretty much the closest thing to God like you're going to get. It's discernment, it's clarity, it's presence, it's awareness, it's mind reading in a sense, you could call it. It's intuition, it's revelation, it's protection. So it's not that you as a being are necessarily doing it. You have access to it if you would walk in the way. Very simple, very not mysterious and mystical, very profound and miraculous. Okay? They don't want people walking in it. They want people demonizing folks who are passionate for the truth of it. They've been doing it since the beginning of time.
Well, and as far as that goes, at a certain point, I realized that I and probably everyone have access to all spiritual powers. I block myself from that. So and this is where we get confused about the yin and the yang. Americans and Western society, we're taught that anything we're going to achieve has to be through the yang or the assertive form. So I'm out here trying to build something. I eventually realized it's all in here. I'm blocking it. I'm going to get rid of the blockages through the feminine form by discontinuing the creation of the blockage.
Yielding, right? They tell you over and over, be like water. They don't know what it means. You have to really live with these principles and work them. Works if you work it, like they tell you at NAAA. Go sit with the Tao. Go sit with the ancient philosophy they tell me is inherently evil. Go cultivate a knowledge of self by experiencing with self separate from outside stimuli. You will come to learn the idea of crash and yield, push and pull, walking the way, the Tao, the middle ground. So when you walk the middle ground, you're the gray area of the yin and yang. That's why the gray area is so slim up the middle, because so few are able to walk it consistently. They can sit in the black and the white all day, the good and the evil, the push pull, the back and forth game, right, of the simulation, but they can't walk the middle ground of seeing the bigger purpose and how it all fits together and works together for everybody's highest good.
And if we're going to talk about Jesus specifically, remember, folks, he ain't from here. He's from over there. And over there, people are in the streets with beggars' bowls. So I don't think it's a surprise that I was out back by the dumpster with a backpack for about a decade.
Don't come on here and put a metaphorical hat out, right, and preach the word, as they say, right? That's for Joel Osteen to do.
Oh, and Saul of Tarsus, because somebody wrote it in a book, we will just take him at his word that he had this direct experience of Christ. But not you, Paulie. We're not taking your word for it because nobody wrote it in a book 2,000 years ago or however long that was.
I'll give you
2,000 years from now, if it's in a book, they'll believe that you are what you say you are.
I'll give you a better one. They all believed me when they saw me have the road to Damascus moment with Valdez on the side of the road. That's why we're all here. Let's not kid ourselves. I don't have grandiose narcissistic vision of why we're here, what we're going to do. The point is after that vision subsided and we went along on the path further along, they eventually rebuked me just like they did Saul of Tarsus. Now Paul is looked at as an enemy. Every single person I hear give an account of who that being was has ran with a narrative that being was anti-Christ, right? And they're doing it again to me. So I've had an on-the-road traveling experience, a revelation for all to see that was magical and miraculous, some have said. One of the best they've experienced that leads to an understanding bigger than just traveling. This relates to all of us. And they're all, one by one, starting to rebuke me, saying I'm an antichrist, when they came into this saying, wow, look at the revelation, look at the vision, look at how profound and powerful this is. They've lost the plot. They've done the idol worshiping. They've done the personality disorder with me. I'm still here for the same reasons. I'm still the same being. You're just seeing the whole picture, all the different aspects of me. You'd rather me do like you do and hide that and lie about it? We'll go back to Tony Montana. I always tell the truth even when I lie. You people need me, right? Because you're good at hiding and lying. I'm paraphrasing. Right? Wasn't that the last scene when he walked out on all the good people of sophistication and civilization? You need people like me so you can point your finger and say, there's the bad guy. All you know how to do is hide and lie, and I don't have that problem.
I think this goes back to what Christ said when he said, you can do nothing without me. And he said, whatever you do to them, you did to me. And if we look at it like we're all living up inside of God's head, you know what I mean? And that he's imagining this, then we are all connected, in a Christ-like way. I do hear what you're saying. That
John Thomas, you have folks here, you already hit it. You have folks here who've been bred by a Pharisee, Sadducee situation, inauthentic corporate males, who've rebuked me now that they got close to me because they are starting to realize, it seems, they're holy men from Scripture were not the high and mighty, sophisticated, civilized beings that these people want to purport them to be. They were considered lowly street individuals, beggars, and outcasts. Right? The same way I'm looked at, a trailer gorilla. But they kept running their mouth about the truth, standing on it and being willing to die and getting more protection, more revelation, right? And this has been the battle since the beginning of time. Folks like me who've been speaking the truth after revealed to themselves, walking in that way, working with others, and having a whole bunch of other folks who want to appeal to their emotions and authority, try to label, mischaracterize, and destroy. So give us Barabbas, they shout indirectly, all with one voice. It's all the same idea. Paulie Boy was the best till he wasn't. Let's get back to what we always do. Shitting on him and grouping together and being stronger together because we're weak alone. You know?
Well, I mean, look at Moses. I mean, he was talented and everybody loved him and things. He was a prince in Egypt, but as soon as he stood for people, not getting beat by the authorities, well, then all of a sudden everybody hates the guy. You know what I mean? Everything he said has been dark and evil. And if I was you, I wouldn't compare myself to Paul of Tarsus, but more like Moses. You know what I mean?
I don't need to compare myself to any of them because I'm my own being at this point and have my own journey, and it's all the same on one level. And separate from that, I don't need to identify with folks to bolster my position. Right? I know who and what I am, what I do, and what I don't do, and I understand that in the eyes of the Creator or in the whole, my beingness, my incarnation is dust. It's nothingness. You think because I say God of all media and talk rights, freedom, principles, and traveling freely, and you're a punk ass bitch if you don't do it, that when I expand upon that and look back at myself with cosmic consciousness, I could be doing more. And no matter what I ever do, it's all just going to be what we were supposed to be doing from the beginning. You don't get points for that. You get points deducted when you don't do it. Right. So let's stop kidding ourselves. Anything that I'm doing or stand for is what we're supposed to be doing anyway. It's a norm that hasn't been set, right, or has been forgotten. So that's all I'm here to embody. I'm going to make the norm so expounded upon, right, make it such a grandiose idea that when these people don't hit it, they convict themselves and show who and what they are. Didn't Z say, look what Paulie Boy's crazy life gets him put in jail every 6 months, 8 months. So you already went on record and convicted yourself that you will follow the worldly ways to keep your ass out of jail. We are not equally yoked. That is the mind and heart of an infidel. They don't understand me. You know, I've come too far on this walk. I've put too much on the line. I've said and shown too much. There's no way back now. Now I really got to live it and walk it. I can't come back to that. I'm not like you fucking slaves. I can't come back here and look myself and other motherfuckers in the face knowing that I didn't stand on it, right? Who you are is what you do when no one's watching. So I couldn't, that's what I mean by radical accountability. I come on here and pop so much shit and truth that you call from an egoic space just to set the tone and opportunity for the universe to allow me to walk it. I'm playing a dangerous game, people. Don't you get that? These folks are so scared of playing that game that they rebuke me because they know if they played it, what the universe is going to bring them. And they ain't ready. I don't know if I'm ready, but I'm willing to find out. And I've been walking that way this whole time. They haven't started.
Because of a refusal to go inward specifically. And I think for these folks, it's important to characterize, and I'm only speaking for me. I'm not speaking for Paul. I wouldn't do that. But for me, I have to look at what's effective for me. And by extension, what would be effective for other people. If these individuals refuse to go into themselves, they cannot achieve these things. And then we get it to competition. And where we get with competition is if they know they can't compete, then they are threatened by someone who can compete because they can't beat anyone at anything. So of course they are most comfortable around the other folks who also can't compete.
Take it away from that. Take it away from that because they'll thrive on that idea. And it's not even about that on the highest level. They can't unify with the truth or someone walking with it because they don't have what it takes. It's not about competing. We could look at it that way, that there's a healthy competition between men. Let the best man win. Remember that one? What was the best man? Yeah. Was it the one with all the money or was it the one with the realest, truest character who stood with the principles? A man was judged by his principles. So we all had that from the beginning of time. You want to get rude and crude about it? I'm going to fuck your bitch. No, you ain't. Right? Let the best man win. You shake hands. You don't go to fucking gaming and lying and deceiving and trying to keep the broad if you're smart because you're going to drive her away. You just focus on being the best version of yourself knowing she ain't going to leave. She's going to be stuck to you like glue because what else is out there? That's the difference between a motherfucker who competes with himself and tries to compete with other motherfuckers he can't compete with.
Yep. It goes back to what Moses said. It goes back to what you just said, Benton. It goes back to what Moses said. He said, don't begrudge your fellow Israelite. You know what I mean? If he can do something better than you or whatever it is, he's more talented, you know he's on his way up. You're not supposed to stand in their way, you know what I mean? You're supposed to, not begrudge him. You're supposed to be happy for him. But
well, yeah. And so let me sound egoic real quick, if I may. Sorry about that. If I'm going to sound egoic, if I'm doing my best and another man's doing his best and he comes out on top in a given situation, I'm going to view that as he did something because I'm a competitor. Again, that's me bringing it back to competition. That's confidence, but it sounds egoic and arrogant. Hey, man, congratulations because you accomplished something here because I gave it my all.
But that's the old lingo. That's the old lingo, right? They would say he's a player. And that became synonymous with a liar and a cheat or deceiver. No, it just meant that motherfucker, when he comes in the room, you know that he's playing. He's on the field. He ain't in the stands on the sideline. So if you play, you better bring your A game.
Exactly.
Right. And you understood why. It was, even if you didn't understand how to language it out, you could feel it. When a certain man walked in the room, the way he carried himself, the way he spoke, right, as a youngin coming up, you go, that guy's got it. There's no question about it, right? I remember looking at the guy, right? He's about my age or coming up to that, 35, right? We were what, 18, 19? You know, he comes in, he's got his body together, you know, he's carrying himself a certain way. His beard is filled out. His hair is tight and clean, you know, and you can see he's got a look in his eye. He knows who and what he is and what he's not. He talks to the women. They immediately are endeared to him for some reason. And he's not pulling punches. He's not being any version of himself other than who and what he is. He's got the world by the balls. You can't deny it. Once you see that and have that experience, you got to be real with yourself or you could hate for the rest of your life. I was just real with myself. I said, that motherfucker's got it and I don't. Instead of hating on him, I try to figure out how to get it, you know? And that's the difference. There's people watch things happen, wait for things to happen and make things happen. There's players and there's haters. They say essentially they're born and then you know, they're born that way. And then I guess some of it's made in a sense. But seems some of these people can't get the hating out of their blood.
As much as you're saying all that, Paul, and I really don't follow too much of the drama. I tune in sometime from time to time, but as weird as it sounds, these people we got up on panel, this is as good as it really gets. I know it, I mean, think about the people, the simpletons beneath them. You know what I mean? It gets even worse. At some point, I mean, this is the talent pool. You know, I mean, Illumitami, and I had this guy EBT last night wearing a burqa, and
fucking John Thomas is losing his mind. He's waiting for Moses to come back.
This is the best of the best, brother. We're talking to him.
It's the best we got, huh? It's like, it's like, you know, you build it and they will come, and then this is what shows up, and it's like, okay,
this is who came. You know?
Yeah, it's like the Sandlot. You know, we got to make the best of a bad lot here. So we're gonna have the stuttering kid play second base. We're gonna have the fat kid play catcher. You know, we got one Benny Rodriguez on the team who can hit, run the bases. Christ,
and the rest of them are complete wheelchairs out in the crowd. You know, they can't even run the bases with us. You know what I mean? And it's what Christ told us that was going to happen. That the children would betray their parents, and the parents would betray their children. Right here at the end.
How could they betray their online metaversal daddy like this? How could they do it in front of the world, knowing what this really means? Do they know what this really means? Bigger picture.
And I just think that we're going to see, like you said. I mean, we're trying to psych ourselves up to get ready for whatever it is, this next shoe to drop. You know, whatever thing the new deal is. But all we can do is hope that, you know, we stood on what we believed before we got here. And we are going to see.
John Thomas, which I'm pretty sure you're not related to Dave Thomas, the creator of the original bagel. I actually met the guy who, it's amazing the shit that comes through my life. I apparently met the guy who family created Tupperware, and he said it to me, and I go, bro, you're so full of shit, right? He comes into a bar and he's got money. You know, I'm like, well, you know, what's your deal? And he's like, I don't work. I come from a family that's had money. I go, who are you? And he goes, I'm such and such Tupper. He goes, my family created Tupperware. And I go, you're full of shit. He started pulling shit up and showing me shit. And I go, well, I don't really know, you know, why would he lie about all this? He had an extensive lie going in rap. It was a pretty good lie, is all I'm saying. It's good rap. So yeah, I mean, you know, everything is out there. It's very interesting. We all think in the world that everybody's special. You know, you go, oh, Tupperware. You don't even think somebody named Tupper family probably invented that shit. You know, and now they've got billions of fucking dollars, whatever it is, and you think they're special and unique. No, they just had an idea and applied it and made it happen, and now they're fucking king of the world in a certain sense. But they got a whole bunch of other work to do because, again, such and such Tupper was at the bar knocking him back, money or not, because he got problems with himself and his bitch. What else is new? And of course, when I say bitch, I'm just being a bit puerile in my terminology. I'm using some streetwise.
Related to Owen of Glendower, the last of Wales.
Well, and back in the day, Slave Mart did not sell Tupperware. That shit cost a fortune when I was a kid. So I'm sure that they're balling out with all that Tupperware money. It wasn't $3 for 3 of them at Slave Mart like it is now back in the day.
Yeah, what you find out about a lot of these people too is it's the jerk offs who want to buy all the shit and pretend to be stuff. The people with real money, they got certain things. They got a nice watch. You know, they got maybe a decent car where they got some money, but they're not like, they don't need the.
Exactly.
You know.
I'm from Arkansas. There's tons of people who are millionaires from Walmart. My whole life, none of them live that way. And I mean, none of them. It's something in the culture. So you're right. That's, you know, people just assume, oh, he can't be wealthy because he doesn't show it. Well, no, that's not the case. They're hanging on to it.
Yeah, that's the new money, man. And people who have wealth in themselves or, you know, don't need material possessions as a validator. I mean, you see guys like Adam Sandler. He's like this he's become this talk of the town at Hollywood, from what I understand, because every time they see him, he's in sweatpants and regular t-shirt. You know, he has no need to put on for anybody because everyone already knows who he is. Adam Sandler, they know what he does and they know he's got $1 billion. You do all that shit because no one knows who and what you are and what you do, and you got to make them all talk about you before you get in the conversation. He's already in the conversation, Jules or not, you know, at least in what he does. So,
no more Ross Perot's out there, brother.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. I started to check in with myself lately, and I go, I want to go buy a chain and put on and really stunt in front on Flow State and the rest of them calling me broke. I go, number one, I don't want to pay the 30% VIG for a crafting fee because jewelry is a shitty investment. You're paying 30-50% between taxes, crafting fee, whatever else. You're already going to like 50% or double the initial investment. and I had to really look at it and I go, I really don't have any ambition to do this because I'm already in certain conversations for a certain reason. And that's bigger than all this shit. If I could get whatever I'm meant to get to, just being me and doing what I do, there's almost a part of me that wanted to stay at the 10 on the Android. It's more proof of concept for me.
Part of me wants to go back to living in the streets. I enjoy it on a certain level. It's appealing to me having done it, but that's probably not what's next for me. So I can relate to you on that account, certainly.
Yeah, but you see what happens to me, Benton. I wind up going off and screaming at people because if I go put a chain on and put the hat back on like I used to, I don't wear the hat really, and they all got messed up or lost, and I just haven't bought new ones. And when I went in the other day to buy one, I didn't even want to buy a fucking hat.
Yeah,
I don't even care. But if I threw all that shit on and started putting on a little bit of an image to go with who and what I am, that may even be authentic to me culturally, just how I come up and what I'm used to, I'm immediately going to call in a whole bunch of people who I don't want to deal with and interact with and talk to. It's just the nature of the reality. If I go buy a nicer car than the Maxima, because I know I'm poor and broke anyway, but let's say I want to do that. If I wasn't poor and broke, immediately I call in a whole bunch of people who want to know who and what I am because of the car. That could be a good or bad thing. So
yeah, I was a khaki dicky suit guy for a while, all day, every day. Love that stuff. But what's it matter, man? What's it matter?
Yeah, when you really see, separate from the idea of sounding with like you have them all high ground to try to have people perceive you as enlightened, when you really realize the power of an authentic felt experience, you don't feel as much of a need at all to put on because you're going to call in the inauthentic. They tell me women are gold diggers. No, the ones you fuck with because you probably show them and tell them about all your money and lead with that shit. You lead with your money with a woman, that's what she's going to expect. You lead with who and what you are and your knowledge of self, that's what she's going to expect. So don't set a tone that you don't want to adhere to because it's going to come back to bite you in the ass. Lead with one thing, you may get something back. Lead with something else, you'll get a different thing back. I don't think
that
they
was
get
my
that.
experience. Certainly, that was my experience exactly, and I suffered for it. I can assure you. Now, can I go forward without repeating the mistakes of the past? There's the trick.
Do you want to
blame it on their daddies? You know what I mean? They taught them to compete with us.
Do you want to go to the video quickly, and then I think I'm going to wrap it up because she's going to bed, and I always say it's going to be a quick situation. We're already working on 2 hours, and it's getting late anyway for me. So, let's go to it for a couple seconds. I'll give you the taste, the preview, and then tomorrow we'll do. I guess.
I forgot all about it. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We got to talking, and we forgot we're here because of a broken hoe hater part 2, part 1,000, really. Conference that went on this morning, and it's a shame, really. Is all that I keep coming back to. It's a shame that we all can't unify common bonds and principles and can't work together, whether you like me or not. Again, these folks don't understand professionalism. If you're going to broadcast, work with certain folks because it's advantageous to everybody. More importantly, you you get more advantage working with me than I get with you a lot of the time. So I don't get it. Too many feelers in the way, too many emotions in these people's investments. So let's see the quick, where are we at here? I guess we'll pick it up wherever it is because I'd like to go back and let you guys hear some of the stuff I was listening to, but we'll do it tomorrow.
And look, anybody who watched the situation between me and Paul with any fair degree of discernment should understand what happened. They should understand that Paul's inability to really behave in any manner of cooperation is what led to the dissolution of our relationship. If you want to buy Paul's narrative about me and others, you go ahead and do so. You can go ahead and do so.
He's been, the best part about this is he's been doing this for weeks and months now, right? If you want to go ahead and believe Paulie Boy, go ahead and do so. They're gonna. People are already, you don't have to tell people to make up their own mind, manipulator. See, this is what gets to me is that I always have this thing in me. I am possessive over the audience. I could bullshit everybody and try to spin it, and I never do. There's a certain part of me that's possessive, you could argue, over the audience, because when I hear these folks lying, I feel like the audience, some of them are suggestible because I've witnessed it, and they're going to keep playing into the narrative, and it never goes anywhere. So yeah, I'm a fool in a sense.
Well, and I would sorry, Paul, I would like to work with Z, but the reality is he can't talk this way around me because the first thing I'm going to do is say, well, you said Paul's beta, so shut the fuck up. So that's why I said pause. He said Paul's beta. Now shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I guess
no coming back from that, man. There's no coming back from that.
I think if everyone's being completely real too, I think everybody has some level of insecurity that through these claims made here, folks will have a different perspective of them. The difference with me is you folks haven't said anything new or haven't exposed anything about me or haven't got any of my words on record that portray anything different about me than what I have from the beginning, which is me. I have you folks regularly on record contradicting yourselves, being hypocritical, showing that you're money and pussy motivated rather than motivated by truth and principles, saying that you won't do what's true and what's right because you're afraid of the consequences, which is exactly what would divide us and why I wouldn't really even want to cooperate with you at all. Presuming that I'm here to cooperate all the time. All right. Like Benton says, why can't you compete with me on my panel and broadcast? I allow it. Z acts like we weren't here for weeks going back and forth and me deferring to him at times, letting him do whatever he wanted and then even wanting him to take the lead. He acts like I sat here and cut him off and did what I do to everyone else. It's just a complete selective memory to dissuade the audience from adhering to the memory that they have. Right. It really is kind of sinister to like continually try to change what we all saw and experienced by overwriting the narrative, with your collectivized painting sessions, the paintbrushing of the imagery in the narrative. And what again amazes me is Does the pathetic warrior not realize we're all watching him align with Jack Talcott, who's completely non-credible, delusional, and denial? He said it himself for weeks and months till it was time to align with him against me, because they always know who they can align with against me for their own purposes. It's pure deception, manipulation, hypocrisy, double standard, and two-faced behavior. Then he calls me a narcissist. He's doing it all. They're doing it all, right?
Yep. And when I first tuned in, I wanted to hear you talk, Paul, and I had to listen to Z talk, who I did not like at first. That's probably a cultural difference. He actually won me over because of what he was doing at the time, and you just sat there and let him go, right? So now it's revisionist history.
But Benton, that's what's so insidious about seemingly presuming I'm not one, and presuming I'm not defending myself and not seeing my own behavior because everyone's doing that. This is what's so insidious about these narcissistic folks. They call everyone else it while they're doing it, and they continually make a whole act and escapade out of aggrandizing themselves, tearing others down, and then revising the history to manipulate, and then endearing themselves. Watch the first, next time, he'll probably change it now because he watches me constantly and says he doesn't, and then updates what he does at times. I watch that move. If he continues to do what he's always done, go back and watch it before, because they're going to remain up. Every 20, 30, 40 minutes of the first 30, 40 minutes of his broadcast is him love bombing the audience, because he heard me say that it's important to create audience engagement, and don't see how I do that authentically. No, their version of that is, hey, look within's down there, much love. Hey, Kevin K's down there, much love. Hey, Channel 3's down there right now, much love. Hey, Sly Shy's down there right now, much love. He does this for the first 30 to 40 minutes of the broadcast. It's pure love bombing to try to get you endeared to him, to make you feel like you're engaged with him while he's wide-eyed and figuring out what his content's going to be, because he's got nothing, and it always comes back to shitting on everybody in this community, because that's all he has left, and repainting revisionist narratives in history because he's worried his reputation's been destroyed. I don't blame him. He came on here and said, if I'm not getting paid, what would I come on for? And he still hasn't get paid yet. So I'll ask him the same question he asked me. What are you all on here for? If you're not getting paid, your numbers aren't rising, you got no notoriety, you got no real community you're going to go in the world and on land with, what exactly are you doing here? What's your motivation to be here? You don't talk truth and don't care to with people who hold you accountable. You don't live it, furthermore. So it all just comes back to, this is some kind of twist to validate yourself and to equalize in power online you don't have in the world. And you got to do it with me a lot of the time because I'm me and you're you. We have a different... Yeah, go ahead.
Apologies. I know why RT is here, because he's in this corporate world of affluence and a cushy, comfortable life, and he has nobody to talk to. He has to come here to talk to people like you, Paul.
He actually said this, Ben. If you just, like, I need to do like Yurt Fellow's Narcissist Masterclass on me that never actually amounted to anything. I need to do an actual one with these people. Jack Talcott's off the charts. We've already proven that over and over again. You don't even have to have a clinical knowledge to watch him and go, the man is on all levels disconnected from reality and other people and disturbed, right? While he claims to be loving and peaceful and enlightened. So, yeah, he actually said, hey, every once in a while, because I don't watch him anymore. You know, he used to watch me every day, all day, but now no more. You know, I upset him. But I'll check in every once in a while purely to see if we're talking about him. He actually said that. He said, I'll keep the audio off and I'll just wait to see if the chat starts talking about me. And then I know they're talking about me. So he's so scared to actually listen to a broadcast because he's going to get in his feelers about the fact that we don't love each other anymore the same way and aren't working together. He keeps it on silent to avoid having to hear me and be accountable inside of himself, and then waits to see if we talk about him. But I'm the narcissist. Fascinating. Here's the other twist to it. Every time I check in on every one of these people's broadcasts, they're always talking about me. I don't have to wait. So he says he sticks around and waits on the off chance we're going to talk about him, which is like, you know, every few days, every week, we touch on it, or it's an in-passing comment on our experience. Oh, you talked about me. You mentioned me. Got what I needed. I go check in to see if they're doing a better broadcast. I don't have to wait because the whole thing's about me, essentially, or the community that I deal with daily. Yep. Anyone seeing this for what it is?
I had some of that. And was that you that was in Flow State's panel last night when J-Hub was saying, I'm fired up. Tell Paul to get his ass on here and all this. And I mean, I guess it wasn't you, but point is I've dealt with that a lot in my life too. I mean, people talk about you and you can be right there, and then they don't have nothing to say. You know what I mean? And then that's some sort of form of...
Bro, you got Flow State, who on his Facebook, because I checked into him a little bit like I do with these people. First of all, John Mazio's Aesthetic Warrior is a joke on the Facebook because he's a joke in life. He's got a whole new presentment he brought to the metaverse. I seen him in his life and how he lives. And he's like, leave it to Beaver, you know? So it's just laughable. You wonder why these folks don't get along with me, because in life we would never be in the same room together. We come from completely different walks of life, and that's okay. But again, you know, one is kind of one and the other is kind of the other. You know, it's just not... You could argue that I have a checkered past and I've done wrong in the past. The difference is that a sense of manhood was cultivated in me in the darkness. These folks have been in the false light so long, they've lost themselves in an illusion. They don't know what a true man is anymore. And when they meet one, they either want to suck the dick of them or burn them down so they don't have to be it. Bizarre. So...
and if they're doing it to get paid, you know what I mean? That goes back to what Christ said. He said, you know, freely you were given, freely give, you know what I mean? And give without expecting to receive. If you're trying to follow the path of the light, well, it doesn't, you know what I mean?
I walked with people at one point who physically... No, it's not your fault, man. It's just I'm doing a lot of talking and it's hard to get a three-way going.
No worries.
But I walked with people at one point that would do certain things, you know, with people that, you know, it's not good, right? at that point, even though I was supposed to be all in with it, my beingness told me, this is not you. This is bad and wrong. Get away. You know, and I even would communicate it with them. And it was like, you know, they didn't understand me. I didn't understand them. Fast forward, right? You talk to this guy. He says for years that he's had a fixation of homicide. You know, again, I'm not going to get too much into it, but like there's situations where you're dealing with people who are involved in certain things and you recognize it's pure evil and you want to get away from it because you're dealing with them out of circumstances and environment, just becomes your crowd, right? And all the while you realize that you're at odds with this whole thing. This is a guy who's thrown in completely with a beast system, completely on record all ways, completely cowardly, worldly, reprobate, and then says he fixates and fantasizes for years, waking up thinking about ideas of doing homicide, right? That's the difference in consciousness. At this time and all of my life, before recently, over the past 3 to 5 years, really got it together. There was a lot of knowledge there, but the emotions, right? I had to get it all together and direct it. I was suicidal. You know, this is the difference in the consciousness. You got folks here who become their own victim. I'm not playing the victim. They make themselves a victim because their lack of security within themselves. And then you have people here who make themselves the controller, dominators, and abusers. So people who want to kill themselves, they don't want to live because something inside of them doesn't feel right in this world. You know, he might be having the same experience. The difference is what the inclination is. I wanted to take myself out of here. You want to kill other people. So what does that say about our character? Just off the bat alone, right? Because if you want to call it an opposite same, that we're both the same consciousness, I'll accept that on the highest level. If you want to say we both know the same things, okay, I'll even accept that, but I don't have reason to believe that, but I'll accept it. Our inclination as a creature, as a nature, is I'd rather kill myself and leave here than continue to harm myself or others. You'd rather kill other people than take accountability for who and what you are and what your role here is.
It's the love, brother.
Exactly.
When the love ain't there, then there's a void, and they may know the same things, have the same information, read the same books, but if that void's there, something else is going to come in and fill it. And then, and like you said, then they're going to go around judging others to the point of homicide, because, like I said, I mean, once it gets so dark and twisted, Christ told us this: the love of most will grow cold.
I've never had an inclination to kill people. As a matter of fact, I've had a fear that I would grow to like killing people. I was so afraid of that consciousness, knowing what I know and being aware of certain differences and seeing the highest unification point. I became afraid of becoming like these people, where they indiscriminately either take life or support the taking of life and have no value for life. Right? I'm so afraid of my knowledge of self and the knowledge of the world that I'm going to become okay with the idea of taking other people's lives. So not only do I not fantasize about it, I fear the idea of ever becoming like them. These folks are fantasizing about homicide and they go on record with it.
God, I have that fear constantly that God sees me the same way as these people. And I'm always asking, what am I missing? You know what I mean? What is it I'm doing? And I try to do that every day. You know, and I see somebody upsets me. I say, you know what I mean? Is that me right there? Is that what God sees with me? You know what I mean? If we're not doing that, then we become sociopaths. And that's not me. That's them. You know what I mean? I want to kill. I want to eradicate these vermin. You know what I mean? Then what if there's an adversary right over your shoulder says, that's you to me? You know what I mean? But we don't do that for ourselves. It's
right. The satanic freak one day told Lou that he wanted to fuck his own daughter. And then Lou became almost irate in a sense, disgusted. Because yes, Lou is aware. He's an Italian. He understands pimping and macking, and he was being real about it. My daughter has a body on her. He didn't even say it that way. You know, he pretty much said she's developed. She's a woman. I know that men are going to be attracted to her. And I pretty much know that by her being on YouTube in a bikini, it's going to generate some attention. He wasn't pimping on her. He didn't tell her to go do it. He's just being real with himself and others. That I could sit here and talk till I'm blue in the face. You get Gianna Bastone on there in a bathing suit, she's going to quadruple the subscribers in 3 days.
Well, and I want to talk about this real quick. Plus, how's my audio? Plus, whatever. I already know what's coming up with Paul, but I want to talk about this real quick. You know, it reminds me of 2 different times when, and the fact is, whether we like it or not, once a girl hits a girl, right, is becoming a woman and hits a certain age, she's attractive to men across the board. That's just how it is. I can say, well, you know, obviously anything under 18 is wrong. Yeah, and I believe that, right? Okay, thanks, Rob. However, you know, as a man, we all know that at a certain, once the body comes in, we have no control over being attracted to that. We have control over our behavior. 2 different times, I knew girls through my family or who I was dating or married to that were attractive, but I met them when they were like 15 or 16. And then so what some guys do is they wait for this girl to turn 18. See, I don't do that. So I control my behavior. And guess what? Both of these girls in their young womanhood intentionally showed up where I was living at the time when they knew that my wife, whichever one it was, because this is actually 2 different wives, both of these women, young women, showed up at my house. And actually, in the second case, it was where my ex-wife number 2 was living. They showed up when they knew that my wife wasn't home. I would not let them in the house. I just stood there at the doorway. I said, what do you need? Because I'm not stupid. I know why they're coming in. And I know, by the way, legal, right? Except I met these girls when they were like 15. Okay. Now, did I view them as attractive physically at 15? Yeah, of course I did. Would I ever do anything? Absolutely not. So much so that when they show up at legal age trying to come in the house, I know not to let them in there, because now at that point, I don't trust myself once we're alone together. You see what I'm saying? Meanwhile, if they're under 18, I'm damn sure not going to put myself in that situation. But this is me living my own principles, saying, no, you're not coming in here. What do you need? One of them said, oh, I left some shoes here. I said, okay, where are they and what do they look like? And she just kind of looked confused, described them. I said, okay, wait here, closed the door, came back with the shoes, said, all right, well, have a good day. And told her like when my wife, and this is actually after, one of these stories was after me and number 2 were divorced, right? And for some insane reason, we kept dating. I did this 2 different times. And the first one was my first wife's cousin. This girl's a straight 9. I mean, like 9.5. Unbelievable. Like I knew not to let that broad in my house. And I even told her, I said, your cousin ain't here. Like, what are you even doing? She's trying to act like just, oh, where's Lamb was my first wife's name. Where's Lamb? I said, she ain't here. Like, what are you even doing here? Yeah, that's a real thing, by the way. See, that's a real thing that happens. And a lot of fellas ain't ready for that.
Versus me talking about anything and everything and maybe even changing people's lives, right? He went and took that a whole other way and said he wanted to fuck his own daughter. He's so twisted and bizarre. You know where that subconscious idea comes out of with him? I believe that wife he was with left and won't give him any access to that stepdaughter of his. You know why? Because he won't be real with himself. What he projected onto me with Jennifer's daughter, that I've already had the conversation with Jennifer about, that there's going to be a natural attraction at a certain age between a stepfather and a stepdaughter. It's only natural it's going to happen. You all want to lie to yourselves and each other, and then the women around you don't feel safe and don't trust you because you won't be real. And then they start catching wind that you have in that experience, and they take them the fuck out of your life.
I got something.
So that's what I suspect is happening, right? Go ahead, Ben.
Well, I can't address that specific situation, but I knew someone who's a woman who grew up with a stepfather, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, exactly. What I just said. I know a woman that I was with for years because she trusted me. Eventually by the way, I'd been with her for years. Eventually it came out that she was intimate with her stepfather while the stepfather was married to her mom, who's now passed away, by the way. Yeah, I don't even think this way. Like, this would never even occur to me, right? And I damn sure know myself as a man. I know that I'm mostly visually attracted to the female form, right? So I know not to put myself in a certain type of situation. Yeah, I was on the lam. Well, yeah. That's true, Gary. Yeah. Well said, sir.
What you just described.
Again,
she trusted me. She told me about it. And this was someone I had a relationship with.
It's only natural in a sense, Ben. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, if they'd follow the laws of Moses and grow up, and they don't even want to know what's written in there. And then at the same time, I mean, I just drop it there, but that's all kid stuff to me, man. I mean, our society's so stupid.
Then he brought the kid on, right, to try to compete with me, because I didn't mention it at the time. But now that these people are all dredging everything up, see, I forget so much of this shit that if I was to comment on the time, I would have already showed him for who and what he was at the time. I just let shit go. He brought the kid over there because I kept the kid off of here, because I became aware that everybody was using him and attacking him and making fun of him.
And real quick, for the record, I was on panel with Z the last time Joshua was on. So, and in fact, I'm pretty sure that was when whoever that was showed up pointing guns, and I think Z got a strike, and he was gone for like a month, wasn't he?
One of them, and it was upsetting me, and I didn't want him to be used as a pawn against me anymore and be in the middle. And I also became aware that maybe a lot of the subject matter wasn't necessarily the most appropriate to be having him around and be publicly viewed, right? It was going to be looked at a certain way. What did he do? I said, Joshua, I love you, but I got to keep you in the back because you're getting upset every day at these people shitting on you, and they're cretins. And really, in reality, you maybe shouldn't be here anyway because you got no parental supervision and you got a broken home life. You know, I had to figure out how to be his daddy online like all the rest of them, but he was an actual child. What did he do? Brought the kid over to his platform and made it seem like I was keeping him out of the interaction, and he was hurt because I wouldn't let him stay there because I was more worried about my channel getting taken down than the kid. So he brought the kid on his channel and then started egging him on and using him to shit on other people, thinking it was cute and funny and thinking he was getting at me, right? All you did was convict yourself every step of the way for being an immature freak who doesn't have good discernment, who doesn't know when to yield and pull back, who wants to say, I'm exploiting my audience. That's another thing he said today We'll play it tomorrow. We'll go through the whole thing and we'll stop it every step of the way and show where he's projecting. I'm not the one who brings retarded people on regularly. He has 5 retarded people on every day who are visibly retarded and something wrong with them. And he laughs and giggles at them, makes a joke about it, uses them to exploit them because he has no content, right? He took my idea of a whack pack, folks who don't look retarded but are inept and incompetent, right? He took that and went all the way with it. Like back to the Howard Stern days, who he's also ripping off constantly from the way that he pretends to laugh to say, coming at ya. That's all Howard Stern, right? The guy is a manipulator, color-changing, shape-shifting, adopter of personalities, only to present in a way that gives him validation. He doesn't get any numbers, doesn't get any money, isn't endeared to the community any longer, right? Has a whole subsection now of broken hoe folks with personality disorder who follow him every morning and hang on his every...
He just, by the way, Paul, I just described Morgan in his opiate fucking wounded voice. I can't listen to that shit. That's exactly, I'm not going to comment on the other panelists, but Morgan, who I tried to talk to over here and I just couldn't do it. I ended up going off on him.
Every word, because they're dissolute and in some way want to be like him. They think he's someone doing something. You know, it's actually all kind of sad to witness.
I thought that Joshua that was kind of COINTELPRO plant. I thought he knew that or something. He was just...
I think he's just some fucked up kid who's probably going to end up, you know, it's probably his hormones are all fucked up and most likely going to be involved in some level of alternative lifestyle. Meanwhile, you know, I've known lots of people who fit that bill, right? And I think it's good for Joshua. That's just my opinion. I had no problem with it, obviously. But Paul, it's not like Paul doesn't have a point.
You know, I don't know what to think of that. He was
he says I'm two-faced because I'll say to his face and in private that I like him. It's like Danny Brasco. I came up on those movies. I came up in that culture. I'm half Italian. In my mind, anybody could be a fucking agent to the end. You don't know till the end, bro.
Yeah.
And some
You don't know till the end. Yeah, you're sitting there eating spaghetti and meatballs with Donnie, and 5 years in, he's your best friend. And then one day he comes in with the paperwork. Hey, bro, I've been part of this the whole time. I've just been sitting next to you in order to gather intel and information. Now you're going to court and jail. And you know what the guy left? He told him, hey, Donnie, I'm glad it was you. So when Zetetic Warrior says, if you think I might be an agent, why would you also keep me next to you? Because there's an old saying, keep your friends close and enemies closer. All that does is train my discernment to know what to do and what not to do, to what say and not say. If you ain't an agent, why are you still hung up on me saying you might be one? That makes me think you are again. Because I've had people say I might be one and I just make a joke out of it and move forward. It's obvious I ain't no fucking agent. How could I be? Nobody's this good.
I meant that about Joshua, though. I thought
we understood that, sir.
Okay.
Or I understood that, rather.
I got what you were saying. I'm just, you know.
I thought he was doing.
Well, and I was real quick. I do want to say that I was on panel with Z the last time Joshua was on there. I was right there. So just in case folks are unaware of that, I was sitting there. I had no problem with what's going on, but I certainly see the dynamics that Paul is referring to as well. Just for me, I didn't necessarily wasn't my concern what was going on, you know, between the two.
They don't even realize the more Z goes on, the more he looks like an actual agent. Like I said, I had suspicions at one point. Now he actually looks like a pure agent of chaos, spiritually or corporate wise. He comes out of nowhere. He has no notoriety. He's somehow mixed into this community now. When he first got here, I'm the best thing ever. Let me just hang with you, only to then create a whole bunch of wars with 2 or 3 other communities that he could ride with me on because he had a common enemy, it seemed. Right? What became my issue, that was his issue with others that I wrote on for the truth. I got no issue with that. I'll still stand on that. Ian's a bitch and all the rest of them. They were lying and doing all types of shit too. We found that out. The point is they come in, they insert themselves in, they come out of nowhere. They're really not about anything on the ground, but they tell you how great they are and how we're going to change the world. And all they do is take up your time, energy, attention, fighting all these various non-wars online for who knows what reason. You know, they don't make any money. Like I said, they get no numbers. People don't wind up respecting them. They seemingly don't even care about their own credibility. They act like we don't watch or remember what happened 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago. Seems like these people, but how could they be? This is what confuses me. I've seen him be so aware with other people in certain situations and be so seemingly unaware with himself and what he's creating and doing with himself long term. Right? But you could say I purposely, willfully destroyed my reputation. I could have played a part and took it somewhere. I didn't. I'd rather show all aspects of me, love me or leave me alone. Right? Just take me as I am or not at all. You know, so I don't understand why he would come completely out in the open, go against me, continue to do it, knowing there's going to be no advantage to him in the long run, only to try to undo me. It's agency. It's like your whole mission here is to try to character assassinate me or detract from what I'm doing. You get nothing else out of this.
Well, and I don't have a dog in the hunt, but just strategically, if someone has been inserted and knows they're going to be pulled out at some point, well, that allows them to behave in different ways than they would otherwise. They know they've been inserted and they will be extracted at some point. You know, so strategically that makes sense. But again, I'm not accusing anybody of that. I'm merely providing analysis. So based on what you just said, that does kind of make sense.
Well, why is it? This is the thing too that gets me. Water always seeks its own level. Why does Z find himself out of all the possible combinations with Jack Talcott, who's another very agenty person, whether it's spiritually or corporate? We don't know how he makes a living, how he still has the house. The story changes every 8 months about how he's keeping it and where the money is. And he says he's running out of money, but he's still here. His whole campaign since he's been here is just against me, directly or indirectly. So he seems to be actually delusional in denial, like mentally insane. But why me, the target, right? Why do I always become the target for all these people consistently who have no problem wasting all of these weeks and months just exclusively focusing on me and members of this community? Very agenty. We never know how they make a living, right? What they're actually doing on the ground, why they're always watching and know what we're all doing. I mean, I could get real kind of paranoid here if I want to. I don't feel any way about it. It's just, what is it? You know?
I think maybe, like you said, for Z to have all that awareness. I mean, I accused him in the beginning because he does have that look in his eye. You know what I mean? But maybe I gave him too much credit. But it's like he said, you know, he's saying he just now woke up in 2020 that things were off kilter. So I mean, if it took him that long and he's that smart, maybe he's in some kind of daze right now. Maybe Talcott and I mean flow state. I mean, I wasn't doing none of that stuff that they were doing, having a normal life. You know, the last decade, I've been kind of, you know, been called a nut for years now. But when it first hits you, I think you're walking around in the damn, you know, like somebody punched you in the back of the head, and maybe, you know, these baby truthers as they call them are. I'm not standing up for him, but it does seem weird, like you say, for him to have so much happen and not see itself at times. But I think we all do it. I mean, I do. I know I've been doing it, but
the problem with this whole loop is you got a whole audience who many of which have their own personality issues and disorder, and they crave something on here. So we're all constantly feeling the need to substantiate ourselves to an audience who many of which are the only ones showing themselves are the most broken. Because I have a few thousand people, most of them don't type. You never see them or hear of them. It's only the same 20, 30, 50 people who over and over again show they lack discernment, self-awareness, and awareness of other, and cannot follow a thread of truth for days, weeks, months, years on end. They always lose the plot. They're that easily manipulatable and suggestible. So that's part of the trick of this. The loudest vocal minority is the most broken, usually, and desirous and needy. And everyone is playing to them because that is our firsthand experience. We look down there and see constantly, oh my God, Paulie Boy, oh my God, Z, you're the best thing ever. Oh my God, Paulie Boy Z, you're the worst thing ever. You know, and that's a fine, exciting, and interesting process for diplomacy, right? Let's continue to correct the record over and over again, stop it line by line, and speak the facts of the matter, and let people make their decision. Go ahead.
Now we're back to narcissism, like my father, who is that, and I have a little bit of it. If I leaned into it, I could magnify that. Thank God I learned by watching my father how not to be in certain ways. But every time he meets a woman, she's the greatest thing ever. He idealizes her. By the time they're done, she's the worst thing that ever happened. It's never in the middle, ever. So it's always, that's a pattern. It always repeats. So now that he's telling me how great she is, I know already in a couple of years she's the worst thing that ever happened to him.
And they all do that with me. Every one of these people come in hot and heavy. We love you, Paulie. You're the best thing ever. As he said, I'm going to be your beta. We're going to change the world doing this thing together. Not even months in. He disappears when I hit him up. Nah, everything's good. I can tell something's up. And when I get him back here to talk, finally, if we're going to broadcast together, we got to do it on a third channel because this is your broadcast. You know, I want it to be the Paul and Z show. Who's egoic again? Who's narcissistic? Who's manipulative? Who's insecure? Who's jealous? Who's envious?
That's a lack of trust, period. And that's not a you problem. That's a him problem.
Right. So I don't come in with everyone hot and heavy. Oh my God, I love you. I love you. You're the best thing ever. I just go, if you go back and watch, I go, hey, bro, tone it down with all that. Let's just experience. Time will tell. Right. Mm-hmm. Everybody that's why they're on this campaign, because everyone remembers who's meant to. And now they're desperate. Oh man, we've undone ourselves. We showed ourselves over and over again. Let's keep scrapping and clawing for control and to repaint the narrative. And they keep digging the hole deeper and destroying their reputation and credibility and making it clear that they're only grouping up together to attack me. You know, in any other venue, Jack Talcott is non-credible and insane. In this venue, it's Jack, what do you think? As if we don't already know what he thinks. Paul Enslaved is the enemy. He's the adversary. He's the shaitan. I, of course, am Jesus, a transformational life coach who lives off $300 a month from the government and can't pay my own bills and tells everyone here and everywhere else they offer him nothing, whose own family won't talk to him. What world have we descended into, Benton? What inversion, bizarro world, land, Twilight Zone have we?
It's an absurd farce. It's farcical.
All right. I'm going to give you another minute or two, then I'm going to need final words and get out of here. She went down to sleep. I don't want to be inconsiderate. I shouldn't be on here at this time anyway for me. 32 a.m.
Well, I'm staying here as long as you're going to go, but I'm going to go do my thing once you're done.
Yeah. Do your shit. You know, you give these people their YouTube fetamines, as they say. But I got to start decompressing and hit the hay, man. You know,
Amen.
I used to live up all day, sleeping all night. That ain't my modality nowadays. This right now is too late to be on here fucking off with this nonsense. Let the Meditative Warrior do it for in the morning. Go ahead.
I've already been to sleep, by the way. I'm such an old man. I sleep from about 6 to midnight.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I can't.
No, I'm not recommending that. That's what I do.
Errol, but don't come here and try to play both sides. I still have people coming here talking about me and Paul. You guys, you have to let it go. If you want to participate in the narrative that's being created, go ahead and do so. Just know that it's not reality. Unbelievable.
This is why they hate me too, right? I'm so fucking blessed at this point. I don't even know how I wake up. Like I wake up some days now, I go, I must have did something right. I'm so fucking blessed. I got people who, a lot of which I respect. Some of them, I'm real. That's the difference. People contribute to me. I say, bro, I like you. I may love you. There's certain ways I don't respect you. And they get mad and don't contribute no more. Sorry, I'm gonna keep it real, you know, for everybody's own good. But Scott B just contributed, right? Even 2 a.m, I turn this motherfucking thing on and somehow they're contributing and supporting. They hate that. They still haven't got to $1 yet on here, you know?
Yep. One of these one of these dual monitors here was bought by somebody who got offended by something I said, and I'll probably never see him again. So I mean, I have to be me. That's what I have to be myself, right?
And you know, like they say at pimping, man, hoes coming, hoes going. You know, the pimping don't change, just the reactions to it does. And of course, I'm not saying that the audience and contributors are hoes, right? I'm thankful and grateful and blessed to have them to resonate with the truth. But a good number of them are going to come and go because I'm just going to continue to be me, and they're going to receive me differently depending on what mode they're in. You know, and if they catch the right feelings on the right day about the right thing said, they're out the door and they coming back till something bad happens. That's what I usually find. They always come back at some point. It's just they need a readjustment perspective, right? They say Paulie Boy was onto something there. When he was saying that, he was really trying to focus me to this thing right here. You know.
Well, and speaking only for myself, I can live on almost nothing, but I need a place to broadcast from. And if folks donate, if they find value in whatever I'm doing and they donate, then I'll keep doing that. If they don't, I'll just go do something else. Like, I don't have to do this, but I like it. I enjoy it.
Bro, they keep talking about me living off of Jennifer, right? As if they don't know I have the trailer with solar, has AC and heat in it, has everything I need. Wow, I could be back there if I wanted to. It's not even doing without to me. It's like a mansion on wheels at this point. You know, so everything these folks say is a lie. How do you know they're lying? Their mouth's moving. You know,
and let me be a little narcissistic. When I first came around, or ego, you were getting a lot of shit for living in a trailer, and I'm like, look, can we face a reality that smoking weed all day and living in a trailer is pretty fucking awesome? I mean, what are we talking about here? And I can smoke flower all day, and I'm exactly the same.
No, Ben. How dare you point out that Paulie Boy went from no career prospects picking up trash to running his mouth and smoking reefer and somehow getting paid for it? He's living the dream. He's living the American dream that you all wish you had. Oh, you know what's better, Benton? Sitting in your mama's basement in the dark with a hat on because you're afraid of your hairline and bitching about me for free and it going nowhere. That sounds way better. So let me wrap it up, man. Final words, because, you know, like I said, I'm going to get on with the night. And there's no point because I'm going to do a whole thing tomorrow and this is all going to get rehashed. And it all doesn't even really need to get rehashed because it's all nonsense from the beginning. But it's content, as they say, right? Gives us something to talk about.
I love that you did this selfishly because my internet actually works this time of the morning. So let's not get into it, but that's most of the reason I'm not around in the afternoons.
Right.
If they're given to receive a different person, you know what I mean? That was the wrong motivation to begin with. And I think, you know, like I was
that's
saying.
That's not giving. John, sorry to cut you off. That's taking.
Right,
that's not giving.
For a service, we're trying to change them. But I think, like you say, tomorrow they're the only ones that's still here. So they're our Sandlot friends. And well, I guess we can analyze them some more.
That's almost all I do is analyze. So what am I going to do about that?
That's the thing, right? Again, I know I'm a walking contradiction, and I freely express that way to just cause people to question who and what I am and what I'm doing. I will talk the Dow in one hand and then go to pimping and macking in the same sentence. You know, but now that oh yeah, the game, right? That's all that pimps and players sit around and talk about is the game. Why do people do what they do? How to understand yourself more, bring yourself to the situations, be authentically you, and have power, right? Without lying, cheating, stealing, right? The best pimps talk about never beating a woman, never lying to her, you know, always leaving her in a better position than when you found her. So even in the pimp game, the lowest form of life, there's an honor and an ethic, and it's about consciousness and awareness. It's about elevating, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I do what I do, because this is what we used to do on the block, sit around and talk the game and life and what we all are and what we're going to be and do authentically.
Yep. Well, and the women know it. You know, I used to live the nightlife, and I can remember being outside a club and just, you know, waiting for whatever was next. And a group of attractive women, some creeper was trying to just hang out with them and had no game. And he was sitting there, you know, on the bench. And one of them looked at me and said, would you come sit over here so this guy will leave? Will you come sit down so this guy will leave? I sat down, he left. They didn't want nothing to do with me specifically. They just wanted that guy gone. I was like, oh yeah, sure. No problem. Now, if I wanted to run game on him, certainly I could have. But a lot of fellas don't understand those dynamics. So I can't be the guy with the pimp hand necessarily, but I can make sure I'm not the guy that the woman's saying, hey, random guy, will you come sit down so this dude will leave? Never be that guy. Never.
This is why we have to talk more about this idea of even pimping and what it is truly, because there's no such thing as pimp hand in the original pimping that I studied, that I understand. It was never about you don't put hands on a woman, right? You tell her leave, if anything. When you put hands on a woman, it's known as you run out of game, right? And the best game is no game. It means you got not enough self-knowledge to lead her where she needs to go. You're trying to lead her where you want her to go in your ego, and her ego's bucking up, and now you want to use force to equalize. That's not what the game was about. The game was about a man giving a woman self-knowledge so she could go out in the world and come back and trust that word while she was out there. If she didn't trust a man, she wouldn't trust his word. Therefore, he'd be powerless when she was away from the home. So you couldn't put hands on her because you destroy the trust. See, these folks talk pimping nowadays and don't understand what the origination was, which is guidance applied means elevation, right? That's the game. Proper instruction motivates people. A lot of this stuff was a man who understood that a woman shouldn't be selling her body, but they come up on a woman who's selling her body, so they continue it, make her, show her how to get a whole bunch more money with a different clientele, fucking way less men, making way more money, go get herself a nail salon and never hoe again, right? It wasn't about breaking her and using her up and throwing her away. It was about leaving her better than how you found her. That was the daddy in you. That was the man, right? There's the business ethic and what everybody's involved in anyway, and then there's the man that seeks guidance. Applied means elevation to the being and to every being extension off of it. The hoe is the extension of the pimp.
And that's basically it. Miss Blanche, are you making jokes down there? What's going on? Miss Blanche talking about the Civil War. Well, you know, I don't agree with that, so I'm assuming you make jokes. But if you truly believe that, then I'm not here to talk you out of that. And you might actually be right, Miss Blanche. I don't know everything, certainly. But Christos, which one are we talking about? Which stream are you talking about? Are you talking about the one Paul was playing and responding to? Which stream, sir? But yeah, more screen capping. Even the snake diet guy, Cole, actually gave him a $10 super chat, and he ended up deleting the stream. So I was like, man, I should have screen capped. There's got to be a way. Some computer genius there's got to be a way to just, automatically write a computer program that scans all these channels and just fucking records everything, right? Oh, did he not? He didn't leave it up? Huh. I watched parts of that, Christos. I thought he left that up. Huh. Let me double check now. I would be surprised if that wasn't still there. The original stream is still there. It was a few minutes ago, unless they just took it down. Steve's stream. Yeah, let's see. Proper instruction. Yeah, you're right. It's gone. Unless it was on a different channel. Interesting. Well, we've got Tommy dropped a video. We've got Mad Mystic is live, but she insists on playing copyrighted music. We got Smith dropped the video. What else we got? Yeah, Snap Through Snaps dropped a video. Let's see that real quick. See how much we can get through. It's 49 minutes long. Of course it is, because he's doing his best imitation of a schizophrenic person. Shout out to Snafu, who's apparently lives. What's up, Dominic?
Life is full of deceiving illusions. The truth, is how you decipher, and discern for your own. But remember, the elites, the phone message alert says
through devices like smartphones, radios, and TVs with the intention of
truth, or in gentlemen, they're using the foods, the air we breathe, and all these weird.
And apart from these detrimental vibrations, thoughts possess an electric nature originating from stands as a testament to the heart's magnetic superiority. Incorporating this knowledge, the specific frequency
11th, just in case there's a widespread severe weather event happening.
Hi, what's the real reason behind the nationwide alert? Communications Commission warns that these alerts.
All right, good stuff, Snafu. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. What's Tommy got in store for us? Shout out to Dominic. What's happening? The man himself, sir. You missed it. You missed it. Or maybe you didn't. Paul went live right about the time I woke up this morning, and then he invited me onto the show. Oh, I'm sorry, the broadcast. Then he dropped $10 on me over here. So I was on with Paul, and then Paul went in on Z to some extent. My view of it anyway. So yeah, it's all happening, sir. It's all happening. Good to see. Good to see. And it's funny with all of certain folks going in on Paul. What I said on Paul's was, I said, man, nobody has a memory. Have we forgotten that the Yurt Narcissism Masterclass? I said, didn't we already do all of this? It's just history repeating itself. So good to see you, sir. Shout out to you. I returned your email. Maybe your wife's finger will access it at some point. Why? I wonder. See, I don't always know the strategy, so I guess I'll let y'all work. I did watch some of that, by the way, before it got taken down. So I did not see the whole thing, but I definitely saw parts of it. Share the screen. This is Tommy's video. It's only a minute long, so you know how. You know, it's got to be something there, right? Wow. Amazing. Hey, don't threaten me with a good time, Eric. Oh, Snafu's here. Yeah, we just watched part of it, Snafu, although it's 40-something minutes long, so we'll let the people go check it out. What is that, Cynthia? Cynthia there? Yeah, well, we just watched part of it. We'll let the people go. See here, this is the one we're talking about that's taken down, this beta scuffle over time, the stench of failure. Yeah, that was it. That was it, right? Now there's the real truth clue. All right, let's not watch it again, sir. Easy there, Bubba. Easy. All right, I'm just chilling. I figure we'll get the panel going later. Oh, yeah, exactly, sir, exactly. Now, you know, anyway. Yeah, Tommy. Oh, man. Shout out to Tommy, but I don't even know what to say at this point. Oh, Smith, let's see if we can tolerate Smith's new video. And do I need to promote these channels at this point? Surely we all know them, right? Oh, he's
tomorrow 9/23.
Google, fantastic.
266 days.
That's what I was hoping for.
Like the 266th boat.
Great stuff, Smith. Anybody want to go check out Smith? His link is not in the chat, but I'm sure you folks can find it. Those who know, right? Why not? But thanks for that. 46 in the house. Yeah, Saturday, man. I love the weekends, you know, and at the risk of ruining my own good time here, at what point are folks going to realize that these are some of the best hours to broadcast? You know, almost guaranteed an audience, right? And of course, you know, not that there's not 45 people here on a normal day, because certainly there are at times, but I guess it's more of a have an audience, but with, you know, no pressure necessarily. Just kind of chill out, hang out. Peruse the YouTubes here. And I haven't shown this guy yet, I don't think. So let's promote this fella's channel. Okay, I hope you're doing okay, Snafu. You definitely sound under the weather in your video. So I know you're hurting on some level. You seem like a pretty tough guy. Well, I should say that I get that impression because you seem to take these things in stride, I guess. Is that, I want to be specific. Yeah, you seem, to me, that I would equate that with a certain level of mental strength, but okay.
Deceived Eve into eating from the tree.
Uh-oh. Now this guy, Kevin Ramon channel. And let me drop this link in the chat. Kevin Ramon channel. We're down to 42. You scared some of them off. Musical's a secret. That's okay, though. Yeah, this guy, he's been eating nothing but watermelon. And remember, none of this is health advice. I'm not a proponent of this, but look at this dude's eyes. Like, what's going on with this guy?
This watermelon shit, I don't think y'all understanding the significance of what I'm doing. This is spiritual war. 132 days. I've eaten absolutely nothing but watermelon. You got to go back to Genesis to understand this. All the way back to Genesis, chapters 1 and 2.
What's up, OTW?
In Genesis chapter 1 and 2, paradise was on earth. We lived in heaven on earth. And there was only one commandment to obey, and that was eat fruit. That was the only commandment that we had. All these fucking 10 commandments and all this shit and all these fucking rules and laws. There was none of that. God said, I've given you every fruit with the seed and every herb bearing seed. This shall be your meat. And God said, don't eat from this tree, because the minute you eat from it, you shall surely die. And y'all know how the story goes. And I'm not saying this is exactly how it went, but we just gonna go with it. The fucking serpent came, representing darkness, deceived Eve to eat. Our heaven on earth turned into hell on earth.
So if you want to give
Sickness entered the world,
deliver
disease,
this
death,
level of spiritual
suffering,
discourse,
violence, hatred,
132 days of watermelon.
And you see them all throughout my posts.
I see your eyeballs.
Every post, you see them all up in the comments.
That's
they are fucking mad. And I'm not calling the people.
Not looking good at this point. Oh, dude, yeah, I agree. Because see, I think fruitarian is great for a time, not for fucking ever. And I don't know if some folks may remember when I played that Sun Fruit Dan. Actually, Dan Phoenix interviewed a fruitarian, and the dude almost died. In fact, they said, they basically were like, hey, man, you're going to die. So what do you want to have for your last meal? And he said, chicken and butter. And he was in another country. They brought him buttered chicken. And he's like, no, I just want some chicken and a stick of butter. And that actually most likely saved his life. Just the fat and the cholesterol, the saturated fat and the cholesterol from the stick of butter probably saved dude's life. Like, no bullshit. Wow, a whole year. Yeah, I heard you talking about fruitarian again. It's not bad in its place, obviously. And I've been eating a shitload of watermelon lately. Yeah, it's a way to lose a lot of weight, certainly. But I think for somebody who thinks they're going to remain on it for like literal years on end, like they die, man. If people just stay on it, they die. That's what happens. But this dude, but look at these eyeballs, man. Something ain't right here. Oh, it won't zoom in. That's as far as it'll go. This is just this is a bad sign. Does he not know what his eyeballs look like?
Demons. The people are not demons, but the people.
Because when I was running around, when I first went to Cali and wasn't sleeping and was getting mania and running around all night because I didn't know how to park for free, so I was hanging out with my car during the daytime so it didn't get towed. Although, meanwhile, I had no idea that in San Francisco, this city has a law where they will not tow anybody. The car has to be there for a minimum of 48 hours to get towed, right? Although one can certainly get tickets, but I digress. It's probably what my eyeballs looked at like. I had an out-of-body experience. So yeah, dude's definitely vibing high in a way, right?
Yeah. Are being used by demons. Low frequency people are used by demons because demons are low by.
Well, and I'm not going to track down the interview, but that's what Dan Phoenix and this, I forget the fellow's name, who had almost died from the fruitarian. His dude's teeth fell out and everything. And, they talked about high vibing and how that's really not the way to be. And they both talked about, they both went raw carnivore after being fruitarian. And they talked about, we're not really designed to just vibe high all of the time. Right. And they even talked about, there's something to the lower vibrations as well, which I found interesting. And I won't try to, sum up what they said. I'll end up butchering it. But yeah. And this seems like a smart dude, so I'm thinking he'll figure it out. Now, will he be able to admit that he's wrong? That's the question, right? Oh, wild ginseng, hell yeah. And of all the supplements I've taken in my health journey of the last year, I will say one of the main things I miss is that Korean ginseng, the liquid Korean ginseng extract. I'm probably going to buy some more of that. Yeah, ground score. That's right, ground score. Yeah. But I'm not, by the way, OTW, I'm personally not interested in getting into the, we can talk about it all we want. I'm trying to avoid the more dogmatic, I'm trying to avoid the more dogmatic aspects, right? I fully support OTW News choosing his own diet for himself, right? And we are all different and we are all in different stages of life. So the fact is I almost never ate vegetables growing up and now I eat a lot of vegetables. But some folks have been eating all their vegetables their whole life and their body's overloaded with oxalates and they can't, it's not good for them to continue eating. certain vegetables. So, I try to take the I try to take this in total, but my sister doesn't eat meat or any animal products. And I support her in that. But at the same time, the fact is a ribeye steak is packed full of nutrition that my body needs. And if she doesn't want to hear that, it's not my problem, but I'm not going to start an argument. She just basically says, I don't want to hear it. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. But I don't ever give her any static about choosing to be vegan. That's her choice. And I've been around a lot of vegans, OTW. In spite of my accent, when I was on the West Coast, I was frequently around people that if we were going to share a meal, I would have to first ask folks, do you eat meat? Because I certainly wasn't able to just assume that if we prepared a meal with meat, that everyone would be open to consuming it. And I also, Chris, OTW, I actually met a lady in Slab City who was a fantastic vegan chef, man. And some of those meals she used to cook for us. And she was auditioning to be my second girlfriend, but that's a whole nother story I don't really want to get into. Thankfully, she was crazy enough that I wasn't inclined to take her up on it. But, and certainly my main chick at the time, who was my ex-wife, which exactly fellas, I don't give a lot of advice, but once the divorce is finalized, going back to that well it's never a good idea. But man, she could cook her ass off. And I enjoyed a lot of that vegan food, but it didn't make me want to become a vegan. I was like, yeah, this is great. I'm still going to eat meat. And actually the main reason I didn't end up dating her at some point was I was like, I'm just not going to be able to date a vegan. I just don't think I could.
Vibrational, low frequency beings. Like only a fucking demon would speak against you doing something that's good for you. Why are these demons so mad? Because they want us to eat what they tell us to eat.
Well, there's probably some truth in that. If you mean McDonald's, fourth meal Taco Bell, and Monster Energy. Look, again, nothing wrong with Monster Energy drinks. It's more of the excessive thing, right? Like one Monster Energy drink a day ain't going to kill nobody. But if it's like 5 and 6 a day, some person might want to think about that, right? That's right, Gary. Yeah, Paul could have coached me up on the polyamory, right? Well, there's been multiple times I could have had 2 girlfriends, but I mean, one is hard enough to deal with at the risk of offending our now 28% female audience. And shout out to the ladies, by the way. That's a great compliment. I'll take that as a compliment. But yeah, that's and by the way, we are also hard to deal with as the fellas. So I'm not implying that we're a picnic and they're not. That's not what I'm saying. But yeah, that seemed fraught with peril. And I would have just been magnifying my own ego on some level, right?
They don't want us eating what God told us to eat. Because if we eat, even right now, if you start eating only what God told you to eat,
exactly,
then you can return to paradise. I'm living it. I'm experiencing it. In the midst of this hell on earth, you can create your own paradise or heaven on earth. Now I'm just
well, and it's funny about that. How can you have your pudding if you don't eat your meat? And that one of my favorite books, Angela's Ashes. The main character and author grew up in poverty in Ireland. And Limerick, Ireland. And at a certain point, he almost died from, I forget, typhoid or rheumatic fever or something. He was dude was in the hospital for months as a child. And then, the family was so poor, they invited him, back to the hospital for, Christmas dinner and fed him a nice dinner. And that he got in trouble because he got caught trying to take a bite of his dessert before he had his main course, right? And somebody ratted him out to the, the nuns or whatever. Yeah, how can you eat? Exactly. That's right. OTW News. If I had heard that recently, I could probably do a halfway decent imitation of it, but it's been a minute.
One person doing it. If this catches on and more people started doing it, this hell on earth could be turned back into the paradise, the heaven on earth that we got kicked out of for eating shit that we weren't supposed to eat. And that's what these demons don't want to happen. These demons, they want it to be in control from the very beginning. They were against God from the very beginning. They wanted to be as God from the very beginning. These demons were jealous of God.
All right, he usually doesn't preach. I don't know what this is. I've watched a lot of his videos. He's going off the rails here. As I give him the 66th thumb up, by the way. So apologies for that. Dude's he's losing his shit, man. Let's just call it what it is. He's losing his shit. And then how come his most recent video is 120 days eating nothing but watermelon, but then the one before that was 132 days? is he doing these out of sequence, or is he not remembering where he's at? Because we went 130, 132, 120. What the fuck is that? 103, 130, 132, 120. This doesn't make any sense. 110, 110, 103, 130, 132, 120. Like what?
But I wouldn't. Because then if I did, and today is also a moving day. So this video gonna be short. I still wanted to pop in though and just kind of give a little.
Oh, Charles is live. Charles Waz. What's he doing over there?
Like 8:30 this morning, I believe. Been moving since about 8:30, 8 o'clock, something like that this morning. And I just got up. Fucking trash day.
Charles is not showing up, even though I'm subscribed.
Woke me up. And,
he's not showing up in my subscriptions.
I had to take my shit out, and so once I did that, I was up. So
unless he's on a different channel,
and
I'm not subbed to.
So I'll probably be moving. Well, no, probably about it. Definitely over the weekend. But I'm about to. I love when they got the stem on it like that.
I guess I'm gonna have to hit your link, Chris.
I'm about to get me some watermelon because I just finished the watermelon I had. Hoping this is another good one. And what is this? Anybody know what this is? See that right there? It looked like mold. It looked like mold. Could that be mold? That's why I'm doing this one next, because I don't know what that black shit is.
All right, hang on. We'll check it out. And, Chris does.
Oh, this one got dirt on it too. I like when they got dirt on it too. But yeah, I don't know what that black shit is, so I'm just, I don't know. It looked just like.
Accept the teachings of man before you. Like it is, they're trying to hold everything together of the teachings. That's why they wrote books. This is the reason why books are created.
How do people talk this slow? I just don't understand this.
Keep
Charles Voss
the information that came before us.
Gotta grab some water. I'll be right back.
Because TVs wasn't here first, right? TVs wasn't here first. The internet wasn't here first. The writings were here before me, right? So anything that were placed upon the people before you will be placed to you, right? Like the same issue, because they managed to salvage the manipulation and keep it moving. That's why I don't really like to ponder with the narrative of the history. Like, yeah, I understand history. Like, actually, I got good grades in history. Like, like I know a lot of history. Just because I don't talk about certain things don't mean I don't know, right? So, like I happen to think like the Romans and the Catholic Church has a lot to do with America, the Western civilization.
Yeah, or late.
Their teachings
or late
are predominantly strong on this continent. You know what I'm saying?
What's up, Jimbo? Hey, brother.
And I'll argue anybody about that, right? The Roman Catholic Church is the predominantly strongest religion on this continent.
Yeah,
even
the Pope.
In fucking,
he wears the triple crown.
Yeah, even in Canada, the British, the whole.
We're vibing high, Snafu. Bear with
like
us.
The British and the Roman teachings are actually different. They're not. They may have a little tweak. They may tweak it a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's really all the same shit. And guess what? Chuck? They counting on the people to police themselves. That be the thing. Like you can hear that fucking fire truck that go by my crib. Like that's what makes this world go. It's the manipulation of the people and the people that buys into it that sell out. Because there isn't a bunch of agents keeping people in check. There's the people keeping the people in check by calling the government, by calling on you as a person to keep the ball moving, per se. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
like you don't have to be a part of the Illuminati to help the Illuminati.
What?
You have to play your
he's not calling
position
for that.
as your role. And people do that. Right?
Word is bond.
Yes, they do.
Word is bond.
They don't know they're doing it, but they do it by being nosy, by being in other people's shit.
All right, he's rambling. Tighten up. We'll give you another couple minutes here. Tighten up, sir.
By rocking with the narrative. You are an agent. Everybody is an agent. I keep trying to tell people this shit, but they don't want to listen.
Listen to me and everything will be fine.
An agent is a person that has an agenda. Chuck, you have an agenda.
Oh, I see what you did there, sir.
We're all fucking agents.
Oh, no.
It all depends on what your agenda is.
Do you mean I'm creating a nightmare
That's
dystopia
where
and then choosing to live in it, sir? Because, yeah,
we
I am.
can
Why am I doing that is a question.
break apart from
figure that out.
set narrative.
Where'd all his
You know
viewers
what I
go,
mean?
by the way? There was 13 people there. Now there's 5. What the hell happened?
Right. People have, I like how you said people just follow the narrative. Now I know what ODB meant when he said this in 1993.
ODB. I'm a big ODB guy, by the way.
I had showed the video before when he said people are going to be clones. Now, he didn't mean genetically. He meant the people are going to just follow the narrative. They're going to be cloned. They're going to just go with what they're told.
All right. The numbers are dropping, sir. Sorry. We tried, Christos. Yeah, I can't deal with the slow talkers. Now, that would be a great stream to watch later in 2X, bro. That shit at 2X would be straight fire. I'm not even kidding. I can't listen that slow. Dude, we lost fucking 10% of the audience or more because what is this? I can't listen that slow. I'm not even kidding. Uh-oh. What's up, Catch 22? Shout out to Catch 22. Yeah, I can't deal with the slow talkers. I can't listen that slow. Because I tried to 1.75x me and Paul. We were both so fired up. And then I went 1.5 this and I had to 1.25 us. But if y'all notice, once we calmed down a little bit and John Thomas came in, I got to go back up to 1.5, right? But the slow talkers is like 2x and then they're just normal. It's just normal. Well, actually, no, it's fast. Like you 2x the slow talkers and it 1.5s them. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, whatever. I'm not here to tell people how to talk. Well, and then me telling people how to talk. I mean, certainly certainly that would not be lost on me, right? I'm going to tell people how to talk? Probably not. What else is worth watching, Christos? Anything else? What else? All right, it's going to be panel time soon. Uh-oh, Yeti Life going in. Just blew my mind, sir. You mean I'm the clone? Should we do another slideshow? What should we do here? Surely I'm not running out of content. That doesn't seem possible. TBE was live. I don't think we're going to watch that. I saw a news article earlier, though, that I wanted to cover. Let me see. Yeah, something about, well, no, I don't. Actually, fuck that. We'll leave it up to the audience. What's next? Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a good point. I type 80 words a minute, but I know exactly what you're saying. No, Jimbo, but I heard my name mentioned, but you're talking about that panel Bex was on? See, there's so many panels, Jimbo, I get lost. I will say at this point, I would say to anybody who listens regularly, if you want me to cover a panel, just email me the link and maybe the time code, and I'll pretty much cover whatever. Oh, Snake Diet Guy. Yeah, hell yeah. Man, Snake Diet Guy had a fire live stream yesterday, and I failed to screen cap, and he took it down. And this is why it sucks, because most of the time when I screen cap, means screen record, most of the time when I screen record, like there ends up being no reason to have screen recorded. But that one time a week, or that one time, 2 or 3 times a month when it gets taken down and you and I have it, or you have it, it's fucking glorious. Yeah, they mentioned me. I think that was when Tommy said, accused her of name dropping, and she moved on. Apologies if you can hear. I got the lav mic on now. So, and I ordered a new microphone, a more standard style microphone, dynamic vocal microphone. $25. Shout out to the donators and the donos. It definitely helps. Constant improvements. Oh, and I now have, Christos, fantastic. And I now have the 150 gigabyte Verizon hotspot. I have a physical hotspot that's been reactivated as of yesterday. So the main thing I'm fighting, yeah, man, and the main thing I'm fighting here is that it works great until like later in the day, especially yesterday being a Friday. Arkansas is one of those places where like everybody, it's either everything's dead or everybody's doing all the same shit at the same time, like a Friday afternoon, and the networks get so congested. But yet another reason I love to get up early. The internet actually works, and I got to talk. I got to go on Paul's broadcast earlier, and part of that was that, hey, my internet actually works. But how are you doing, man? Good to talk to you.
Yeah, you too, man.
Thanks.
I was a little confused at first this morning because I saw there was that stream, it said preview, and it was I guess I'm not sure what was going on with those streams last night, but the one did get taken down for sure.
Wait a minute.
For whatever reason, or
that's the one I'm on. Never mind. Yeah, why does that say preview?
Okay.
That's a good question. Yeah, my bad. I'm just confused. Please continue.
Yeah. Well, okay. So anyway, yeah, the stream that was previous to that one was pretty interesting, and I literally was only in there for a couple minutes. I just had saw that Paul was live, so I didn't even read the title, but I figured, okay, people are talking. Shit or
I know what it
whatever,
is. It's
being
a preview.
embarrassing.
Hey, Christos, real quick. That's a
Go ahead.
preview of what he's going to do later today. That's why it says preview. Because he's planning on going in on Z and Talcott and Flow State. So yes, that's why.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
But yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Last night, the fact that it's not up anymore makes me wish that I actually would have maybe tuned in a little bit more, but that's all right. Yeah, I got the gist of it. I think it was the beginning was basically Paul showing it was HMIF whatever the fuck, and Tommy and whoever else, and I guess Tommy was playing London Man's video. I don't know.
I missed that part.
I only
but yeah.
Well, Tom was like, London Man's ruining this perfectly good movie by throwing Christos dancing in there, and then trying to say that it's gay or whatever, and blah blah blah. And and I'll just say this, I don't want to go on about it too much or zoom in on it too much, but yeah, man, it's just some for London Man having the holy AI weirdo experiment thing, like some weird stuff just going on in general. I saw really people kind of start walking their separate ways, and there wasn't like constant back and forths going on as much after a while. I don't know, a couple of months ago or weeks ago, whenever, like when shit was heating up with like Z and Paul, and there's all this quote unquote, as Tommy might call it, like metaversal civil war within these communities. Like My bad, I almost just lost my train of thought there. What I was gonna say is, it seems that I'm hearing when I do tune in, and like people could say that Paul is still focusing on them or whatever. The way I see it genuinely, and this might be biased, it doesn't seem like Paul kind of started moving on, might make some jokes here and there about the pathetic warrior, but he really hadn't been focusing on them. Might just make some jests here or there, or apply them into situations when applicable, hypotheticals and whatnot. But I just find it interesting. I'm not gonna make a whole stream about it just yet. I've talked about this, but I think I'm doing better to just sit back and let people on the internet treat me like some type of persona and use me in the videos, because if anything, it's just getting me more exposure and publicity, even though I'm not even necessarily trying to get that attention. I'm just gonna take it as a gift, alchemize it, and say, okay, well, if there's people still hating on me from like back when there was this metaversal scuffle with like Z in London and against Paul, and on Slavia versus these kind of like grouping together of communities that just happen to not like him and are rallying together. So there might be some jokes made here and there, but I thought we kind of moved past that. And then I see that there's this video being made, and it's just very bizarre, because I've heard London Man say he's above the drama. We do it different over here. Literally on Z is saying he's gonna let the positive vibes come in and speak for themselves, and all of this stuff, and just like setting the bar high. But then I see these conglomerates, these contingencies of people on streams get together, whoever that is, and start to form together out of hatred for Paul, and back to this culted up narrative. And it's just really weird, because I thought we were kind of starting to move past this and just be like, we're in our respective lanes. There may be collaborations or crossover when there is, but I guess this bit still needs to be played out, which I mean is fine for me because it's entertaining. But I just think it's interesting that people are still focused on me when I haven't really been paying any attention to them. I haven't been hating on them, or quote unquote hating, waiting, and watching. The only time I might do that is sometimes Z in the morning. But the thing is, you've been going live now, Benton. So I don't really find myself doing that unless like OTW is over there, because I do enjoy some of the guests that I may find over there when I do check in, and that's why I've been hearing from everyone. We check in on each other, and that's just kind of what it is. But I'm not just like actively watching all these streams day in and day out looking for gotchas on people, and just focusing in on people because I don't like them. It's like, okay, cool, yeah, I know people won't like me, but what I'm just getting at here to conclude is London Man seems to have some strange, like, bitter fucking hard on for me in some weird way. And I say that specifically because I know he'll get squirmy at the gay stuff. He really doesn't like gay people for whatever reason, which that's fine.
Christos.
Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, I got to jump in on this, and I'm not accusing any specific person, certainly not London Man, but generally speaking, there's a ton of repressed homosexuality in these the truth communities, and that's where a lot of that originates, in my view. And I'm not speaking to London Man specifically. I'm speaking just more broadly. But yeah, please continue.
For sure. Speaking into the archetype and the patterns. Yeah, for sure, man. And for whatever it's worth, yeah, maybe I see that a little bit too. But anyway, I'm entertained. I'm a little, not legitimately, but I can tell this dude has it out for me. He's had it out for me in the Metaversal lore since We Are Awake TV. And it's, I remember a while back I said I was going to like make a video on this actually on your stream, and I never did because I felt I'd just be better off never entering that arena and just, letting the action speak for itself, in the sense of I'm not making streams responding to people. Maybe I'll have some words on OTWs or over here. I'm still playing my part, but I'm not going to invest myself in, this person on the internet wants to clown me or doesn't like me, so I need to get ready to go to war. Like, but on the same hand, look at OTW going off on Jack Talcott, like, and I know he's not just saying this because I've gotten to know OTW, like he was enjoying that. He really did have that berserker moment. So it's not to say that we need to just hold ourselves back from ever stepping inside that metaversal madness and the drama for the sake of entertainment for the communities, for ourselves, and just to in a way, you know, I guess have what's the word? This goes back to what I was saying at one point earlier. I'm not above the metaversal madness and drama, and I think it's just you're gonna set yourself up for failure if you make this claim that you're above the drama. Because I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. A lot of us tune in when Paul is going at someone or there's some type of shouting fest and it's getting crazy and chaotic. Like, yeah, there is an entertaining, wild Jerry Springer aspect to this shit that I think has value. It's just a matter of, okay, what's the percentage points of like the distributed energy of ourselves as an individual and as communities into said metaversal madness and drama. So another point I kind of would just wrap it up with is people doing double speak out here, and it seems that within a day's span, it's a new day. You know, something was said the other day on a stream, all of a sudden that doesn't apply. And yes, things change, but I've seen a lot of people that aren't consistent out here in the sense of, like I just said, claiming to be above drama, but then totally not, and revealing it in their actions. And it's like,
well,
to be honest with yourself. Hold on. No, let me finish.
My bad.
I just
Go ahead,
want.
brother.
It's okay. I just want to say it makes me think
start
of
taking notes.
when you've said, and then I'm gonna wrap up here. You know,
no worries.
You derive entertainment out of this stuff, out of these streams, right? And we all do to some degree. So there's nothing wrong with the metaversal madness. It's just a matter of not feeding so much into it that you're legitimately getting stressed out or fired up and pissed off. Oh, I need to make this response video, and you know, it starts bleeding over into your life outside of those phone screens or computer screens. So thanks for letting me talk, man.
Oh yeah,
I'm getting revved up
well,
here.
The problem was I don't have my notebook handy, so I was just interrupting because I know I will forget. But I have my notebook and I can write things down. So I already forgot what I was going to say, but it's all good. But here comes Snafu, by the way. Snafu on deck here. I believe this is his first appearance on the panel since he's been in the
I was about to say, we haven't been hearing. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. We haven't been hearing from Snafu on panels. It's actually been, it's occurred to me. Like, where's Snafu? You know.
Oh, real quick before Snafu goes, I found in life that the people who say no drama, those are the people who are the most drama across the board. The no more games people, the no more games lady on the dating site, that's the most drama. She plays the most games. Like, it's always like the opposite of what they're saying. But Snafu, what's up, man? Good to see you.
Hey, how's it going, man? I just want to say thanks to everyone wishing me well wishes and good vibes, man. I appreciate all you guys' frequencies, vibes, and everything. Fucking appreciate it.
Yeah, man. We were thinking about you quite a bit while you were gone. We're glad to see you back.
Yeah, so I'm sore as fuck, still all fucked up, but I'm still alive, man. Had 2 emergency surgeries. Anyways, I appreciate you throwing out. I did put a new video on. You know, I know you watch Russell Brand. You know, he's been fucking yelling pogo, pogo, pogo himself lately. It's in my new video that I just dropped. October 4th is going to be a interesting day.
Buddy.
Yeah, October 4th is going to be an interesting day. I dropped a video on it, and it has to do with the frequencies and vibrations and, of course, 5G and our electronics. So I just want to say thanks, Benton, for shouting that out. And also I'm going to tell everyone thanks for your good vibes and stuff. And I'll get back, man, to fucking getting at the cupcakes. Just
hell yeah,
watching.
Man. Rest up, brother. Rest up.
But no, you guys all take care, man, for sure.
Thanks, Snafu. And you know, I know you're hopping off here, but thanks again for letting me know the IP address, or not the IP address specifically, but where the IP was coming from of a certain sock account known as Don Juan DeMarco with the orange avatar. I appreciate that a while back. I didn't even ask, and you told me. And
You're
it really
welcome.
helped me with my investigation.
You're welcome. And yeah, I encourage you, dude. And any of you guys could always use my content if you ever want, man. It's actually right down your alley, Christos, this new video with the frequency, vibe, chakras, and all that. But also used with a manipulation of a cellular with what's going on, manipulation. So anyways, check it out, guys, but much love, man.
Right on,
Thanks,
brother.
Snafu.
What's up, OTW? Good to see you.
What's up? Good to see you. Saw you restreaming Steve and Illumitami there, who were restreaming the stream on Flow States, where I went and I lost my shit. So I was like, hey, man, let's go up there and see what I could add.
Yeah, and I was just playing it in the background, but I'm definitely open to playing that and allowing you to respond if that's.
Have you seen me? Have you seen that clip, Benton?
Parts of it, yeah.
Okay.
Because Paul
came in like a wrecking ball, man.
I know. I love
Flow
that.
States, yeah.
I love that.
I love when you go back and watch, and then I feel like one of you guys was about to speak. I'll keep it short.
No, it's all
love
good,
how
man.
Paul was like, how can we convince you to become a kamikaze for Enslavia, or however he phrased it? And then him or someone else is like, it would be like the Berserker Vikings or whatever, like Berserker Warriors is fucking all out, man, going berserk, and that's exactly what happened, bro. You did not disappoint.
I came
Gave you the
man.
soma,
He
gave
started
you
by
the
dunking me.
mushrooms, and you
That's what was
charged
so
in
funny
with
about
your
it.
axes. Yeah.
He started by dunking me and ended up throwing everybody off the panel just to keep me there. I was like, oh yeah, talk about power dynamics, man.
Wait, is this different? OTW,
I
is
think
this
he's
when you went
talking
off
about
on flows, or?
Yeah, he's talking
On
about
Flow
flows,
States.
I think. Yeah, this is Steve's, but I can go find Flow States also.
Yeah,
Pretty
well,
much
I
whatever
don't.
y'all want me to play, I can play.
Well, if
You got the
I don't know.
link,
Well, Steve, I haven't
OTW?
seen his live yet, so I don't know what
Okay.
he said or what he was talking about, or
Yeah, he might have
what
covered it
parts
then.
of the
Well-
clip he played. I don't know.
OTW, did you see that Paul was restreaming HMFIC Steve's last night? in the
No, I
evening?
didn't. I was
Yeah,
probably
see,
It's
sleeping.
not up anymore. It was pretty good though. I fucking wish I was there longer. It was definitely lit.
Shit, I missed it.
Very interesting. But yeah, man, I didn't catch even a lot of the original Steve videos. So y'all got it.
Yeah, once it gets to be stream upon stream upon stream, it gets difficult to track which one is which, especially at my advanced age. So, if something's worth doing, it's worth doing. I should probably do that myself. So perhaps I'll start keeping track of all of these things to some extent.
Yeah,
It'd be
well,
good to
it
be able
starts
to
with
do
Flow
that.
States
Yes.
live stream where I just like came in there like a wrecking ball.
Now that
And,
was Friday night, right?
um,
Or Thursday night?
yeah, that was
See how quickly I'm already lost.
yeah,
I
that
know
was
I've slept-
Thursday
that was
night. You're
Thursday
right.
night.
Thursday night.
Yep. So Friday morning for me, because I wake up super early. So that was my Friday morning.
Yeah,
And
we
this is
were
my Saturday
reviewing it
morning, so
yesterday.
24 hours ago, essentially.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, and I want to talk about this real quick, by the way. When people are starting to wonder what's wrong with some of these characters lately, is anybody familiar with Matt Quantum of Conscience had a theory or a hypothesis
Kind of, yeah.
well, that, if time is a creation or if it's invented or if it's a construct, then, on some level, if people took the jab in the future, then wouldn't that then affect them in the now? So I'm starting to wonder if this is some version of folks in the got a future jab. Maybe they avoided the first few rounds and now they're starting to disintegrate. Well, whereas, maybe some of us are real motherfuckers that never took it. So we're still like the same and getting better. And then some of these folks are degenerating. Like, I think there might be something to that. And I think maybe this is what Musicals The Secret's talking about, although I'm not totally sure. But I didn't know if you guys had heard of that. And I'm not saying that's real. I'm just saying it kind of makes some sense to me on a certain level, I must say.
Well, I think things are getting more fantastical and quote unquote out of this world. So I understand the line of thinking that you're coming from. We are, I think, objectively, moving into a more bizarre world, and I think possibilities are going to open up slowly but surely, and maybe not even slowly, but next couple of years. I'm curious from now until 2030 what this process is going to turn out like and be. And how much acceleration is it going to? And I'm not even talking about AI or technology necessarily. but it really does seem that the nature of reality and the groundwork for what this whole existence is has been shifting. And I'm not one of these people that will just ride trains of quote unquote the blank event, right? You know, some whatever coming. I mean, yes, we were just talking about October 4th, and you know, Santos Bonacci was saying some interesting stuff. OTW shared that, but
well,
I'll
that's
just
today.
end on this.
The 23rd of September is today. Something is actually supposed to be happening, an event or whatever today.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Hey, well, that's great. That's a synchronicity there. I don't know why. Okay, I'm mixing up the dates, but the point is, you know, we are moving towards the transcendental object at the end of time, is what Terence McKenna called it. And you know, as abstract as that may sound, or word salady, you just chew on that a little bit, and you know, I think things are getting more nonsensical and bizarre, and are making less sense outside of all the postmodern manipulation. I mean, at a deep core level of reality, you know, whether this is a spiritual thing, you know, spiritual, metaphysical, quantum, you know, prophetic.
Well, and then, you know, just these folks being so self-assured that they're right and everybody else is wrong. It's like, yeah, I come on here and I'm very confident and I state my opinions like facts, but at a certain point I become aware that maybe I went down a wrong path and I sort of course correct. But just these haughty attitudes, and I can't speak for OTW, but I suspect that's what he's reacting to more than anything else is just the attitudes more so than the actual views. But I'm just guessing. I can't speak.
No,
for
you're
OTW.
right. It's not the perspective. It's absolutely the attitude. It was like, okay, if that guy was in front of me in a room and acted that way in front of me, he would have fucking had a really bad evening. Because you know, you know what I advocate for the most is respect. You know, I don't give a fuck about his love or his likeness. You know, you don't like me, but we can both fucking hate our guts, but we can respect each other. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's the lack of respect, man, that just gets me so fucking pissed off, man. It's the lack of fucking, you know, seeing the other person being okay and then giving him attitude when he didn't do nothing. Okay, maybe in the past there were some issues, but in the present moment there's nothing happening. You know what I'm saying? And you're provoking that situation. So yeah, you want to open that door? I'll fucking take it, man. I'll fucking rip the fucking hinges right off that door.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, it's further
Don't worry about it.
confirmation he's not hopping into objective reality. He's not stepping into objective reality, and he's really nestled in, you know, the coverage of the ego, ironically, for all the things that he says. I know what you mean, OTW, because, you know, you see it with Paul. You know, I've heard Paul talk about how EBT has good broadcast potential, and, you know, even though XYZ and you know, the differences and whatever, like that respect as broadcasters, objectively stepping outside of the personas of who we are and getting out of the ego. And when you can see that someone's a talented broadcaster, even if you feel that, you know, whatever about them, like, yeah, so I know exactly what you're saying, and I've been seeing it in different ways. Seeing it and not seeing it is what I meant to say, in different ways here with these broadcasts and content creators.
It's just I get fed up eventually. It's like that fucking thermometer just freaking blows up, you know? And I used to have a kind of a bully when I was in my 20s, right? This big fucking motherfucker, his name was Denis, and Denis Ouellet. And this fucking guy would always fucking come around, and when I talk, he'd tell me, shut the fuck up or I'll slap you in the face. And you know, he's just like a real fucking prick in the gang that I was hanging out with. And one day I just looked at him and says, you know what? I'm going to fucking hurt you with 2 fingers, you motherfucker. And he started laughing, right? So I fucking got up and I gave him a shot with 2 fingers right right underneath the clavicle, right? And he fucking bent over and started whining. He goes, what the fuck did you do to me, motherfucker? So he got up and I was sitting down having a conversation with somebody, and he fucking he did a finger snap right in the back of my ear. So I had enough, man. I had enough of his intimidation. I fucking jumped up like a fucking gazelle. I picked him up off the ground. The guy pays 400 pounds for sure. I picked him literally right off the ground, smashed him right through the patio door, and I fucking started pounding on him like he was. I pounded him down to a pulp. That was it. I just lost it, man. When I can let people intimidate me to a certain point, but after a while, I'll fucking kill you, you motherfucker. you get it? It's like that's enough, man. And Jack was just like, he just got that little sensitive chord in me where it wasn't even a matter of intimidation, but it was just a matter of, no, man, you're gonna respect me, motherfucker. And if you're not gonna respect me, well, I'm gonna fucking destroy you, even if I'm indirectly promoting you, you piece of garbage. Metaversally speaking, obviously.
Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, once OTW gets fired up, nobody can deal with him. I've noticed that.
Yeah, that was dope.
And it takes a while for me to really lose my shit.
Enjoyed that story. Go ahead.
Well, especially as we age, we cannot maintain that level of passion for that long. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There's a limit.
You drain yourself pretty quickly. Yeah,
exactly. And I hate to be this way, but I know with any man that's an Aries, it's just once that starts, I'm probably not even going to engage with it to some extent. But then, like with EBT, who I've known metaversally for many years now, and I have a lot of respect for. The only time I really ever went in on him directly, I knew to go as hard as I could and not stop. It's just, that's the only way to deal with somebody like that. Is either don't engage on a direct confrontation, or if I do, I'm just going to go as hard as possible. And that's what some of these folks don't realize. They think they can dance around and play cutesy fucking, slap and tickle, and that shit don't work, man. And once OTW,
I don't even subscribe to the pushing around. You know, when you're getting into a scrap, I don't go and push, or if somebody comes and pushes me, man, it's like, oh my God, you're so done, man. The pushing thing and intimidation thing, no, I go right for the throat, man. I don't even fucking fuck around.
Yep.
I have no time to waste. At that moment, it's either you or me.
So yeah, and with some folks, that's all that works. It's like with certain folks. So not that I would ever go in on OTW, but if I did, I would know to go as hard as possible and not let up, because that's the only thing that has a chance.
But it's been some sort of a detriment, because Aries, they go forward head down.
Yes.
So it's like we're closing our eyes and we're just fucking ramming it right into whatever's in front of us. We don't give a fuck. But that's it could be good in certain times, but it's also a detriment. It really is. It can really hurt you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, whatever. A battering ram is also being battered, if you think about it.
Exactly.
Yeah, folks don't realize that. But and then Talcott, I don't even know what to say about him at this point. I don't even know. I don't really watch his channel. And in fact, when Paul told everybody to unsubscribe, I assumed I was subscribed, and I wasn't even subscribed. So that already says something, because I'm subscribed to pretty much everybody except for him, apparently.
Yeah.
But I don't even. Well, real quick, I don't even see as if he does a show. It seems like he has enough of an audience, and he just basks in the attention. That's what I see. I mean, isn't that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
And since we've been talking about Leos, and I'm August 12th Leo, well, he's one of these late July Leos, and that's a whole nother animal, man. That's just a whole nother thing entirely, and I don't really understand. It's hard for me to relate to that style.
Well, usually it depends on the ascendant. Like I'm
of course
Aries, but my ascendant is Capricorn, so I have two head signs.
Yeah, exactly. Two stubborn signs with fire, with a sun sign and a fire sign. Now, are you sun dominant is the question.
I'd have to check. I haven't seen my chart in a while.
Because that's really bad.
Learning by heart.
Because my son is Leo.
Dude, I know. I've been
dominant.
in bar fights, man. You wouldn't believe, man. I've been in bar fights where I got fucking messed up bad. 3-4 ribs broken and shit like that, man. No,
well, that's the point I'm making. Yeah. Is somebody like me who's strategic, I'm either going to leave you alone or I'm going to smash you as hard as I possibly can. It's never going to be in the middle.
No, exactly. And that's pretty much in the situations that I found myself when they saw that I was fucking, I had a lot of heart, they'd go even harder on me. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Because they'd see it.
Yeah, man, that's a whole thing. So, yeah, actually, we've been talking astrology a little bit on my channel. I was showing folks which websites to go to if they have never, had their birth chart, and you can get most of that data for free, obviously. And we went through some of mine as much as I could stand, talking about myself, because at a certain point, even I'm nauseated by it. But we talked about some of that. But yeah, we got into the ascendant and all of these things. It's very interesting, man. And again, it's not the end all be all, but there's something there. I think we can all agree. There's something to it.
I think
I
it's
believe
tried
it's
and
the true
true.
science. Honestly, if you want my opinion, I believe that's science. Astrology is science, and so is biology, and numerology, in my opinion, is also science. Because in the ancient Egyptian mystery schools, to get in, you had to be a scholar or an expert or a master in astrology, numerology, and was it etymology? Hold on a sec. It was numerology, astrology, and you had to be a master in a third thing. I don't remember what it was, but anyway, so you had to be a master in these three domains to enter those schools, which I imagine would bring you to the next level of knowledge. And I'm pretty sure back then they had even more knowledge than we have today. Today we're running around like a bunch of chickens with our heads cut off. But I believe back in our ancient history, we had it packed down and fucking we knew what the fuck was going on, and we knew how to take care of shit. Something must have happened,
right?
Obviously.
Well, and actually, real quick, I used to know somebody on the old Chalk Body Outline Discord who was very well versed in astrology, and he said that he believes that the actual wheel was rotated 13 degrees intentionally, which would actually make me Sun in Cancer, which kind of makes more sense in a way for me. But I'm not saying that's the case. It's just interesting to think about these things.
But there are different types of astrology, and I think the
yes, that's
the
true.
one that the billionaires, elites, rulers, whatever, the one that they use is the tropical astrology.
Yeah, we're on the sidereal.
So that's the one that you want to use, because if you use any other one, you're not going to know what I'll call them the enemy is up to, right?
Yeah, and this is one of the things that EBT talks about, is that when Ronald Reagan was president, Nancy she made his entire schedule based on astrology, and that was in the newspapers back then. That's not bullshit.
I'm pretty sure they still do.
Probably, yeah. That was just a peek behind the veil, perhaps.
So
it's fascinating.
Time Passages is a good app, mobile app for people that want to get a start. It's very user friendly, and you don't really need to have any. It's a good starting point, basically. Get your chart, and then you can keep up with the current chart. And I just wanted to say, I might have pointed this out before, but now that you reminded us that you're a Leo, which definitely makes sense, Benton, it actually also makes sense why I found you a while back through however I did through these communities, and then started coming over here. I think it was like Rob Cleveland and a couple of others from Paul's that kind of like led me over to your channel a while back. And there is some type of synergy between certain signs, and Aquarius and Leo is definitely one of those. In fact, there's even a rap group down in the dirty South called Aqualio that they don't really make music anymore, and they're kind of underground. They were never really big, but they were with the same record label. I think Swisher House is what it's called.
Nice.
With
Paul Wall and Paul Wall. Mike Jones.
So,
Mike Jones.
Yeah, that's who I was. Okay, yeah, I knew I was forgetting someone. But it's interesting, bro, because they literally were in an interview talking about why they called themselves Aqualio, because one was an Aquarius and Leo. And, when you start getting a little deeper into the science of astrology, there's different signs that have certain synergies together. So that would make sense. My sun sign is Aquarius, my ascendant is Libra, and my moon sign is Scorpio, which after I started kind of getting into astrology a little deeper with one of my friends, she's really into it. It occurred to me, man, like, oh man, like no wonder I have a Scorpion moon sign. Like, if anything, I would say like that's probably like a shadow part of myself. Like I
Yeah,
would say
man.
like, to be honest, like that maybe hypersexual nature that can be associated with Scorpio, and then the fact that it would be the moon sign. But that's just a little quick synopsis. But yeah, man, I think there's so much use with astrology. You don't have to use it every day, every moment, but I think it has uses, and it's worth checking in with, just somewhat, once a week, twice a week, something, just to kind of see what's going on, especially with the moon phases and the moon cycles. Knowing when it's a new moon or a full moon, if you get into any type of spiritual, ritualistic, metaphysical practice, real occult shit. Nah, just kidding. I was gonna say not the cosplaying cage esoteric. We're on that real shit. We don't have to go on here and start talking about how we're wizards and we're smarter than other people and some strange.
Yeah,
I'm gonna just
precisely.
stop myself.
Well, and that's why I want to cover more of the just basic concepts over here, just so folks can have just enough information to learn about themselves conceivably. Because obviously people like to say I'm a this and I'm a that, but that's just one placement. There's way more to it, clearly.
Exactly.
So yes, Gary Baxter, Sun, Mercury, and Mars and Scorpio. Interesting. All I have in Leo is my sun. Like I have nothing in whatever house it is. I have nothing else. So I'm actually a lot of Virgo, a lot of Mercury, but I'm okay with that.
Nice.
Yeah, but fairly balanced with the elements, which I think is good for me because I don't know that I need any more fire than I have or any more water. So it's working out, and it's all there, right? It's what can the person do with that knowledge? To me, that's what's important is, how can I work with this to get to something, even better, right?
Utility.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Well, I'm always bringing it back to effectiveness in the real world, of course. Yeah, that's the Virgo, by the way. Yep, obviously. But then the Leo's motto is "I will." So I set my mind to something and I will do it. That's just how it is. But I'm not the only person like this. It's not like, I have to be a Leo to do that. There's lots of folks that way. So yeah, very, very interesting. I'd like to see old Jack's chart. Actually, that'd be interesting. Can somebody get his? I don't want his private info. I just want to have his. I just like to see his birth chart. I think that would be fascinating. Because when we talk about, well, and especially
easy to.
When we look at famous people who are the most narcissistic, apparently, and there's a lot of talk about the Howard Stern show. Well, Dr. Drew and some other guy who had written a book went on the Howard Stern show, and they gave everybody on the show a narcissism test, and Robin scored higher than anybody ever, and she's a double. She's Leo. She's Leo dominant across the board. Sun in Leo, Leo rising. So it makes a lot of sense, right? That she's that narcissistic, but then she's not in a bad way necessarily, right? It doesn't just because she's loves herself, presumably. I think these things can be manifested for good in a way. It doesn't just have to be, the Talcottian version of whatever that is, right?
The Talcottian version is the version that he doesn't listen to anybody else but himself.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't care for anybody's opinion, and every time somebody talks and has a conversation with him, he always comes back to his stupid looping. So, I mean, after a year, you've got from my perspective, I've got him packed down and fucking filed. It's like that's it. No more can I'm not gonna. I don't even care if Paul wants to continue encouraging that moron, but I'm not. I ain't going over on his panels anymore, and nope, that guy is done. He's done. There's no redeeming that guy. I'm fuck it. I don't see any talent. I don't see him bringing anything to anybody.
Okay, no.
I mean, hold on a sec, Benton.
Oh, sorry.
Wes Watson was saying it the most is like, create the individual that you admire and then present that to the world. Well, I'm sure. I'm sorry, guys, but no way, man.
Yep.
I'd rather do it. If I'm working on myself, I'd rather be that. I'd rather be the man that I admire and present that man to the world. as much as possible.
Absolutely.
While being authentic all the way through. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. 100%. Sorry, I was trying to talk to you folks and read the chat. That's where I screwed up. So, because we're talking two different topics. That's if we're talking up here about a topic and the chat is on the same topic, I don't get lost. But that was that caused the problem. So my apologies.
Is that right?
And you know what? It's funny. I've said it before, but one of the things I just love OTW in a lot of ways, and I think that's, again, I'm always going to tie that back to him being from Quebec, because I can't stand most of the other Canadians. I just can't. Most of the other Canadians, for whatever
Especially
reason.
Ontarians.
Well, you said it, not me. I know you're digging. I know you're digging at Dominic there, right? That's a dig at Dominic, I'm assuming. But yeah.
Actually, no, it's a dig at Lou.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Lou. Fuck. Sometimes I need
yeah.
Lou, though. Sometimes I'm like, hey, Lou, come up here and derail, man. I need somebody to put it in.
Lou is good for good. Lou's good for business. I'm just saying Lou is still fucking completely woohoo as a Canadian, as a representative here on YouTube for Canadians. No, I'm sorry. I want no.
But yeah, the chat is
he's a cool
clamoring.
character, but
well, I was just going to say the chat is clamoring for more astrology talk. So we'll get to it. Maybe not today, but we'll certainly get to that in the future. But I talk enough up here, so I'd rather listen to you folks, to be honest with you. I'm hoping we can get the panel going here, and not that it's not going, but
yeah,
get the panel really going, and I can chill out.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good, man. Go.
Okay, I thought I heard you put a period. I was just gonna say I'm definitely feeling the inspiration. And I've been listening to Desert Dwellers recently. Oh shit, hold up. Is my audio okay? I'm connected to two Bluetooths right now.
Yeah, you switched over to the other one, but it actually sounds kind of cool, honestly. You sound like you're in a
Oh god. Hold on. My bad.
all right. So I'm going to share the broadcast, try to get some more people in here. I'm going to call
Love
it Benton and Breakfast. There we go.
Fantastic. Well, and I'll say this, OTW, like, this idea of giving Paul the keys or whatever. Well, a lot of that is based on, most of us are probably at the 25, not everybody, but most of us are probably at the base level subscription. I'm looking at, hopefully one of these days I'll be able to afford to go up to the next level with the 4 seats, and somebody like OTW could have the keys, and I could just go do whatever I need to do for in a couple of hours, because I just remembered I'm going to go do my shopping here pretty soon. So
yeah,
but
for that, the contributions would have to be a little bit more generous.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, and that would be great, because I'd do that too. I'd add in a couple of more co-hosts. I'd add in Christos, and I was thinking maybe Verily would be a pretty good, spare co-host, something like that. Yeah. So I've been thinking of doing the same thing there, Benton.
Hell yeah.
And maybe even you.
Yeah, or just rotate one of them. So it's like, oh, Benton's here today. Let him have the keys, and then when I'm not around, give it to somebody else, right? So that there's a lot of possibilities.
That 4th spot, you could have it like a musical chair where you can change that 4th co-host every week or something. Yeah. No, I like that idea, and I think that's a great idea.
So I was going to just say earlier, I've been listening to Desert Dwellers, if anyone knows those musicians. And they have 2 old albums, and it's called Down Temple Dub. Well, there's actually 3. 2 look very similar. They just have a different color scheme. But it's basically some really good dub music. Great for if you're smoking weed, or if maybe you're microdosing or tripping. It's just good, very for lack of better words, high vibrating music. It's good shit. It's really good shit, honestly. They're actually pretty popular at this point. They do a lot of festivals. But some of their old music, what I was mainly getting at here is they have 3 old albums, and it's called Down Temple Dub 1, 2, and 3, I believe. And I don't think they're numbered, but one is fire element, one is air and water kind of combined. It's like a white, bluish, and then the other one is roots, as in earth. So whether we want to, kind of take that to, the last Airbender and mastering the 4 elements and Avatar and what that entails. But I was just gonna say, people probably heard I was fired up earlier. I couldn't stop talking. Kind of still there, but these albums and their concepts of the elements, fire, roots, water, air, and then the ether that brings it all together. It's just, we were talking about astrology, so another thing that parallels astrology, I felt, and maybe is a little simpler just to kind of bring up here, and it can be plugged into a lot of other things, is just the 4 elements. How the 4 elements and the 4 cardinal directions are used in what would be considered quote unquote magic or ritual work. So, all these things are sciences, and when you start crossing over sciences in the correct, appropriate manner, you get a more complex, beautiful picture. It's almost like these things that we speak on, actually, if you can zoom out far enough, and maybe this is too abstract for people, but it's like we call these builds because we really are building. And by the end of some of these conversations, by throwing in things like numerology, astrology, or the elements, and touching on these different topics, we're building grand architecture of the mind, in my opinion. And it's just a matter of being able to stop for a moment after a good ass conversation, or AKA build, and then actually revel in what you built. See, a lot of people talk about builds on here in the metaverse, but it's like, let us not forget we are building, and there's an end product here. Maybe by the end of the stream or end of the day or week, there's still an ongoing overarching build, and we're working on this grand cathedral of ideas, of topics, and it really does form some type of beautiful picture and sacred geometry of the mind. These different discussions we have, how engaging they are, what the topics are, the utility, as we said earlier. So ultimately, sometimes it seems like I hop around, but if I can tie things up correctly, you see that I've made a whole big picture, and it's one that's holistic. And that's what I'm looking for at the end of the day, is crossing these things over, applying them, and building forward, so it's not just some type of loop or stasis, right? Getting on here in these communities, having these discussions, having it actually push somewhere, whether we realize it or not, consciously or unconsciously.
Well, and
Y'all got it.
I think, sorry about that. I think sometimes I get a little misunderstood because I've just become annoyed by what you're talking about, where I like the topics being discussed some of the time, but when I can see that it's just going to go in the same old loop, I start to get annoyed and frustrated. Now,
Same
maybe
here.
I could be a little bit more zen, or maybe folks could focus on building towards something, because when we're building towards something, it's great for everybody. And now I did just maybe 30 minutes on astrology the other day, and now just from talking about astrology, half the chat is like, hey, yeah, we want more information. Please talk more about it. And, I just don't have the energy for it right now. So in the future, I'd like to get, specific persons. Maybe somebody wants to be a guinea pig. We can go over their chart, get an actual astrologer in here. Maybe OTW is, let's do it,
participate in that. Yeah. I'm down with astrology. Like 100%. Like Christos, man. I fucking, no way, man. I love that shit. When we go into spiritual and esoteric and whatever you want to call it, occult knowledge, all of that, you're right down my alley, man. That's my thing, man.
Absolutely.
There's definitely a passion there, I think, with a couple different of us in these communities.
Paul is an advocate for, let's say, rights, freedom, and properties and truth. That's not my thing. You know what I mean? That's not where I resonate with. I'm more about revealing the truth in scriptures and in all the fucking, decoding symbolism and shit like that. Revealing the truth from another angle. Just like, let's say, that would be, let's say, the topic that I choose. and other people would be like Zetetic Warrior would choose flat Earth or something like that. But eventually we all end up choosing our slot, if you will, And I pretty much realized that all the conversations that I've had where I was able to monologue for a while and actually hold down the conversation was when we were talking about either religion, symbolism, occult knowledge, and so on and so forth.
Metaphysics,
astrology, metaphysics,
a couple different terms to umbrella of what you're trying to say, for sure.
Yeah.
Welcome to the panel, Joe Cool and my friend Keith, highly suspect. How are you gentlemen today?
I'm doing well.
Doing great, man.
I hopped up to ask you about astrology because I'd like to figure out the science of everything, and I've made no progress in astrology, very little. How is that astrology could actually affect me in any way?
First of all, I'm going to tell you the first thing you got to get the fuck out of your mind is that dumb fucking horoscope that you read every fucking day.
Well, I don't read that shit, right?
No,
but
I'm just saying as a general statement, okay? I'm talking to everyone at the same time. Stop reading that shit. That's not real. That's a fucking hoax, okay? That horoscope bullshit.
It had to have, most crazy, any theory usually has some bit of science or truth in there. I can't find astrological. I hear two of you guys say you're into it. Maybe you can point me in the right direction to continue my research.
First of all, it starts by getting to understand what a birth chart is, and all these signs and what they mean. All right, like the sun, the sun sign, the moon sign, all the planets. It's a science, Joe. It's an actual science.
I understand science. I'm a fan of science. How is it that because I was born on June 28th, I'm different than the guy who was born on June 29th? How is that science?
This is where we need me to hop in here real quick.
Go ahead, Christos. I believe
I
you got
it. This is not to be are you tall enough to ride the ride thing. I joke about that type of stuff sometimes, but it's a genuine question, Joe Cool, and I do like you, man. I want to ask you, do you have any type of spiritual groundwork in life?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of God, Jesus, never been to church.
Okay, so would you like possibly consider yourself, spiritual? Like there's some type of greater force, but you don't call it God in a theological sense.
Yeah, I don't care what you call it. You can call it
Yeah.
Bob. I don't get
Cosmos,
caught up
universe,
in what
Tao.
you call it, the great architect.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me, but there is a divine intelligence in my belief.
Okay, I can still
right on.
answer. Are you going to answer the question?
Come back
Christos?
in then, OTW. No,
okay.
I did. That's all I needed was to ask, and then I can hand it off back to you for the alley-oop.
All right. So to answer your question, Joe, what's the difference between the guy that was born on the 28th and the guy on the 29th is the time. The placements of the alignments of the planets in the chart. Okay. What determines, hold on a sec. What determines, the difference between your personality and character between the 28th and the 29th is like the time of birth, because your ascendant is not the same. You could even have a difference between a person that was born on the 28th, let's say at 6 o'clock, and a person that was born on the 28th at 8 o'clock. You understand? There will be a difference in their birth chart.
Remember, we're talking about science. How does science come into play in any of this?
Do you hear the numbers?
Because you have a pre-constructed.
Right,
hold on a sec. You have a pre-constructed view of what science is. All right.
I do.
But science, if you want to break it down, is an accumulation of experiences and
hey, can you guys hold that thought
information.
real quick? Sorry, OTW. Yeah. Hey, Keith, if you can jump off real quick, I need to holler at you. I got to run to the store, guys, but if y'all keep the conversation going, that would be awesome. And I'll be monitoring in the background if that's cool.
I'm cool.
Right.
All right, sure thing.
Yeah. Right on. Did you hear that, Keith? I don't know if Keith's here or not. I'm going to kick him and see what happens. But anyway, take it away, fellas. Appreciate that.
All right. So
sorry for the interruption.
science is an accumulation of knowledge acquired through experiences and tests and stuff like that, right? Well, it's the same thing. Okay. Astrology, the real astrology, has a multitude of different angles and information, all depending on the alignments of the signs in the chart. All right. So all of these things, like when you're learning science, you're learning all the procedures that you need to do to be able to do the tests and all this and then come to the result. Well, astrology is the same thing. You have a multitude of different kind of ingredients to create that recipe, which is you.
Very
And
good.
that, the astrological chart, what that does is it actually helps you define yourself and get to know yourself better.
I'm not sure you're answering my question, and we're going to talk about science. If there's a fire over there, I stick my hand and I get burned. I know that the heat and the radiation from that fire made the molecules in my skin move faster, which created the heat and burned my skin. Science, I know that the heat from there. What does a planet billions of light years away have? What effect could it possibly have on me when I'm born? Is it shooting a ray or beam, an unseen signal? What effect? Just because my moon is in a house of Mercury, how could that scientifically affect me? I have a way, but I'm not going to say how. I want to know what you guys think.
Well, easy enough. It's just pattern recognition over the centuries of time. The fact that
I
we have
like
so
it.
many different types of astrology now.
I like
You
it.
know,
Pattern
it's like
recognition.
there's different. So if there's mathematics, there's different forms of mathematics, right? And maybe
Agreed.
that's a bad analogy a little bit, but I was
No,
just like
no.
we were saying earlier, there's tropical astrology, there's Vedic astrology. So it's like it's this art slash science that's been practiced by multiple different
I
cultures.
see the art. I don't see the science yet, and you guys haven't
Okay,
told me
well,
any.
check it out. If you look in, if you start researching astrology, Joe, and you start learning what a natal chart is, you realize there is
You'd recognize
mathematics
the
going
science,
on here within. You start getting into the degrees of the natal chart, and so I understand where you're coming from here, Joe. I'm just saying that there's been actual pattern recognition here going on, where, or not pattern recognition, but patterns being recognized.
I dig it.
I've heard from a lot of people, and I could even go and find this stuff for next time you're on here and show you that there's been patterns that have been identified when there's major banking crisis, economic collapse.
Very
You know,
good.
when America in 1776 was, you know, Declaration of Independence, like there's a lot of major events, whether economic, geopolitical, natural disasters, I think maybe as well, where I've
I
heard
don't
many
have to.
people point it out, and they say if you look at these certain dates and certain times and periods in history, what happens to be going on at that time, it will, you know, a great conjunction or a I think it's called grand trine. You know, there's literally these different terms for the certain
But shit
alignments,
lines up. I
and you
dig it.
can start seeing a pattern of certain energies being present within the
Thank you.
world. And you
Thank
can do
you.
this science experiment within one's life as well, you know, just start seeing the patterns of when, okay, when this is in this sign or in this house,
These
or when
things are
it's a full
likely to
moon.
occur. All right.
Right. Yeah. So it
I
just,
thank you. I like I
yeah.
said,
Uh-huh.
that's the best direction I've heard, and and it seems logical, and I'm into that shit. The other thing that I came up with is that possibly because we're so much made of water, the same way the moon and other celestial objects could affect water. They could affect the water if you're in change, depending on where they are, different amounts of gravity and shit pulling on you, and the pattern things. Thank you, Christos.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Joe.
and
And just real quick, OTW, that's why I even brought up, I was talking about desert dwellers, musicians earlier, and how they have albums that go by fire, water, air, and earth, because you can even tie in like the elements, right, to astrology. Just kind of how you did there, talking about the moon and water energy. So, and of course, in astrology, there's fire signs, water signs, air signs, and so on. So
All
you
right,
got
I'll
it,
keep
OTW.
looking. I'll keep
Yeah,
looking.
thank you, Joe. I'd be happy to
Thank you.
try to
That
help
was a
point you in the
sincere
right direction.
question,
Thanks, man.
and you were very helpful.
no,
I've
you did
asked a lot of
good,
people.
Christos. I don't think I could even add anything on to that because no, that's good. No, he did a really good rendition there. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I'm a
So
tough
anyway,
guy.
it's just something you got to look into, Joe. I mean, if you're interested in knowing about it, you got to go read about it. I mean, I even read books that Aleister Crowley wrote about astrology. Man.
I would have. I'm not
Aleister
afraid of
Crowley
nothing
has
and
a
no one.
book on it, man.
Yeah.
So
Here's a good quote. What about that quote you brought up the other day, OTW? You know, it's like millionaires don't study or use astrology, billionaires do. And
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Benton just brought up Ronald Reagan's wife. She was real into some of that stuff and, you know,
Yeah.
plotting things around it. Yeah.
Not just that. If you guys go check out Decoding Reality, which is a YouTube channel, he aligns astrology, numerology, and like the charts.
Is that
He uses
Logan?
Logan, exactly, man. He's awesome. He'd blow your mind away, Joe. He'd fucking tarot cards and life cards. He mixes it all together, man. He can pinpoint times in history. Even Hitler, he's decoded so many things, man. It's absolutely mind-boggling. I love
he does like a
it.
syncretism type thing, crossing
Yeah.
over a lot of different fields, and then he even uses the periodic table, which I find really interesting.
Yeah, as well. He uses all the elements, dude. It's crazy, man. He touches every single aspect of reality to go and correlate. And it's just not a coincidence, man. And he starts by using the astrological charts and the times, dates. It's just insane, man. He's really good, man.
What's the name? My girl's interested in stuff like that.
Decoding Reality, I think his name is.
Decoding.
I thought it was Decode Your Reality, or is it Decoding Reality?
Let me go
now,
check.
did he change the
All
name?
right, they're looking now. It might be
Let me go look it up.
Reality, but he's into the stuff you like.
I think it's Decoding Reality, but hold on.
Yeah, it might be. Well, he's friends with Santos, right?
Yeah, so am I.
Is that a good thing? Is that a
Got
good
to be moment.
Yeah, dropping names. Okay, decoding.
Does he have a smiley face for an icon?
Yep, that's him.
Yeah, that's him.
Thank you.
Purple face, I think.
Yeah, purple smiley face.
Yeah, that's it. That's him. You found it.
So where's up?
Check it out. The ones I like are his best ones, I believe, are the ones where he Decoding Your Reality, part 1, part 2, part 3. If you start with those ones and then you move on to all the other ones that he does, I pretty much watch, like, maybe not all of them, but practically every single one of them, man. They're just awesome decodes.
I got a question for you guys. It's going to seem unrelated, but it's just so I can see how your minds work. I heard a theory about the remainder of these mountains and maybe even trees and some of these land masses were the remains of giants. Where do you guys fall with that?
Okay, I just want to say this real quick, OTW. Maybe this doesn't hold a lot of weight, and there's definitely better arguments or maybe input that could be put forward, but I still think this is interesting and valuable. We often see that within movies, TV shows, books, video games, and all different forms of medium and art and culture, that they hide little bits of truth or big bits of truth within all these things. So when it comes to things of that type of fantastical, mythological nature and topic, there is a game that I used to play called Dark Souls.
Dark Souls.
I remember that.
It's like a fantasy, dragons, knights, and wizards, undead skeletons type stuff. So, in a couple of them, I believe, they have that motif and theme of actually, there's always a race of giants. But specifically within the second game they made, there was this big motif and theme of giants turning into trees actually after they died. And I just found that really interesting with what Joe was saying, because I'm pretty sure I've seen it referenced within other different things, other video games or movies and whatnot. But like, there's been other certain things of a mythological nature that I've seen within these games, and it's like I know that they get stuff inspired from past mythology, and I know that there's some type of truth to beings turning into trees, whether they're giants or not. There's just something that resonates there within me, and it's more than just it was in a video game I played, so that means
I understand.
there's more that went into it, but that was like a cherry on top per se. It's like these people know something if they're gonna put it in this type of game. Although it's so fantastical, there's still these shreds of like things from the past. It's like, was there actually dragons? So Go ahead.
OTW, I'd like to say what I believe, but I wanted to hear OTW. What do you think, Chris?
Well, you're just bringing me down this rabbit hole, Christos, where, I think it could be possible because, I do have a wild imagination and I can use it real easily. I remember the movie Downsized, right?
Yes,
Where they took a group of people, they had to take their teeth out, whatever, and then they fucking shrunk them down to the size of like little beings, or like
you could
the size of a
live,
mouse.
You could live off of a lot less money in that world. So people were considering
less money and less resources. If you're smaller and an apple is like fucking good enough to feed the whole fucking town.
Right.
Right. So I mean, so I'm thinking, what the fuck? What if there was an experiment where we are those downsized people?
Oh, that is good imagination.
All right. And we are living under a dome and we are the experiment.
Yeah.
The Truman
in some
Show.
capacity that would have, I shouldn't say have.
But this
in
is my
some
imagination
capacity,
getting away with me,
It sounds logical that we are being observed. I see no reality where we are not being observed, even in the most, and I don't care what line of thinking you have. You could say it's God, it's angels watching you. You could say it's aliens. You could say the moon is hollow. All of these theories have someone else watching you, and all of them
It's just
seem
us
like
watching us. Other humans that are actually a normal size that like are watching the experiment that they made, and it's like we're in a fucking ant farm.
If you were smart enough and you had 0 point energy where energy was not a problem, these things become possible where you could shrink motherfuckers down and observe them on a micro level, a Planck level even. The giant in the trees shit, I've seen some really intelligent people who I respect, or mountains have that theory. And again, I'm not.
But just think about this, Joe. Just think about if you go from the macro to the micro. Okay, think about permaculture, where you can create your own ecosystem. This is gardening.
Okay, I've seen them. Yeah.
All right, so you can create your own ecosystem by putting leaves and branches mixed in with some with dirt and stuff like that, and then it's gonna create bugs and stuff in an ecosystem.
You
where
cover it up. You can have
you can grow a
in there and
phenomenal
everything.
food that way. It's just like all the nutrients, everything is there. So I believe that think about it this way. You're making an experiment. You have a dome. You have an ecosystem that's already producing everything it needs to self-sustain itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have portals in the dome where you can have wind coming through, like when you're growing weed, man. You got the fan blowing and everything just to make sure everything's the right temperature. And then, yes, you cool it down, you heat it up, you do all kinds of. So this is it. This is the way I see it. It's like, yeah, this could be a freaking big experiment. And to us, it's humongous. It's like it's not even. You can't even wrap your head around it, how big it is. But to them, it's
it could
it's
be
the
a
size of a room.
microbe. It could be small. It could be a microbe because they would have endless energy. It could be a microbe and they could still be examining us. We could be on a leaf or on a coffee table somewhere. Live our
Exactly.
entire
We could be
existence.
on a table, or it could be the size of a room. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're right. It doesn't matter. You're right. It doesn't matter.
Do you
when
have
get
any
to that level.
resources? Do you have any resources, Joe, on what you were just saying about the giants and the trees?
Yeah, here, let me give you a good one.
There's a guy. His name is Mud Fossil. And when he talks about quantum physics, he is cold and very logical, which is why I admire this dude so much. But he believes the giant theory and blah, blah, blah. And the reason his theory is snafu is good to see. I used to snafu. You hop up and I really think, oh shit, snafu is gonna wreck shit. Now I think, a guy who's come up who can add shit. I love that I made that change in my head, or I don't whatever it is. Good to see you. Yeah. And then go ahead. I'm only saying this.
2
That's
seconds,
also
man, because I
weird.
was laying down for rest. But when you were talking about shrinking,
you go.
I'm going to pop out. When you guys were talking about shrinking and and Smith brought it up too, think about it. Biblically and non-biblically, just research has shown the giant trees and all that, which we were talking about, petrified. But we as humans used to live longer, even biblically, as well as grew differently. That's why the whole frequency and vibe and the chakra thing, like that video I was telling you guys about, they have manipulated cellular DNA to control the verse we live in, so to speak. Whether and if you've done if you've done like hallucinants, remember they use those for MK Ultra and many other studies as well. So if you see a lot of people picking up habits lately, especially after October 4th, such as the drinking or just habits in general, think about they use these things with the energy because it's all energy, frequency, and harmonic. So I just love how, and Joe, you guys are right. We have shrunk.
Think about it as well. No one can go to the North Pole. So maybe that's where the mega computer is, where they can communicate with the other human beings who are conducting the experiment.
You mean Antarctica?
Yeah, he means Antarctica. It'd be difficult to believe that with all the satellites now, but it wouldn't be difficult to believe that there's something.
It could all be underground,
Antarctica. That's what I was about to say.
Well, just remember, it's the only place in the world where we have allies and enemies with the treaty, and no civils can, whatever. But no, we have shrunk in scientific and and it's all about frequency, vibe, and harmonics.
Can I ask another favor before Snafu leaves? And babe, I'm gonna need you to help me with this favor. I'm looking for your channel, Snafu. I can't fucking find your channel. Could you post it? One of you guys post it in a regular chat, and I have my girl access it from her phone, so I'll have it.
Yeah, I could put it in private.
No, not private, because I'd have to access it from this phone, and it would pull me away because this is an iPhone, and it would pull me away from here.
Yeah, Apple is a piece of garbage phone.
It does not like to work with other people. But if you could post it in the private
Android,
chat, my girl
Android's the way.
is on her phone. She could pull it out the private chat, and I can get it from her later. I mean, I'm sorry, the directions is maybe from the regular chat. I mean, not the private, the regular chat.
You remember that commercial with the cereal box? Tricks is for kids.
I do.
Yeah, well, that's the same. It applies to iPhones.
Damn.
Okay.
Whose room are we in?
RPC Master Race guy with a 15-year-old computer.
A computer, Windows 7.
Yeah, but I still fucking can broadcast, and I still have great sound, and I never come in crackling or cutting out or fucking.
Right. You never lag when you're restreaming things.
Christos, be quiet.
Whose room are we in? OTW or Benton? Whose room are we in? We're in Benton's room.
You're in Benton's room right now.
It's just called Benton.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
there's
right.
the username tag we could get you if you can't find it.
All right, I just won't need my girl to find it. I can't. I'm subbed already, but I can't access my phone or if you can't find Snafu, we're in Benton's. I'm sorry. Please continue. I apologize, but I've been looking for Snafu for I don't know weeks now. He always hops up here and he'll say this great shit. Yeah, it's on my channel, and I go and I try to find it. I could never find it.
Let me guess. You have an iPhone.
I have like 5 phones. I'm in where am I? I'm in Colorado, so I only got one with me. But in Chicago, I have like 4 or 5 that I use.
Spell it.
Benton, Benton.
Not Benton. But...
Oh, Snafu snaps.
It's a picture of Woody Harrelson. In the
Yeah,
movie
I think that's
Killer
Benton.
Instinct.
Yeah,
Okay,
Benton, but
sub.
he got a different shit. Benton, you're here. Let me show me the icon. Is this you?
Yeah, that's him. Of course, that's him.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought it was the Killer Instinct icon.
All right, check in the chat and see if they put a. All right, thank you. All right, I apologize, guys. I really do.
I posted it in private chat and it's in there, but yeah, definitely check it out, Joe Cool, if you want.
All right.
But no, I loved how you guys said it because we have shrunk in so many ways, including our capability with thought and processing.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Anybody put Snafu's link in the regular chat? I'm looking right now. Okay, she has
just
it.
did.
She has it. Thank you. Oh.
This is it, right?
Bye, Joe. Yeah, I was saying in the private chat, look up Kalindi Iyi, and I think you might be interested in this to a certain degree, OTW, because he was a martial artist, except he was an African martial artist.
Okay.
Which is interesting, seeing that type of style versus, like Japanese martial arts or, Korean or whatever. But the thing is, he was actually more well known in the modern day before he passed away a couple of years ago for uh, being a big proponent of hallucinogens, specifically. I wouldn't even call them hallucinogens. Maybe some of them, these plant medicines, these fungi, these spiritual, metaphysical tools. He was a proponent of magic mushroom psilocybin, and he actually talked about doing 30 plus dried grams. I mean, this dude was like a shaman warrior. This dude was fucking crazy, man. But the things he came back with and talked about, it definitely lines up with some of the things that we speak about and are speaking about right now, because he spoke on the microverse. He spoke on Ant-Man and, traveling the consciousness of the self, of the I am, up and down that scale of micro macro, literally. So it's like the Ant-Man movie when you see him shrinking and going into micro, and just, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Like, this whole concept you guys are bringing up about becoming smaller, being shrunk, like, something about it really does resonate. I see there is some type of truth here, and again, to bring it back to, they reflect it in little different ways in the culture through these movies, just like I mentioned. But anyway,
Well, what
Kalindi
about
Iyi,
dinosaurs and like all these stories of dragons and all these beasts in the
right?
What if they were just like from our real world, but they were just bugs that they just put in here in this dome, and they just to see what we were going to do?
Well, when you talked about hallucinogenics, Christos, think about it: remote viewing, and like I said, it's in the at least the leaks and the released information. Hallucinogenics and things like that are a big part of enabling and getting that to certain things like remote viewing and things done. And this is under military contracted government grants, to study this shit. So, and they have old school movies like The Men Who Stare at Goats, and you hear all the other stuff like that. So it is a different, like I tell people all the time, you will never look at life the same if you've experienced certain things, and that includes certain, recreational things as well, but that includes things you experience in life. So that is something huge, because if our government is studying and it's under remote viewing, MK Ultra and many other things, using hallucinogenics to enter that realm, and of course from back in the day and the studies and all that, and like you're talking about astrology and why it lines up and frequency vibes, there's something to this stuff. Absolutely. And that's why CERN and many others have implemented what they've been doing.
Yeah, and it links directly into the quote unquote spiritual war that people will speak on, the spiritual warfare.
Yes.
It has to do with all of these things. And because, you're right, Snafu, the quote unquote state or whatever, these beings, it gets deeper. The spiritual beings, the principalities that are basically influencing and directing, like the quote unquote state or New World Order. And there is some type of weaponization of these different, like, quote unquote spiritual tools and practices to try to negligate, or what's the word, negate, to try to negate, our spiritual power, our connection to the Most High.
And what I figured out, and what I figured out too, I've noticed too, is they suppress the knowledge, right? Suppression of knowledge, whether flat earth, round earth, this or that, blah, 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 suppression of knowledge. And, people are learning the whole frequency and vibration thing to actually deal with your health and physical realm. And like a lot of people are picking up on like, oh, I'm awakening to diet, Dr. Sebi optics, hey, I could cure cancer, I could cure AIDS. And, an American court was sued and won and then offed. I think the human resonance of learning from the great deceptions that we've been for bettering ourselves, for mankind and for ourselves, but the attacks that are upon us, that's a huge thing. And so I do see a big opening with, like, you know, these panels, everyone talking in general. And one of the things you see it go in stages is the whole frequency, the vibe thing related to health, related to things like that. And then of course we see the attacks on the opposite side with, you know, the 5G, all the stuff. So I do believe it's like I said, it's divinely happening, and the awakening's happening even more. And I mean, it's not a bad thing to learn and know these things, because they could be used for both good and evil.
You're spot on. I'll let OTW or Benton get it if they want. Otherwise, I was just gonna say, yeah, man, you're spot on, Snafu. It's like I look at the world now, and I see more people becoming healthy, learning about iodine, magnesium, and then, you know, plant medicines. Go ahead, OTW.
No, but I was going to say, when you get sick, you get wiser. It's a French expression. It says, la maladie rend sage. So it means, you know, sickness makes you wiser. So
well, I think the optics are high, like I always say. They're in front of our face, and I mean that's one of the things you notice. You notice the patterns of things. You know, you notice the herd mentality of things, whether it's in our conscious, whether it's in our reality, or whether it's whatever we're witnessing. And one of the things I notice is, you know, especially with the whole frequency, vibe, 5G, blah 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 talk, when it comes down to us resonating with health stuff, Dr. Sebi type optics, you know, the foods we eat, whether GMO or non-GMO, and of course, you know, journalists in your country, I mean, Canada, one of the first places, we always look to countries like Canada and Australia and others to see what's coming next in America. People are getting arrested for mispronouncing, for, you know, of course, the World Health Organization. That's why everyone's getting hit with the WHO medical misinformation malpractices, you know, so to speak, on your YouTube accounts, blah, blah.
It's funny you say that, Snafu, because from my end, usually everything that happens in the United States happens here a couple of months after. So it's funny that you say that you guys look to Canada to see what's coming to the United States, because we do the same.
And that's weird. And that could be the whole propaganda game, you know, again. But I do know for a fact journalists either here in the United States and there have been, I mean, you know, just look at the journalism is there. And that when we talk about healing and we talk about good vibes and energy, and then of course the attacks on it, and we see the lengths of the attacks, and we see the supernatural and physical aspects of it, you know, such as like Mandela's, but the fact is when the human resonance altogether is trying to vibe high, learn on health, and it's always going to be attacked. And I believe this whole frequency thing, the whole thing, there's reasons why everyone's talking about health, talk about diets, talk about this, and then we also having the cellular attacks on the level we're seeing too. And I think Krista nailed it, like, you know, and people like are waking up, I feel. And they know it, and that's why the attacks are ramping up.
And think about it, guys. It would make sense if they had us under a microscope, like I was mentioning before. Obviously, still being in my imagination. Imagine them having the capacities with their weapons from the outside. So they're communicating, let's say, from the Antarctic, you know, I don't know, headquarters. With the outside world, and you know, let's say they need things to be done or things to happen. Okay, we need a storm over here, so can you guys send in whatever from outside the dome, inside the dome, to create this kind of thing in this area? And because let's say they don't really need the technology, because the technology is already there. They all have to do is communicate with the outside world. And the technology that we receive is it comes from there. You know what I'm saying? And they integrated it slowly.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah. Well, it's like I just brought up Kalindi E earlier on something he had said. And it kind of makes me think of what you're just saying a little bit. Is that things like the wheel or the knot, all these different quote unquote inventions, and I know history is full of lies, but just follow me for this. All of these different inventions and creations throughout the ages, it already existed somewhere, and then it came into the mind of man. See, it was existing in the ether, in that space, non-space in between, the quote-unquote Akashic records, or also known as the cloud or clouds,
Right.
or the multiverse. So it's like it exists as a concept, or in a parallel reality, and all these different inventions, all these different novel things, ideas, concepts, the movies we make, the arts, all this stuff. It comes from the ether originally, and then funnels through the mind of man. That's how I see it.
Well, and it's kind of interesting that we're on this subject too, because it's funny. It goes in that video I did again. Our heartbeats, our things like that create this magnetic field, as some call it, the aura. Or we're
Torus field.
magnetically. Yeah, and we're magnetically charged, we're electronically charged, we're physically charged, and that's how these frequencies, since back in the day, since they've been working on this, how to control, whether it's remote viewing, MK Ultra, or many other things, aspects to that, health issues. There are studies, and you could look this up, and it is in the video I've done. And again, we hear about Dr. Sebi, but that to where they can actually pinpoint certain diseases, and they were able to destroy them through frequencies or sounds. Straight up destroy them. Viruses, proteins, atoms, like on a cellular level, which means, of course, they know how to manipulate this, as we know. You guys seen the water test, and things like that. But it's kind of like the whole, if you're around people with a bunch of good moods, with the vibe is usually good mood. If you're around a bunch of people with the bad vibe, everyone's kind of bad vibing. I believe the resonance of the awakening, so to speak, is kicking it just as much in gear for the others. Like it's kind of the yin and the yang, and it's the battle of the alpha, so to speak. And I do believe in the end, good always wins. But this stuff is real, and I believe when we talk about like being on our dome or controlled, this stuff is real. It's absolutely real. The planets are real, and like you said, the whale, all that. We have been in such a great deception. And even just the small amounts of waking up is probably compared to a grain of sand on a beach, to the full eternal of what we don't know.
Well said. I like that. That was nice. I like when people, it's like you painted a visual there with a grain of sand type thing. Close it. But I basically consider it what you did there in a way was like zooming out so much, aka zooming at the same time, that you break the paradigm of that ratio of micro to macro, which it's kind of a paradoxical thing to think about. But yeah, you can gain a perspective when you say things in a certain way where it's like it almost collapses the paradigm of micro to macro. It doesn't become this like. I guess I'm speaking of like, I guess, non-duality per se. But anyway, y'all got it. Oh shit, Snafu's not even here. Yeah, man, OTW, thanks for hopping up, bro. My phone's about to die here. I need to plug it in. I'd be happy to keep talking further on Benton's panel here, but I'll be right back, guys. I'll get back as soon as I can.
All right. Benton, are you back from your break? You see, this would be a good moment for me to get the keys so I could play a video or do something. But once upon a time, far, far, far away, in a land no one has ever been to, there was a giant. And he was a Cyclops giant, only had one eye. No. And he was a pretty cool dude. Yeah. He was the last of the giants. And they hunted him down and killed him. The end. All right, people. Somebody click the link. Come and save the broadcast. I don't know what to say. See, I'm on the spot here. When I'm on the spot, kind of like get, all fucked up. I'm all fucked up. Come on. This is broadcasting poison. All right, let me see who's saying what in chat. Maybe I'll converse with you guys. Divine Spirit says, OTW, hold the line. Just talk. Oh my God. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. OTW, put your broadcast skills to use here, lol. Yeah, okay. Broadcasting uses. You see? When I'm not in broadcasting mode, it's kind of...
Hey, sorry about that, brother. My bad. Hey, I got on a phone call, man, and we got in so deep, and the next thing I knew, it was like, oh, it's just me and OTW, and OTW's talking. Fuck, I'm sorry about that, man. I didn't mean to do that to you. I was about to get in my car and go to the store, so if you want to go live, that's cool. Otherwise, we're going to have to shut the stream down because I have to go shopping right now.
Oh, well, no, I ain't going live. I have to go to work, but yeah, okay. Great stream. Awesome conversation.
Thanks, well, and if people want to have a live stream, I guess they'll jump up here, but I guess people don't care about having a live stream with 55 and a half. And I don't mean you. I just mean, the people not coming up on the panel. So I have shit. I have to take
57 people and nobody's.
Yeah, I have to go to the grocery store.
Somebody click the link, guys. Come on. We're going to hold in a 57 people audience there. What are you guys doing? Benton wants to shut down. Come on, man. Click the link.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to shut down. I have shit I have to do. And in the past, we've had success with me being able to get the panel going and then me being able to have an hour to myself to go do the business I must do, right?
Right. I understand that. Sometimes
I'm not mad at you. I'm just like, hey, what is this,
There we go. High speed suspect.
This is my buddy I was on the phone with, by the way.
Oh.
Yep.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Nothing much. We were actually waiting for somebody to come on up here.
I guess I'll just talk to Keith on the stream then, and we'll keep it going. Because hell, I got so fucked up. Listen, man. I even started making coffee, and the next thing I know, I heard the kettle going, and I've just been fucking boiling water for like 20 minutes. Like, what the fuck? But anyway, if you're getting out of here, OTW, I'll let you get out of here, man. I'll take over.
No. I was just leaving if you were shutting down, but
no, I'm not shutting down. It's just I can't. I'm not going to leave you up here to just talk to yourself. I'm not going to do that to you.
That's a good thing. Thanks
yeah,
for
sorry
that.
about that, brother. Thanks.
It's okay.
Sorry
I was
that happened.
trying to figure out what I was going to say. I was like, I didn't.
Well, I was in the process. Sorry, I was in the process of making a cup of. See, I can't multitask. This is my problem. I was trying to make a cup of coffee, talk to Keith, and switch over to my phone so I could get in the car and drive. I was trying to do all that simultaneously for some reason, and that was. We see how well that went, right? Because if I'm talking on the phone with Keith, then I'm going to have to get on a second phone to run the broadcast. So I was like, getting the hotspot going and everything. I got two phones. This is just insanity at a certain point, isn't it, OTW? It's just nuts.
Yes, I wasn't expecting everybody to just drop out like that.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Right in the middle of a conversation. It's like, oh, okay, I got to go. Oops, bang, bye. Everybody left. And I was like, left here alone. And it's like everybody leaves the room and you're kind of like left in the room by yourself, kind of like looking at the walls.
Yeah, well, if you want to, let me introduce real quick. Let me introduce you to Keith. This is my friend Keith. I know him in real life. He's in South Georgia here in the States. OTW News here. Patrick is in Quebec, Canada.
Okay. All right. Hey, Pat. What's up, man?
What's up, Keith? Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, same here. Likewise. So can I ask what the topic was when everybody dropped out?
Well, yeah, we don't really ever do topics, Keith. You guys can just have a chat, and I'll be with you in like 5 minutes. I have to get in the car and start driving.
10-4. Copy
that.
Yeah,
conversation was it was like pretty much like we lived pretty much all over the place with astrology. I think the last thing we were talking about was like people us being shrinked, like in the movie Downsized or Honey, I Shrunk the Kids or something like that. We were just like exploring the confines of our imagination.
Okay. That's kind of strange. I don't know. I don't want to say strange. It's like something I really don't examine. Like, I get the whole part of what you believe is, what occurs in your life or what takes place, what you think, kind of. I'm thinking like it's some kind of I think it's like a Buddhist or a Tao Te Ching type thing. Like what you believe is what you become. And like, so if we don't believe that we don't believe, then, we just kind of strange. Conversation for me. I have,
Well, it's all speculation. It's nothing tangible,
right.
nor
Okay. Yeah.
nor backed with any evidence. It's all pure, imaginative. It was an imaginative conversation, completely hypothetical.
Right. Okay. So let me ask, man. I'm in South Georgia, like right on the border of Florida. So how are things in your area in Quebec?
Well, you mean weather-wise or
No,
politically?
I'm not talking about the weather. No,
All
I'm
right.
talking about people being people.
I guess everybody's just
business as usual.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing has changed except for the prices of things.
Yeah, like I'm making more money than I've ever made, and I'm broke as fuck right now. Like, just
You know what? That's fucking funny you say that. I feel like I'm working at, minimum wage and I'm making a fucking good earning and I just don't get it, man. It's like, wow.
I think that's all by design, like it's intentional. They want us to, and again, going back to like the imagination type shit, like, yeah, if I can not imagine being fucking broke, then maybe I won't be broke, I guess. But I could I could say, with my background and my rearing or whatever, I can make $100,000 a year, and I am fucking broke. Like paycheck to pay, it just don't make fucking sense to me, and it's aggravating. But is it because of me, or is it because of the system that we're in?
Well, the way I've been seeing things is I've been cutting down on a bunch of nonsense, like a bunch of stuff that, useless expenses and stuff like that, and paying for stuff that you don't need. And it's just like cutting like corners. So and it's not because I'm trying to save money, but I'm just trying to refocus everything into, everything being useful and not having it. Like I'm even selling a bunch of garbage or even throwing it out. I'm not, it's like, right now I'm cleaning a house, I'm taking everything out of here that I haven't used in a year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And that's okay. You having said that, I watched a movie recently where it was an English actor, and he like just left society, and he would not allow himself to have more than 100 items.
Is that Daniel Day-Lewis?
Fuck.
It's my favorite actor. He's known to do shit like that, but go ahead.
Yeah, would not have. He had like a chicken, and he had a hat, and just 100 items. He's like, I'm reducing everything that I've been conditioned to think that I need, or believe that I need or want. What's the name of it? And it had Mel Gibson in it, and they were accusing him of killing his wife. But the whole plot fucking thing, anyways. But like the part that I'm getting at was like the guy he left. He was a brilliant guy. It was the guy from Sons of Anarchy. Have you seen that show?
No, I haven't seen that.
Hey, most people on here, I'm about the only person on here that watches any of that stuff. Virtually everybody in the audience watches no movies and no TV shows.
Yeah, it was, I don't know. I just clicked on it. It looked interesting, and like a detective, in LA or some shit, and ended up like everything, the whole, not about the plot, but the part about him just leaving society and going and living out in like a little trailer, a little camper and shit. He would not allow himself to have more than 100 items in his life. So if he you know, the chicken had an egg, like get rid of the egg or whatever, you know, that's another item. I don't need it. And that shit was like really, it compelled me to like, okay, so you don't need all this shit that you've been conditioned to believe that you need.
Well, and real quick, I can relate this to my own self since I lived out of a backpack for so long. Eventually, I had everything I needed, and I was at capacity in my backpack. And every once in a while, somebody would see how I was living, and they'd want to give me what they believed was a useful item. And I would say, I can't take that. And they'd be confused. They'd say, listen, let me finish, sir. Can I finish, sir? May I finish?
Go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
I would say to them, I can't take this from you because I'm at capacity and I don't have anything that I would have to get rid of something I have, and I don't have anything I'm ready to part with right now. So if I accept this item, I have nowhere to put it, no way to carry it. So I did that. So I know exactly what we're talking about. It's called minimalism, by the way.
Yeah,
minimalism.
Yeah.
Minimalism. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to get to that, you know, point right now.
Yeah, it sounds like OTW is getting there. Sounds like it.
Yeah, like we just start getting rid of the garbage in our lives.
Well, it sounds like he started.
Yeah, yeah, getting rid of useless fucking items, something I don't need or haven't
So
used.
why haven't you started?
I kind of have, like
Oh, good.
Yeah. You know, I don't think I've looked at a fucking TV screen in like 2 months. I just
awesome.
I don't want to. I don't want to look at that shit. And
well, I have a TV where I'm staying. It's never been turned on, and it never will. I will never turn it on ever.
Good, fucking great. That is.
I've been that way for years now. But I'm on YouTube all day, which is television, by the way. YouTube is TV. Just so you know. That's a tough one to swallow, right? You are the TV, Keith. How about that one? Am I still here? Oh, we lost Keith. What's up, OTW? You're still there? I can monologue. Whatever you want to do, man. I think we lost OTW. Am I here? Let me know if I'm here, chat. Am I here? Is this real, man? Is this really happening? Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Oh, good. Thank you. I don't know what happened to OTW, but if you're here, Mr. Patrick, let us know. If not, I will solo. Let's see what happens. Keith will probably be back. Keith has this thing where probably he's getting phone calls, and this is yet another reason not to be a phone person, which is, you know, one of the reasons why I can use a phone to live stream is that nobody calls me and nobody texts me, and I prefer it that way. So I think what happens is every time somebody hits Keith's phone, he drops off, and it happens all the time. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's right. But yeah, and I often sound critical of Highly Suspect, but it's like, hey, man, if we got people here doing the thing and I've done the thing, then why talk about a movie, right? And I annoy the fuck out of the audience sometimes because I'm the one talking about movies half the time, right? Oh, is YouTube fucking up? Yeah, maybe YouTube's crashing, but that's possible too. We'll see if Keith comes back. I don't know if he will. But see, now I can't call him and talk to him on the phone. That was the one thing about talking to Keith on the phone is I can just talk to him on the phone. Hey, what's up, Patrick?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you still there?
I was just gone to the men's room. So what's up?
Challenged, unfortunately. So it doesn't matter, man. I'm just trying to get to the store, do my shopping, so I can get back. So I'm just doing whatever I need to do to keep the broadcast going in the meantime.
Oh, that's all right.
Whatever that may be, right? Yeah.
Well,
appreciate the assistance. But you can drop off, and I can just fucking solo it if I need to.
I'm gonna help out. We're gonna share a video. Let's play the video where I freaked out on flow states. Have you present that? Did you present that here yet, or nothing, or no?
I don't even know, honestly, man. I really have no fucking idea at this point. Yeah.
All
so it doesn't matter. We'll just do whatever. We're just gonna do whatever keeps it going until I can get back to the clubhouse.
Well, it's going to be very entertaining, I believe. So let me see.
Love it. Let's do it.
I reviewed it yesterday on the Grand Rising show. Live. Let's get this going. Utopian Delusion. Was that it? I think that was it. Was it this one?
Now I got highly back to do the video, so I'm probably, after you get this going, although I can't drop off and also screen share, I guess. So I think we're pretty much fucked. I don't know if I can even screen share on the phone or not. I don't do anything on the phone with screen share. I have no idea how to. Again, if I could ever upgrade the StreamYard, you could just have the keys and just run the show.
Yeah, well, that would be cool. Hold on a
But I
second,
have to.
I'm
This
just trying
place
to
where I'm
find-
going. What? Go ahead.
What did he do? Cut it out?
I have no idea.
Well, I'm looking
No
for it
idea.
right now.
That's fine.
I am still here. I'm
Awesome,
looking for
man.
it. Okay, I got
Yeah.
it. I found it.
Now, if you share the screen, I have no idea what happens next because I'm on my phone, so I have no idea what to do.
All right. It's okay. I'll take care of it. I'll just share my screen right now. That'll be done. Share screen. Utopian Delusion. There we go. All I have to do now is bring it up.
I have no idea how to do that. I'm on a phone and I'm driving.
Oh shit. Well, on your phone, I believe right down in the bottom there would be.
Well, I can't do that. I'm driving. So when I get to where I'm going, we can do that, but it's going to be a couple of minutes. Not too long. I'm almost there. But this place is closed for the next 2 days. This is the only chance I have to do this.
Hey,
And
Christina,
fuck these.
what's up?
Hey, not Christos. Don't fuck. But these other people that won't help me keep the thing going can go fuck themselves. Especially Joe Cool. What the fuck is that? But whoever else is up here. See, this is what I talk about in the truth community, so-called, with the lack of an inability to work together. Just can't work together. Can't get out of their own way. Can't pull their head out of their own ass. Just can't support a broadcast. And I don't mean everybody. Certain folks, they're just incapable of it. And it is oppositional defiance. It's oppositional defiance at a certain level.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm maybe not the best one to help out, but I mean, at least I'm sticking around. I don't want to. I believe that it's important to keep the audience going. I mean, you have a great audience right now. I mean,
yeah, I know.
So
exactly, you said it exactly.
To keep things going.
I was truly listening to you, OTW. You were going on flow states looking for where you were at. I was like, why didn't you just go on your own stream? You restreamed it. But that's just me, nitpicking.
Well, it's because I don't let it play. I was gonna let it play and not comment, but anyway.
Well, the goal was that I could go do my shopping.
I got
We're trying to kill time so I can go shop.
Yeah, exactly. That's couldn't have said it better myself. I got Rachel Zinger down there saying, OTW, you can do it, man. Hold the broadcast, man. You can do it. I was like,
you got it in the chamber, right? You're loaded
it's just,
up.
I got to get myself
OTW?
going. I just when you guys left, I when I get in the spot, I jam, I was like, oh, fuck. Wow. What am I going to talk
Terrible
about?
broadcaster. Right, this is why Paul will call you a terrible broadcaster, because you talk about being an entertainer, and that's the thing. You are a good entertainer, and you're not a terrible broadcaster. But then what you said just there was reinforcing negative reinforcement, basically.
Right.
But I guess you're just having humility and see where you can do better. But
no,
yeah,
I know
I was just
myself.
saying you got
Every
no
time
reason
I've
to
ever
feel
been
put
on
on the
stage
spot.
in my life, I've always, before I went on stage, I always had stage fright. So it's
I understand. I hopped
and,
off out of nowhere, and that's why I came back up as well. Joe Cool left without saying why, and also snafus. So at least I said why, and I was coming back. So
yeah, well, I'm good.
Well, by the way, folks, I've said this before that Joe Cool will never be up here. He will never be up here again. I can promise you that. Snafu's welcome, though.
Well, why'd you leave him up? Why'd you get? I don't. Okay, now you're gonna have to cough it up, Benton. What's going on? Now you got me intrigued.
Oh, he's fucking terrible. That's why.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't lie. I never have liked that dude. He's fucking terrible. I mean, why can't I trust him to fucking be what he is? He can't even be what he is on here, so I can go fucking shopping. Next thing I know, he's fucking bounced and dipped out. Why even bring him up? Doesn't make sense.
I don't know.
I mean, with the ramblers are good for one thing, which is rambling on and on and on for long extended periods of time to keep the broadcast going. Except when I need them to do that, where are they? That's the point I'm making. It's crazy. Anyway, I think I figured your screen share out, so we got that going for us.
All right, so go ahead and bring it up.
Thanks, man. Sorry for being cranky, y'all. I'm doing the best I can here.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Get out of the loon, do set. Okay, here we go.
That's the worst conversion rate from 500 people off of his hours. He's him.
People who hustle aren't.
Welcome, Jack.
Your child, and he's a
you is welcome.
Okay, here it is.
With you, I don't hold grudges. You're childish as fuck. You're definitely welcome. And OTW is welcome as well.
Yeah, I don't think the same thing. I think Jack is a piece of shit, and he's a. Shut
up, OTW. Close your vagina.
Exactly what Flo should have done.
He's just. You
And
guys are
Jack,
just
you need to take
encouraging his.
note. That energy needs to be removed.
That's right. Fuck with OTW the way he does everybody else. As soon as
OTW,
you
I'm going to
just
keep
throw him in the back.
waterboarding you if you
Do
keep
it.
acting like that.
All right, man. I don't care.
Turn his
I'm
mic
just telling
down.
you.
Turn his mic down too.
They just don't get it,
Encouraging
OTW.
And
This is ridiculous. You're an
I'm
asshole,
encouraging
Jack.
a narcissist. Hold
You
on.
are
I'm
encouraging a narcissist. Yes, you are. By fucking
You
flatting
are
his
owned
ego
by a
and telling him
narcissist.
fucking nice
Right?
things. You're making him feel good about himself by being a fucking piece
Paul's
of garbage.
fucking OTW in the ass, and he's
you're
giving Jack a hard
idiot,
time.
Fucking Steve, you're just a dumb.
Oh,
fucking
really?
slave.
I
You're
am a
so
dumb
stupid.
slave. Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Right
You're
on,
so
brother.
fucking stupid.
Shut
I mean,
up.
I
Suck a
understand why you
dick.
fucking like Jack.
Mail those paintings out. Go on.
No, you guys are fucking terrible. You fucking horrible.
That's right,
You can
Steve.
run
Where are your
so don't
paintings,
give me
bro?
bullshit.
Everybody
Understand
stay
the reality of
backstage.
the fucking. You cannot
Everybody
fucking
stay
face
here who I'm putting
reality. You
backstage.
guys are fucking delusional.
OTW.
This is enough fucking nonsense, Flow State.
OTW.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Are you gonna cry?
I'm not
OTW.
crying.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm fucking
Okay.
pissed off. I'm so fucking fed up of that fucking dickhead who fucking
I would
spews
be-
out a bunch of nonsense.
I would be
and all you
crying
guys
too.
can fucking do is go ahead and fucking encourage him. Oh, you're so nice. You're so sweet, Jack. You're so this. Jack is a fucking dickhead. What do you fucking guys don't get? How come you can't get it through your fucking skull? What's wrong with you,
OTW.
Flow State?
Paul came to your channel and he said, your broadcast sucks. I want you to give me the keys. And you gave him the keys. You
because it triggers
don't have
people.
any.
Because
You
guys are
betrayed
so
yourself
fucking
so quickly.
motherfuckers who don't fucking get the dynamics of entertainment. You're
Okay,
such a fucking
here.
loser. It's incredible.
Stop screaming and explain to me the dynamics.
They have no ability to
What are the
differentiate and
dynamics I
discern
don't get
with the
about
bitch.
you being a huge bitch?
From the other fucking end.
So the dynamics I don't get. Do you believe that Paul is better broadcasting than you are?
What the fuck difference does that make? I'm not talking about Paul. I'm talking about Jack.
I know you said that I'm enabling a narcissist by supporting
Yes,
Jack.
you are.
But but you gave Paul the keys to your channel. You don't think that's enabling a narcissist?
Because you're saying that Paul's a narcissist.
I'm not. I mean, for sure, he's absolutely a narcissist. He's a perfect match to every single criteria on the
DSM. You gotta be fucking
DSM.
kidding me, Flow State. You know what? I always thought you were fucking cool, and I always thought that you were actually
I
smart.
am fucking cool.
You're not fucking seeing the facts for what they are, man.
That's why I'm
Wake
asking
the
you
fuck
what they
up,
are.
man. No, you're not.
Okay, first of all, can we establish that I am cool? Second of all, do we? What am I not understanding about the dynamics here? Because I think I understand them fucking perfectly. You're a coward. You don't respect yourself.
You're just
Paul
as
bullies
much of a coward as I am, Flow State. What the fuck is you trying to discredit
I haven't
me?
given
Make
Paul
any
my
difference
channel.
for the fact that Jack is a fucking prick and you're fucking encouraging him.
Why do you?
difference does
I'm
it
trying
make
to talk to.
if I'm an asshole or not? I'm
I'm
just
trying to talk
pointing out
about
the
you.
fucking truth, man.
No, you're not. You're hiding from it. I'm trying to have a conversation. That's why I put everybody down.
You think I'm a coward? That's
Are you not a
stupid
coward?
Remark. That's an
Why would you give Paul?
fucking comment? You're a child in your mind. You don't
Why
answer
did
like
you?
an adult.
Why did
I
you
have
give
a
Paul
feeling
the
that I'm
keys to your
talking to
channel?
my daughter, who's fucking sometimes so dumb and thick fucking headed that nothing gets to her fucking skull.
Well, I'm sure that
Because
you're a
they
great
think
father.
At your fucking age,
Why?
that you fucking know everything, but you don't.
Why? That's why I'm asking you the questions. Why did you give Paul the keys?
Because
Why
I
did you do
found
it?
as a fucking business owner, okay, that Paul was good for business. Okay? It was a business decision.
How's business
Not in
going?
my fucking feelers, like all of you motherfuckers out there.
You're not?
So fucking stupid and don't fucking depend on logic, but fucking feelings to dictate your lives.
Do you believe that?
Yes, I do. I fucking see it every fucking day.
Wow. Holy.
Oh yeah,
cow.
look at this. This is funny.
He's lost his mind, bro.
I lost my
Lost his
mind.
mind.
Praise
for that.
God.
I
Praise
think
God.
you're cool, bro.
God.
I just saw a lot of feelings.
Not over.
All
OTW
you
is
want,
Jerry
motherfuckers.
Springer.
You'll see
He
karma's
just
right around
wants-
the corner.
Karma. You're the only one screaming and having an aneurysm right now, pal.
Sorry, we're emotional.
You have no control over yourself.
Anger is
No control over yourself. No discipline whatsoever.
I don't need
Yeah,
control.
clearly. Clearly.
Dude, that's good
Almighty
because you
has
don't have
already
any.
all that control over me and uses me as a vessel to fucking share his fucking.
You don't get it, OTW. You're in
What
control
message is
till you
that?
let go.
What message is
God is
that?
all loving? What are you guys fucking sick in the head? You guys are all fucking
Nobody said that.
delusional. You all belong in a fucking psych ward. This is what I believe.
We're gonna Baker act you.
Let's clip this and
What
see.
you are. You're absolutely fucking insane. And these people here are encouraging your insanity.
You're running circles
Jack,
around him,
nice
OTW.
day.
We're about to go to war.
Hey,
At war.
Whoa, why don't you give Jack and
You
OTW
put your hair
a
up like
breakout?
that if you're going to war. You're about to suck
Okay,
some fucking
I can do
dick.
that. I can
I
do
don't
that.
see what that's gonna achieve.
Could be fun.
She's
More
tying up
OTW
her
yelling.
hair. You know
Why
what I
don't we all
mean?
just-
Oh yeah,
I
you
don't
want to
wanna
tie
do
up your
that.
hair. You have no idea who
Will,
you're up against.
Okay,
down.
Paul, just 1 second. We're all going to be quiet except for Jack and OTW. You can have the floor for just a second. And then after that, Paul, I'll bring you up.
Okay.
Go ahead, guys. This is your time.
I don't understand the aggression
I don't
and the
understand.
hate towards me. I really don't.
You don't, Jack? You know what? Fuck you, Jack. You know what? You don't understand the aggression that I have towards you. You know what? What I perceive, you don't fucking understand anything.
I know that's where your anger is
Absent
coming
father.
from, the thoughts you think. But I want you to consider your conclusions.
You're just a fucking. You're like the scum on the bottom of my shoe. You know, you don't have any fucking cognitive abilities. You don't have a brain because you keep looping the same fucking garbage every fucking stream you make.
I
Jack,
know
you
that.
need to stop being so emotional, please.
No,
Where's the
fuck
bomb sound
you, Jack.
effect?
Jack, do you have your emotions in control now?
Yes. Well,
Okay, thanks.
in a moment. Yes. Now they
Oh God, that wasn't
Thank you
funny.
for
Every time
getting
I've
that.
heard that
Thank
on
you,
the
Benton.
See
reason,
how
I
everybody's
cringe.
fucking silent on the
No
panel?
effort.
Nobody's piping up because nobody has any
Yeah.
fucking balls there.
Thank you, Flo. Honestly,
Everybody's
I
looking down at the
apologize
floor like a fucking, and they're
for
all
any
looking to somewhere else.
disrespect I
They're all
offered
avoiding.
earlier.
You know, they can't fucking answer
This
that
has renewed my hope.
because they're too
honestly.
Shook
stupid.
up.
Welcome, Joe Cool. I don't know if you've seen my new handle. I've labeled myself the Insanity Pimp. And I continue to live up to that title every day.
Oh man,
Who told me that?
Flow
Paul
State
was
really
trying to
thinks
come
he's
up?
cool, man. I stand by what I said. This dude doesn't smoke weed at all. There's no way he's cool.
Okay, well, either way, please welcome up. I'll kick OTW, or you can kick OTW. You know, you could just tell him to go back to his hole if you want to spot Paul.
He had a
Right.
panel
with the guitars
Paul
and the
was over on his
artwork
panel, and they were
and all that
gossiping
land.
and complaining about me. And so
I'm telling it to your face. I'm not gossiping. What do you think? I'm a hypocrite? What do you think
He
I'm
wasn't
here for?
talking about you.
I'm here to tell
He
you to
wasn't
your
talk-
face that you're a piece of shit. I don't need to go fuck around on another
OTW.
panel.
OTW, stop crying. You're
you're
talking about Joe.
revealing yourself clearly, OTW. And I just thank God there's others witnessing.
I'm revealing myself, Christos.
He just calmed down to cry more.
I do believe my girl took the weed. I just got back from the dispensary, bro.
I got it, Joe.
Don't need a second.
Do we have? Are we gonna go back to a topic, or do we have?
There is no topic. I
have
mean,
more
so the topic
bitching?
was I was addressing the economic utopian bullshit that Jack was spewing, and yes, but I did it at the beginning of the stream. We can talk about
I
economic
see a
war
bunch
either-
of people
Jack, you should
think
go
they're
back and watch it
normal and
because,
intelligent.
What's for you?
Yeah, just completely unaware of
Well,
themselves.
it's at you. It's at you.
Nothing at all, man.
It's
They're
for me.
just fucking completely
But,
lost.
But yeah,
fucking
we can talk
sheep,
about
man.
that topic if that's
And
what
they're
people want, but I don't
following
have any
Jack
real
as their
topics besides
shepherd,
that.
man. What the
I'm
fuck?
just pimping OTW's
Well,
insanity,
it's like-
I suppose.
I'm
I
insane.
suggest
hyping
that
up
we
the
don't
special
bring up
needs
Paul
kid.
at all. Like, let's talk about something
It's like
interesting.
hyping up the special needs kid
Yeah,
as
I'm
if
fine
he's
with that.
normal and cool, and it's not doing it to be nice,
Hey,
but
I've got
rather
a whole
it's
bunch of
doing
right
it
to travel
to
cases.
to use the kid. They're using
Oh,
Jack as a
shit.
lol cow,
You
but they
have
won't
to let-
admit it. They won't admit it, like some others
course,
out
they're
here,
using-
like us
No,
or
no,
Paul.
of course they're using Jack.
Disingenuous, manipulative, and I played that at one point early on as well, like the cupcaking thing, just looking past all the toxic and problematic dynamics and traits, just so you can go there, have fun, have a wrench, and cupcake together. And I mean, it's real, man. It's real, and that's why it is good that you did this. And we can't just it's a new day in the metaverse, and we're gonna look past all these red flags with character traits and psychological complexes and go along to get along. It's actually going to cause more problems. And so there's a time, and I've seen it happen recently to certain degrees, where lines have been drawn with channels and people, and beyond the metaverse, just drawing healthy barriers to the fuckery. And if you are going to open yourself up to it, you're rebuking it, you're criticizing it, you're seeing it for what it is, and you're not letting it negatively influence. It's so, like, quote unquote, putting on the armor of God. And I'm not trying to sound like Paul here. It's just some of the similar words. He calls people infidels. I won't call people infidels, I guess, but the whole idea of metaversal miscreants and just there is a heretical thing going on for real, man, where a lot of these people are blasphemous, like Jack, talking about how he talks like he bears witness. Paul talks about bearing witness. Jack is moving as if he's this great spiritual being with so much to offer, and it's just like Timmy was saying the other day. It's completely right. This is an archetype of people that just sit on their ass and have read a couple Dr. Wayne Dyer, Bruce Lipton, or whatever books, and they are so ungrounded, out of touch with reality. They're living off the state, usually in some manner. They don't have to have a job and responsibilities, and
They're jabbed up.
yeah, man. Yeah, and it's just they believe they can sit in front of a fireplace, string together some spiritual word salads because they read a couple books and they're no longer an alcoholic. So that means, they need to be taken seriously and they have a lot to offer. It's just, I'm kind of rambling again here, but it goes back to what we were saying earlier about patterns, recognizing patterns. And there's a great opportunity, like almost every day, man, actually to take witness to these different attributes, these different social dynamics, different characteristics that people display. People get so caught up in the whole stardom aspect or the whole, attention. Many people are viewing me, number counting, and all of that stuff. People get all distracted with that and fail to realize, damn, man, I'm overheating my brain right now. OTW, did you have anything to share, man? Wait. Well, people get all like caught up with that stardom, is what I was saying, that they fail to actually do the self-reflection and have the self-awareness and see that they might actually be revealing more about themselves than they realize.
Dude, don't you see the pride? Don't you see the pride? Look at them all. They're all proud. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's
That's
this false
the whole issue
assurity.
here. Exactly, that false sense of security, man. It stinks. It's a stench that I just can't stand. It's disgusting, man.
And that's why we rebuke them. That false sense of assurity. It's just like it's adding insult to injury when people are on a certain level of ignorance, but then they genuinely believe that they come out on top. They got the clear position on things.
Yeah, they have the clear view on
OTW
things.
can't control his emotions, and he's spiraling and he doesn't know what he's doing. Like when actually, ironically, funny enough, you're actually more in control of yourself and aware of what you're doing
Then
the
they
start
are
of going in there. Yes.
Exactly. I knew exactly what I was doing when I popped into that fucking stream, but they have no idea what they're doing there. I saw what they were doing. Paul saw what they were doing. Every fucking person with a little bit of discernment could have fucking seen what these people are doing. And seemingly, while they're having these conversations, they can't get the name of Paul out of their mouths.
Hey, thanks for pausing it, Benton. And I saw you noticed we had some input there to give. And
I'm the one who has
Oh, I didn't pause it. That was my phone
I'm
fucking
tripping.
up. But yeah, thanks.
Oh.
No, I was trying to shop. I was trying to shop, and then the fucking cell service here is so terrible. That's what all that is.
No, but
That's
I'm the
funny.
one who has the control over the pause, unpause. See?
I'm
Let's go to
tripping,
another
bro.
topic.
I forgot. My bad. I
No
forgot
worries.
you were the one screen sharing. Okay.
It doesn't matter, man. We're good. I'm just trying
So
to
you
get
guys
back.
want to continue listening to these looping slaves?
Right on, Benton.
Of course.
All right.
Yeah, let's go.
Because I'm not there. And you know what? This is the other dynamic here. See, all Steve had to do was say, oh, we shouldn't let Paul up here because, we're going to have a better conversation. And what a fucking bitch. Anyway.
Oh, is that double speak again, OTW? Are you saying
Yeah.
that he was talking about not having Paul or staying away from
Right, because when I saw Paul was
making
going to come up,
yeah.
I saw that he was backstage. So, Flow State said he was going to bring him up. So I decided to, go back to my stream because I was broadcasting that day, restreaming them. And Paul, was there waiting backstage. So I yielded, I left, I went back to my stream, and I was expecting Paul to come up, but they never let him up.
Wait. I thought they did let him up at one point.
Did they? I'm not sure because I didn't.
It was a long stream, a couple different things.
Yeah, it was a
that
long stream.
happened. It wasn't as long maybe as you were in there, but because that group
they did
hug
let Paul
thing,
up.
they
Okay.
did it to him. Yeah, they put him in the
Okay,
middle and did that group hug, mocking, whatever.
Yeah, I see. It's coming up next. You're right. They did leave him up. Oh yeah, they wanted to do that with me. I said, "Go fuck yourself. Don't fucking touch me."
Real
Metaversally
quick,
speaking.
OTW, before you hit play, did you ever review more of? Not that it even really matters for real. There's so many streams I never went back and actually looked at. But I guess was there anything interesting that we ended up missing when reviewing Z's stream when Russ went on there? And
Oh
I
yeah,
think we
missed
covered a
a
decent
whole lot.
amount of it, but
We
yeah,
fast
okay.
forward through about an hour of it, dude. We missed a lot, man. I'd have to go and review that again, just to
'Cause I think I think they were reviewing this video here of you, or at least just speaking on it briefly. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much. I was just curious if there was anything you had picked up.
I haven't even gone
Good-
checked
good
it yet
content.
because I have a lot of
then
shit
don't
to
worry
do.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, and that's what I'm saying. It's really like not that important, actually. I just didn't know if maybe there was something since then. I found out anything interesting content-wise, but this is pretty good right now. So go ahead.
I don't.
Is it right on the jacket? Little pokes at Flo.
I mean, Scott is so endlessly frustrating for me because he doesn't know what he's talking about, but he's like the only.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward to Paul.
Scott's a complete bitch, bro. Scott's corny as hell, dog. I don't know if you noticed. If you pause real quick while you're doing that. Scott 2B, man. At one point in the stream, he had that blur green screen background thing on. Except he was blurred as well. It's like I literally think he is so big that somehow the AI wasn't picking up that he was there, and was blurring him out with the rest of the. In fact, I'll go find. It was in the stream, dude. It was pretty early on. Maybe I'll find it and give you a timestamp just so we can see that. But super trolly. I was like, why is he blurred out too? And it didn't occur to me until this morning, talking about it again. Like, oh, maybe somehow I didn't pick up on that body signature, and he was just like a. Anyway,
Part
you
of
got
the,
it.
It was part of the background. He melted into the background because he takes up so much space in the camera that he becomes the background.
Oh my
That's good.
god!
I like that.
Literally. Hey, and then last thing, OTW, I just wanted to say about Sky. I don't know if you noticed, but he took your astronaut drinking a soda or whatever and made it. And I'm like that's not even. It's not even like he took a picture of you that was maybe a little unflattering and zoomed in or something. Like, really? Like that's supposed to mean anything? I'm pretty sure half the people didn't even notice or care that was like your little banner cover thing, screen, whatever.
My YouTube thing, yeah, it's my
yeah. It was
my
just weird.
backdrop on my
I saw
YouTube
him
channel.
he was trying to run that game that people do on here of like Paul putting on Lumatomi's little avatar thing, and like it was just a fail basically. It's just his boomer showing he didn't know what he's doing. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there. Thanks.
All right, so Paul's about to hop on here. I think I might have missed this part.
There we. Welcome.
What happened, Flow State? How come you didn't message me back privately? We were talking so well.
Well, because I don't even remember what your last message was.
So that's how men talk privately, huh?
Oh, I remember you because you were.
Yeah, now you remember, right? But you went on the few days after and kept talking shit about me because without talking about me and my broadcast, you got nothing.
Well, you were talking about how we were at a project working, and you talked about it last night. When you immediately misrepresent our discussion and the contents of it and the nature of it and when the fuck it happened, even. Yeah.
How did I misrepresent that exactly? Would you like me to read it word for word?
In your stream.
Yeah, would you like me to read it tomorrow on the stream, word for word? How did I misrepresent it?
Are you going to read what you said in the previous stream? You said, last night, I talked to Flosay privately, which is the first insignificant bullshit. It was that morning. You said, we're working on a project together, which we were not. You said, and then you tried to weaponize it against Jack. This is all a manipulation, Paul. Like, I can see what it is. So that's why.
So you think that's manipulation?
When you pretend to want to have me on your panel so that you can shove it in Jack's face.
So you're so insecure that you still think I'm pretending to want to have you on the panel rather than actually just have real conversations there that you can't have there that you need to have here, apparently. You still think it's to go against Jack. I need to fuck you to get back at Jack, huh?
I do think it's about Jack, yes.
Because you're bizarre. You're like broken bitches. You think everything is a political move. I told you privately, man to man, that most of the time we align on certain.
Why did you publicly say things that were just not true?
Well, that was a little bit of playing up of my perspective, but it's all the same idea to me. You
So
were on
played up your
why are you
perspective.
talking over me after asking me a question?
Because this is my panel, and you don't stop talking when you should.
Okay.
Paul, you misrepresented what I said, and then instantly used that misrepresentation as a way to attack
So
Jack.
because my
You're
first
full of
message
fucking
was sent
shit.
to you at night and you got back to me in the morning and I said at night, I was misrepresenting.
Intentionally, yes.
Oh, intentionally. So by saying
You know what?
last
You
night when I
misrepresent-
first messaged and you got back to me in the morning, that was me
Let me
representing.
correct that. You
Great
didn't
details,
misrepresent it.
host.
You lied about it.
You're a two-faced cowardly bitch who won't come on my panel because you don't want to embarrass yourself. You don't mind doing it here and playing both sides. That's the bottom line.
How am I playing both sides? I'm telling it to you to your face. I was willing to talk to you in good faith. Then you immediately showed you weren't talking in good faith.
Okay, so because I do an entertainment broadcast and I'm allowing controversy to generate and express, which is an obvious, organic, authentic experience, because you were just on his panel the other night yelling at him and he threw you the fuck out. So did you not have the same exact experience with Jack that the rest of us had, but still want to pretend like it didn't happen?
I have a different experience with Jack
I'll
than
see
you
you
do.
later. You're a two-faced, punk-ass, cowardly bitch. You won't
You're
even
a child. You can't take
Oh my gosh.
responsibility for
Didn't we
anything.
say we didn't want to talk about Paul?
Oh, yeah,
Can
we
we
did.
remove
father
him?
the same way you treat him.
Two-faced,
It's
bitch-ass,
uncanny the way you won't
cowardly.
stop.
I
Holy
forgot. We did
God.
just agree to that.
How dare you talk over him, man? What's
There
wrong
you
with
go.
you, bro? Don't talk over talk him.
See? No accountability whatsoever, Benton. Anyway. Just keep
Like,
I'm here. I'm listening.
So I can't just be in the moment naturally and make shit up on my entertainment stream. Nah, dude, you're full of shit. That's exactly what I'm saying. And Paul, I did just agree. We did just agree that we're not gonna discuss you anymore. I don't have anything else to say to you right now. I don't think you have anything else to say to me except to bitch. If you do, we can move it back to the private. You can message me on Facebook. Or you can super chat your way back into the panel for limited time.
So let's get back to OTW, man. Wow, he was extremely passionate. What did you say to him, Jack? Wow, why did he come in here so hot for?
So hot.
On the panel, I told him I did not want his opinion. I explained why I didn't want his opinion.
Yeah.
And then after my stream, I saw he's got a panel and restreaming me complaining and bitching about me. So I commented in his chat, you know, I find the behavior fascinating. So maybe I poked him a little bit before he showed up here. That might be.
Yeah,
Just
he
a
was
little bit.
he was pretty bothered, man.
Well, it
He was
worked.
not being emotional.
It worked. You got him triggered for sure.
It's so weak, though. That's such a weakness. It's like
a weakness. Look at all your fucking faces. All of you fucking had nothing to say after I went there, and you say
We're
that
in
was
OTW. I
weakness.
didn't basement
You're the
OTW.
ones who look like a bunch of fucking weak
I thought
bitches.
Jack basemented him though at
he
Jack's
might have you
crib, and then
basemented
he
me
came
first.
over here and got mad.
I kind of feel
All
like these
looking on the
guys
ground
never
like
had a
fucking,
mother
you
that
know.
told them they're being little shits and they need to sit in the corner and think about what they did.
I was
Like,
thinking it was a best friend to
Actually,
smack him in
remember
the mouth,
Sarah,
but close
when I
enough.
told
they need a
you,
mommy.
remember when
That's
I
actually
said
exactly right.
he has mother issues and I never
Bunch
take it
of
personal
fucking
'cause it's
children.
not- he just
That's
doesn't
all they
know how to
are. A
communicate
bunch
with
of
women.
fucking high school
And,
kids.
and whether you're in a relationship with a woman, you have to have women friend in your life because women are totally different species than men.
Yeah,
and you have to know how to communicate.
it's all entertainment, though, so you can only take it for what it's worth, right?
Just
I
the
just
fact
let him
that the
back up.
women
He's just
here-
gonna
just
bitch.
the fact that the women here think it's a woman's place to break a little boy's spirit and keep her with that mama's spirit under control rather than free and honest and authentic is the
It's
problem.
not about breaking your
You're
spirit.
absolutely right,
It's
Sarah.
about,
I never had a mama
it's
break
about-
my spirit like the rest of these.
Don't
women.
overtalk her. She didn't overtalk you. Don't overtalk her.
I'll do whatever I please.
I'm
Parents-
sure you
Nothing
will.
about it except what
A
you can
mother
do.
Sure you
teaches
will.
her son
Punk-ass
to be
bitch.
a respectable man. and you did not get that discipline from a mother, so you still act like a little
Any discipline
fucking
from a
child.
mama. You're bizarre. You're a toxic feminine beast. I wouldn't listen
You
to you for
do
3
act
seconds.
like a little child, Paul. You
That's
got
fine.
to
Projection.
You're the
Said- he
example
said
of a
you.
grown man. Can't even create value to pay off your home. Shut your mouth.
This is childish behavior. Do you
Yeah,
not
he's jealous that
see
you actually
what
have
you are
your own
doing?
home,
No,
Jack.
it's not
I'm gonna
childish
agree
behavior
with
because she
you.
doesn't have any children. She has no fucking idea what a child
He's
is like.
actually just like, this is his heart, and he's just projecting it. So I
That's what
kind of
Jack was doing,
Great stuff,
Cynthia.
Cynthia. You're a regular
He is.
psychologist. You get the
Maybe
He's a
we-
wounded
maybe we
child.
could be his
Child who
mama.
feels abandoned and doesn't like
the latest
women
booster yet
because
for
of
your
it.
health and safety? You're a regular
You're being
genius.
hugged by all of us right now, Paul. This
Fuck
is your
your
warm
hug.
mama
I
energy.
love you,
hug.
Paul.
Stay away from me and don't touch me.
You're being
There you go.
accepted
Yeah,
despite
has the
your
same spirit as I
bitterness.
do.
Accepted by you
You're
people.
being
That's the thing. You
loved.
don't get it.
You don't.
I don't want to be touched by you, and I don't want to be accepted by you. Stay away from
Look
me.
at your. Look at your.
And
Your.
stop
Stay
telling
away
me
from me. What are you doing here? Get the fuck out. Go back to your
Commenting on
cult.
you speaking about me. I'm speaking to your face when all you bitches won't address me in my
Where
face.
you're not speaking to anyone's face. You're hiding behind your
house
camera.
to talk at all you bitches in your face because you won't come to my
Yeah.
house to talk.
You're such a man. You're such a man.
Hey, I was there today, Paul.
You're a punk ass bitch, and we all know it.
Well,
Mhm.
you
Yeah,
offered.
you got it, buddy.
I do got it, and you ain't got it.
No,
He
I'm
does
sure,
got it,
yeah.
and you
Mhm.
guys
got
fucking
some-
don't got
Yep.
You got the.
You got the hug.
You got a demon.
You're so right.
That's on
You got
record.
Yep.
demons.
It's all on
in you.
record.
More than all 60, 80
You
put
sure
together,
do,
and that's
buddy.
on record.
You sure do. Congratulations, you win. Goodbye.
Fuck
said all
Steve,
six
man.
of us.
You're a
That means
fucking
he
prick,
got
man.
two of us.
Yeah,
I'll let you
he's
jack
so
it
much
up.
better. So
Yeah.
much better than everybody else.
He's got his mama's
He
spirit.
thinks this
Don't
is
talk
real.
over him.
I'll
Don't talk over
anyone I
him.
want,
He'll talk over anyone he wants.
and you're not gonna do nothing about
And
it.
we're not going to do anything
We're
about
just
it.
thank you.
Right. Because the only power you have with
Mm-hmm.
me is online, and it's limited.
That's
You
the
know
only
what
power
happens
everybody
in
has.
what happens in real life. You don't talk to people that way in real
That's
life.
fine. Come down here.
You
I'll
sure
talk
as
to you
fuck
just
don't.
how I did here on live stream and send you the fuck packing.
Yeah, I'm
You
sure
can,
you would.
okay, drop your address
Come on
back.
camera,
Hey,
See, I would have to come there because I can travel the country. I have money to travel. You can't travel. I can
Now it's
I
a
can
fucking
travel
dick measuring
myself.
contest because he
Claims and
thinks he's all
projections.
that.
You got more than me, but you've never verified it yet. So how do we know?
Oh my
Okay.
God. Fucking delusions.
Yeah, delusions. Exactly.
My $60 microphone and my $80 mic boom.
Let's come up with a
$60
topic,
microphone.
something
Yeah.
worthwhile.
My
'cause this is
microphone's
unproductive
$200.
in
What are you
general.
talking about?
I
Well,
don't
this,
want
You're
to waste
fucking.
my
this is
time.
it's Paul's show now.
So now he's
Flow
bragging
State's
about
gonna
his
kick him.
microphone and mic boom.
This is
No,
what
he's
Paul
not-
calls
he just
freedom.
has to cry it out. All right, then he'll
It's
go to sleep.
bragging.
He'll learn. He'll
Who
learn.
has
to
the
love
pacifier?
you, Paul.
It out.
It doesn't even make any sense.
He's such a winner.
This is what a
He's such a
supportive,
winner.
loving family does.
He feeds off his negative.
Isn't my mic cost both of yours? It costs more than both of your mics. And it's like, that's like, I have a $1,500 console that I pass through, so I can get some sound effects. It's like, what are you guys measuring dicks for? That's ridiculous. Honestly, it's completely stupid.
Well, and if we're talking about mics, I just ordered a $25 dynamic mic, and I'm going to sound better than all of them put together on it.
There you go.
So
You're
how about
probably even
that?
going to sound better than me. And I have fucking,
I don't know about that, but yeah.
No. But Benton, I've seen people with equipment cheaper than mine, and they sound better than I do. So it doesn't really matter. That's why I'm saying there's no point in having dick measuring contests.
Yeah, who cares?
There's, the value of things has no value in themselves. You can't present yourself with things that have value and make yourself valuable because of that. That's stupid. That's completely stupid. You're the value, and whatever else surrounds you is just it's like an extension of yourself, or it complements what you already are. And you should not let those things take control of you, but you always have control over those things. So
Well said.
obviously Steve is letting himself controlled by his ego and his pretentiousness. Okay, he's very pretentious, and he has that fucking smirk on his face that I'd like to wipe right off. All right.
That's why I said false assurity earlier. Yeah.
You know, yeah. You see, somebody said it. Christina said it in chat, down in chat there. My shoes run really fast. My shoes are faster than yours.
And what you were saying there, OGW, just made me think of quote unquote spiritual currency, as Paul would put it, which I really just hearing him say that phrase, spiritual currency, man, it's a powerful phrase, bro. 'Cause it's like people are used to the whole idea of currency with this blasphemous, perverted rendition of it in the modern world, fiat. So putting those two words together is just it's a simple and powerful way to kind of activate something within yourself that you know is true deep down. That you are the currency. And you can even get into the the words, right? And the current sea of water which is within you, and not to start spiraling off on legal lawful stuff, but it goes a lot of different directions here. Spiritual currency, man, is like the current of the energy, right? So we are the energy, we are the currency 100%. We keep the flow of reality, the flow of the sea, whether that sea is just energy or energy is the currency. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, but we're the ones who produce that energy because if
Exactly.
we are that currency, in other words.
Yeah, exactly.
But he doesn't see the value there. He doesn't understand that, and this I think this is what Paul is trying to incarnate, and nobody sees that. They're all fucking look at me, look at Sarah, look at how
Worldly.
Yeah, exactly. Look at Jack.
Yeah, putting the value on the exterior extension, just like you said, man. These things are extensions of the power and currency, spiritual currency within, manifested further out as extensions, where it's like people have it backwards. They're all cut up in the Maya, in the worldliness and the materials.
I agree with Mitch right now.
Chasing a bag. So
yeah, and I also agree with Mitch was that toxic females are a result of weak men. Agreed, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what Benton.
Yeah,
I've
100%.
really heard like Benton or Paul point that out for sure. Accountability of the masculine aspect and energy.
It's probably even one of the sources of all the marriages that are not successful and end up in divorce, because the women try to take control and they end up being this feminist thing. I don't know. I've had toxic relationships, so I have a bit of experience in that domain. All right, so let's play a little bit more of this.
Well, yours looks like one of those suction cup dildos that mount. You know what I mean?
Sure, you want to see the receipts? The boom is 120. The
I
mic is
wanna-
120.
I wanna
Why
see
are we
the
talking
actual
about the
mic. Can you
prices
turn
of
your
fucking
camera
items
on
like
so we
that's
can
what
see
makes
the
a man?
mic?
You guys are pathetic
See,
bitches.
We're pathetic,
You
everybody.
laugh, you look stupid. Flow State held up a $3,000 bar of silver. He thinks he's doing something. It's laughable.
Paul, can we see that mic
Paul?
real quick?
See what?
So what is a man? What is masculinity?
God.
Paul will tell you. Let Paul tell you what a man is. This 33-year-old man.
Well, I don't know. Was this on Jack's panel yesterday when we were talking about how men have
Stoicism.
such a fucked up view of what a man is?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yesterday. I do
Stoicism.
agree with it. Go ahead. You're good.
Well, I know a lot of men think that it has to be that they have this job that they can provide and pay for things like a house and home, and that's how they see themselves, as providing safety, shelter, and protection. That's the society, right?
Right.
Do we agree with this?
We
Yes or
agree
no?
that that is society.
Yeah. Okay.
Picture of a man.
But I don't think a house actually shows that you are a man.
Right.
It doesn't actually provide protection and safety from the man. It only provides safety and protection from outside and outside factors like the elements or people you don't know. So the home provides that. But if you're inside a home with a man that you don't feel safe and protected from, if he is the asshole, That home does not make him a man because you are not safe nor protected. You are actually trapped in a fucking hellhole with the man who's abusive calling himself a man because he's provided you with house and shelter.
Agreed.
That's not a man. It's a quality. If I can feel safe and protected no matter where I'm at, even if we're living in a fucking car, do I feel safe with you? Do I feel like you can protect me? Those are qualities that make a man.
Here,
Are you grounded and stable, supportive and protective, logical, practical, decisive, dedicated, and unconditional love?
I'll bring you back up to the middle of the panel in just a second. I can hear rain going. I just need to do a quick lap and make sure that my tools aren't out in the yard. And then I'll be able to manage this again. But in the meantime, carry on.
What's not a man is aggressive,
See the
controlling,
insecurity right there,
dominating,
Benton,
and
Christos.
critical.
Did you see
That
that?
is not a fucking man.
That was crazy. Insecure. He took Paul right off the panel because he had to leave. So he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to trust Paul to keep the conversation going, and him thinking that he would derail his stream. It's just crazy.
Oh, I know
shit.
what you mean.
Well,
It's like you can't even trust the panel to like hold it up for him with Paul there. But go ahead, Benson.
Yeah, well, definitely, and it's not Paul that's not trustworthy in that situation, lest we forget. And I don't know anything of this woman, so I don't know her. I'm saying he's not worried that Paul's not trustworthy. Let's call it what it is. But in my opinion, anyway. But Keith doesn't know what's going on. So Keith, we're reviewing another panel here of this is a different cast of characters than you've probably ever seen. And up in the middle, top middle, is one Jack Talcott, who is infamous in these YouTube streets, as it were.
Copy that.
Yeah.
Listening.
Cool, man.
Keith had a good combo yesterday. It was good to hear you talk with Paul. Or maybe that was 2 days ago. I don't remember. But hearing Keith over there with you, Benton, was nice.
Yeah, like I felt really vulnerable and uncomfortable, but I do think that it was necessary, in order for me to grow. Yeah, it's okay. I'm good with it. I didn't like it, but yeah, it's necessary. Yeah. Thank you though. Yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah,
sometimes it's to grow you have to put yourself in a place where you're willing to accept the outcomes of certain situations that you have no control over.
Okay, so you having said that, yeah, so that shit sucks. I didn't enjoy it. It wasn't, I felt compelled to do it so I could, get past, my bullshit and be a better version of who Keith needs to be. That's all.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was not fun. I wanted to do it, and it needed to be done.
Sir,
Well,
sir. If anybody's going third person around here, it's going to be me. But go ahead, Christos.
Oh, yeah, and I was just going to say, it's like what we were just talking about here with when Keith was on Paul's. It's like these are the types of moments that Paul facilitating these interactions and holding space for these different dynamics, and whether it's an individual or like two people, like when Annie and Jeffrey were coming on, like, and Brian O'Shea, like holding the space and facilitating these types of things, I think it's just, it brings a lot of value. And that's why there's all the people that keep coming back and showing support. And so again, when people talk about, it's a cult and this and that, it's just like, y'all really can't set aside all the nonsense and just objectively look at the value and like truly spiritual value that gets brought here, and seeing people evolve, whether that's Brian or whoever, seeing people, willing to kind of open up and then as a result become better from it, and seeing that facilitated as like an open thing for others to experience and observe. Again, it's just there's a lot of value here, and if people don't see it, they need to just grow up a little bit, and that's how I see it.
Well, and by the way, I grew up in a cult. There's 0% chance of me ending up in a cult. It cannot happen. So actually me being around, as far as I'm concerned, disproves the entire cult angle.
No, agreed, because obviously all you're doing is hanging around with like-minded people, or at least individuals who have a spiritual and intellectual discernment at a level that is it resonates with you, you know.
100%. Real quick, just since I went to the went and did my shopping, these people are gone, man. It was one of the most miserable experiences of my whole life. And actually, the people in the store kind of remind me of what I'm seeing on the panel. It's just these are the most normie motherfuckers of all time here.
Yep.
And, man, people's brains don't work anymore. I felt like the only person in there with a working brain. I'm pretty sure the lady overcharged me, but between trying to listen to the broadcast and get the fuck out of there, I didn't even care. I just handed her the money. She gave me my change, and I fucking split, bro. It was horrible.
Wow.
Like these people, they can't even predict each other's movements anymore. I take one step and just have to stop and like wait for everybody to figure out where they're going to go. It's complete fucking insanity. I'm not even exaggerating. Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, you're right. There's a timidness that I see for sure. Like people can't even just like walk around a corner in a grocery store and like look both ways kind of, instead of just running out with your cart and then running over a lady. Like it's just like such simple little things that I know what you mean, Benton. It's like people can't operate their bodies just walking around in a store around other people, and it won't even be like super crowded, but like people can't figure out how to just navigate around each other and work with other beings, it seems.
Well, and there was some kid in there. I guess he turned out to be like the owner's son or grandson or something, and he's got something wrong with him, right? But that's fine. When I first got in there, everywhere I went, he was just coming right at me. Every time I would just stare at him like, hey, man, why don't you stay the fuck away from me? It happened the whole time I was in there. No matter where I was, every time I looked up, he's just coming directly at me. Probably he's detecting I'm the only one in there with a working brain. And he's like, take me with you, I'm guessing. It was fucking bizarre, man. Just off the charts. And see, it's exactly what I'm hearing from this panel. This is it's not that they've had an arrested development. It's almost as if they developed and now they're actually going back into being like infants in a way. But then with their still like sophisticated, they know how to somewhat operate in life, right? But then it's all these dynamics, like as if they make fun of someone in an appropriate way, or not in an appropriate way. If they make fun of people like Paul or us, and I don't mean us as a group, I mean us individually. If they make fun of us specifically, then somehow, we're diminished and they're risen up. Meanwhile, I listen to J-Hub talk. He's just a fucking moron. I mean, what is this? He's just dumb. And I'm like, why? How am I in these streets with actual stupid people? It's the exact same type of people that can't maneuver around the fucking store. What is this?
Jason, you and I have talked about this, like the NPC type shit. They are not the fucking same. They're not. You will not convince me or show me otherwise that they're a fucking conscious being. They're not. They are fucking completely lost.
I think Jack is one of those beings. I think I'm ready to put my hand in fire.
And when I'm walking around a store in Arkansas, it makes a little more sense. The fact that these people are on the internet talking about ideas, that's the confusion for me. Because now I'm seeing, these are the exact same type of folks who I just encountered at the store. But this is bumfuck Arkansas. At least that computes. Like none of these people are going to their houses and getting on StreamYard and trying to talk about ideas. This is just complete insanity. What is this? Like I'm legitimately befuddled.
They are not the same. They're not the fucking same. Period. You're not going to convince me otherwise. fucked
But
up.
Keith, you're missing my point. The
Yeah,
people
no.
who are not the same at the store do not go home and get on StreamYard. The
Okay.
people we're watching on the panel are on StreamYard talking about new agey ideas. That's the disconnect. So I'm realizing that they're actually the same as the people at the store. But how do they have this layer where they can somehow talk about ideas? That's the part I don't understand.
I
It's
believe that's
fucking bizarre.
narcissistic. That's the narcissist in them. That the narcissistic attributes that overlap the normal individual that you would meet in a store. There, they have that extra quality, or if you want to call it a quality, maybe it's not, but they have that extra characteristic that makes that they'll come onto a YouTube and start having these conversations and creating their own broadcast. I don't know.
A delusional like perspective on reality, maybe.
But it's kind of ironic
Well, they're
because
like-
I'm also here doing that. So
Well, and it's actually megalomania. I think it goes beyond, I don't think narcissism even describes it at this point. This is megalomania. At least Jack, for sure. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But yeah, narcissism, that's just a starting point. And by the way, you know, Adam Carolla, who used to be really astute and now he's terrible. Don't even listen to him. But I listened to him for years. And he talked about years ago that all roads lead to narcissism. And just narcissism is built into society at this point. But this is something even beyond that, as far as I can tell. Like, I'm just, honestly, I'm appalled at this. I didn't realize that it had gotten this bad.
Yeah.
Now, in the physical, I can accept it. I mean, here in the metaverse, this is insane. But go ahead, please.
Well, I think this place is even worse. Like YouTube is worse than reality. If you know what I'm saying, like insanity here is pretty much a daily thing. It's consistent, comes back, it's always there. It's the insane asylum is YouTube, man. And I don't even know if you come in here with a straight mind, I don't even know if you're gonna get out of here the same way you walked in. You might be a little bit, yeah. You might be a little bit deranged yourself. Why do you think some of these YouTubers end up after 5, 6, 7 years? They just stop. They had enough. They can't stand it anymore. They're losing their shit. They move on to different things. I believe that's why, because eventually, being around a bunch of fucking completely insane people, it gets to you eventually. Especially when it becomes present in your personal life, and you fucking getting fucking hate mail directly in the mail. You get fucking, I don't know, people showing up at your fucking doorstep, putting bags of shit on fire. Who knows what the fuck is anything can happen.
So that's happened.
No, I'm just pointing out. I'm just imagining things that. No, I'm not saying that. I have no proof of that, but I believe things like that could happen or have happened. People are insane out here.
The flash mob of singing gay men show up outside.
Dude, I had people giving out my address at one point, man. I was like, what?
Yeah, pull up. Fucking pull up. Bring that shit. Pull the fuck up. By all means necessary. Bring. Don't
stay
say,
stay the fuck away from me. But yeah, go see Keith. He can handle it. Stay the fuck away from me, though. I'm not interested. But I hear you, Keith.
Yeah. That part, like the physicality shit, but fucking I welcome it. And I know I said violence is golden and shit. And the reason I say that is because when they come for you, they show up in force and they're armed and they're violent. They're not showing up unarmed. Yeah, no, not at all. They're not diplomatic at whatsoever. So fuck you and fuck them, and not you personally, but just pull the fuck up by all means.
I kind of think like that too. I'm kind of like, I'd rather go out in a blaze of glory than fucking let you fucking take me like a dog.
Yeah, on your fucking knees, grabbing your ankles. Fuck that.
Fuck that. Fucking right. Yeah. I'd rather be a martyr than a fucking.
Not even martyrdom, just fucking, like maybe the hero's journey or some shit. Just I'm gonna fucking die like that, not like, you know, some beaten down garbage ass fucking man or a shell of a man, which
Right.
I have been in the past. Like just fucking emotionally, physically abused and shit, you know, not playing the victim or none of that shit. That shit has happened and it's taken place. No, it's no longer, that's not on the table. That's off the fucking table. Motherfucker, no.
Dude,
We're not doing that.
when that fucking all this bullshit started 3 years ago, man, I armed myself to the teeth. I said they're gonna walk in here and want to fucking stick something in my arm. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. And if it's gonna happen, I'm taking some. People are coming with me. People are coming with me.
Yeah, so I'm kind of like me and Benton spoke about this shit like 3 or 4 years ago on the Zombie Apocalypse podcast. I'm surprised people, men, women, whatever, you know, that go outside of all the other bullshit aren't in a fucking camp right now and getting fucking detained or, you know, mistreated, fucked with, or whatever. Like, but I have seen it, and it's just videos and that. Like, I've seen that shit, and it makes me fucking physically ill. It really does. I just cannot fucking, I don't want to be part of that shit. Like, I'm just not going to, you know, like I said, grab my ankles. No, we're not doing that. Fuck you. Bring it. Don't sing it. Don't fucking tell me. Just come on, pull up. Fuck it.
Well, and I want to say this, Keith. We're on YouTube, and there was a reason why I was on a website back then. Just to remind you, there's a reason why I chose to take that to a website and not to YouTube at the time.
Because we couldn't say what we wanted to fucking say to each other.
Still can't.
Okay.
Because now we're on YouTube. Yeah, I'm just reminding you that
we gotta.
That was the place for
ourselves.
that. Yeah, this is not the place, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of speaking in code. I wasn't trying to
Exactly.
bring up any. Yeah,
exactly.
You know, every time in my life where it came to a place where things got up in arms, there was no talking. We didn't talk about it. It just happened. Somebody comes up on me with a shovel. I did everything I could to take the shovel and smack him. Somebody reached across the table or grab food off my tray. There's no discussion about things like that happen in real time.
That's what my dad used to tell me. He says, "Hit first and talk after."
Yeah, see, everything that we sit here and talk about on these panels, it's all 99.99999% fucking intangible, never going to happen, and it's all ego.
I love how it went silent there.
I'm sorry. My apologies. I don't feel like defending myself against some fucking tyrannical garbage is a fucking ego thing. That's not being egotistical at all. No, that's fucking.
I'm talking about the guy that starts up being tyrannical. It's his ego. I'm not talking about people that are justified in retribution and stuff. I'm talking about the shit that gets started with these tyrannical motherfuckers that think they have some kind of authority. What they're doing is they're doing the same thing that Paul's doing to everybody, is triggering you. If you don't know how to leave that conversation out and see observe the world for what it really is, that conversation is what's going to trigger you in doing everything in your life. You have to learn to let that trigger go so you can do what you're meant naturally to do.
Which is, bring love, light, and loyalty to anyone you meet. And if they don't agree with that or accept that, or, you know, they're not compelled to do the same thing, then fuck them. Yeah.
How you gonna love a demon?
You tell me. By all means. Yeah.
Yeah, but you see Mitch saying, you know, like they don't have to do shit if we destroy each other. Yeah, but there are some like if you want to say we, all right, because we is a big word, but I don't really believe in that because I think we means I. But we as a people, all right, if we are destroying each other, I don't actually think that's the case. These individuals here on the panel are destroying themselves. I believe we're trying to get ourselves out of that fucking mindset and enslaving your own self. to that
Right,
type
by
of
pointing
fucking
it out and
programming.
being aware. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think what Mitch is saying is just the people. I can't speak for Mitchell, and he might choose to come up here if he wants to, but just I think I would interpret that as society at large, right? Well, sure, yeah, there's certain folks.
As a general statement, yeah.
Yeah, there's certain folks like us who are, my particular brand of being tortured is I get to go to these stores and people literally can't, they're not competent to even move around in the physical space anymore, But we're not we, certain individuals are exceptions to that. But what I see is people degenerating. So that's back to Mitchell's point that, if the system wants to see the people, look, the people are destroyed. Let's just call it what it is, man. And I'm going full dimmer.
Right,
And
exactly.
I do go full dimmer. Yeah, the people are destroyed. It's not something that we have to wait for. And then, for whatever reason, certain folks, still have a functioning brain. I'm no friggin' genius. I have a working brain, and that's a huge advantage nowadays in the physical. I mean, this is just off the charts. And I'm just, again, it's very disconcerting for me to see this from these folks. Because at a certain point, I might have detected certain people may have personality disorders. I just never knew it was this bad metaversally because I don't watch these people. I had no idea that it was really this bad. No clue.
It's even worse than you think sometimes, I believe, because I've had witness accounts of people being like dumb as dog shit. I mean, come on, man. In my own life, I've worked with people that are fucking have no sense of what of their surroundings or what they're doing at all.
They are not the same.
I agree, Keith. I agree, Keith. I agree. No, I totally agree.
The fucking
Could not
lights
agree
on,
more.
no one's home type shit.
Yeah, that one's a good analogy right there.
Yeah.
Like
So unfortunately, I think we're seeing versions of that even on YouTube, which is just, again, I'm appalled because I guess since I've been on, just my history on the internet was typically, generally people that had a good, a working intelligence and might actually be interested in information, and what, Steve looks like he's studying something. What is he looking at there? It's not making him any smarter, whatever it is. I mean, what is this? Is it a coloring book? I
don't know.
What is this?
Paint by numbers.
I mean, what the fuck? And I wanted to like Steve when I first saw him on Paul's. I wanted to like him, but what the fuck? I mean, I'm losing my vocabulary trying to describe these people.
I'm disappointed in Cynthia. She's like one of the biggest disappointments actually on there.
Well, yeah, but see, now we're back to the high school dynamics, and and some of us probably did okay, but never had to really click up necessarily. So I was one of those folks. I was, able to move amongst groups, and I think a lot of us maybe were that way. I don't want to, at the risk of speaking for other people, but
yeah, you're right.
I see Cynthia. By the way, I don't care. I don't pay any attention to Cynthia, but what I see in this group is she's going to do whatever she's got to do to be accepted in that group. Right.
That's
Meanwhile,
what all
that was
of
never
them
my
do.
style. Yeah, that was never my style.
It's the better fucking convention.
Yeah, that's what they all do. Scott up here in the top right, he's been a friend of mine on Facebook for a while. He does the same damn thing. He goes into groups that he can fit in and tries to click in with. None of these people do anything on their own. None. J Hub the other day sitting there talking about Brian. He gonna call the cops on Brian if he pulls up in his neighborhood because he moved out of the neighborhood he used to live in to get away from the lunacy. That statement itself is a lunacy statement anyway. You cannot move anywhere in this world and get away from the lunacy if you are the lunatic. If you are the one.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
That's well said. That's
wherever
well
you
said.
go, you're taking you with you. You're going with you. And as far as clicking up, like I joined the Marine Corps at like 17 and a half years old. I clicked up, fucking enjoyed it, loved it, the camaraderie and all that shit. But yeah, now looking back, that was by far one of the worst things I've ever done. Not that I regret, you know, the camaraderie and the brotherhood and that shit, but like, no, just being a fucking militarized idiot, you know, and willing to put my life on the line for a fraudulent government corporation. That was fucked up.
Well, and real quick,
Steve was a Marine too.
Well, before we move off of J Hub, somebody needs to ask him if it was a brother, would he call the cops? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, no, yeah, I think it would be anything because he moved from the hood to a bunch of Karens. He's one that thrives on sucking on mommy's tits still because he needs Karens to help him point people out for him. He's willing to walk the neighborhood as long as the Karen will point him out. He's willing to go to somebody else to regulate his neighborhood. By calling it your neighborhood, you're not regulating it if you're calling someone else to do so. This is the lunacy of people that think they're independent and socially active. They're not. They're just what you just clicks. That's all they are, little clicks.
What happened with Keith?
He's
There
back.
we go.
Can you guys like describe to me what just, you know, what we just, the guy, I'm okay. I don't even know. I don't even give a fuck. Like, okay, but I get what you're saying. That's okay. So moving forward with that, like, yeah, we're going to see that type of behavior, I guess. And I've been guilty of it also. Like just, you know, not wanting to interact and fucking looking for someone else to, you know, handle shit, whether it be a Karen or a Keith or whatever. Like that shit is, yeah, that's a dysfunction.
Yeah, it's the epitome of a mama's boy. They haven't let go of mama. They're still dependent on somebody else to care for them, about them, and all of that other shit. If you cannot grow up and be a man in this world and show other people how to be a man and do what's natural, then you've been deceived, indoctrinated, programmed, propagandized, everything. And I don't see how people don't see this. Once you become a certain age, there is a time for reason and logic, and you cannot dismiss it.
Again, they're not the same. They're not. Like you have to understand that, or fucking just accept it, or what. You don't have to accept anything, but like when you go to fucking Walmart and you see these things operating as human beings, they're not the same. They're like, they're soulless. They're just, there's nothing there. And they do get in your fucking way. I think it's intentional. Like you're a targeted individual, not playing a victim card or none of that. But like they do it intentionally to fuck with you. I believe that.
I will say this, man. Half the problem is, see, me and Keith, highly suspect, you know, we live in a part of the country where just Walmart it's just a fucking fact of life. I mean, let's just call it what it is. There's, especially the South, everybody's at Walmart at some point. And I think it's some level of a social experiment or a psychological experiment. That's the only thing that could possibly explain just the bizarre shit that happens to me every single fucking time I go there. It's off the charts.
That's crazy.
I'm probably just going to stop going. I don't think I'm going to go anymore. I'm just going to say fuck it and just pay more money.
Philip Zimbardi expanded the Stanford Prison Project. Once that project was shut down in 6 days, it was meant to run for 14 days, and he shut it down in 6 days because it was such a disaster. But all he did was move it to the intangible form, which is the internet. And now it's called the Heroic Imagination Project. And what they're doing is they're studying everybody's 15 minutes of fame and their ego and stuff in this metaverse. It's been going on for decades. Ask Philip Zimbardi. He's still doing everything and knows exactly what's going on in regards to his own little project. I urge people to look into it. It's just the cloud, as Google says it. It's everybody's imagination, and it's their little project. for a statistical purpose.
Yeah, Rob says that when he used to work at Walmart, he always made the joke that there's some force field in the parking lot that turns people into total loonies. I think so, man. I don't know. And Rob, I don't know how long you worked there, Rob, but I bet you were glad to get the fuck out of there, man.
Sorry, Rob. Sorry.
No, we're good, man. Rob's got a sense of humor. We're good there.
Fuck.
And Steve, man, like I like Steve, or I want to like Steve, but you're starting to seem like a stupid person. And when somebody that sounds like me thinks you're stupid, this is not a good sign for life, man. It's just not. So what the fuck is going on here?
Wow. It took you that
I want
much
to
time.
give Steve some credit.
I said starting to seem dumb. I didn't think he was dumb up until now. He's starting to seem like a dumb person to me.
No, I saw that.
I'm
a
no
while
friggin'
ago.
genius.
That's
Good
okay.
Lord.
You know, I've been slow on uptakes as well, Benton. Don't feel guilty.
Oh,
It's
I know.
all right,
Well,
man.
yeah, I hear you. That's what I'm saying is like once I get to the point where I'm like, oh, this is just. But you're not unintelligent. I mean, what the? I look like a bozo at times as well. But good God, like I'm starting to think like, can we just administer some standardized testing and see where everybody ranks? It just I don't even forget about the IQ. I'm just talking about like some basic competencies.
Like there is an emotional quotient test, you know. And I do personally believe that if you have an emotional quotient over your, you know, intelligence, which doesn't fucking prove anything, like you can be taught repetitively to, you know, what the answers are. That doesn't make you fucking intelligent. When you can go into an environment or a situation and like emotionally understand or have an understanding of what's going on, that's far greater. It's more valuable than anything to me, you know, because if I go into a situation like at Walmart and I realize like these are fucking vampires, they're trying to get my energy and all that shit, like, you know, when I realize that, like, I'm not giving it up. Like, fuck you. but Jason.
Well, yeah. And to Brielle's comment about Walmart, you know, and I have a little bit of an advantage. I used to work not for Walmart directly, although I did for a very brief time. But I worked for a Walmart vendor, and you know, Walmart's from Arkansas. And then as a truck driver, all during the fake pandemic, I went to hundreds of Walmarts all across the country, and I'm pretty sure that they got rid of the mask mandate in Walmart because their managers were having to deal with too much bullshit, and they're just not very well equipped to deal with it. And that's my opinion. But you know, I went to parts of the country where I was not allowed inside anywhere without a mask, especially the Northeast. There was no version of, well, I'm just going to wander in here without a mask. It was not permitted.
Yeah, here too, same thing.
So folks who
I'd push
Go
it
ahead,
though.
Greg.
I'd come in. I'd have it like hanging from an ear. I'd have it close, and then somebody'd say, "Oh, you want to put your mask on correctly, sir?" Then I'd put it on, and then when I'd have his back would turn, I'd take it back off. I'd fuck around, man. I'd be a fucking
Oh,
prick.
totally, bro.
I would
Yeah,
fuck around.
me
And
too.
you know the mask that you see me wearing right now, that one, the reason I use this as my avatar is because during that pandemic, this is the mask I was wearing. I wasn't wearing those fucking shitty things that everybody. I was wearing that mask.
A mask over a mask.
No, no, the mask that I'm wearing right now, like my avatar.
Anna, your mask. You know the.
He's talking about the Guy Fawkes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Specifically, the one that's
People
in his
would-
avatar, the Guy
Yeah.
Fawkes.
That's why I had cut off the eye parts because it was a full mask, and I cut off the eye parts so I'd just have my nose and everything covered, and so I wouldn't be bothered. But I'd still get bothered and say, "Sir, you can't have that here." You know, it's like, well, sorry, man, this is a mask I'm going to wear. We have to wear masks. I'm going to wear this one. So the guy goes like, "Well, yeah, but you kind of freaking out the other people." I'm like, "Well, that's your problem."
There you go. Right on, OTW.
Well, and for folks who don't spend a lot of time in the South, This town is about 85,000 people. There's 3 super centers and 2 neighborhood markets, and there's 2 more super centers within a 20-mile radius. So there's a lot of things that just aren't here because Walmart's here, if that makes sense. It's not a cop-out. I mean, I could certainly find ways around it. And most likely at a certain point, I'm just going to say, fuck it, and just never go to one again. It's gotten that bad.
Yes, agreed. It is that fucking, yeah. Oh my, I get physically.
Well, wait a minute. Well, I want to talk about this because see, Britt says I'm in the Northeast. I refused to wear a mask. It was difficult, but I did it anyway. It is possible when you say no. Not when you're a long haul truck driver and you have to have what you're going in the store for. And I have a big rig in the parking lot. Okay, it's not possible. Yeah. Trust me, it's not. I tried. It cannot be done. Now, if I lived in the town and I knew where I could go and where I couldn't go, that'd be completely different. But driving a big rig in the Northeast, not really knowing, just having to buy groceries, right? Especially because all the not fast food, the restaurants were shut down. So for somebody not from there, there was no way around it for me. Just nothing I could do. And by the way, I can't just park a big rig anywhere also. So if I tried to go in the place and they said you have to wear a mask, well, it's like I have to have the things I'm going in there to buy. Because I stocked up in wherever I could before that. So if I'm actually trying to go into a place, it's almost out of desperation, right? So, but I hear what she's saying. I mean, there's where there's a will, there's a way, certainly. But yeah, I get that. But it's still fucked up, man. By the way, Dallas, Texas, went for the mask harder than any other place on some level. Houston, Texas, off the charts. Louisiana, which is actually probably the most tyrannical and authoritarian state in the country in a lot of ways. If anybody's ever looked into Huey Long and some of the history of Louisiana, they lost their fucking minds over it. It was just complete insanity. Complete insanity. And I don't even really like to talk about it anymore. And I rarely even talk about it at all. But, I do have a unique perspective because I put my head down and drove every 7 days a week for 6 straight months just to avoid, avoid the situation as much as possible, right? Put my head down and worked. Yeah. Wish I had known to buy the Truth or Fight Club house. I certainly made plenty of money during that time.
We don't talk about Fight Club.
Thank you, sir. That's a good point. Yes. Yes. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. So, Jason,
you,
you and I talked about that before, my daughter being in the Navy and, the whole thing about I had to take the vaccine shit. And me and her didn't speak for probably a year and a half over this shit. I said, no, you had a fucking choice. It just wasn't the one that benefited you. You took it willingly and knowingly, and now physically, in a female type sense, she's fucked up from it. She is fucked up, probably sterile. I don't know. She's looking into that shit, but no, you had a fucking choice. It just wasn't the one that benefited you at the time. So you have no right to fucking bitch or complain about it. You've done that. I lost a job over it, a really good job. And Jason, you know about that.
Yeah, I know. And I quit 2 jobs over it also. But yeah, that was a really good job you had, definitely.
Yeah. And got a better one later, but we or she or me or whoever, we'll play that fucking card to justify us being, weak or lazy or just I'm, you don't want to fight the system, the whole fucking thing. It is fucking crazy. And I talked to her a few days ago and that was brought up. And she's like, yeah, I know, I did it. Now, I'm like, yeah, you allowed a government fictional fucking corporation to fuck you up, and you're still talking about it. It's been 3 years now. You didn't have to do that. You could have there was other routes you could have went down or whatever, and you didn't. But you're still telling me that you didn't have a choice, but you did. There's always a fucking choice. It may not be the one that is going to benefit you at the moment, but maybe later on down the road it will.
Yep.
And I
can't. Hey, go ahead, sir.
Go ahead.
Well, no, you're good, man. You sound like you had something to say.
I'm guilty of it also. I do the same shit. I'll take that victim mindset and like I just didn't have a fucking choice, or there was, but it's always me wanting to find the easier, softer fucking way, the best chair to sit in or whatever, closest to the fucking door, so I don't feel victimized. But she done that. I'm telling her about it, and now she's, physically fucked up over it.
I'm sure.
Yeah, like
But
literally, like
go ahead.
bunch of female issues, and I don't want to get into that, but like I believe like in the 90s in Texas, it wasn't, it may have been Moderna, I'm not sure, but they gave out a whole bunch of flu vaccines and it sterilized over 200,000 women and kids. They're sterile. They were sterilized from it. So having said that and having known that, why would you fucking trust someone to?
Well, but you can't make that. See, that's not a connection that's to be made. See, you're
yeah.
That's not how logic works, right? That's not.
You're not
making just not. Well, but what I'm saying is that's not a thought form that exists for people. They're told. Most folks are told what to do, and they do it. They don't stop to think about what a company did many years ago. It's just not a. It's not a thing that happens.
Yeah, you're not going to make sense to someone that can't be fucking reasoned with. They've been programmed, and I failed miserably as a father with her, in this aspect of it. Not that I didn't even care or whatever, but like as far as that, me knowing now what that I know, and I didn't fucking share that with her, like that's on me. Yeah, I get that part, but still. The victimhood, the victim mindset, and all that shit, like, and I'm still guilty of it today. Like, I'll fucking, it's so easy to run into that modality where you're just like, it's not really my fault, but no, it is my fucking fault. I'm responsible for that shit. I gotta own that, and if I don't, then I'm a victim.
Well, but I don't want to talk about the injection anymore. Honestly,
yeah,
I'm over it. I'm not interested in it. I'm never going to take it. Whoever took it, that's their fucking problem.
Yeah,
whatever. I've got my youngest sister took the first two, then so she could continue to work as a nurse, and she no longer works as a nurse. It's none of my business. Whatever. It's just I'm just done talking about it. I'm never going to have anything to do with it. Everybody else is going to do whatever they're going to do, and I'm not going to be involved. So I've just lost the desire to talk about it, honestly.
Yeah, it's just heartbreaking, for me at sometimes it's fucking terrible. It's heartbreaking, really. But
well, yeah, if I had produced an NPC, I would probably also be disappointed.
Obviously, why wouldn't you? Like, you just, you have a soul, and it's just, it's fucked up. So, anyways, moving forward.
Yeah, are we gonna even bother to watch any more of this OTW, or what do you want to do?
I can take it off. I can remove.
No, you don't have to take it off. I'm just asking.
I'm just leaving it there as a backdrop.
Well, and by the way, sorry, OTW. No, you're doing great. Thank you for keeping the broadcast going. Because between trying to get out the door and people dropping off the panel and dealing with the insane people at the market and then getting back to here, man, if I hadn't had you here, I definitely would have shut this down. So,
well,
at
we
this
have
point,
69 people watching right now. So make sure to hit that like button, share this out. Thank you very much, people. Hit the notification bell, get all the notifications when Benton goes live. And, make sure to hit that link if you want to help support his broadcast. I'm sure he has a link. It's scrolling down the screen right now. Email Benton at protonmail.com or Cash App, the cash sign Benton 303 or Venmo at Benton 303. There you go, guys.
That is 303. I realized later on that could be misconstrued as an O, so perhaps I should have picked a different number. But oh well, I'm sure these things will work out.
Well, 303 then.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying because it does. It looks like an O, so I'm like, wait a minute. But typically, people once they punch the first number, hopefully they'll just go ahead and keep hitting numbers. And thanks. A lot of folks have been very generous, and I'm not doing this for that, but this is what I was talking. I was on with Paul early this morning. that's one of the things we talked about. I said, look, I'm happy to live as cheap as possible and, you know, continue broadcasting. But at the end of the day, you know, if I'm not able to, then I'll just go find something else to do. You know, I don't have to be doing this. And that's not a threat. It's just I can't really lose. Like either way, I win. But I enjoy what I've been doing. And clearly I like to talk and I can run off at the mouth. So, and there's never a dull moment here in the metaverse. So I have a feeling it's going to work out. Well, I have a feeling it is working out, rather. Did we run Mitchell off? What happened to Mitchell? I was a little disappointed not to see him in the chat anymore.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, you never know. With
I see someone saying, I agree, OTW versus EBT. I don't know who's...
some Aries on Aries destruction, right?
Oh, okay. He's Aries. That's okay. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That'd be interesting. But
yeah, the problem with EBT is and I'm just going to say this and just take it however you want to. The dude's he's a big brain, man. Dude's smart as fuck. So just take that for whatever it means. I'm not saying you're not OTW, but he's pretty far up there, and people don't. I know him really well metaversally, and he flies under the radar with his intellect. But don't let him fool you.
But I have how do you call it? The intelligence of the heart.
Look at Wizard. Well, Wizard, you're also smart as fuck, so that's probably why you're responding that way. But what was that, Patrick?
I was just saying I have the intelligence of the heart. You know.
There you go.
So I don't need to have a big brain to be able to have a conversation with somebody, because I can understand things and I understand them from a loving perspective. Even though I rage, you know, I rage. It's actually just tough love, man. That's all.
I agree. Yeah, certainly. I think we should watch some more of this. Oh, who was talking? Was that Keith?
Yeah.
I'll go for it.
EBT had said some fucking really profound, like groundbreaking shit. You know, him and Drew back in the day, I guess a few years ago.
Yep.
And then I believe it was like his mother-in-law got sick, and he was like, she's got, you know, that shit. And I was like, bro. And then I confronted him about it, and he was like, man, fuck you, you know, and all that. And like, but so you can have a level of like of fucking extreme intelligence, which I do commend him. I think he's really smart. I really do. Like, but
here's the thing: if my family gets hit with a bioweapon, then, you know, however somebody else interprets me talking about getting hit with a bioweapon, that's not my concern.
It wasn't really that.
My entire family got hit with a bioweapon. So what do you want me to say?
It was
about
the way.
it?
No, it was the way he like. I was just like, bro.
Well, his mother-in-law was dying at the time, so maybe cut the guy a little slack. What do you think?
Yeah, I got you there, but
I mean, I'm not telling you what to do, but like he was going through some shit.
But you can't go back and forth with that shit. Like, you're either on this side of the fence or that side of the fence. You can't straddle the fence because it serves you. You either just fucking do it or you don't. And like, and I confronted him about it, and he was like, fucking highly suspect, Keith, whatever. Fucking no. What you said is what you said. You said that shit. You said it. So your intelligence went out the fucking window with me on that. Doesn't make a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you're a mathematician and you can add up every fucking thing. What you just said, just like it disqualified you for everything that you said prior to that. Like, that's what fucked me up with him.
Qualifies one for the indoctrination. It proves their indoctrination. And granted, I'm not perfect. I was indoctrinated for a number of years, believing this and believing that. And it wasn't until I did my research that I was able to discern for myself that, hey, these people are lying. I have to quit volunteering.
Yeah, I agree. It's voluntary. Like, every contract we get into it's a voluntary contract. Like, we're doing this maybe unknowingly, but if you don't know, then you don't know. It's kind of your fault for not knowing, like the, you know, deed of reconveyance, the deed of conveyance, all that shit. Like, if you just don't know, you don't know. It's still your fault for not knowing. you know, but for him to say some shit like that, and I'm not Benton, Jason, I think the guy is like really fucking super smart, like for real.
All right, here's a question. Did he take that fucking
I've
jab thing?
I have no idea about that. I just know that like
I don't think so.
He was
Well, wait a minute. I'm not. I got to stop this. We're not going to slander EBT. EBT is one of the people who his children have never had any injections. So if that tells you anything,
that's awesome.
That's good.
So that's probably answers our question.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds great. I love that.
Thank you. Thank you.
He already has my respect, even though he does.
Yes.
He might not like me. You know, it's like, that's pretty simple. Very simple.
Yep. So to me, that person who will fight, because that's a lot of battles to fight. I don't have kids, but you know, my understanding of fighting the system at the level of not injecting the children ever. That's You know, and by the way, pretty sure that's where Drew's at with his sons also. So just bear that in mind, folks.
Yeah.
Also, bear in mind that they think they won't end up in court someday.
Oh, I'm not. Again, I'm just calling it like I see it here. I'm not. Well, by the way, me and Drew don't even really speak anymore. Although he was in the chat the other day, so yeah, I don't even necessarily get along with these folks. Although I've always managed to get along with EBT, but the other ones we are on again, off again. You know, in the best of times, it seems. So
well, EBT is pretty good at that simping part too.
Well, I don't know, man. I'm pretty tight with the guy overall, I have to say. So just I don't want to say too much, but I'm not going to dispute what you're saying either, because that's your opinion.
Yeah, and I'm not.
It's your opinion, and I respect it. So that's all I can say.
And I'm not meaning to put any kind of bad opinion out there. That's just my opinion. You take it for what it is, because it's my my interactions with him that determine my opinion. And like you said earlier, he is a smart guy, but I roll my eyes because he's not as smart as many people think he is.
Well, I see what you mean there. I think I understand I believe I know the context in which you're speaking. So perhaps he will get there.
I'm sure if he keeps at it, if he keeps at it, I'm sure he will. I mean, he does a lot of investigative research himself in his travels and stuff, and he's doing all this looking up stats and history of the monuments and things like that. And you know, he does his due diligence there, and I expect that if he keeps that rate up and gets into the other forms, such as the legal forms, rather than just a historical value, then he might get somewhere.
Okay, so can I ask, like, isn't he like a practicing Catholic?
Well, man, Keith, we're just not doing this. We're not going in. We're not going in on EBT on the broad. We're just not going to do it.
Trying to do that. Like,
we're just not going to do that.
Yeah, it's hard to dig into somebody else's ideology when they're not here to speak on it.
Yeah.
Right. I got you. Okay. Yeah.
Because I would consider him my friend at this point, and that's again, you're entitled to hold whatever opinion. I'm not going to host that here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't have to. Like, I at one point in my life was a Pentecostal preacher. Like, I stood up in front of 500 people and preached Christ crucified, resurrected, and coming back, and all that bullshit. I did that. Having said that, like, I just, like, if a man or a person or woman or whatever the fuck they are is in that, like, they can't be reached, they can't be reasoned with, or you couldn't have told me shit fucking 15 years ago when I was doing that. You couldn't. I just wasn't going to hear it. Like, I was in that mind frame, like that mindset.
Yeah, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. But now we're back to I'm an American that believes in freedom of religion. Like, it's not for me to discredit somebody based on their religion. I'm just not going to go there.
Okay. Don't have to. Yeah.
Well, I won't, but yeah, I hear you. But if anybody else wants to go in just somewhere else, have at it. None of my business at that level, but he's here. Well, he's here on a regular basis. I consider him a friend. you know, I respect his freedom to practice his religion as he sees fit, and that's just pretty much the end of it.
Okay. Yeah, it's over.
That must have been an interesting experience as a preacher, though, from your perspective, I'm assuming.
No, it was fucking. Look, I started out.
Yeah, we just learned that Keith Highly Suspect was a Pentecostal preacher. That's quite interesting. So please continue.
Listen, I'm not bragging about that shit. I was complete garbage. I started out for like maybe a year, you know, with great intentions, good intentions, and ended up like fucking around with every single mom in the church, you know, 3 years later or some shit, you know.
Ooh, yeah.
Garbage.
I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah, that was. And then like, here's the keys. I'm done. This is not fucking conducive to me being a better man. Like I did that shit. I was nasty as fuck for that. But on the same page, like, you know, you show up on Sunday morning and shovel the sidewalk off for the old ladies and all that shit and walk them in, and they're giving you, you know, $100 handshakes and all that shit. I participated in that. Yes, I did that. And I am a fucking garbage can for that. Yeah. I did that shit. I done it, and I'm complete trash for that aspect, you know, when I was living that way. No. That day that I said, like, look, no, you're using the Lord to get pussy or whatever, you know, that is fucking gross.
Praise God.
Yeah.
Well, see, and real quick, Keith, you don't know that that's also a joke, because the guy in the top middle, Jack Talcott, frequently says praise God, but he kind of says it almost like Serenity Now from fucking Seinfeld or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of an inside joke also, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I'm fucking guilty as I done that shit. And then I was like, okay, real quick, one time on a Valentine's Day, like I gave like 4 women the same Valentine's Day card, and they collaborated and like went to the head pastor and like, look what this motherfucker's doing, you know, and it was all the same shit, you know, and I was busted. I was fucked, like, just, you know, shattered, fucked up, caught, no denying it, you know, they like, and I was just, what the fuck are you doing? What are you fucking doing, son? You're fucked up for this. Like, you literally just like, and you know, they would show up at Sunday school and shit looking like fucking, you know, Virgin Marys, and then I would go to their house, you know, for dinner, and they looked like fucking streetwalkers. So yeah, I done that shit. I participated in it, and it was fucking gross. Right now, I want to throw up. Like, really, just I'm fucking physically ill over this shit. But that was that was the kind of motherfucker I was then. I'm not trying to do that shit no more. I don't want to invite that kind of karma in my life, I guess, you know. And there were consequences for it, you know. It was just, I done that shit. It was nasty as fuck. I get it. Don't need to repeat it, but it's just reflecting on it, like how the fuck, why, you know, why self-serving, you know, just wanting to fucking, you know, and I had a grandiose attitude about all that shit, you know, like, look what I'm doing. I'm at church, I'm getting money, and, you know, fucking these women up here, and, you know, didn't give a fuck about their kids or none of that shit, you know, and they collaborated and like, hey, this motherfucker, he's, you know, and I did that. So yeah. Anyway. Anyone there?
Still here.
Trying to figure out how to respond, I think.
What can you say? I was garbage.
No, man. Well, all right.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, Ice Grills wants to know how many bodies from the church.
At one time, 4.
Okay. You mean like simultaneously or just?
Yeah. fuck yeah.
Wait a minute. In what time period? Are we like in the same day? What are we talking about?
Oh no, like I mean, like I would go one would invite me over. Hey, let me make you dinner tonight. You know, I would preach on Sunday morning and go, you know, sleep with a girl on Sunday night. You know, and it was like
where's the problem here? I mean, I guess I don't know, man. I'm not saying I would do this, but
morally,
hearing this,
like
I
yeah, like at the time I thought I was fucking, you know, just being great and fucking, you know, running shit. But I did do that, and then when I got called out on it, I was devastated.
I don't know, man. The numbers are down. Maybe just brag about it a little bit, and
brag.
I think you're disappointed that you think this is wrong. I mean, I'm not saying it's not wrong. I'm just saying there might be some. Sounds kind of awesome on a. I'm just going to be honest. It sounds kind of fucking awesome. Maybe that's something I'm lacking. Sounds like a great time on some level.
Yeah, for me until they all found
well, and them too, I would imagine.
Yeah, when they found out it wasn't great, it was fucking like I was exposed. I was like fucking, you know, not saying like some Jimmy Swaggart shit.
Yeah, Jimmy, I have sinned. Highly suspect has sinned.
Send me some more money, please. You know, it wasn't like that. Like I literally like went to the pastor. I said like, here's the keys. I'm done. You know, after he confronted me. I'm a fucking trash can for this. Like, yeah, I am fucking a trash. I'm really. Oh,
hey,
so, yeah, I done that shit. Yeah. So
this segment of the show is brought to you by confessing our sins.
Yeah, Trojan Brand Prophylactics, the new sponsor of the show. By the way, well, real quick, interesting how the numbers dropped actually when we took the narcissists off the screen. I think they were in here looking at themselves on the screen, perhaps.
I told you it was clickbait.
Yeah, as soon as you took that off, like at least 8 people left. That's kind of interesting.
All right. You want me to bring it back? I'll bring it back.
Not really, no.
Okay.
I think we're good here. Yeah. Pentecostal, I believe. Although I have to overpronounce that because if I just say it the way my people say it just sounds absurd. Pentecostal. Or Pentecostal.
Pentecostal. Yeah.
Pentecostal.
The Word of Life Tabernacle.
Shout out to the Word of Life Tabernacle.
Granite City, Illinois. I'm telling you. Yeah. I'm not going to offer up any names or anything. Like, you know, I'm not going to.
Other than the name of the town and the church, certainly.
Yeah. Like.
I told you you're good for the broadcast. See, Keith doesn't understand. Keith, highly suspect, doesn't understand. He's actually really good for the broadcast.
Who?
Well, I appreciate that.
My friend Keith, who's talking. Highly suspect is what he goes by. That's his name. Because I guess he likes to lean into the fact that certain folks will just assume he's a government agent. So why not? A little on the nose, don't you think, Mr. Suspect?
Everybody.
Yeah, no, I think that everything
Yeah, really.
highly suspect, man. Like the government, everything is fucking highly suspect.
Yeah.
It is suspect as fuck. It's, or what the millennials say, it's sus as fuck or whatever. Like, yeah,
There
it
you
is.
go. Yeah, sus.
Yeah, it's sus. Yeah, it's just fucking suspect. And you would not believe like how many times I give somebody my email address. They're like, what's your email? The other day at Verizon, I said, highly suspect. The guy was just like, what? Then he said, can you spell suspect? I was like, yeah, you can.
Can you?
know?
Yeah, can you?
You can't spell suspect. You know, yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
This is what we're talking about. This is what I just dealt with at the store. But by the way, shout out to Chuck in Tennessee who lived in Granite City, Illinois, apparently.
Really? Chuck who? Or
Chuck in Tennessee. He's one of the people in the live chat.
And he's from Granite?
He says he used to live in Granite City, Illinois.
My apologies, Chuck. I hate
right.
it for you.
I'm assuming he now lives in Tennessee since his name
Okay.
is Chuck in Tennessee.
Okay, well, Chuck, fucking good job getting the fuck out of there. Hell yeah. Yeah. that place is like an industrial, or it was like, you know, when all the steel mills closed down and shit.
Yeah, he worked at the steel mill. He said.
Really? I did.
It's
too.
on the screen, man. The comment is literally on the screen right now. I know you can't see the screen.
In the chat, or
yes, in the chat. I mean, how else would I be listening? Do you think he's? I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick, but do you think he's talking to me, but you can't hear him? Like, how else would he be communicating with me?
Jason.
Again, not trying to be an asshole, but like, you have access to all the information I have access to.
Please recognize that I'm 50 years old yesterday, and I'm
but you can get. But we have other 50-year-olds that have figured this out, so you can also figure this out.
That's not my fault. That's not my fault.
I know it's not your fault.
That's not my fault.
I feel like you're around a bunch of bozos who have no ability, and they're a bunch of dum-dums, and I feel like you've fallen into that. That's just my opinion.
So anyway,
I'm speculating.
Hey Chuck, I ain't got my bifocals on, so I can't really read the message. But anyways, man, good job getting the fuck out of there.
There you go.
Yeah. So
now start a channel, and Chuck will probably come watch your live streams.
I'm not really like that comfortable. I don't feel like, you know, like I enjoy listening to you and talking to you, you know, even on a personal level and shit. You know,
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah. I just don't feel like, you know, I'd probably get my feelings hurt if I didn't have 1 million followers tomorrow, you know. Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
I'd be hurt over it and fucking, you know, in my feelings and all that shit. So, yeah.
Well, the Benton channel, we're up to somewhere around 600 subscribers, so not too shabby here in the YouTube streets.
That's awesome. I'll be there in a fruit.
I'm not Mr. Beast or anything, but you know, we're doing okay.
Right. Yeah. That's great, man. That is. That really
getting up there. It's getting up there.
We're slowly but surely.
Yeah, it'll happen.
That's how we win the race, man.
Yeah,
that's right. Grinding, son.
Rise and grind. I got you.
Well, we're 7.5 hours in, by the way.
Really?
So shout out to OTW News, because the broadcast certainly would have drowned about 2 hours ago if not for him. So thank you, sir. And I don't know. Thank you. I somewhat regret my harsh criticism of Joe Cool, but not really. I mean, he came on here and just wants to have astrology explained to him, and then he's going to critique the explanation. It's fucking boring, man. I'm over it. Like, what is that? I don't get it. Like, he's free to go study astrology if he wants. And shout out to the chat, by the way. We are going to be doing more astrology.
That's going to be cool, man.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Maybe on your channel too. It's your choice, obviously, but either way, or we'll do it here, or you.
Well,
we'll work it out, man. We'll work it out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I had said at one point that I wanted to do birth charts. Like, if anybody wanted to give me their birth date and stuff like that, and the hour of their birth, I can come up with their birth chart, and we can do readings and stuff live if they wanted to. But I haven't had any emails or anything or anybody interested, so I didn't move forward with that.
Really?
Yeah. Well, that's not surprising that nobody emailed him, but I found sometimes I just start talking about the topic, and then if they engage with it, then just sort of keep it moving.
Okay, so here, I'll give you all my info.
Well, let's not do that on the broadcast right now, but thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but if you want to have your birth chart done, where can Keith email you, OTW?
Well, if you go to my channel, all of my live streams have links with two email addresses that you can join me and send me your personal information if you want to have a birth chart done, and we can go live with it and prepare it beforehand, backstage and stuff. Prepare something that we won't be divulging any information but the actual chart itself and whatever it means.
So, like, at this point in my life, like, I don't fucking have anything to hide anymore.
Well, that's not the point. The broadcaster's not. Hang on, the broadcaster's not comfortable broadcasting your personal info.
Okay.
So
I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
I
like,
actually might have doxed myself a couple of times on here, but that's me doxing me. I'm not going to dox other people. So
yeah.
I'm not comfortable with that. I'm assuming OTW would also not.
No,
be
no,
comfortable with
I'd
that.
rather be, in private. We don't need to do that.
Yeah. So yesterday, talking to Jason, unknowingly, but which I should have known, like he had me on a live, and then told me at the end of the conversation after I bared my soul to him, and then the motherfucker laughed at me. He was like, "I told you, Keith." I was
Hey,
like,
let's go play this. Let's go play that. There was only 6 people in here, so I'm glad you brought that up, Keith. Let's play that now.
Okay. Yeah. No.
Don't leave. I think what happens is every time somebody sends him a text or calls him, it just immediately drops off. I think that's what's going. That's the only
You
thing.
must have an iPhone.
iPhone, it's the worst, man. I try to tell him it's such trash.
That's what I keep
iPhone at
telling
this
everybody.
point, yeah, it's
iPhones
all it
are for
is a
kids.
status symbol. It's just a status symbol. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Silly wabbit. iPhones are for kids.
See, just because of how exactly it happened again. And he laughs and it drops off. Like, what is this? Like, it's just bizarro world. But yeah, OTW figured out that you have an iPhone just because of how often you drop off the broadcast.
Okay. Agreed. And it just does it like if I move the phone, away from my
Okay. Well, it's just if you go mobile with the mobile phone, as long as you stay stationary with the mobile phone, everything's fine. That's great.
Okay, Dick, I got you. Yeah. Saying like,
yeah, everything's perfect unless I actually move. All right.
Yeah, I need to be perfectly still and fucking total focus. I got you. Okay.
Click your heels 3
It is
times and
funny.
say there's no place like home. And
No, it
everything's
is
fine.
funny. That's funny. It is like, but yesterday, you motherfucker, I like bared my soul to you and thought we were having a private conversation, and it was being recorded, and I was like, "What in the fuck?" And you're like, "I told you."
I did. First thing I said to him was, "We're on live." I mean, what else could that possibly have meant? By the way,
I did not hear that.
Not my problem. No, I said it, so I don't know what else
I
to say.
do not consent, man.
Well, you kind of did.
Yeah,
I tricked you out of position. How about that?
Yeah, okay. No,
just
man.
know everything is recorded.
Yeah, we're literally. I'm talking to you through the fucking government server at this point. I mean, let's just call it what it is. Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand. Right. So I mean, you're talking to the government on some level.
That's kind of uncomfortable. I don't want to.
True,
I don't
though.
want that. Yeah, it don't matter. I just don't like that.
Hey, Benton, I dropped
Yes,
my email address in the private chat if ever you want
cool.
to share that, because seemingly I've been blocked in your chat again.
Okay, let's figure this out.
Didn't we talk about that this morning?
Let's figure this
Jason?
out. Well, because last time you told me that you weren't blocked. Now, are they blocking you and they know I'm so slow by the time I get over there? Are they unblocking you? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So because last time you said this, you were not blocked. So I'm going to go look again.
Jason, I told you that this morning, and you're like, Keith, that's
Tell
just
me what? Tell me what?
About
what did you tell me this morning?
About not getting notifications, and you're like, YouTube.
No, one of my moderators blocked him, is what he's saying. This is a different.
I don't know. I just
thing.
posted a comment and it didn't show up in the stream. So,
okay.
Was it your email address that you posted?
Yeah, but before as well, when I was actually posting your links.
You're a moderator? Are you a mod? I don't even know who the mods are. I mean,
no, I'm not a mod here.
Well, that's why, because you can't. It won't let you post links. But you're about to be a moderator. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not banned. But I'm efforting.
I'm getting email.
Efforting.
We're
gonna fix all of this, sir. Who's dinging? It's got to be Keith, right?
No. No, it's not.
Dinging?
No.
He does not accept this.
No, I'm just avoiding everything and projecting, reflecting. Yeah. No, it's not me.
Okay, good.
If it were me, I would have been kicked off the show.
No, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
We even let Joe Cool on here. We're not going to kick you off.
I didn't really catch all that shit earlier.
I didn't either. I was trying to go to the grocery store.
I know. I spoke with you privately, and
I would have put you back on here, but at that time, by then, it was just too much. All I could do is put my head down and get through it.
yeah, like so. Can I?
Yeah, you're not banned, OTW, but I'm gonna add you as a moderator.
Okay. I've already got some people sending me emails and stuff for birth charts.
Cool. That's awesome, man. And I'd like to be involved as well, just even if I'm just hanging out.
Yeah, I guess I'll be doing that probably on Monday on the next Grand Rising show. I'm going to be doing my research on the weekend. I've already got some information too. Someone sent me her.
Well, and sorry to cut you off.
Keith
doesn't know about your show, so he's just hearing about the Grand Rising show for the first time.
Yeah, and I love the name. Like, there's nothing good about morning, So yeah, Grand Rising every day, all day, every day. Nothing good about mourning. We're so confused about.
It's because we don't mourn when we get up. It's like
you going in.
Yeah.
What's up, Steve?
What's going on?
Chilling. Good to see you.
That's it. Everybody's enjoying all these panel dramas.
Yeah, the pot has been stirred quite effectively, not only by yourself, and that was on your channel, I believe, right? That broadcast, or was that?
Yeah,
Flow
it's amazing how disappointed I am to try to create some content that's actually not drama free, and it just attracts so much drama. It's fucking sickening.
Oppositional defiance,
right?
Did you? Well, and I don't know if you were around earlier, but usually I can count on just random people to come up here and ramble, and then if I need to go like prepare a meal or go to the grocery store. But as soon as I started doing my thing, everybody dropped off the panel except for OTW News. But Keith got disconnected. It wasn't his fault. But yeah, it's interesting how it's like when I want a specific thing, in a lot of ways, it's just now the opposite's going to happen. So I think in the past I was sneaking out the door to go shop. I wasn't telling them. I was just leaving. So that was my mistake. I tipped my hand, and it just everybody fucking left. Yeah.
No, I just thought I've been I'm at work, so and I have a new phone, and I'm trying to figure out how to use this fucking thing. But
let me guess, it's an iPhone.
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Really? Hell yeah. Yeah.
Oh, God. Well, I just bought a brand new Mac Studio Max. It's a $4,000 computer. And
damn! Congratulations, by the way. Holy smokes.
Thank you. But the iPhone works much better than my Note 10 did. Doing data transfer. So that's the only reason I went. Everyone else, my whole family, fucking iPhone, and I finally converted. But it's a hard process right now. That's the stress in my life.
Costco, so I finally started. Yeah, I did. I done that shit.
Well, I mean, let's just call it what it is. Most of us are too cheap to ever buy Apple anything. It's historically way too fucking expensive. I mean,
yeah, they're like $1,200 for the end version or some shit.
Well, even back in when I was a computer nerd back in the day, I never fucked with Apple. It's just it costs way more than it should.
Yeah, and you can't fucking modify it.
Well, I can tell you the Mac Studio is a fucking beast. It's better than any Windows computer I've ever built or had.
Well, I've never had anything.
Well, real
Mac.
quick, sorry.
I do believe Mac is a pretty good technology. I just don't. I think iPhones suck. That's all.
Well,
I
and
think iPhones are
since
a piece of garbage.
I'd like to clarify, since Steve mentioned Windows, I would not run Windows if somebody paid me, Steve.
He runs Linux. Yeah.
Yeah. But I won't. I got off of Windows years ago because it's just such trash, and I'll just do whatever I've got to do. Yeah, I would.
I used to be
pay
a
me
Unix
$1,000 a month. I
programmer.
wouldn't touch it. Oh, right on. Yeah, I was a
That's what I
computer
did.
nerd many years ago. Hell yeah, dude.
But,
Oh,
I
you
wanna
did
address, if you
computers
don't
in the
mind,
Marine
Benton.
Corps? Sorry,
Yeah,
I
I
was
did
talking
that,
while you were talking. Sweet.
Network security, and when I was
Okay.
in Marines, we used Sun-based systems, which was Unix, which was
Oh, hell
basically where Linux and everything came off of. But I just want to address OTW. Not that I'm going to apologize about anything that I've ever said about them, but it's amazing to me how all these channels, we can review other channels bitching about other people, and then bitching about those people bitching about them. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be some kind of fucking content out here where we just don't have to talk shit about people. I mean, is that even possible at all?
Of course
Well,
it is.
yeah, we, meaning us that do these streams, manage to pull that off at times. But what I've noticed, Steve, is that the community, myself included, if we're willing to refer to this as a community or separate communities in ways, people respond to drama, and it seems like it has to be serviced at various times.
Right.
That just seems to be how it is on here. And Yurt's done a lot of streams where he more or less, makes the case that it's actually built into the platform itself, which I tend to agree with. So at this point, I mostly just tune out the drama when it's happening here. Because I had Highly Suspect, my buddy Keith, who was also in the Marine Corps. He's dropped off, but he'll be right back shortly. But, the first time Snafu came on here and Mad Mystic came up and they yelled at each other for 5 minutes, he didn't know what was going on. And then he asked me later, what was that about? I said, I have no idea. I wasn't listening. I don't listen when that starts happening anymore. So, yeah, and I've quit using Discord, and it's right there in the name. Just Google Discord definition. That's what Discord is. But
Yeah.
Shout out to Miss Aphrodite Rose Starfire, by the way. Good to see you. Feel free to hop up if you're interested, Miss Starfire. But I think that's all I had to say on that. So if anybody else wants to take it away.
The reason why I came up, Ben, I today, at least I seen it. I don't know if it was, I think it was just today. I don't have a fucking problem with anybody, and I'm going to bring up Paul's name as much as I hate bringing up his fucking name because everybody seems to have something to say. I don't want anything to do with him. Like, I'm not going to go to his channel. He was trying to come on my stream last night. I wouldn't let him on, and I just don't, because we don't get along. Why am I going to let someone come up on my channel and argue with me? You know what I mean? Tommy, he had a fucking special night last night. Normally he's pretty chill, but I'm not looking for a fight. You know what I mean? I'm looking to grow something that is positive. So anything that anybody has a problem with me, fucking have a problem with me. Don't come to my shit and fuck with me. What's the use, right? So that's kind of where I'm up here. I'm not looking for a truce or anything, but if you got shit to say about me, then I'm going to have shit to say about you. But you know what I mean? I'm not going to go out of my way to force my opinions on other people to feel the same way. You know where I'm coming from?
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
I'm kind of lost on this.
It was the drama that was being played earlier. That was on Steve's channel, I believe. The video we were.
Flow States.
Oh, okay, my bad. It was on Flow State's channel.
Okay, I missed
but
it.
He's one of the people. I think Steve was up there. I lose track, honestly. I believe he was on the channel.
I missed it. I'm just kind of lost on the.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of lost, and I saw
You
it.
should be lost. It's fucking crap, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like, but people love the content, apparently. Sorry.
Oh, people respond to drama, myself included. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just what it is. Yeah.
I did it first.
I didn't realize you were a techie, though. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I mean, if people actually take time to get to know someone on here instead of judging them for, things that they may have beliefs on or their appearance, whatever, you could actually find some neat information about people. And that's kind of why I've delved into what being a broadcaster, having a show, sharing what my interests are with the world. So it's all about being able to have a discourse.
You're a Marine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, myself as well. 2141 Amtrak.
I was 0511.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that.
I was a MagTab planner.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're kind of a smart motherfucker then.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's funny because
they call this
I
super
don't even want
codes.
to say what it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I turned wrenches and I did the second amphibious assault battalion. I was a mechanic, not an operator, but yeah, that's what I done. Enjoyed that. Thank you, Mogadishu. Yeah. Operation Restoring Dope and Hope or whatever. Yeah. Participated in that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So what you didn't realize when I first came on these panels, my screen name was DD14 Audits because I wanted to audit cops. And I received a lot of flack because I was in the military And a lot of these panel members are trying to get me to repent, my sins of being in the military, and
Yeah.
which was, I'd never been treated that way or had a point of view pushed to me that way. So I'm not sure if you're receiving that kind of flack, but I powered through it. I'm still here trying to do my own thing. The head motherfucker charge of me, is my channel.
Yeah.
It's just amazing what people have to do to put up with, from other people's opinions and assumptions.
I used to wear the fucking Get Some USMC jacket, I used to wear that shit. And I would sometimes get like applauded. I'm not gonna say applauded, but like recognized for it. And then I would also get the liberal look, like, you piece of shit, you fucking scumbag type shit. So I think I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Jason have talked about this shit, like the camaraderie and the brotherhood. I would not fucking trade for anything, and maybe that's like some kind of trauma bond I'm dealing with or whatever. But
no, I know what you mean. I miss the fact knowing that my buddies around me, they have my back no matter what.
Would
you got
fucking die for you, and you would die for them.
Exactly.
Correct. And you're
Yeah.
not going to find that in a civilian setting. I haven't either. Anyway. Yeah, I have not found that. And that shit right there is like what I'm bonded to.
You don't have to be indoctrinated to fucking be a good friend.
But right on. And I'm gonna finish eating my lunch. I apologize being rude eating on camera, but if anyone's got a fucking problem with me, that's fine. Have a problem with me. If I got a problem with you, hey, that's fine. Let me have a fucking problem with you. But this whole channel content where we're just restreaming other people's bitch fests, it's I'm trying not to do that. If you see that, I'm really not trying to do that. I know Tommy's on my channel quite a bit, and he lives for that shit. But I just implore these broadcasters to try to bring some more fucking positive vibes, and stop all the fucking hate.
Hey, what's your channel again?
HMFIC of Steve.
Okay. All right.
It was nice meeting you, Keith.
Yeah, same here.
OTW. Benton took a shit or
Bye,
something.
motherfucker. Semper Fi. Yeah.
Semper Fi.
Always.
See you guys later.
10-4. Hey, Jason.
You went off to take a dump, I think.
Okay. 10-4. Copy.
I will say though that you can find guys like that. We are very hard to find, but that's because when we speak up, people don't pay much mind to us because we aren't in the armed forces. We're just a civilian.
Okay, I don't like the word civilian. I don't like that. Like it kind of. I don't want to look at it as a civilian. I just want to look at him as another man. But I know what you're saying. I get that part. And what I was saying was like I've never found that kind of camaraderie and brotherhood anywhere else. Is what I was getting at.
Yeah, I agree. It's very hard. I'm one of those guys. It's not that I'm antisocial. It's just that the social standard that I hold has to be spiritual first. For me to socialize with other people, it has to be founded on the spirituality and not the manual essence or the manual pride or ego or what we've done in life or anything like that.
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
Yeah, you're not going to go to Walmart and fucking meet somebody like that. It's not going to happen. Not for me anyway. I already have a problem just driving there. I get fucking panic attacks and want to throw up.
I hear you. I'm one of those guys, like I said, though I'm not antisocial. It would look like I am because I really don't have any friends. I've got very select friends here in the town that I'm in that I've been here all of my life. And it's because I'm particular, and maybe I'm too particular. Maybe I'm too unforgiving.
No, you should be very particular on who you invite in your life. Yeah, you should be.
Well, yeah, it goes to inviting the devil into your home. Once you invite somebody into your home like that, You're supposed to be the honorable host, despite them being the demon. So whatever they ask, you're supposed to give. Well, so that's why I'm so preset on making sure that my determination on who I'm allowing in my life is solid, because otherwise I'm going to end up in the same position that everybody else is, trying to placate the pleasing of somebody that doesn't deserve to be pleased, simply because I invited him into my life. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, hey, 10-4, copy that 100% with you on that. Like, yeah, no, why would you, unless like you were like, you know, at some point conditioned to just like invite garbage into your life, you know, and that's what you're supposed to do. You need to be nice or whatever. No, like that shit's over with for me. Not doing it anymore. Fucking, I'm good with that. But I do understand what you're saying. Like, yeah,
it's kind of confusing growing up with people telling me constantly not to talk to strangers. At the same time, I'm telling those people that are telling me not to talk to strangers that you're not my daddy, don't tell me what to do. And then growing up later on in life in a social ring that says I'm supposed to allow everybody in so I can get to know them. No, you're supposed to get to know them first, and then you can let them in if they qualify.
okay, I hear that. I've gotten more love from complete strangers than I have from family members in the past.
Absolutely. My family called me a lunatic, told me to change my last name and everything, disowned me a whole 9 yards. And
Wow.
It wasn't until they realized that I'd spent all my life trying to put my biological family together. And the people that told me I was a lunatic and told me to change my last name were the ones that adopted me and changed my last name to begin with. No, you change it back. If you think that's so worthy of a process, you change it back and see what it does. When you want to sit there and talk about me supposedly ruining your last name, you people adopted me and helped this fraudulent foster care system destroy my family to then turn around and accuse me of ruining your last name. I think that's fucking ironic.
Bro, man, I'm sorry, man, about that. I kind of dealt with that shit and just found this shit out like a couple of years ago. I was adopted by an aunt and an uncle, and it fucking lied to my entire life. 50 years old yesterday. Just figured this shit out and was. So, can I ask you, like, it's kind of personal. Did they receive money for adopting you?
Oh, of course. The whole foster care system is a Title 4D contract.
Okay, yeah. Same here. Fucking same here. Raised by an aunt and an uncle. Got a check every month from the state of Illinois for me, lied to me, you know, abused me like emotionally and shit. You know, your mom and dad don't love you. They never did, or you wouldn't be here type shit. I went through that shit for like fucking 16 years. Yeah.
Right. And every one of those checks is a security instrument, and it's based on the burial trust that's established when you're born. It's an enumeration at birth that establishes a burial trust. And then when you turn 18 and sign up for Social Security, you're actually establishing a spendthrift trust. Because at the time of 18, you're actually age and majority, and you're supposed to express the living trust. And if you don't, it placates that you remain in probate, meaning that you haven't stated your living will, and therefore the state is going to administrate the trust.
So, like,
that's all it is.
Yeah, I kind of understand what you're saying, or got a idea about it. I just corrected my status, and I'm still investigating a lot of shit. And Jason will tell you, like, I'm not like physically or obligated in any more contracts, but I still have that mindset, like, I owe something to a fraudulent government, I guess.
Well, and that's still a presumption, because everybody has the unlimited power of contracting. This means that if I'm in a private contract with, say, my companion, and somebody wants to come and placate that I owe them a debt, they have to place the debt against me in that contract. They can't interfere with my contract with my companion to help her survive and protect her in this environment by taking money from me. And she's going to be the first one to stand up. Wait a minute. You're stealing my property.
Yeah. Okay. That makes
See, and
sense.
that's what I explained yesterday about this spiritual presence that we have. There's a certain structure in that spiritual presence as property goes. And that is every last one of us, every tree, every plant, every animal, every insect, reptile, snake, amphibian, fish, bird, whatever, is all property of the creation of life. And that cannot be denied. That's the one thing about property that everybody should be able to stand on, and they refuse to because they don't comprehend it. If somebody's coming after me and wants anything to do with me, they have to assert that they have control over this body as property, and they can't.
Okay. Yeah.
I fear not, for I am the Lord's. He is my redeemer. He's the one that called me by name. You've got the same claim. I'm going to place you in the equal station. And that means that you cannot take from me and I can't take from you because we are both his.
Yeah, like so they are trespassing.
Absolutely. And it's not me, and it's not me that they're trespassing, it's God. They're trespassing God's property, not mine.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, me and Jason discussed this. Like, it's just like, they can't, like, spiritually, and Jason can explain it better than I can. Like, they can do it, but it just doesn't.
Well,
like,
sorry to jump in.
Yeah,
my understanding is partially based on Paul going on Crow 777, and I actually extrapolated a lot of my understanding from listening to Paul answer Crow 777 about his famous traffic stop. So actually, I'm probably not qualified here to speak on that necessarily, if that makes sense.
Okay. No, I mean, like, the conversation that you and I had.
Oh, I remember.
Okay.
I certainly wouldn't be able to recreate that here.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like,
I think I'm sure Wizard understands, or I'm going to assume Wizard comprehends it better than I do.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and the basic structure is that if it's a public service, then it's a public trust. And if the public trust is applying to the public servant in front of you and he's the trustee, that means somebody else granted him those powers. And if it wasn't specifically you, then that leaves you as the last party in that trust, and that's the benefactor.
Yeah.
Okay. I get that. In the trust, and if he's acting as the trustee and he got his powers from his boss, that means his boss is the grantee, he's the trustee. That leaves you as the only other player in the game, the benefactor.
Yeah, like so when I became the guarantor, all right. Like, I'm the one giving them expressed permission to do this shit to me. So if I'm doing that unknowingly, it doesn't matter if I don't know it. Like, they just consider that, like, we're just going to do it because you don't know. It's your fault, not ours. And we're going to, like, monetarily just fucking rape you.
And sorry to cut you off, but hang on real quick, Keith. Keith, Wizard started this off by saying that we have unlimited ability to contract.
Okay.
So that's what the thing that you're now describing is based on. You have every right to enter into those contracts.
Or not to. And that's the presumption, is that you did. And all you have to do is break that presumption. I'm sorry, I never signed up for this. Ad hoc, what is it? Not ad hoc, nunc pro tunc. I never signed up for this.
Yeah, unknowingly, like, my parents done it, thinking that, it was the best thing to do for me at the time, to get a birth certificate and, sign me up for social, security type. Yeah. And then.
And had we known what we were signing up for, we would have fulfilled the other requirements if that was our intent. But since I know now what's going on, I had never made that decision. it would go against my reason, logic, and spirit to subserve to another man because the scripture tells us not to.
Okay. Okay. So, can I ask, are you religious, like Christianity?
I'm spiritual. I've been subjected, like I said, through foster care. I went through foster care for about 5 years, and that means you move around every 3, 4, 6 months. That
Yeah.
means you have a new religion every 3, 4, 6 months.
Yeah. Sorry for that. That's
So I had a good spiritual bringing up as far as the religions were concerned, and I became adept at that, and that's why I'm so strong in it today, because it's been a part of my life all the way through. But the problem was that when I was adopted, the people that adopted me both worked for the government, and the first thing in their mind was to get me involved in the monetary system. Okay, boy, you're 10 years old. They allow 10-year-olds to have paper routes. Go out and get yourself a paper route so you can learn this financial system. The problem is that they never really taught me about the financial system and how it actually works. They only taught me what they knew, and no one else in my entire life has ever taught me anything above and beyond that, nor did I take it upon myself to go out and research that so I would know. And that's the problem, or one of the problems. We go out and we issue accounts through banks because we don't know how to do the banking ourselves. And that's inherently wrong. Before you hand duties over to somebody else, you should know what those duties are, so that when you hand them over and delegate to them what those duties are, that they'll stick by them duties. If you don't know that, they'll do whatever the fuck they want. And that's proven time and again throughout eons of banking history.
Okay. Yeah. I relate. Me and
And Mitch puts down in the chat section, search the 12 presumptions of the court by Adrian Canon Law. It's the 12 presumptions of the Roman court. One of the basic ones is the government presumes all power. That's the government presumes ownership of property, public service. It's a presumption that you're a public servant. Well, if I'm a public servant, I'm in the public servant capacity as a private man, serving my neighbor as myself, not as a government official. That's my public service. And so, yeah, there's 12 presumptions of the Roman court. And when you learn what those presumptions are and you break them with the maxims of law that are correlated directly to the scriptures, you now have the foundation of the 12 presumptions, the 12 rebuttals, and the 12 correlations.
Okay. Just like you're kind of talking above me, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that in a bad way. Like, you're more, you just know a lot more about this than I do.
Well, real quick, highly suspect. For me to learn from what Keith, from what Word Wizard is saying, I personally, since I'm a visual learner, I would need to be able to stop him along the way and just write everything down. So I don't even attempt to follow all of this in a spoken form because I don't learn that way. That's just, I'm only speaking for me.
Well, the three basic elements that you have in life are the presumptions of law, the statutes that support them according to the letter of the law, and then the scriptures where they are derived from, which is the spirit of the law. So in the presumption, they lose both the statute, which is the letter of the law, and the spirit of law. So it's easy to break the presumption if you know that. But the problem, again, is 99% of the people are indoctrinated into the presumption.
Yeah. And the key word, like, I'm getting is like presumption. Yeah. They just presume. And no, that doesn't like resonate with me. It doesn't matter to me what you presume to be law or not law or what I need to abide by, as long as I'm not hurting you or intentionally going out of my way to treat you anyway incorrectly. I'm over all that shit. Like that's I'm good with that. But having like recently found out, like,
hey, real quick, sorry, hold that thought. I'm having pretty strong deja vu right now, but I want to read Mitchell's comment because Mitchell definitely knows a lot about this stuff. The key is to eliminate the presumptions and their plausible deniability. If they act with assumptions, they can be held liable. That is the essence of correcting status for me.
Right. And the first duty of law is legal notice. So once you discover there's a problem, you can't go around in life saying, oh, well, you're supposed to be upholding the law. And that means truth. So once you find something that's inconsistent or impossible, you're supposed to give them notice. Once you give them notice, now the onus on them is a misprision of felony to ignore it.
Okay.
They have a duty in law to know the law. And once you give them notice of the law, they can't just dismiss it. It proves that they are operating on the presumption and refusing to accept the letter of the law, as I said, correlated with the spirit of the law. And you have to be able to put your complaints together like that. If you can't, you're going to miss. So I recommend everybody get a concise or a college composition handbook and learn how to write those things up after you learn concise English again. Go back and get a concise English handbook and relearn it, because I guarantee you've lost a lot in life that you're not remembering or not putting together because you've been blatantly just going around like everybody else and not thinking it's that important. Every word is very important.
Yes, I agree. I'm just now learning this, like I'm just now putting this together, and
that's my main problem with communicating with everybody. I used to walk around as a kid with dictionaries. So I know the language very well, but I was still caught up in it myself here not too long ago. But when that judge looked at me in the courtroom last time and asked me if I understood English, I took it as an insult. And so I screamed back at him, yes. And lo and behold, when I really thought about it, I come to find out that I really didn't understand the English language, and I still don't. It is an amazing artistic language, and I'm learning it better and better every day. But I don't know that I'll ever understand it.
So when a law enforcement agent asks you, "Do you understand?" They're asking you, "Do you stand under my authority?"
Yeah, I don't comprehend what you're saying at all when it comes to that.
No, I've done it several times. Like I've done it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I understand. I stand under your authority. And then you're like in a contract with them, and what are you doing today? It's none of your fucking business what I'm doing. But see, like 5 years ago, that would not even have been. I wouldn't even have considered speaking to a cop or whatever like that. Like I'd have been, I'm going to the store and then I'm going home. I just left, wherever. Yeah, now I know that I don't have to be in a contract. And when
one of the first questions I come up with for them when they want to approach me in any manner is, are you trying to tamper with a witness?
Okay, continue. I'm no, come on. Like I want to hear this.
Well, it's like they asked me for ID. Sorry, I don't have ID. Can you find a law that says I'm supposed to have ID? Because if you can't find a law that says I'm supposed to have ID, what makes you think that I told you I don't have ID, that you can then turn around and still demand that I ID myself? ID means it. I'm not an it. I'm not the noun. I am a verb.
Well, and this is where I got with some of the folks like RT and others who may suggest that I'm somehow obligated to behave in specific ways and then engage with the system in specific ways. And since I lived in the streets with nothing, I just said, look, man, if I just decide to go live by a dumpster out back somewhere, there's almost nothing the system can compel me to actually do. There's very little it can do to me. So I then take that as a thought experiment of, from that point, I can choose what to engage with or not engage with.
Exactly. And that's what their statistics is about. Their statistics is to try to delineate everybody into various different categories of activities. Everything they record is a matter of a date and time of an event. And then they use, like I said, then they use the noun to disposition you from that. If you remember that you're an act of God and everything you do and every breath you take is an act of God, then who the fuck are they to say anything otherwise?
Exactly.
Okay.
I have a question, Wiz. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Bex, how are you? Welcome
Nice
to the
to see
panel.
you all.
Good to see
Thanks
you.
for having me up.
Indeed.
Did their insurance market on us come in at the same time their certification of us came in? Like, would that have all been imposed at the same time?
Well, the insurance is actually a postal issue. Again, read the 2022 Postal Service Reform Act. And 90% of it is about insurance and insurance carriers. They're supposed to, as Postal Service, their service employees, they're the registered agent. They're the ones that are supposed to ensure that the terms and conditions in the contracts are warranted. All warrants are supposed to go through the Postal Service. It's an insurance scam from the Postal Service. The Postal Service is the one that has the real estate investment trust, not the United States.
Okay, so there is a United States Postal Service and a United States Postal Office.
Right.
Two different.
And Right. And the United States Post Office runs the United States Postal Service. Now, is that one of the official police cams?
I bought it on Amazon, but there's definitely departments that use these. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's
This
one of the
whole
higher
setup
end.
was
But
this whole setup
about-
was like $230, I think.
Yeah, that's a comparable one. That's Bob Love, but it doesn't have the access to the CSIS or whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means, but yeah.
But
Yeah, y'all go ahead. Go ahead.
The insurance is a matter of the Postal Service because, like I said, they're supposed to ensure that everything that goes into the mail is securitized. They're the judicial office, and there's one judicial court vested in the Supreme Court. That's your judicial office. There's one form from the United States Supreme Court that I urge everybody to look up, and it's going to tell you the truth right on the form. It's form AO430, capital A, capital O, 430. Look it up, and on that form, tell me if you don't see that it says the plaintiff is the debtor and the defendant is the creditor. It's on the face of their own document. They recognize this. All you have to do is give them proper notice for the proper court jurisdiction. On that form, you'll see that you can place the jurisdiction. You can put it as a court of equity for jurisdiction, and you can name that court judge not as a judge, not as a magistrate, not as an administrator, but they leave an other blank over there where you can put in chancellor, so that now you can just automatically enter it in the element for the equity court. Because you're not fighting against their title, which is what your administrative courts are. You're battling everybody for the title. That's that noun. I keep telling you, that's what they're using to displace you. And you have to go for the judicial element in equity. It's the only way to bring it. It says very clearly in 18 U.S.C. 8, under obligations and other securities of the United States, in plain writing, no uppercase lettering, between comma and comma, it says stamps and other representatives of value. So what is your representative of value? That's the judicial element. So if your value is your talents in gold, as the scripture says, that's what you bring. That's how you bring equity. In order to receive equity, in order to get paid for your talents, you have to bring your talents. In order to bring or receive equity, you have to bring that equity. In order to receive peace, you have to bring that peace. In order to receive love, you have to bring that love. If you're bringing war, that's what you're going to get in return.
Okay. All right. No, I'm listening. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to process that right now.
Wiz, I watched a video, a 9-minute video on what they did to your mother, and I thought it was really interesting. It's sort of a middle place for people to start when they don't know the law or even understand necessarily how the system works. And it basically summed up that in the days between giving birth in a foundling center, which a hospital is, just like anywhere else, you can drop off a child. That they have a few, like a day or two in between your being born and them actually processing your paperwork that deems you a foundling. And in that time period, they take out insurance on the child's life. And it was like up till the 1970s, it was like $500,000, and mid 70s, it went to $1 million. And from there, they were just sort of, that's the first spot I saw where I could really understand this whole your weight in gold thing. You know, that's why I asked whether it was related to insurance or not. But yeah, it just goes to show that then say I get injured in a car accident, the government has, or the insurance agency, if they've put some sort of life insurance on me, obviously has some claim against the damage that I incurred, I assume. Am I right in assuming that? Like that's how their insurance works, in addition to however they trade us on the stock market?
Well, it's not a matter of insurance at that point. Once the enumeration at birth is done, it's the generation of a general journal into a general journal into a general ledger, where they make the monetary value by abstract information, and that's that bond, the birth certificate bonds. And what they do is they sell that bond. That's pooled up. Everybody that's born in Iowa on one day, that's a pooled investment, because all those births are enumerations at birth for an investment itself. And so they're pooled at the state level for state securities laws. So they're unregistered securities that are being sold in pooled accounts. And then once they're sold and mature, then they can transfer them to the United States for a secured investment in the United States.
If the child weighs 8 pounds 7 ounces, it's worth that much in gold to be traded.
Well, I don't know where you're getting that stuff, but
no, like, so if you at birth the child weighs 8 pounds 5 ounces, whatever, 7 6, it's worth that much in gold on the certificate.
Well,
they're trading.
And see, you can't even go by that, because that value of gold or silver or whatever the monetary value is has always fluctuated. So at the enumeration of birth, what they do is they just establish a burial trust, and that burial trust is able to operate on a minimum fund to start out an investment, and then everything you do in life from that point on is considered an investment. So that's a secured investment that goes into a pool for that burial trust. Once you turn 18, it's converted to the spendthrift trust. Now everything you do in life is going to be securitized through that spendthrift trust. When you die, those true trusts are going to be gathered up and the assets collected and put into a probate for your heirs. But if you pass on without a living will, that probate trust is going to continue on in probate. And this is what's actually happening. Nobody's putting a living will forth and making that declaration. You go through customs and they ask you, do you have anything to declare? I declare the word of our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Okay, so when at birth there is like a $1 million life insurance policy taken out.
No,
and it accumulates more as we go on. Like if we join the military or whatever we do, throughout this lifetime, and then when that entity, that QSIP number dies, they cash in on it.
Right, but it's not an insurance policy. It's a burial trust.
Okay.
You're the one taking out the insurance. Why would the one assuring you that you need insurance take out insurance if they're the ones assuring?
Yeah.
So it's just a burial trust, and what they do is they obfuscate everything, so as And like I said, I grew up thinking I knew about finances, but the financing itself is so obfuscated. It's taken me 7 years to try to learn as much as I can. And I'm still probably 10 years away from a broker's license if I wanted to do that. That's how commingled everything really is. If you really wanted to understand the banking laws, there's a lot in there. And I'm telling you what, basics is just trust laws. So fuck the banking operations and the values. Bring your value to the table, as it says. Stamps and other representatives of value make that value the trust of God. Every word of God is pure. It is a shield unto he who put their trust in God. Therefore, I tell you to put on the full armor of God rather than invest in some false armor.
So likely the video I watched should have said burial trust, where
right.
they used the wrong word.
Yep.
And then one last question, if and I don't know if you know this, but in terms of like if I had a stock of cattle, right, and I'd bought at one point I'd invested in a specific bull to make sure that my stock was secured in terms of like it had a good track record. I'm wondering if they assign us, if that's some of the data points they assign to the herd, like if there's a value based on, what your lineage has already shown to be capable of doing, or whether it's just relatively like we all start off kind of the same. Do you know anything about that?
Well,
hey, real quick. Hey, Wiz, hold that thought, please. Sorry to cut you off. And I do want to point out for the audience's sake that Wizard and Mitchell have most likely come to their understandings through reading. And certainly people can educate themselves through videos, but there's a limit to that as we see. But sorry to cut you off there, and I'd like to hear your response, Wizard.
Yeah, absolutely. I've done a lot of reading, and that's what it takes. Not only have I done a lot of reading, but I print up my own shit too. So when I do my research, I go ahead and print them up and bind them. A lot of the stuff I will print up: maxims of law, maxims of reason, biblical maxims, Harvard Law Review, the right to follow trust property when confused with other property, Wise Concise Trustee Handbook, the Negotiable Instruments Act, the Trustee Act. And I'm not playing around, folks. I printed up my transcripts and everything. I do not play around. I am an author. I am a publisher. I do know how to journal. And this is why I suggest everybody else learn this stuff as well. Because Benton's absolutely correct. Everything is about reading and writing and your comprehension thereof. If you don't start practicing that, you'll never learn it. You'll never get good at it like riding a bike. And therefore, you will be the one that will be taken advantage of your entire life. National Conference on Commissioners on Uniform State Laws, Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, putting privateers in their place, the applicability of the Mark and Reprisals Clause of Undeclared Wars, Senate Document number 43, Money Banking History, Senate Document 43, Contracts Payable in Gold, International Protected Persons, Hobbs Act, Federal Arbitration Act. Goodness gracious, this is Public Law 94-583, Equity Acts in Personam, Fourth Amendment, Acts against foreign states. You are a foreign state in all cases. Foreign trade zones, a primer. Departmental regulations, one of my favorites, 5 U.S.C. 301. This is the one that talks about the Plain Writing Act, the minimum requirements for birth registration, and it's applicable to the Department of Defense. That's who that birth certificate is applicable for. So like she said, a Foundling Hospital, that's a military hospital, guaranteed. Waterloo Police, operational guidelines, County Sheriff's Handbook, Public Law 111-274, and to enhance citizen access to government information, Freedom of Information Act, Law of Land Warfare, martial law, the whole thing, Libra Code notes and links, the False Claims Act, Uniform Country Money Judgments Recognitions Act. These are all things that if you don't read, you'll not know anything about. And granted, it might look like it's a lot to read, but I guarantee you shouldn't stop reading at the age of 18 when you walk out them high school doors and say, I've learned enough, because I guarantee you're going to live the rest of your life as if you don't.
Well, and real
So,
quick,
yeah.
I want to jump in and sorry, Keith, to cut you off. Please hold that thought. And to address the chat, car registration is not a requirement to travel. The fact is, I have a car that's registered with the state of Arkansas. It is not a requirement. And it has been shown, at least in the state of Texas, that if a person purchases a brand new automobile, never registers it, there's absolutely nothing that can cause that person to have to register it in order to travel freely. It's not legal to require that. And then real quick, many people in these streets and many people generally are allergic to anything that seems like schoolwork. So there's certain folks that they just will never under any circumstances sit down at a desk with a bunch of printed out material and study it. Many people have a negative connotation towards anything that seems like schoolwork. And if those people realize that that's blocking them from learning a lot of this, then maybe they can overcome that. Please take it away, Wizard.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so back to Bex's question, refresh me here real quick so I can rethink it as it relates to the insurance and that.
I was asking if people are assigned different values based on their lineage or some other kind of structure right off the bat.
Right. And we were talking about branding and cattle and, shadow papers and stuff. And that relates to the flocks. If you've ever heard of earmarking, it's the same thing. They're just doing it through paperwork and different process and not actually putting a tag in your ear.
Did you say it relates to the fox?
No, to the flocks.
Oh, the flocks. Thank you.
Right. Cattle and sheep and
Yeah.
stuff. It's called earmarking.
Yeah.
And that's where they go out and mark the ear. It used to be branding. Now it's earmarking. They went from branding to marking the ear. And they're still doing the same process with people. They're just doing it through paperwork instead of the actual marking of your ear.
Yeah. Well, I think it's fair to, for me, I think it's fair to presume or at least posit that if they have the ability to put a teeny tiny piece of metal in us now, that I've heard they can do off the end of a needle, that I've seen that they've. Now again, I'm not here. I can't verify it. I'm trying to be really. I don't want to start any rumors or conspiracies, but I do think they've shown us that they can put a little teeny piece of metal in us. Who's to say they didn't actually mark us all?
Who's to say you can't disrupt it?
Exactly. Of course. I mean that I have full faith in that too.
Well, yeah, they've got automobiles that they can just stop in the middle. How do they do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Electrical interference. You can do the same thing.
Yeah.
And you are morphological, genetic bodies. You can do that yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been able to attain it, but there are some people in this world that supposedly have certain talents that we've seen. One guy has voltages of current that go right through him and he doesn't bother him whatsoever. Doesn't leave any burn marks or nothing. Okay. So the genealogy of the human body has great potential if we could learn how it operates. And like I said, we are transformers. We are those electrical transformers through alchemical reactions called electrolysis. And we can generate the paths of electricity that goes through us. Anodes, cathodes, and diodes. We are those kind of bodies. Biomorphological genetics. We are gods in that sense.
That's a good question.
Well, and all amino acids break down to being crystalline compounds, right? So, and crystals are what make up these devices. I would say we could throw the word electric in there too somehow, and maybe that's in the morphological aspect. But I know for me, I really think we downplay that electricity in alchemy aspect. So, I mean, why not throw another prefix in there is all I'm saying. Bioelectric morphological beings.
So yeah, I've been screaming, "You ain't my daddy" all my life. And that's basically all it's
Mhm.
about. I don't
Mhm.
trust nobody. I've never learned to trust anybody. I don't see how you can go around your life living like that, believing that you can trust other people when time and time again they will fuck you over. And most often it's your family, like you said earlier. Anyway, I am resting again. I got up too early this morning. I need to get a little nap. I'll talk to everybody
Brother,
later.
hey, that's great stuff, man. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated.
Always glad you welcome me on panel, brother.
Indeed, sir. Thanks for being here. We'll see you next time. Well, and to address some of what's going on in the chat with Aphrodite and Damsel Medic, see, this is where my whatever I'm afflicted with helps me out. So let's just go back to the olden days of, let's just say I'm a person and then Aphrodite's a person and I've fallen ill and Aphrodite knows some type of way to heal me. Well, there's absolutely nothing that the realm or the people around us or the government they're not able to insert themselves into that process. Back in the time, as far as I can tell. Now, if a person wants to go and engage with the system based on specific, the system itself, right? That's all done contractually. I'm assuming, I'm not an expert in this, but I like to break it down to its, as I like to take it to the most minute level possible. If I'm just out in the woods somewhere and I've fallen ill and Aphrodite comes along and knows what to do to assist me in being restored to health, licenses, fucking the government, other people who may be in the woods, none of that has anything to do with anything. So how did society get to the point where now it's like, oh, a person must have a certification, they must have a license, they must meet this requirement, they must meet that requirement?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's some shit that some people just made up and imposed. The reality is, I can always take it back to the most minute level at which there's no requirement other than me consenting to be treated by Aphrodite. And that will never change.
You need a license to do business.
Mm-hmm.
You have
And
to have a
I'm not
license.
sure that's even true, actually.
No,
Under
so
common law, I don't even think that's true.
No, it shouldn't be. But when you get married, you have to have a license because you're doing business with another corporation.
Wait a minute. My avatar here, Mickey and Mallory got married on that bridge, as we recall, in my favorite movie, Natural Born Killers, and they left the state out of it. Now, if you try to convince Mickey and Mallory they were not in fact married, I think probably they would have a visceral reaction to that because they seem to take it very seriously.
Yes. So in order to get insurance, like be insured medically or something like that, or life insurance, you have to have a license. You're doing business with a corporation, a corpse. In French, it's a a dead entity. You're doing that. That's why you.
Well, but again,
you get a mortgage.
If I am in charge of healing myself and
Mhm.
I seek Aphrodite's counsel, and then later on, after that process is completed, I decide to give her a gift, nobody can insert themselves into that. Without either one of our consent, I should say.
And then a lot of these regulatory bodies or even institutions that teach people some sort of focus, like whether it's academia or a trade, trade's actually much more I think is much more appropriate, maybe, where all I'm trying to say is it actually limits it can limit our ability because
Sorry, and I got to push back on the comments. The reality is, if I'm on my deathbed and a person comes along with all of the tools and implements and medications potentially or supplements to heal me, again, I have an absolute right to be healed. No other human being can insert themselves into that process without me or the other person contracting or consenting to that. And that will never change. Sorry, Bex, I cut you off. I was hoping you would continue.
No,
But
you're
I
good.
get very forceful
You're
about
good.
these things.
Yeah.
That's people can talk whatever nonsense they want to talk, and I'm not mad at you, Aphrodite. But as a human being, I have certain rights that cannot be changed unless I allow them to be subverted. If I keep my God-given rights, no man can tell me different, and no man can insert themselves into that. That will never change.
Okay, so you're on your deathbed. Okay, you hear me, Jason?
Everybody hears you, but yes, I was on my deathbed. My point is, I get to choose whatever treatment I want. That's the point I'm making.
Yep.
Hey, so
nobody can insert themselves into that. We can be tricked out of position by choosing to believe certain things that have been written down by other men and women. That's a choice, sir.
Okay.
If I know what I am, nobody has any right to insert themselves into that. You know why? Because I have free will. And in this realm, my free will is respected, whether people like it or not. That's literally how things work here. So what's happened is we're just talking about the various ways in which people are tricked out of position. That's all that is.
Yeah. Institutionalized healthcare, they're just an extension of the police. In essence,
But
like
not,
I mean,
well, here's the thing
terms,
is it's not, hang on, sorry, my apologies.
Go ahead.
It's not under the table. That's not a thing. It's not, if I am ill, I have an absolute right to seek these things, and nothing is under the table. I do not exist at the behest of the state. I am not the property of the state. The only thing the state can compel me to do is based on me contracting knowingly or unknowingly. Outside of their system, they have no power, period, end of story. It's all based on people believing in the system and reinforcing the system. And surprise, surprise, as all of us individually are, our psychologies are necessarily products of this system. I'm in no way surprised that most of us, and this was me not that long ago, see things based on the system dictating to us what care looks like. And lest we forget, the medical system is complete and total garbage. I would have to be insane to subject myself to this medical system knowing what it is. I have never in my entire life met a person that had gone through a chronic illness and had anything good to say about the medical system. So what kind of insane person would I have to be when faced with this chronic illness, actually illnesses I'm contending with? I would have to be insane to then go to the medical system knowing firsthand that, number one, they will destroy my quality of life. Number two, they will not heal me. Number three, they will do all of this for a profit under medical coding and billing, which, let's face the reality, the only thing the medical system cares about is medical coding and billing.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
Thank you. And sorry, I keep cutting Bex off, so I promise not to respond to any more comments for the next 5 minutes.
You're great. You're great.
I'm not even going to read them for the next 5 minutes. How about that?
I was just thinking, I wanted one point I wanted to make. I know when Wiz was showing all his all the different printouts of information that's important to him, and he just showed just what was sitting beside him. You know, there's like boxes of stuff, right? The nice thing about doing this kind of video is he just gave like a list of 10 different things people can go read, right? You know, and I know some people might find it difficult to go back and find these kinds of things in videos, but it's definitely really worth taking the time to watch things, right? Like to go back and do that, write that down. You know what I mean? Because then you've got it there, and all you have to do is search the title, and you don't even have to print it.
By the way, Wizard makes videos, so what else do you need to know? My point is, a person's not going to get to Wizard's level of comprehension with only videos. It's not possible.
Exactly. Yeah, and I just wanted to reinforce that point by saying, you know, that's one good thing one can do. is if they are inspired to read by that, just go back and grab the timestamp for yourself, or grab the timestamp kind of now, and go back and grab it, because I really find a lot of the things you talk about here really informative, you know, and that's why, I've been actually catching up sort of on things that you've said when I wasn't here, just because like I find it really, it's you keep it, it's so logical, you know, like the idea of surveillance. Yeah, the surveillance. Your bit on surveillance was fantastic. The other day. Yeah. So yeah, I just appreciate being here. And
thanks, Bex. I appreciate you being here.
And amongst people with so much information, and yourself too, Keith, with you're applying the knowledge, right? You're doing the work for yourself, you know? So really all most of us have to do is find some time slots to take off and start doing the things, you know, which is fantastic. Because as one person comes forth with information for someone else, we've got someone else walking the one step ahead already doing it, you know? So it's just about keeping that momentum going, you know?
Yeah, I get that part. It's like me and Jason discussed this, you know, privately or whatever. And I'm not trying to throw you under the bus or nothing, but like,
go for it. Do whatever you got to do, man. I ain't worried about it.
It's one step at a time. And I've done that like one step at a time. And the steps are, for me, or painstaking and aggravating, and it's almost like the system just makes it so hard that, you know, eventually you'll give up. You want to give up. You're just like, man, it's not worth it. I'm waiting. I'm looking at the mailman pull up. I'm waiting for documents or whatever. And like, to be truthful, like there were several times I was like, this just isn't going to happen for me, but it eventually did. I'm thankful it did. I have an attitude of gratitude, a beautiful attitude, whatever. And when that happens, you kind of, or I did, I was like, okay, it was worth it. Okay, so anything that's going to come easy to you is just going to be easy. It's just going to be, you know, like generic black and white label bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reality is, I'm either going to do this process or I'm not. Like, I'm fully aware of that. I either make the phone call I need to make Monday morning, or I don't. We're about to find out. Now, I gave myself an excuse by the time I realized what I was doing. It was Friday afternoon. It was like 2:20 in the afternoon. I said, well, fuck it. These people are just trying to get out the door. I'll, call them probably Tuesday, because then, our Monday afternoon. I mean, this is how sad we've gotten, that people are this fucking incompetent and don't know their jobs. And how many times have you gone to a job and Monday morning people are more or less just completely fucking out of it for the first half of the day, right? So I already kind of know. Friday, they're just trying to get out the door, and Monday, they don't know where the fuck they are until Monday afternoon, maybe Tuesday morning. Go ahead, Keith.
No, you fucking hate Monday, and you're just glad it's Friday. Like, I've been there. I've done that.
Doing business. Sounds like doing business with the banker is always best first thing on a Monday morning then.
Well, to give them the most pain, right? To make them have to do that. But if I want something done effectively, I know not to ask these people on Friday. They've got me trained. I know not to talk to them on Friday afternoon. I know not to talk to them on Monday morning. Realistically, you're looking at probably Tuesday afternoon for a lot of folks. But it's really that bad. But it's not going to stop me. It didn't stop me from getting my CDL. It didn't stop me from dealing with this bozo Goodwill caseworker, because I had no income. I was homeless. There's programs. Goodwill sent me to truck driving school. All of these various mechanisms and systems that I've successfully navigated in the past. The reality is I am capable of doing this as well. But as you know, highly suspect, it's easier for a person such as myself to just stay as I am. That's the most efficient, and humans seek efficiency.
Yeah. So, like, anything worth fucking doing, it's not going to be easy. It's not going
Absolutely.
to. No, it's not going to be fruitful. It's not going to produce anything. But you know, if it's easy,
If it
it's
was
easy.
easy, everybody would do it.
Yeah, and
know,
they do. Everybody wants easy. Like nobody wants a diseased state of being. But like, so when you take off on like some or embark on something like it, if it's fucking hard and it's going to be, you know, painstaking or whatever, like, and if you do that at the end, it's going to pay off.
Yeah.
What I about
Sorry to cut you off, but I'm very good at painstaking. The fact that it's painstaking and detail oriented, that's a nothing burger to me. It's the getting out of my own way and getting my ass in gear, which, by the way, historically, I'm able to motivate myself. It's just I've been doing other shit, but I was raised in a way to never make excuses. So I'm not going to just sit here and tell you why I haven't done it, because in reality, until I do something, I've done nothing. I will never just sit here and say, "Oh, well, yeah, I was going to accept this, that, and the third. Who cares?" I do it or I don't, and I haven't done it. So until we're there, we're not there. That's all. That's the only way I can approach it. I don't need to be motivated, by the way. Like, I understand, I appreciate what you're doing, but for me, if something's worth doing, it's worth doing of its own merits, meaning the reward is contained within the thing itself, right? Well, I view these things a little differently, but even me myself, with these levels of understanding, still hasn't gotten his ass in gear. Although, you know, I've done a little bit of research. That's basically where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
Keith's
think when you
right.
have,
It's
when,
everything he's saying is correct. Go ahead, Bex.
well, I think when you have multiple goals in your life and you're such a disciplined man, you can be hard on yourself, right? Like, I think you've shown a lot of discipline in other areas of your life. Like, not that you need my observations, you know, but you are here where we can observe you, right? So,
yes.
That being said, I would say I think you've shown great discipline in a lot of areas of your life as of late, like, you know, where I think you don't notice it because maybe you're not noticing it. I hear you being a little bit hard on yourself. Understandably so, though, because it's
I
motivating.
am hard on myself.
Yeah, it motivates yourself to get it done. Yeah, it motivates yourself.
I'm a self-flagellator, self-flagellator to some extent. Like that, it appeals to me to sort of beat the shit out of myself in certain ways,
well,
but not in a real quick, not in a demeaning way. Not like, oh, I'm a piece of garbage. More so, just like a self-flagellation. That's the best way to put it. Go ahead, Wizard. Thanks for coming back. Oh, sorry, but finish up, Bex, and then we're going.
Nice to see you, Wizzy. I just wanted to add this one other thing in. Maybe it's like, I know in my spirit, I've always resisted the banker. I've resisted the government, you know, and interestingly, that's built into something we need to do now, right? Like, that's something to take these steps. We got to get over those barriers. If other people feel the same way I do, where sometimes you can procrastinate your interactions with the government because you just don't want to deal with them at all. Yet now there's a situation where in order to gain that, access to your complete rights, you know, or at least tear down the wrongs they've put up against us, you know, you actually have to deal with them. And that's pushing through that program of like anti-establishment to get past it.
Greetings, everybody. Thank you again.
Hi, Wiz.
I come up because Aphrodite, you got a little bit of a problem. Okay. You want to sit down there and talk about practicing medicine, talk about herbalist and all this. You don't understand or comprehend the fullness of it. Like I said earlier, there's judicial elements that are determining everything. That means everything, whether you believe it to be legal practice or banking or medical practice or investing, everything is commercial. Everything is a contract. So when you go to the emergency room, folks, when you go to school and you fill out those paperwork, when you go to work, a place to get a job application, everything, learn how to read those documents. Because when you go to the hospital that I went to, they hand you a document in the emergency room that says sales agreement. So don't sit there and tell me it's about practicing medicine. Don't sit there and tell me it's about holistics. Everything in their system is a contract. It's a sales agreement. And unless you know how to read and write and counteroffer and negotiate all of those instrumentalities known as negotiable instruments, you fail to negotiate. So again, when it comes to your medical practice and 3 different licenses, none of it's needed. None of it's required because, again, there's a presumption. And then there's the statutes that say you have to have them licenses. But everything extends from the spiritual scriptures for its spiritual credence. And that one scripture says, physician, heal thyself. So when you go to somebody else for a sales agreement to get certain information, it's only so you can heal thyself. You don't need them to heal you. But you can contract with them to get certain information that you might not be availed otherwise. Because certain information isn't holistic. I agree. Certain things like the modern technology that provides CT scans and PET scans that can give you minute details on the quantum level that you can't see visually, but because we've got technology that can see deeper than we can get a better perspective from an objective view. That helps us tremendously. And if you keep passing that by, you're the bitch ass slave. So come on up and let's talk about it. Or I suggest you just shut up because you're down there babbling. You don't know what you're talking about. You want to sit there and argue with people that are doing this stuff firsthand. I yield.
Sorry, I've been just talking with the fucking mic muted, but thanks, Keith. And hopefully Highly Suspect will return. But, you know, and this says everything. This should say it all. I'm 5'10". I weigh 120 pounds. I almost died a little over a year ago. I've been seriously motherfucking ill for at least 365 days. But thank God my brain is set up for effectiveness in the real world, meaning if I know something cannot help me, I will not go to it. So I know that the medical system cannot possibly help me, but it can damn sure make me a lot worse. Therefore, I don't go to the medical system. It really is that simple for me.
Yeah, come on up, Aphrodite. If I'm on crack, come on up and prove it. Because again, you sit there and placate that you know what you're doing, and by saying that people can't make money with private practice. You don't know what private practice is. You're babbling, and you don't private practice. Like I said, it's automatically biologically. Okay, you live biologically. You don't practice medicine. You live biologically. It's called biologics for a reason, because you have to use your reason and logic to observe the world as it is without being influenced by fiction. Come on up.
Well,
don't sit there and babble in your chat. Come on up and speak like you really wish you could. Go ahead.
Well, and real quick, I want to address the commenter, and thank you, sir. He said, "No shit, bro. Respect and get better." And I want to point out, I drove a truck long haul across the country, at least 6, probably 7 of those months, sick enough that most folks would go to the hospital. And I hit the 12,000 a mile month bonus twice and was more or less one of the top 5 drivers in the company. You know why? Because I'm a badass motherfucker. That's why.
Yeah, and I gotta just to synchronize with you there. You know, it was about June 4th of last year, I think, when I first went into the doctor because I had pain in my shoulder. And it was because I'd finally gotten off my ass doing all this research and decided I was going to go out in the community and start getting into the physical labor and stuff. Found a cash under the table job with a friend doing some painting. And I thought my soreness was from painting these fences. It was in my left shoulder. Thought for sure it was in my left shoulder because I've been painting. So I went to the doctor, emergency room, because it just got so bad I couldn't deal with it. I was going to have to quit working. So they put me on some pain meds to deal with it and some muscle relaxers, thinking it was a torn muscle or something. That didn't help. It kept getting worse and worse and worse. Finally, it came to the point, 3 months later, I had to get a scan, and they told me I had lung cancer. I ended up shortly thereafter with the pain increasing because the cancer had been growing, because I hadn't been doing anything against the cancer. And it got to the point where I ended up sitting on the couch for about almost 9 months. And I went from 135 pounds down to 105. I lost 30 pounds. I gained 25 of it back. I'm still trying to get that last 5 and then some. I've been like a glutton pig and I'm still not gaining much more. My metabolism, however, has picked up and I'm doing a lot more. So when it comes to the holistics, I want you to all know it's just the scans that I've gotten at the hospital and some pain medications that I obviously had to have because I couldn't even fucking move off the couch. It was so painful. I had a very hard time breathing, and all I could do was sit here on these panels. I could hardly even move my hand to move the mouse. It was that bad. But when I realized what it was and started taking care of my health through diet and supplements and everything, no radiation, no chemotherapy. So understand that the practice is their commercial system. I don't deal with the practice. I deal with the biologics, period. So again, come on up. Let's talk about it.
Well, I want to say this about the supplements and the herbs. Some of that was to heal, was to accelerate the healing. And some of that was just so I could work. I mean, honestly, I worked 7 days a week for a lot of that time. Like, that's not an exaggeration. I work my ass off when I work.
Yeah. And one of the elements
what I do. Yeah.
And one of the elements that's pretty much across the board a requirement for most all diseases, and it's one of the elements that we miss most, is the magnesium. But what people fail to realize is that you have folic acid that's supposed to go with that magnesium as an active ingredient. So they pick up the magnesium, but they don't do the folic, and that it doesn't work. Greetings.
Hey, Aphrodite. It's good to see you as always.
What up?
Thanks for joining the panel.
So tell us what your problem is with this lung cancer and CT scans and herbals. Herbals really don't have anything to do with medical practice. You're right.
I never said that. I never said that. But to even understand that you had cancer, you had to use the allopathic medical system. So
no.
You know, and the fact that you didn't have medical insurance.
I felt the pain before I went to them. Again,
but that's where you went
to the doctor.
Where
Listen,
the pain was
you
from.
don't go to the doctor to have the doctor diagnose you. You've already diagnosed yourself with something as some kind of effect.
You diagnosed yourself with pain.
Figure out what it is.
Pain from painting under the table job because you don't have
that was the first
license.
inclination. And just like a mechanic nowadays.
Okay, well then to get told that you have lung cancer, to get diagnosed, you have to have blood work, a CT scan, well, usually an x-ray first. If you don't have insurance, they'll do
and the blood work doesn't tell you have cancer. It just tells you
the blood work is the blood work can tell you if you have cancer and tells you if you're healthy enough to get a CT scan with IV contrast.
Damsel medic.
No, the blood work does not tell you whether you have cancer.
Yes,
the blood
it
work
is.
A different.
Yes, it is. Your white blood cells. Yes, and it's probably you're anemic.
Okay, if you're not going to let me speak, then I'll just let you fucking babble on.
Well, I don't know.
The blood test tells you the imbalances.
Oncology,
the blood test tell you the imbalances and how you are poisoning your body. Did you know you can poison your body with water?
There's no way you could have told you that you had lung cancer without going.
Answer my question. Do you know that you can poison your body with water?
Yeah.
Okay. So your blood tests, your pH balances, they're all just tests to tell you what your balance is. It doesn't tell you what disease you have. Prove it. Prove it. Prove that your blood.
It's part of the diagnostic.
It tells you you're out of balance and gives you a general direction of what to look for.
You're obviously
but it does not tell you that you have cancer.
It's called a diagnostic workup, Hecklebutt.
Right, and it results, and it's a conglomeration of many things. And without
who are the people that are ordering these tests?
Without the CT scan, no doctor will tell you have cancer without it being confirmed with a CT scan. He can only generalize with the blood test.
Yeah, they need the blood test to even get the CT scan, first of all. They're not going to do a CT scan on you without a blood test.
The blood test is just a generalization to tell you what to look for.
Most of the time, the blood test will tell you that you have either low white blood cell count or a high white blood cell count. Like if you have leukemia, which is a proliferation of your
or an
blood cells,
infection,
and
or
almost
an
all
infection,
cancers, almost
or
all
an
cancers,
infection,
you're also
or a
anemic.
bacteria, or a virus.
It's called a
They all affect your
constellation
your white blood cell count.
symptoms.
So it's just a generalization.
How would you know all of this if you just went to some private herbalist at their house? They can't order a CT
I
scan.
didn't.
They can't. I know
Again,
exactly.
I don't have a formal
My point
education,
proven.
but I've been doing research for many years.
Yeah, anybody can go on.
And you would have to
WebMD
be
and
able to
Google
go
stuff.
against the medical society and tell them that they made a claim that they can determine that you have cancer by a blood test. And none of them will admit that. None of them will admit that. They will tell you the blood work is a workup of multiple things that give you a generalization
They have
of
lots
what
of
to
blood
look at.
tests that have genetic markers. So yeah, you need first.
Again, you don't understand biomorphological
H&P.
genetics.
It's called a history and physical. You take the history from the patient of their symptoms.
No screaming
their
is a
medical
sign of having to
history,
talk
their
over to some
family
babbling bitch
history.
that wants
You're a very
project
angry
her
person.
opinion as if though it's true. I guarantee you, you will not find a doctor.
It's one thing to be diagnosed with cancer.
Would you shut her up?
At
Then
the
would you please
hospital
shut her
and
up
then
just for a
decide
second?
to do herbalist treatments on your own because you don't have medical insurance to actually pay for chemotherapy. That's one
You don't
thing.
need
You
medical
can't say,
insurance to pay for anything.
I don't need the medical
Anybody as an
system. I don't
immigrant
need
can
a
come into
driver's
this country
license.
and get
Medical
cancer
providers
treatment
don't
without
need to
having
be licensed
insurance.
to give medical care. It's like, who diagnosed you? The person that diagnosed you with your cancer is a licensed practitioner. Like, yeah, you need a license to diagnose cancer for the most part. I mean, you can get to a level where you're extremely skilled to diagnose.
Are you gonna fucking stop? Are you gonna fucking
You
stop?
haven't even let me start. You haven't even let me start. Like,
Hey, City Hall gives you 3 minutes. You're taking 10 minutes. Ain't shut the fuck up yet.
I haven't even talked for 2 minutes. Like you want to talk out of your ass both ways. You can't have both things. Like, oh, everybody can just practice medicine without licenses. But I got diagnosed with cancer when I went to the emergency room, and then got a CT scan, and then got blood work. Yeah, there's no like private PA at their house ordering CT scans and x-rays. Like that just can't happen. Why? Because you need to have a state license to practice medicine, to order scans, CT scans, and you need a DEA license to prescribe medication.
How many times are you going to say the same fucking thing?
Well, you're not listening.
How many times are you going to say the same fucking thing, trying to convince people that a doctor can diagnose you with cancer through a blood test?
They can if they order the right blood tests and have a history and physical. If you feel a tumor on somebody's lymph node, or if you feel a lump in their breast,
no.
And
Now
then you order
now you're saying if you do this. No, you said with a blood test. Despite everything else, no lumps or nothing. You cannot diagnose someone with a blood test. Shut the fuck up. I have the floor, and you sit there and interrupt.
Most leukemias are diagnosed with blood tests only. You can't see a lot of leukemias on a CT scan. You don't know what you're talking about. Just because you got diagnosed with lung cancer and decided for your own personal reasons not to seek medical care for your cancer doesn't make you some kind of expert on oncology and all types of cancers. Like, the people that are experts are licensed professionals,
not an expert.
Not an herbalist in some cabin in Alaska. What the fuck is that? What is that? Do you guys hear that high-pitched noise?
Deep breath. Deep breath.
What the heck was that noise? You guys like trying to like do some brain surgery with like cymatics?
You're gonna shut the fuck up.
Like,
You're gonna shut the fuck up. Are you gonna shut the fuck up?
You called me up on this stream, heckle bus, and then I get what? Oh, you're making the sound. All right, you want to be childish? Yeah, whatever. You know, you want to treat your cancer that got diagnosed at the hospital. That's your deal. But that doesn't explain away the fact that you got diagnosed with cancer from licensed practitioners.
No, it doesn't. But it doesn't explain away the fact that you said you can diagnose cancer with a blood test. You cannot do
called
that.
leukemia. It's called a blood cancer.
No.
It's a cancer of the
No,
blood.
they have to have other elements, like you said. They
Yeah,
have to have
history and
other
physical.
elements, like you said.
History and physical. Benton, do you think your viewers like this noise? Like, what a weirdo. Like, okay.
So you cannot diagnose cancer by a blood test alone. You have to
I
have
said
other
a
diagnosis
history and
material.
physical. A history and physical. It's called weight loss, sudden weight loss, swollen lymph nodes.
Yeah, many other factors that you have to take into consideration
It's
with
called history
it.
and physical. Nobody
You
orders
cannot
a blood
diagnose
test
blood
without
test. You cannot
talking to the
diagnose
patient
cancer
and
with a
examining
blood
them.
test alone.
Yeah, you have a blood test and a history and physical. Yeah, you can diagnose leukemia that way.
Oh, now all of a sudden you're gonna shut the fuck up.
Every time I talk, you say this some like dog whistle or something. Like I'm not gonna.
No, I
subject
sat
myself
there and
to
let
that.
you run your fucking bitch ass mouth for 10 fucking minutes without letting me speak. I had to try to yell over you, you dumb fucking cunt.
Well, that's unfortunate. You think that way, but maybe
Yeah,
that's
it's
maybe the
unfortunate.
cancer has
It's
gotten to your
unfortunate that
brain.
you present that way, you dumb fucking
Maybe
cunt.
it's probably metastasized to your brain. That's why you're so angry. I don't know.
Yeah, metastasized. Yeah, it's in remission.
How do
That's
you know
why I'm
that?
off the couch. 150 push-ups a day now.
How do you know it's in
Ooh.
remission?
More scans.
Oh, more scans. Oh, wow. How'd you do that with your herbalist down the street?
I didn't
under the
say
table
it's all
hay?
herbalist. You have to be able to have
okay.
fucking details, right? So if I was to continue on and
But
continue
yet you
getting
want to
better
argue that
and
you can
gaining
practice
weight, would I
medicine
need the
without a
scans, or
license.
could I just go
Like,
on
we were
and just
talking in
use
the
the
chat
scans
about
to confirm?
we were talking in the chat about practicing medicine without a license, and people are trying to tell me that you can practice. Oh, you can see people under the table and come to my house and stuff. Yeah, but you can't order scans, you can't order blood work, you can't prescribe medicine. And here you are talking
and I
about
never
a
said that.
cancer
And
that's
I
in
never
remission
said that. That
had to
was
be
the conversation you
diagnosed
had with
by a
Damsel.
licensed
That's
practitioner
the
who works at a
conversation you had
hospital.
with Damsel, and you're confusing that
No, you were
conversation with
Hucklebuss.
me.
So
I never said
you guys
that.
are like talking
That
out
was
of
your
your ass.
conversation
Like,
with Damsel.
You can't
That
have
was
it
your
both ways.
conversation with Damsel. That was your conversation with Damsel.
You were
not
talking in
me.
the chat too. Well, there's somebody
Yeah,
else
but
named
that was your
Hucklebuss.
conversation with her, not me. You're confusing your conversation with me with her. You talked to her about that.
Okay.
I never spoke on it.
Okay. Calm down.
Do you think that
give yourself an aneurysm?
Aphrodite? Hi, my name's.
Look at them veins on the top of that head. They boast proudly. I speak boldly as I ought to anytime. How's that for lung work, guys? Yeah, the guy that's suffering from lung cancer ain't got no lungs to do that whistle like
I
that.
thought you were in remission,
know,
bro.
I'm
I thought
used
you were
to
in
it like
remission. I thought you cured yourself with push-ups and the herbalist down the street. So, you're all good to go, right?
If he had, would you believe him?
No, she's got to have first-hand evidence.
What he said, he already went to the doctor and got more scans.
But like, just hi, Aphrodite. My name's Bex. I was raised by a general practitioner, family doctor, and an ER nurse. We had, like, not that I'm trying to say I'm a doctor or a nurse in any way. I just was, we were raised to understand. We had the ability to understand all of these things. Like, there was no barrier from my parents. We had dinner conversations about all sorts of medical things. So I'm no expert in any way, but what I would challenge here is, like, why don't we have access to the picture machines, right? Like, why are they so expensive such that we don't have this as a trade in high school, that people can actually have access to these picture taking devices of our bodies that then only allopathic medicine has a monopoly on, right?
Well, it's not like there's no risk to getting radiologic scans. It's a radiation dose, so you have to
Understandably so.
pick and choose.
But you would still have a radio. You would still have, you would still have people understanding that, right? Like, because it would have been taught in the schools as basic safety around these objects, right? Like, we don't have electron microscopes in our high schools, yet we have bombs going all over the world, right? Like, there's no reason why we don't have the ability. I'm just saying, we invest money. Our governments invest money in things that make these objects so expensive. We think that we can't actually have them as a trade started in high school, so that we wouldn't be supporting the system to filter up to the top to only support allopathic medicine.
Well, I think people can purchase their own ultrasound machines if they so choose, but I think that there is a harm to ultrasound that isn't actually talked about. Like, if I ever get pregnant, I'm not going to get sonograms because I think there's something to it. In China, they actually use ultrasounds to lower sperm count on men's balls, like as a treatment for birth control for men. So if that's the case, I don't see why scanning.
You do know an ultrasound
fetus
is pretty much just the opposite of a frequency resonance machine. Instead of putting out the resonance, it's reading the resonance.
It's putting out sound waves and
right. It's putting
back
out
the
sound waves and
like
it's bouncing
Doppler.
back. Yeah, it's putting out sound waves and bouncing back. So
and
when they
say
direct
that there's no harm to anything,
so when
and
they
I don't
direct
believe
it,
that.
So when they direct it, they can direct it to specific parts of the body and alter. And they can say it's not harmful by lowering sperm counts, but it again would be objective or subjective views. Because if you want to turn down a nation's population count, that would be a relatively harmless way of doing it, rather than genocide, if you know what I mean.
Oh, well, I don't know how it's
a guy going in voluntarily having it done.
It's not harmless if it lowers sperm count. That means it's actually killing living cells. So it is
goodness
causing
gracious.
harm.
Oh, goodness gracious.
But if men want that, they can have that.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That it's proof that it is harmful if that is an actual treatment to lower sperm count for Chinese men.
So if it prevents a greater harm,
birth control.
So if it prevents a greater harm, this is where we get into the concept of doing it on rapists and pedophiles. So if it creates less harm in the future, if it creates less harm in the future or prevents more harm in the future by a pedophile, then wouldn't that be less harmless? Wouldn't it be considered harmless and actually
most countries do like orchidectomy or orchidectomy, like cut guys' balls off, castration.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing, right? So it's for the betterment.
Yeah,
so it's not
most
really
people
harmless,
are chemically castrated here.
It's not really harmless and it's not really harmful. It's for the betterment.
It
for
is
a more
harmful.
positive aspect.
It's destroying tissue. That's causing harm. Are you saying, by castrating a pedophile, that's for the benefit of society? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. For the better good, to prevent future harm.
Well, yeah, they used to believe giving women who had hysteria lobotomies or electric shock treatment after they had their baby and wasn't allowed to breastfeed their baby because that was standard of care in the 50s and 60s to give a woman anesthesia during childbirth.
We're talking 2023 now. We're talking 2023 now. We're not talking medieval times or anything like that. We're talking 2023 now, where there's comprehensive knowledge about what's going on and all these pedophiles that need to have something.
I don't know why all of a sudden you started bringing up pedophiles. Like nobody was talking about pedophiles.
Yeah,
because you were talking about the sound, the sonograph, right?
More times.
Yeah,
Right?
like I'm
And
with
it's
people
juice.
like that. There are so many interventions that are uncalled for, and like there's a lot of things that have been put in place as standard of care that are not to the benefit of the patient. Like how I gave the example of doing too many ultrasounds during pregnancy because they want to intervene, like and do amniocentesis and like even intrauterine surgery and that kind of thing, or tell you, oh, there's something wrong with the baby, we need to get rid of the baby. And it's like, well, was there something wrong with the baby first, or was it because you did like all these ultrasounds and it caused harm to the baby, and then you like
Well, what
diagnosed
about
that?
the mother? What about the mother's responsibility in that? See, this is the problem I have with people like you. You
Most
post that
mothers
you
are
go to
doing the
this
best that
doctor.
they can and
Now,
what they think is
now
best
wait
for
a
the
minute. You
baby. I
don't
don't
even
think
fucking let me speak. You stupid
well,
fucking
you can
bitch. What about the mom's responsibility in bearing her children naturally instead of falling to the fictitious need of a physician? Again, physician, heal thyself. One who is whole is in need of no physician. So why are you going to a physician
It's not
first?
because that's the standard of care. Most people, most
Again, it
pregnant
is
women
not the
have their
standard of
family.
care. It is the
Aphrodite.
delusional standard of
It's the
care.
culture.
Because natural creatures do not go to a doctor. Only women
Aphrodite,
go to
Aphrodite, Aphrodite.
What's up,
The goddess of love.
Tommy?
I heard pedophiles. Here I am, faggots.
Ooh.
Now, Wizard, before you go on your little medical care tirade, why don't you get back in that fucking hospital bed you used to stream from? You crazy old coot. You preached for a year against doctors and hospitals, and then you show up on stream passing out in a fucking hospital bed.
That's what
You
I'm
goddamn
saying.
hypocrite.
You have like this. Yeah, it is very hypocritical. Like, do you have medical insurance? I doubt it. So what? Are
No,
your
he's
medical
on the
bills?
government. He's on our tax dollars insurance.
Everybody's got.
Yeah,
Everybody's got. Everybody in this country,
say
whether
you don't
you're
need it, but yet you're
everybody in
using
this
it.
country and everybody. in this
Like America has the
See,
best
you won't even
medical
let a guy
care
speak.
out of the world.
No, you're not
wanna bring
speaking.
up
You're
you wanna
raging.
bring up a challenge, and
No,
then you don't
you're
let the
being a
guy speak.
muppet. You're being one
See,
of those giant muppets that used to walk around in like
bring up the challenge,
costumes.
and then we'll let the guy speak. That's good. That's good.
No, that we got that from your daddy.
Because everybody under
You
that
got not letting people speak from your daddy, and we don't let hypocrites
under
speak
that
when they
Constitution,
stand up
this is
here.
why you
Do
guys
you
don't
know
come
what
on
would
my
happen to a lot of women if they didn't have a baby in a hospital? Have you ever gotten a baby out of a woman when it's sideways? Oh, you're just gonna not let us speak. You're not gonna let us speak, are you, you crypto hypocrite, you medical care hypocrite, you everything hypocrite, because you're too old and stupid to realize you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You just walk around these streets thinking you win all the time. You're just gonna flip me off and leave.
I didn't left.
Why do you think that when you cleaned up the fucking old coot beard and fucking Manson hair, did you think that added credibility to your punk ass? And do you still think that Lamb of fucking God shirt is a Christian shirt? God, I love these rare occasions that I can
never
back
said it was,
Aphrodite up,
but
because
you're
she's kind of
projecting,
stupid
and I
too,
know
but I
exactly
hate
what
you
it
with
is.
it.
I never projected it was a Christian shirt, and that just shows that you're
Yeah, you
projecting.
did.
I know
You
exactly
said your
what it is.
sister. You said your sister got you this shirt, and whenever I mention some,
Hecklebus asked you this question. How long were you an inpatient in the hospital for?
oh, a long time.
And
He
did you
almost
get?
died. I wish he would have.
You were like screaming from a hospital bed for months.
Oh, I don't know about months, but it was long enough to be a
That's
hypocrite.
him projecting. Again, that's him
did you
projecting.
get-
You
did
can
you get
you can
treatment
go
for
back
your
I'm
and
not
look and see
projecting.
I was
I
passing
say I
from
went to the
my house.
hospital in an SUV wrecking my motorcycle. I definitely needed a hospital.
Did you get treatment for your lung cancer in the hospital?
No, I
Too
didn't.
much treatment. He needed
didn't
less
get any
You
treatment.
see me sitting on my couch for 8 months, not a hospital bed.
No,
It
Chuck,
was
he
on my
didn't pay.
couch.
We all paid.
I mean, maybe that's why you're in remission, because you got treatment in the hospital.
No.
He's in
You can see
demonition.
again. You can see the videos. If you don't hear me now, go back and watch all those videos for 8 months.
Oh God, I wouldn't dare. It's bad
I
enough we
was
hear
sitting
you
on
now.
my couch. Couldn't move
Oh,
for 8
wow.
months.
No, he was in a hospital room. He had the hospital fucking what's it called? The bib where your ass is hanging out. He was in one of those beds with the railing because he's that old. They had the railing up so his old ass wouldn't roll out. Then he'd fall asleep on stream in his hospital bed.
Yeah,
No.
sure, because you were medicated, and that's okay. That's okay.
No, there was one video.
Yeah. The only thing that's not
really
okay is
painful.
preaching against
One
it. The
video.
only thing that's not okay is preaching against it and doing it.
I think you should have a little bit more gratitude for the care that you received.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
You
know who
guys
this
are
hermaphrodite
comedy.
person is.
You guys are comedy.
I got a fan club.
I never thought of hermaphrodite.
No, but they have great treatments now, like called Opdivo, which is immunologic for lung cancer. I was part of the clinical studies for that. And it's an IV treatment that has really like low side effects.
Oh, my shit. So the word cancer comes from canker, which means like festering wound.
It's like
just
a
like
well,
itis means
canker
inflammation.
It's from syphilis. Yeah, usually in your groin.
I really came on to ask about.
But Canada has shit medical care. I'm sorry, it does.
It does. It does. You're right.
It has really
does.
shitty care.
It really does.
And I do want to point out
And
that I
any
believe
Canadians with
real
money
quick,
will come to America.
Real quick, Aphrodite, I believe you're from Southern California, which does have perhaps the best healthcare in the world in certain ways. I do want
I
to
was
point that out.
born in Southern California, and I was raised in Northern California. And yes,
My
I agree
apologies.
with you.
Apologies.
And I was trained by a surgeon who trained like 5 decades of surgical residents at UCSF and Stanford. So I
Yes.
do believe I have an extremely high level of knowledge regarding
and before we get
vascular
Aphrodite,
surgery and
before we get into
where
that,
the top doctors are trained.
I'm pointing out that, of course, you have perhaps a higher view of medicine in general being from California. In Arkansas, it's very different, but I don't want to get into that. Just pointing it out, but please continue.
Well, yeah, even like in North Carolina, my parents are, the health insurance here is just like shit compared to like the type of health insurance that you get in California when you work like a state job or even just a private job. Like the types of coverage varies state by state, especially with health insurance. But yeah, the way the healthcare system works in America is they cannot refuse you. So you can be homeless on the street and be an inpatient getting chemotherapy for months, and the state
But
will
let
pay
me.
for it. They can't kick
This
you
is
out,
the issue I think we need to be aware of.
which
Are
is
you
fine,
aware?
and that's how it should be.
Hold on, Aphrodite. I'm asking you
So
this.
you just said that you can get it without
Oh my
insurance, but
God.
yet you claim I must be
Aren't
getting
you
it because
dead
of
yet?
insurance when I'm not even getting it.
I know. I wish you'd get less. You actually need like poisoned or something, old man. Let me ask Aphrodite my question before I lose my shit over hermaphrodite.
Oh,
again.
fuck off, Tommy. Suck my
Oh,
cock.
oh,
Hey,
was
Well,
that your
Hecklebus, you
official
tried to
reply?
spin it that you were diagnosed with lung cancer by some herbalist, and then you went into
we
remission
get
No, I
Damsel
didn't.
Medic in here
No, I
somewhere,
didn't.
please?
Again,
Doing
you're
push-ups. Yeah, that's
confusing
the
your
story you tried to
conversation with
spin, and that's
Damsel
like
Medic
not
with mine. I never said I was diagnosed with
Looping,
cancer by an
rage
herbalist.
loop,
Again, that is your
rage
confusion.
loop,
You dumb bitch. Quit
rage
trying
loop.
to project that I said that. That was your
He looks like Pee Wee Herman in a way, if he had grown that old. And that's how he went to Supercuts and said, "Give me the Pee Wee Herman." But Aphrodite, have you seen these people that are getting left? Like, there's people getting medical care in some state. I don't want to say Michigan. I forget which state it was, but they're literally just security's wheeling them out to like a cab and just see ya. They're just like ditching them.
Well, if you're homeless, yeah, like different states, differ in what they can do for discharge protocol. But you're supposed to try to like discharge them to some kind of like halfway house or some kind of address. But yeah, I mean, you can't hold
And they've
somebody
left some
forever just
people,
for
like
room and
I've seen a
board.
lady, just like she's just laying on the sidewalk where they left her. And I mean, I don't know where I stand
She
with
might
it.
have
There
been
is
high and she was like taking it
no,
out. I
she
mean,
was
who
in
knows?
for some kind of treatment, and then because of like
Yeah.
the payment thing. They're just like, well, we're gonna
Well,
like
I
there
mean,
was a dude in a wheelchair. They just kind of
we can't
wheeled him out
ignore
and
that a
left him.
lot of people use the emergency room as a, revolving door for their drugs. Like, they're, especially in the Bay Area, there was a lot of people that,
Okay, so here's
would go
little
to the
pointer.
emergency room for
Here's little
pain, and then
pointer.
they get
This isn't your cross to
their work
bear.
up,
This
and
isn't your cross to bear. I
it
think
takes
my
like 12
question is,
hours, and they get a
you're
meal and a place to
wizarding. You're
sleep.
wizarding. You're wizarding.
What? No, this is the truth. So there are patients
No,
that
I
abuse
haven't.
the
I haven't
system.
finished. It's like whenever I was on Steve or any other show, they say I talk too much. I don't get a fucking thought out before someone's like trying to answer what I'm not asking. I'm saying like I don't know where I stand with. I think you should get medical care, but there's obviously a reason people in droves are just kind of being left on the street in the middle of medical care. And on a lighter note,
Americans are really pampered, like you want to complain, like this guy Hecklebus, he wants to be a hypocrite and complain and say, oh, well,
he
you can
does
be a
that.
doctor and not
Yeah.
have a license and stuff, but it's like you use the whole medical system. And yeah, here in America, you can be homeless, get hit by a car, and they'll take you into the
Speaking of
hospital,
hit by a car,
give you drugs, give you food, and you never have to
no,
pay.
no,
And
no,
then
that's
you get pregnant, and then you go to the
not
hospital.
true.
In other
That's not true.
countries, they'll just leave you on the street to
I
die.
broke
Like if you
3
can't
bones
pay,
on New Year's
you
Eve.
don't even
Oh
get
my
admitted.
God, Aphrodite. Oh
I was
my
still
God, shut
talking,
the fuck up
Illumitami,
before
and
I
you
go
interrupted
CBO
me.
on you.
Like you need to understand who's interrupting who.
But you're
I was
saying
talking,
falsities
and
and
then you interrupted
untruthitudes
me.
right now. I'm not sitting here like a Grace Thorpe trying to tell you weren't R-worded, all right? I think you might have been R-word assaulted because I've narrowly avoided that myself by men trying to drug me. What?
Why are you even bringing that up?
To shut you up. Now listen, I went to the
Okay.
emergency
Was this
room
like a monologue?
oh, it didn't work. Do I have to sit here and say you weren't really raped and you were wanting it? Now shut the fuck up. I went to the emergency room. She's a heckle bus. She's a nigger. She's a nigger. I went to the fucking emergency room on New Year's, 3 broken bones, collapsed lung, blah, blah, blah. They gave me one dose of whatever the painkiller was just for me to sit there in the hospital. And they didn't even write me a script because it is changing to where you will be a number now. There is no more hospitality of hospice. But yeah, I still stand with you against Hecklebus, where I know EBT had a natural birth at home. But could you imagine watching your significant other have a baby like sideways and not know what to do and watch a woman go through that kind of fucking death in your house because you're dealing with some fucking old ass fogey that doesn't know what the medical system can provide? That's
Mashallah.
science.
Mashallah.
Mashallah. What are you, fucking small hat now? You're a piece of shit, Wizard. Never forget that. No matter how much your daddy enforces you or doesn't, you're a piece of shit. I'll smirk when you die and go about my day.
I am a zero.
Well, I don't know how many times I've heard of women who like have a doula, have a midwife, and they want to do a home birth, and they end up going to the emergency room and getting a C-section. Like that is like standard of care now, the amount of C-sections that are done. They really want to cut that baby out of the belly instead of going through the birth canal before they give you a birth certificate.
Oh, right? I know all that stuff, but it
Yeah,
doesn't help that every conversation goes
there's
back
something,
to it.
and babies are way more healthy when they go through the vaginal.
Yeah, and a guy I worked for back in the day, his old lady won't even fuck him that much anymore because the C-section kind of took the sensation out of the man in the boat, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and you get to charge for surgery, and yeah, it makes more money for the hospital.
And don't get me wrong, I've seen a bunch of YouTubes where some hippie chick's just pooping a baby out in the bathtub like it ain't no thing. She's even alone. Camera's not even being held by a person.
Yep.
No, Jay Heighton. There is you're speaking some bullshit, Jay Heighton. Are you speaking for every home birth that's ever done? Because I just said YouTube's full of solo women. You ever seen solo cams? Well, these are solo cams of some bitch in dreadlocks in her bathtub just pooping a baby out by herself.
Danny Skylark, fellow blood over intent. She has a video on her YouTube channel of
Yeah,
giving
yeah.
birth in her
What part of the
bathtub.
King James Bible instructs how to do blood over intent?
I don't follow the King James
I know,
Bible.
because you're a godless heathen witch.
No, I'm not.
Well, I mean, blood over intent. That's no kind
God
of
is inside of
orthodox
me, so
blood
that
over
doesn't
intent.
make me godless.
Blood over it. Well, no, you're not godless. He'll probably judge
Well,
you
you just
pretty
said I was
harshly on the
godless.
whole witchcraft and
You're your own judge. Like, if you want to believe in some sky
yeah,
daddy
like
that's
cops,
gonna
like cops do their
has
own
a
internal
gavel,
investigation. God's gonna
kangaroo
let you
court,
just
Alice
judge
in
yourself.
Wonderland, that's on you.
Hey,
Yeah,
class,
I'm
it's
sure that
God. This is
reality
your
is
final
true for
judgment.
you.
It's gonna be open book. You're gonna grade yourselves, and I never want to see you next semester. All right? Is that how God does it?
No, you're your own judge and God
Right.
inside of you if you accept it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
But
so
maybe you
so
don't
if
have
we
that
can all
DNA.
just
Maybe
if we can all
you know,
if we
you
can
don't
all
have
just
that
judge
capacity inside of
ourselves
yourself.
into heathen heaven, then God owes a lot of fallen and Nephilim and angel. He owes them
Well,
a
why?
big
Well, if
explanation.
you believe Jesus died on the cross for your sins, why do you keep apologizing for yourself?
Right. I mean, why would he have to do that unless you had to like cleanse in that, or maybe because our God needed to say, "Oh, sanity machine, all that stuff you cry about with the diseased kids and the tornadoes. Hey, me too. I had one of those deaths too. I pepper sprayed myself before I came down and pepper sprayed humanity. I only had a crucifixion under my belt. Those kids will be okay. I love them all."
Well, I don't think Jesus died for everybody's sins to
No,
be
just the
so that
ones
everybody
that
had to
seek.
apologize every day for their
Just
sins.
those who
Like,
seek
it's
and
called
they shall
ending the
find.
law when he
Those who
fulfilled the
knock
law,
and the door
but
shall be
people still want to
open.
live by the old law. So, whatever. Whatever you believe is on you. Like, cool.
Right. So, blood over intent, eh? Like every 30 days,
Yep.
blood in your tent.
No, you just have to do once.
I would burn that tent and buy a new one. Maybe
I don't live in a
buy some,
tent.
you know, tampons. I didn't give that class in elementary school, but I'm sure you went through it. Shouldn't have to tell you at this point. So, in lighter
You're
news,
rambling, Tommy. I
the
don't know what you're
person
talking about.
formerly known as Gage that had his biceps surgically removed by Kyle Rittenhouse's AR-15, he's been run over by a black man who hit and ran him, even though he was caught up under the vehicle for about 20 feet. He's got multiple broken bones, and to show how much God loves him, he's still living through it.
What's up, damsel?
Oh, Damsel Medica's here. I bet you she'll stay in the chat.
No, I'm still here. I just been waiting for an opportunity to actually have a discussion.
Jesus, then why you sit on Paul and Slaves panel so much? Where's the
Hi,
discussion
damsel.
there?
Oh, really, Tommy?
I've watched you nod your head to some of the dumbest fucking shit. I hope you don't call yourself Damsel Medic because of military service as a medic.
No, that was his nickname given to me years ago. I'm
Why?
a PA as well.
So, damsel,
Well,
have you
you're
ever
fucking
practiced as a
stupid,
PA?
I'll tell you that.
Like,
No, I see the stuff you say in chat about me. I see the shit you nod along, and it's a good thing you had your camera off, or I might have went harder at you than I went at Aphrodite. But at least she's got a little cam ability. And for once she's got her clothes on, now that she's at the age she is.
For once, what are you talking about? Because I'm not at the beach?
No, that you have your clothes on for once, you might be recognizing that you're hitting that wall.
Hitting what wall?
I ain't gonna lie to you, Aphrodite. In your day, you were a slice, to
What
be
day?
one-nighted and not wed. But yeah,
What day?
the day
A
that
year
you
ago,
were
like 10
A
years
slice
ago?
you could
probably
line
more
up
than
like a line of meth.
Oh, he went with the meth card. Hey, Wizard, I want you to keep doing that. That was the big misunderstanding you have. Like, you keep literally saying that I'm Jesus of Bethlehem.
Jesus of
And
Bethlehem, yeah. Yeah.
right. And you said
cute.
that I was no, and you would say that I was mad that you're saying I'm that guy. And I wasn't mad. I was laughing that you literally think I'm that guy. Like even on Lauren, even on, hey, I'm not done, you old fart.
Thought you were Tommy.
No, you thought I was literally that guy.
Heckle probably got more meth than anybody at the hospital through the IV.
No, is what I'm saying is even on the Lauren De Laguna interview, she brought up the picture of Jesus of Bethlehem. They screen by screened it, and I said those motherfuckers are literally saying I'm that guy because you literally believed it.
Lauren De Laguna interview where? On this channel?
And he defended
on her channel.
Remember, folks, the courts disposition you by using ad hominems. And that way you
I'm not using an ad hominem. I'm saying you were telling the internet the same way these kids are saying I'm a PDF file. You were saying I'm that guy.
You're still trying to defend it to this day, dude.
No, I'm not defending anything. I'm saying how fucking stupid are you? No, the people understand and they're waiting for you to answer, Wizard. How fucking stupid are you that my picture was put, my likeness, my live cam was linked up side by side with the Jesus of Bethlehem pics? I said, how would a person think I'm this guy? I look nothing like him.
Go ahead and pull it up, guys. Just take a look for yourself.
Yeah, let's do it. Bring it up. Benton. Just Google Jesus of Bethlehem. It's some guy's mugshot. It's nothing you'll get struck for or anything. It's just, why would you think that that face is my face? Unless you were back in your daddy's bullshit. There you go. You can even put my
Jeffrey Curtis Kaluzmi.
Oh my God, his fucking legal name was even there. And tell me I look anything like that motherfucker.
Where does it say that this is you?
Wizard was saying, Wizard and Paul and Slave were trying to tell YouTube that is me.
Oh. Yeah, when you guys are done, damsel, and we want to have a discussion.
Oh, I never started with her. She's not worth the time. She's a
I want.
Yeah, it's between her and Aphrodite. Go ahead, girl. Ladies.
Okay, well, before you guys get into it, the real reason I came in before I lost my shit over Hermaphrodite, the goddess of Putanari. Somebody messaged me on my video yesterday because I didn't get to drop the epic fake movie trailer of the police raid night.
Sure they did.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking crackhead old man. I have a song on it that
you didn't get triggered, did you?
No, you're not a nigger, are you?
No.
Oh my God.
No, you're sitting here laughing, old man, when you don't realize you look fucking stupid. We're still on this, hey, do you really think that picture on the screen is me? And you're trying to laugh it off like your old generation would do for shit. Wizard, I watched CBO's crew wreck you over you going through your monetary bullshit, write your debts off, and they said, yeah, but have you ever done that? And you said no. And you got laughed the fuck off the internet, but you keep coming back.
Oh,
so
yeah,
why don't you just in it? You ain't got shit without your daddy's mod god bullshit to defend you.
I'm still here every day. You know,
no, we can all show up every day, Wizard. It's whether we should or not.
Yeah.
Now shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you, you old fart. I wish you were dead. I wish you were fucking dead. And it's like I'm rubbing that lamp. It's not going to be long, Wizard. And then that beast of a partner you have can find a new job caretaking for a less fucking wretched old man. And I can't wait to drop that Tom and Jerry leap you did whenever you try and go through the door and she's coming through the door and you look like Tom and Jerry leaping 3 feet back from that fucking monstrosity of what I assume is a vagina possessor. You stack Aphrodite next to her, and Aphrodite like gets a little back to the fuckable
What
term,
are
but
you
not
talking
close.
about?
Oh, Aphrodite, keep up. I'm trying to ask people a technical question
Like
here.
you can't make two sentences without saying some curse word or like damning people. Like,
Faggot.
come on, like
Nigger, I
like
know, right?
yeah,
Jews.
it's like slave landia words. Like, get a vocabulary. You're just like
Are you
digging
talking
yourself
about?
in a hole.
Are you talking about the land of Unslavia?
I'm talking about you using slave language and labeling
Oh,
yourself as
that
like a
see,
lemming.
are you making that the new racist pedo word? Oh, you're using slave language. Oh my God, slave language. Hey,
Yeah.
Hey, can I get a number 3 with
Maybe
a
that's why you
Dr.
don't have God
Pepper
inside of
and
you.
slave language?
You want to like, you know,
Give that
ruin,
man some
Oh,
curse
extra
everybody wants to
people.
fries.
tell me what I want
Give
to do.
that man some
Can I
extra
please
fries.
get
I
my
see
question out? Can I please have a
I thought you
waffle?
weren't done
Well,
talking,
yeah,
Can I
Tommy.
well,
please have a
just give that man some
waffle?
extra fries because he's short a few.
Oh my God, Wizard, I'm done with you, bro. You're irrelevant. You're just good for a fucking pointing out that you're stupid and then moving on. Now, this person says, Tommy, put the audio in Audacity. Put the audio in Audacity. Use audio profile adjustment as if removing crackles from tape recording. Is Audacity like gonna make an alternate audio file? Is that what it is? Chat? I know, chat. Rarely do we come to you like as if you have knowledge. I'm risking it. Roy Dugan, I was trying to figure out a way to recreate the Max Headroom thing. Might happen one day. Oh, look, someone's going with the old bye, Tom chat. Yeah, bye, Tom. Just tell me this thing. Does anybody know what the fuck's up with the Audacity or have a link to a video that isn't just music while they do it on their screen? I come from the time when people would like verbalize instructions.
Do you mean the audio editing software?
Is that what Audacity is? And have you heard of that being used to get around a copyright for a video?
Oh no, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I'm using. See, I got the song, one of the songs from Ghost in the Shell for whenever I do the fucking Illuminati ritual part. But 60% of my viewers would have to have like it muted or something. I don't know what they do when shit like that happens. But once I saw 60% of the viewers can't get the full effect, I don't know. And Gary Baxter, you don't gotta send Benton any more money than he's got for his wizarding of his death. I just came in because I heard pedophile. Obviously, we're not fucking kids. I'll figure it out myself. Fuck everybody.
Is he gone?
Yeah, he had to jump out. Tommy, one day
Oh.
you'll love us all again.
Much love, Tommy. Hello, Aphrodite.
Hello.
So, do you want to have a discussion about some of this stuff a little bit?
Yeah, I want to know why you went to PA school and how long you practiced as a PA, if you ever got your license, and
yeah, I did.
What? Okay, so you did practice as a PA license for a while, and then decided you didn't want to do it anymore. And now you have private practice.
No, I don't have any private practice. You're using that language. No.
So, but you treat patients under the table at your house or something? Because you were like arguing that you can
I treat
see
nobody.
patients without a license.
No, again, that's not what I said. What I said was that you can actually do diagnostics and such with people, besides using all the scans and such. You can actually do, like you said, a history and intake and that sort of thing, and you can find out what's wrong with people if they ask you for that kind of advice.
So is that
or
what you're
care.
doing, or are you just saying hypothetically that's you can do that?
I'm just not going to say anything that I shouldn't because it's private.
Well, we're not talking about anybody specifically.
No, it's private because, again, the way you'd use your language, you would indict me based on me having to claim that I'm practicing medicine, which I am not.
Yeah, okay, but you find a lump in somebody's breast. What are you going to give them some herbs? Or are you going to tell them, oh, you need to go to the hospital and have a mammogram and some blood work?
You think people have options?
So you're not going to answer my question?
No,
like,
I'm asking you a question back. Do you think
like
people have
a
options?
patient, your neighbor down the street who knows you're a PA, but now you're an herbalist, knocks on your door and she says, hey, I feel a lump in my breast. Do you mind checking it out? And you say, sure, come on in. And you take a history and you find out she's lost 15 pounds in the past month. She has no appetite. She's been getting bruises really easily. And then you do a breast exam and you find a 1 centimeter lump in her left breast. What do? Give her some herbs?
Do people have options?
Well, first, well,
You're
real
not
quick.
answering my
First,
question. See,
what
that's
you
the thing.
do?
You want to argue.
That
like,
is
oh,
the
I've been in
answer.
the military.
That is the
I've been in the
answer. You
military
can't
for
say-
hang on,
14
folks.
years, and I can be a PA and practice medicine or help
have to
people
allow
as a
for an
PA,
answer.
but not
You have to
actually
allow for
be
an answer.
licensed. Like, it doesn't.
You have to allow for an answer.
I did. She asked
Okay.
another question. She didn't even answer.
Well,
I haven't
people
answered
have
yet.
here's the
options.
thing.
Yeah,
Accept her
people have
answer.
options.
You
People
refuse
have
to
options.
accept her answer. The
Her
answer
answer was
is
a question.
that the doctor.
All right, everybody, be quiet for a minute. One moment. And you got a little bit of static. Sorry, Wizard. I got to say this. So, I'm thinking of something under the auspices of medical coding and billing. And when a person goes to a doctor, the number one consideration, no matter what any of you want to think, is the doctor and the medical staff say, what can I code and what can I bill? So when I was a young person, a person I went to church with injured himself on the job. A piece of sheet metal nearly cut his arm off. And the doctors, because they want to engage in coding and billing, said to his family, if you do not give this man a blood transfusion, he surely will die. Because that man attended the Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses, his family said, no, he will not have a blood transfusion. And he recovered without one, and he was as big and strapping and as healthy as ever afterwards. When a person goes to a doctor, the number one consideration is medical coding and billing.
Benton, that
Period.
was a whole
End of
hodgepodge
story.
of
Doesn't matter. They told him he
illusions.
would die.
Yeah,
He did not die.
I've had patients
Fear
that
tactics,
were Jehovah's Witness
Aphrodite.
too, and
Fear tactics to code and bill. Just like when my mother was in the ICU and they told her she was going to die and they tried to hook her up to a ventilator. Fortunately, my mother, Aphrodite, knew to say no to the ventilator, and she lives still. Meanwhile, the ICU doctor at every hospital in this country is a literal mass murderer, and they know they killed people in the last 3 years. They know they're mass murderers. Period.
yeah, well, I haven't practiced medicine
Aphrodite,
since the big C.
that's
And
the system that you're defending, Aphrodite.
what the fuck?
Medical coding and billing. You're defending
That's not
it.
true.
Yes, you are. You're
That's not true.
defending it. So the reality is my mother
I've
would have been
treated
way
plenty of
better off
Jehovah's Witnesses.
if she had never entered into the hospital.
They'll take other drugs, but they won't take blood
better.
transfusions.
You're missing
but
my
they can
point.
take-
This
he
man,
didn't-
Aphrodite, you're choosing to not realize that they told him he was going to die, and that did not happen. They told him that to scare the fuck out of him so they could code and bill. And I'm almost done, Wizard. Just like they tried to scare the fuck out of my family so that when my mom said no to the ventilator, my family attempted to get her declared incompetent so they could declare power of attorney, hook her up to a machine that would have absolutely ended her life. Why? So they can get the bonus money, Aphrodite. That is the medical system, whether you like it or not. And there's nothing I can do about that.
And to pose that they don't have an option, as Damsel Medic is putting forth, she's giving them other options, and to pose that they don't have those options and that they have to go to the doctor to cure or treat it is wrong.
There's
That's what
good
Jim
care
is
and there's
pointing out.
bad
He
care,
is
and
not.
most people
Listen,
should
let
get
me
second
fucking
opinions.
finish. You cannot fucking interrupt. Shut the fuck up, you goofy bitch.
The medical system is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. It directly kills a whole bunch of motherfuckers.
When you cut,
Exactly, and I don't go to the
That's what
hospital.
she's trying to say. Is there are other options than going to the doctor?
Aphrodite, I almost died a year ago. I've been sick as fuck for a year. I'm 120 pounds. Under no circumstances will I go to a hospital. I'm considering tattooing "Do not resuscitate" on my forehead in case I ever lose consciousness and end up in a hospital. That's how seriously I take my beliefs.
Yeah, but you choose to take a bunch of weird supplements that probably are just full of sawdust and parasites.
It's my body,
so,
Aphrodite.
Yeah, it is your body.
I can choose what to put in it. Why don't you believe in freedom, Aphrodite? I have the freedom to do as I choose.
Everybody has a choice. Most people
That
choose
means
to go
I
to the
get to
hospital
choose
when
what
they get
goes in my
sick.
body, Aphrodite, or what doesn't go in my body, or where my body goes.
So you're choosing some
I am
medicine,
choosing to do those
which
things.
has no proof that it's anything that it says it is.
Aphrodite, I'm choosing that specifically
It's
to
probably
avoid.
really not good for you.
That's my concern and none of
is
yours.
alchemical.
Let me finish, folks. Let me finish. It is the Benton channel. Thank you. Aphrodite, allow me to finish and I'll give it back to everybody. It's all about medical coding and billing. I'm not willing to subject myself to that while I still have a quality of life. The reality is the medical system will ruin my quality of life. They will not cure me. And at the end of the day, they will bill a whole bunch of various entities so that a piece of trash, mass murdering doctor can put another wing on his house, send his kids to college, and drive around in luxury automobiles. Not interested. Y'all may take it away. That's all I have.
100%. There are doctors that are unethical. There are PAs that are. There's less PAs that are unethical, I would say. But like most, I mean, there are practitioners that care about patients, that want to do the best for patients. And like,
no, they don't. They care about medical coding and billing. They don't care about patients, Aphrodite.
And if I
they don't care about patients, that's a lie. That's a lie, Aphrodite.
I let you talk.
Well, you're lying, Aphrodite.
If I had a cash pay patient,
lie.
If I had a cash pay patient, I would.
They care about medical coding and billing, and then maybe they consider the humanity of the patient. They care about medical coding and billing. You can say all day long they care about the patient, but please first say they care about medical coding and billing. Why? Because that's what the corporation they serve cares about. That's literally the system. And yes, it is true.
I mostly operated on Medi-Cal patients that couldn't pay. And
literally every ICU doctor in this country knows they kill people. They knowingly murdered people at every county hospital.
That's your
in this
opinion,
country.
Benton.
No, that's the fact, and I can prove
Well,
it.
the fact is if I had a cash pay patient, I would bill a
prove
99214 when I should have billed a
I can
99215.
prove it.
Because
It's
I
all
don't
about the
take
money.
people out of
Then we address the
the
humanity.
money they don't have.
It's all about the billing first. Then it's about the humanity, and it's not about the person not having money.
For the hospital
Everybody pays
corporations,
into the
for number
system,
one,
whether
yeah,
you
it is
like
the
it or
billing
not.
number one.
Every single person
most
pays into the
doctors that
system,
are
whether
like mom
you
and
like
pop,
it or not.
They underbill.
Every
Most
single
practitioners I know
person
underbill,
pays into the system, whether
except
you like it or
cardiologists.
not. Everybody
Okay,
pays
you're going
into
to talk
the
over
system.
me, Benton. That's fine. But,
This is the
that's
Aphrodite.
your truth.
Listen,
That's your truth.
listen. You know I have a lot of regard for you, and I like you personally. So the fact that
I've treated lots of Jehovah's Witnesses.
I'm not one, by the way. Never was. Just for the
vascular
record.
surgery, and they will
See
take
what you're
Botox,
looping into.
They will
You're
do
looping.
plastic surgery, but they won't take blood transfusions. And you have to advise patients.
Well, in reality, Aphrodite,
really
that was
hard
an
to actually give
unnecessary
somebody a blood
procedure.
transfusion.
The doctor was attempting
It's
to
not-
administer an unnecessary procedure
The doctor
under
has to
medical
give you the
coding
risk
and billing.
versus benefits. It's called
No, the
informed
doctor
consent.
said you're gonna
Yes.
die if you don't take this.
They probably said you're likely going to die.
No, they said you're going to die.
Well,
Yes.
I'm glad you had that recorded.
I've had doctors tell my
the
mother
patient pulled
that
through.
she's going to break,
But
she's going to
you
fall
know what?
down and
That
break her
that
hip.
Jehovah's patient person
I've
probably
had
wasn't sent
I've
home
had
with
doctors
nothing.
tell my
They
mother that
probably
she's
got
going to fall down
D5W,
and
like
break her hip.
lots of fluids. They probably got
Doctors
pressors
are
to increase
trash.
their blood
They're
pressure. Like
trash,
Jehovah's
Aphrodite.
Witness will take a lot of
Trash.
medicines to boost their
I was
blood
never a Jehovah's
without
Witness,
taking a blood
Aphrodite.
transfusion. Well, you don't know
I was
everything.
never a
Okay.
Jehovah's Witness. Okay. I don't need to know anything about the medical system to see the harm it does.
Okay.
It
Well,
does more harm to people than good.
supplements do more
If I
harm
break
than
my arm,
medications.
Aphrodite, if I break my arm, they're really good at fixing that. If I break my heel, they're good at that. Everything else, more harm than good.
Well, I'm glad that you will take medical care if you fracture a bone. That's good to know.
Well, I have actually, because that's the system I paid
You want to
into.
pick and choose. Yeah, that's
Aphrodite,
fine.
I didn't pick and choose, Aphrodite. The system said I was entitled to workman's comp, and in order to get the workman's comp, I had to let a doctor x-ray my heel. They did not perform any procedures. It healed on its own. Surprise, surprise. They did not one fucking thing for my foot.
Okay.
And I mean not one thing.
Well, yeah, to get
But I
workers'
was
comp, you have
required
jump
to
through
see a
hoops.
doctor
Yeah.
to
that's
get
how
my
workers' comp
$780 a week, Aphrodite.
Yeah, that's how it works. That's how workers' comp
$780 a
works.
week for 3 months. So of course I went
Well,
to the
I'm
doctor.
glad you got something.
They paid me to go. They paid me to go. So yeah,
Yeah,
if they
that's
pay
how
me
workers'
$780 a
comp
week,
works.
I'll probably go. Yeah. But you know why they do that, right? It's so that I can't sue them. I mean, you know that. That's why workman's comp exists, so I can then no longer sue them. That's the entire
sue
purpose
with
of
workers' comp.
No,
Sure
you
can.
cannot. That is still
Yeah, you
no,
can.
you cannot. Absolutely
can.
not.
Yeah, you can.
Well, no lawyer will take the case unless I pay out of
That's
pocket.
not true.
I could pay by the. Yes, it is true. I can
I
pay
had
by
workers'
the
comp
hour.
patients that sued their
I
job.
can pay by the hour, and a lawyer will take my case. They will not take it on contingency.
You want to talk about
They
the
will
system? That's how
not
the
take it
system
on
works.
contingency.
You want to like
I know that's how the
like, oh, I
system
use
works.
the
That's the
system
whole
for this,
point.
but complain about how
That's
the system
the
works.
point.
Like, yeah,
I'm
if you
in the
want to use
system,
the
Aphrodite.
system, if you want to use the system, you have to
What?
play the game and jump through the hoops.
Okay, so if I want to use the system, I have to subject myself to the system in full. See, of course I will pick and choose. Are you out of your fucking mind? What kind of moron doesn't pick and choose?
I don't know why you keep taking me off. Like,
What kind of
you guys are
moron
so
doesn't pick
threatened.
and choose?
Like, oh, if I want workers' comp, I have to go to the doctor's appointment. Yeah, that's how it works. If you want to,
I don't have a problem with it, Aphrodite. When did I say I had a
Obviously, you
problem with it?
do.
No, I went, so clearly I don't.
Right, because you wanted the money.
Of course, I needed the money, more precisely.
Yeah,
if I had
and
more
you
money
you
saved
could
up,
have
I could
sued
have
too
sued.
if you wanted to.
I know, exactly. If I hadn't
just said you
gotten the
couldn't
workman's
sue.
comp. If I hadn't taken the workman's comp, Aphrodite. That workman's
you can
comp
still
exists. Listen, you're not hearing me. The workman's comp exists to make it much more to make it unlikely that I will succeed in those claims. And Keith will tell you that. That's how it's designed.
You can't sue the insurance, but you can sue the employer for his personal capacity for not providing full disclosure on the insurance.
You can sue anybody you want to.
The insurance is a security scheme.
If I'm willing to pay the lawyer fees.
Right.
Obviously.
Right. Oh, but you can represent yourself and go through all the law.
But Aphrodite,
you know,
if
that's the
somebody
system.
runs me, if somebody injures me, a lawyer will take it on contingency. Don't you see? They will not take a workman's comp case on contingency. They don't take those cases.
Yeah, they do.
Only if the person can be declared disabled. I'm not disabled, Aphrodite.
Okay. Well, I don't know what you're trying to argue here.
I'm arguing that the system itself has these harms built into it. That's my argument. And that the medical system, I'm sorry that you wasted so much of your time.
There are plenty of doctors that
I'm sorry that you wasted your time. No, there's not. All doctors serve the corporation. And if they don't do as they're told, they lose their jobs. Yes, it is. Absolutely, it is. So the ICU doctor at every county hospital knows if they don't play ball, they lose their job. And
there are doctors that have private practice.
The ICU doctor, where the vast majority of these people went during the last 3 years, knows if he or she doesn't play ball, he or she loses their job.
Yeah,
And
the rules that got totally thrown out the window the last 3
and
years,
the
for sure.
fact that most likely they're doubling their salary that year because of the bonuses, and they just think to themselves, yes, and they think to
The
themselves,
hospital
oh
gets
well,
the bonuses, the doctors
Aphrodite.
don't.
They think to
don't.
themselves, oh well, if I don't take this money, I won't be here, and somebody else will get the money.
The hospitals
It's
got the
called-
bonuses the
it's
last 3
called a
years from the government,
moral
and they
hazard,
didn't trickle
Aphrodite.
it down.
It's a moral hazard. The
Yeah.
humanity of the doctor is subverted by the corporate process because the doctor knows if they don't play ball, they lose their job. That's literally the system, Aphrodite.
No,
That's
it's
the
not.
medical system. Yes, it is.
Yeah, you have
yes, it
patients that
is.
come in, they
If
have
the
cancer, but they
ICU
drink
doctor
like a
in
12-pack
Baxter
a day.
County,
Like, what are you
Arkansas,
gonna go
had
home and,
decided
like,
to go with an
handcuff the
alternative
patient,
course
make
of
sure
treatment,
they don't continue
she would have
poisoning
lost
themselves?
her
Like,
job. She
everybody's
would
different.
have
Every
lost her
person's an
job,
individual.
Aphrodite, because the
I
algorithm and the
couldn't work.
computer prescribes the course of treatment, Aphrodite. And the computer said, send Benton's mom home for 2 days so she can come back in 2 days. We can put her on the ventilator and feed her the remdesivir,
There's
and she can
plenty of
die. And
practitioners
this
that operate
hospital
off the
can
computer.
get the
Yeah,
bonus.
that's true.
And that ICU doctor knows if they prescribe their own course of treatment, they lose their jobs and maybe their license. That's the system. And until you, Aphrodite, can accept that, you're not welcome here. Thank you for being here. I really like Aphrodite. I've had a lot of excellent interactions with her. She is delusional and she is in denial.
Well, I wish I could have had an ongoing conversation.
Well, I'll bring her back. But I'll have to drop off.
Well,
I
only,
can't
only
hear
if
it.
she's
I can't
willing.
hear it. I can't
Yeah,
hear it.
only if she's willing to actually go back and forth and not just demand all kinds of stuff. We can have a
No, she's just going to ask you questions. She's just going to ask you questions.
Like I said, it's up to you, Britton. But I was hoping to have a good conversation. I couldn't even get one point out.
If she wants to come back, I'll drop off. I can't listen. I listened to as much of that as I could.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, you do what you want, man.
I think I think she misunderstands.
You can
I
talk
think
to her.
she.
I just
Sorry,
can't hear
go
her.
ahead. Go ahead.
Hey,
I was just-
Damsel Medic, you got a lot of wind noise on your mic. I had to mute you real quick.
I think she's
If you can
confused as
unmute,
to what a private practice is.
Go ahead.
You know, like a private practitioner doctor is not governed by any different rules than a doctor in the hospital, except for they might have the right to not lean on the computer as much. They can lean on their experience, but then they take the liability. So they would still be looking, as soon as they had access to that, they would still be looking at what the computer says, right? So a family practitioner just covers their own, a private practice is just someone covering their own costs, right? Like, it's no different. They're governed by the same institution the doctors in the hospitals are. I don't know if she realizes that. Like, it's the exact same body of medicine.
Well, I can speak to that because I've worked in both hospital and I've worked in clinics and private practices. So I can speak to that. You are correct.
Cool.
They are under Medicare, Medicaid rules, which require that you have an electronic
Hey, sorry to
documentation
interrupt.
system.
Sorry.
Sure.
Sorry, Damsel Medic. I'm sorry. You're never getting to talk, and I'm sorry. It's just Aphrodite's backstage. Aphrodite, I'm going to bring you up, but we're going to watch a video first, if you don't mind. And my mother is featured in this video. The British Broadcasting Corporation went into Baxter County Hospital and interviewed my mother and asked why she didn't take the jab while she was on what may have been her deathbed. And the hospital facilitated this. We're going to watch that first. Then we're going to bring Aphrodite up for the conversation. But give me a minute. And sorry about that, Damsel Medic. I just had to do that to, take care of what was going on here.
Certainly.
It's going to take me a minute to find the video. But we're bringing Aphrodite up after the video.
So yeah, the private practice and public practice. Remember, these doctors give a diagnosis. A judge gives a judgment. These are all opinions. That's all they are. It's the same like term in a different jurisdiction or different venue. They're making a judgment. But again, they don't get that judgment unless you give them those data elements to make that judgment. If you give them data elements that are ambiguous and they can't do much, you're going to end up in a situation like me. I thought it was pain in my shoulder from painting. It wasn't until further diagnosis and realizing that something else was wrong that we had to take a deeper look into it. This is the problem with most people. They want to take an opinion and run with it without looking deeper into things.
So tell me how you're feeling. Awful. I'm sorry.
This patient, like most others here for COVID-19, had not been vaccinated.
Why was it again? Did you have a reason not to, or you just never got around to it? She didn't think it was necessary.
That's my mom speaking. And this is literally on the BBC News YouTube channel. And let's see how many views. Let's see, 194K. Baxter County, Arkansas. And this ICU doctor absolutely understands that the course of treatment directly kills people. There's no way she doesn't know this.
At this hospital in one of the nation's COVID-19 hotspots, doctors and nurses are racing to save lives.
74-year-old female, COVID positive, unvaccinated, 57 years old, COVID, pneumonia. So she's been sick for about 10
Oh, and they further imply that my mother passed away as a result, but actually she didn't. They imply it though. So for the person viewing, they may not understand that in fact the person, if a person doesn't know, they're just going to assume that the person interviewed at the first, which was my mom, died.
10 days. Somebody came in, he had a lot of weakness, said he almost passed out.
Their COVID-19 unit had closed in March after discharging the last patient. Now it's back open and filled at capacity. The majority are unvaccinated.
I just want you to know I pray for you guys all the time. And I know you're here working hard, and I'm sorry we're going through this, but we'll get through it together. Yeah.
Can you tell us what it's been like to walk these hallways in the last couple of months?
It's been very hard and very scary because you see the same rooms that other patients have passed in that you've tried to save, and the rooms continue to fill up as fast as you can get patients home and out of here. Back then, it wasn't preventable. Now it has
Mass
become preventable.
murderer.
That makes it even harder this go around than it was last time. It just never had to happen. It makes it extra hard.
With them eyes.
And Mr.
Pretending to
Burnley
care
was
about
another
these
perfect
people.
example
This guy
of
died. This guy died, by the way.
doing fine. He was well enough at home. He got sick, but not sick enough.
He got sick, but not sick enough. Interesting. Sounds like the course of treatment.
And then all of a sudden he came in and he was more short of breath than usual,
Oh.
but no other medical problems. No,
Well, other
nothing
than
to predict
obesity, potentially. He's certainly overweight.
that he would be in a population of people who would be this sick.
Looking back through the struggles that I've had with my breathing, really kind of changed my perspective on this whole situation. I would definitely feel strongly
Yeah,
about having
I don't think I would
vaccination
want to
and making
face
sure my
this
family
either
is
if I was you, Aphrodite.
Baxter County has one of the lowest vaccination rates in the U.S.
Surprise, surprise. This was at the exact same time that all the counties that border the Arkansas-Missouri state line were identified as the most jab-resistant area of the country. And then, oh, look at here, off-the-chart case rates. This is when I got hit with the bioweapon, by the way. This is when I contracted the long fucking fake pandemic.
And efforts are
I happened to
underway
be visiting.
reach those who are still undecided.
It's around the time I broke my foot also, thank God. Kept me from trying to go to that hospital.
Because we've seen cases have been rising.
Oh yeah,
I'm not so
cases,
much worried
cases,
about
cases.
myself, it's everybody around me.
Anyway, y'all better take down my email address because Lord only knows how long this channel's going to be here.
Unfortunately, they're kind of the brunt of it.
Of those Americans who are fully vaccinated, merely 1 in 1,000 have returned a positive test result for COVID-19 so far, and the chances of falling seriously ill are minuscule. 161 million
She has no
Americans are
choice. She
fully
has to
vaccinated,
defend it.
and only 6,000 of those were hospitalized or died. That's 3 in 100,000 vaccinated Americans, or 1 in 100,000.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
Any vaccines.
And his family.
The doctors for sure.
Back at the hospital, Timothy has one last message to healthcare workers and his family.
The doctors for sure for helping me through this far and just continue to get me through this. And of reports to my family. Just really miss them. Ready to be home.
So here's the diabolical part, and this is why media is trash. Look at this. Days after filming, the first patient in this story passed away. They're implying that that was my mother, but if you listen to the audio, they start listing off patients' ages. They say like woman 75. That's who they mean passed away. But anybody watching this would just assume that the person they went in and talked to, AKA my mother, was who died. See, this is just intentional. And there's another video, if I can find it in a moment, where that same doctor talking about that same man says, well, they said, what about his prognosis? And she said, well, if I expect him to go on a ventilator, and if he goes on a ventilator, she said, I don't expect him to get out of here without going on a ventilator. And if he goes on a ventilator, I expect that he's going to pass away or die. So thus proving that she knows that she's killing people. She says it out of her own mouth. So we'll go back to the panel and I'll see if I can find this in the meantime. Yeah, of course it's intentional. They know what they're doing. So what I'm saying is the doctors at your local county hospital are literally mass murderers. This is not hyperbole or exaggeration. And until the people face this, it cannot be resolved, by the way.
It's really interesting, Benton. I actually saw that when they came out with that episode. I had no idea.
Well, and it sounded like my mom. I had to wait for her to recover enough for that I could ask her and show it to her. And she said, yep, that's me. Yeah, it's fucking sick. Absolutely sick. And I already had a low opinion of these people.
Well, you should be very cautious with them. I'll just say that.
Well,
on personal experience, very cautious.
I don't think it's a coincidence that when this was happening, I was on the couch sick as could be, and I had a broken heel. So I was basically could not have gotten to that hospital if I wanted to. And I certainly wasn't going to go there to get admitted.
Well, I was in the ER when they brought the first COVID patients in the first week at the local one that I was at, because I was there for my own reasons.
Well, and if we can avoid saying the word, it's better. But at this point, I'm not sure it even matters. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, the video said it's right, so I didn't figure anything about it.
Yeah, no worries.
I was there, and as a medical provider, I watched them actually intubate somebody that was still speaking, which was against the standard of care the entire career that I've had. And the fear in that person's voice when they told them they were going to have to intubate them while they were still talking and still able to breathe on their own, and weren't willing to go to alternative measures like a CPAP or a positive pressure, it just still blows my mind to this day, because it's totally without the standard of care, because I did work in intubation clinics doing all those kind of procedures, and you weren't supposed to do it on anybody that's still able to talk to you. So they changed all the standards. There's several medical providers that got out of the medicine profession after that because they did see this change, and they did report it. It was reported real time during the first weeks of the whole thing, the whole pandemic.
Well, see, and the reality is most folks, most of the populace is in such a poor state of health, they have no choice but to go to the hospital. You know, the reality is in some way my own past physical, vigor and, health in general has allowed me to be able to, be very sick for the last year, but not have to go to the hospital, right? And meanwhile, if you look at my actual issues, and I don't want to get into them specifically, but there's no real treatment for some of what I had, even according to the medical system. And in fact, most of the treatment is based on the fact that most people cannot alter their diet. So the doctors focus the treatment on dealing with the abdominal pain that results from the people eating, continuing to eat a standard American diet.
I would agree with that. There's several doctors that say the same for me. I was on hospice for 2 years, and
really?
the only
The
reason I survived, they say, was because I actually was in really good health when my illness came on. Yeah, I was wheelchair bound for over 10 years and couldn't even hold up my head, had a feeding tube, had the whole deal, and was expected to die, but I didn't trust them and I didn't believe them, and eventually I removed myself from their care slowly over time and eventually got my miracle. You wouldn't be able
Well-
to tell unless you looked at my scars now that I had that all going on.
Well, and I'm going to add you to the long list of people who had some sort of condition and I don't want to get into the specifics, but who had some sort of chronic condition, went into the medical system and probably has nothing positive to say about it.
Well, I was a medical provider and I could not get help. I could never
Wow.
get a diagnosis other than I already knew
Well,
what it
yeah.
was. I had been sent to Iraq with 2 weeks notice and I ended up with 5, let's call them the Jabos, just before I left the same day. And things went downhill from there. So it was literally a toxic injury. And then I was exposed to a couple more toxins while I was in country. So,
Well, you know, and now we're back to the medical coding and billing. Of course, you couldn't get a diagnosis because they're only focused on medical coding and billing, as we know. Well, and not getting sued for malpractice.
well, and they definitely didn't want people to know that lots of us military folks were not doing well on stuff like that beforehand. Most people don't remember the anthrax thing with the military. There was a huge drop in pilots being willing to keep their commissions because they tried to force that, and they ended up having to fight the federal government over their choice. And it didn't go well for a lot of people at first, but eventually they made it non-mandatory for a while. And then, of course, all this stuff happened again. The wars happened, and they reinstituted it. So, yeah. So I'm one of those people that, got severely injured and almost didn't make it. So.
Sorry that happened to you.
Oh, it's a learning lesson. I'm actually really grateful. It gave me time to actually think a lot and meditate for years and learn how to deal with a lot of things that I needed to. So, and come to the realization I needed to about the medical profession that I was in and serving, and what it was doing to people and how I participated. So it was a good thing. I'm glad it happened. So, or I might have been still doing what I was doing and been part of the whole thing the last 3 years happened. It's possible.
Oh, here we go. I found the next one. This is the New York Times, and this is that same fella that was in the other video. And this is where the doctor shows us exactly what she is. So hang on just a second. We'll get this up there. This is where she basically admits what she's up to.
It's hard to watch the pandemic drag on as Americans refuse the vaccine in the name of freedom.
You're talking about an unproven, untested vaccine that doesn't even seem to really protect people because people who've gotten the vaccine are getting sick.
I went to one of the places with the worst vaccination rate.
I don't want poison forced into me.
I'm tired of y'all trying to control us. One of the best things we have is our own God-given natural antibodies.
It also has one of the worst COVID case rates in the country, the Ozarks.
I don't take the flu shot. I don't take the pneumonia shot. I don't take any of them.
I wanted to find out why residents here aren't getting vaccinated.
You're trying to mask these kids up. It's detrimental to their health.
And what, if anything, could convince them otherwise?
Hey, Mr. Green. It's Dr. Martin here. How are you? I heard you had kind of a rough night last night.
Christopher Green is 53 years old and fighting for his life. Like 90% of the patients in this packed hospital, he's unvaccinated.
He's just walking a very thin tightrope right now. And to be honest, I don't expect him to get out of this without being on a ventilator. And if he has to be on a ventilator, I don't expect him to survive.
What else do you need to hear? Let's hear that again. I mean, what else do we need to know here?
Percent of the patients
Walking a
packed.
very thin tightrope right now. And to be honest, I don't expect him to get out of this without being on a ventilator. And if he has to be on a ventilator, I don't expect him to survive. Ventilator, I don't expect him to survive.
80 to 90% of people who go on a ventilator never survive.
For a 60-something-year-old woman, it's effectively zero, lest we forget. It's effectively zero for a certain portion of the population.
Absolutely, depending on the health.
My mother would not have survived. Period.
has to be on a ventilator. I don't without being on a ventilator. I don't expect him to get out of this without being on a ventilator. And if he has to be on a ventilator, I don't expect him to survive.
So anybody that thinks I'm going to subject myself to that woman is out of their fucking mind. What's that, Beck? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I misspoke. I just wanted to say thanks for being so good at keeping track of some of these things. I know it's really difficult, but a lot of this footage is hard to find, isn't it now?
Yeah, it took me 15 minutes to find that one.
Yeah.
And I know I have it
So-
downloaded somewhere, but where that is, who knows? But yeah, this is that's my mom. You know, that lady tried to directly kill my mother. I mean, that is what happened. There's no other way around it. She knew she was trying to kill my mom, and she tried to kill my mom. Fortunately, my mother listened to me, and also my mom had told me to my face, I don't ever want to be hooked up to machines and kept alive. And for some insane reason, my family, who also knew this, still tried to get her hooked up to machines. And they pressured my mom for like 2 days. Thankfully, she's strong enough she finally just told them to back off, and she wasn't open to talking about it anymore. 2 fucking weeks in the ICU.
And I urge everybody to start learning about your natural essential oils, the ones with terpenes and stuff. And those are the ones that your body needs. And this is what the scriptures talk about when they talk about anointment.
Some of that worked for me. I use some of the same stuff. So, yep.
Well, think about it. Even in the scriptures, it talks about gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And I don't think they were bringing in gold coins. I think it was probably more along the herbal or medicinal or holistic view in the oils and the monatomic gold, which is a white powder.
Well, just like I was trying to tell Aphrodite, there are options for everything, and people actually do need to actually know more about what will get them healthy. And they leave it in the hands of people that have bought into a system that gives a lot of disinformation, a lot of stuff that's out there that nobody ever reads even. So, you know, your doctor may be well educated, but they never follow up on the studies. They just get told. I mean, the first day of medics program for my PA program, there was a pharmaceutical company right there giving us a lecture as well as free lunch every day of every week at the medical school. So if you don't think that they aren't there to push their studies, which are extremely skewed, if you start to look at statistics and how they run these tests, it's mind-boggling. It drove me crazy at first when I started looking into how much we get lied to through studies, because we don't know what they're actually looking at, or they even don't know what they're looking at. They just kind of skew the numbers. They also will skew the patients. They'll do things to remove patients that didn't meet the criteria in the way that they wanted. They'll do all kinds of things to alter what the results look like. And they are paid by themselves. They're paid by the company. There is no independent study, because the universities are also getting money from the pharmaceutical industry. And so is every other part of it. So it is an extremely difficult system to know the truth in, unless you actually start to do your own research. And the education is not meant to give you the access to that. It's meant to basically, you follow the standard of care. You do what the machine tells you. You have scripts to follow. Basically, that's what you do. You follow a script. And if you're not a good listener to your patient, and if you're not picking up certain details, you're going to miss stuff, because the script is not perfect. It's a book, and people are not always going to follow the book. So it has to be very intuitive, and that doesn't happen with a lot of people, because the time pace that they give for people to be seen, you have less than 30 minutes. When they schedule patients, they're scheduling them 15 minutes apart, more than likely, or even less sometimes, and double booking. So you have no time to really know what's going on with your patients. I saw lots of things missed because people did not spend the time to talk and listen and ask the right questions. And they didn't listen to the answers. And I ended up catching a lot of mistakes made by MDs because I was willing to sit there and they gave me a little more time. That was the way it worked.
Yeah, they literally have to pretty much read a book by its cover in those kind of situations, because in 30 minutes, they really don't have the ability to look at your entire history unless they've been your doctor for your entire life. I don't know too many people that have a doctor their entire life anymore, because we're such a mobile society. Everybody moves 4 or 5 times when they're kids, you know. So there becomes a point in time where, again, they're just giving you a mere opinion based on a summary of reading a book by its cover. How can you get that much detail? Again, you're the one giving them that information, so you have to be sure of your information. And like I said, in my situation, I wasn't. You know, I thought it was from the painting. It turns out it wasn't. Now that I knew since we figured out what it was, I went the holistic way, and I do the wave function generator, the herbal supplements, the change in the diet with fruits and veggies, which is H3O2 instead of H2O. Bio drinks to help boost my protein intake. I have 6 raw eggs a day. All kinds of things that I've changed in my life that are part of that. Physician, heal thyself, because I have to comprehend his opinion as well as do my research on it, not just believe his opinion. This is why I tell everybody, quit believing all this shit. Do your research so you can expand your knowledge and find those other options. That's all we're doing, is finding other options. And it's not a medical treatment. It's a biomorphological genetic. We're going to change our genetics, just like they're posing. It's not a vaccine. It's immune or gene therapy. So we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it through biologics rather than practicing medicine. It's the only difference. They get their practicing medicine from the biomorphological genetics that they have already studied.
Well, and I think it's important to view this as a business. Everything they do is about coding and billing. This article, top Arkansas psychiatrist accused of falsely imprisoning patients in Medicaid fraud. William Van Wy says he was feeling emotionally overwhelmed when he checked himself into the mental health unit at Northwest Medical Center in Arkansas last year. 4 days later, he was still locked in the locked unit, but desperate to leave. I was not receiving any medical care at all, Van Wy said. Well, why would he be getting care? Because remember, it's all about him being in the bed for that period of time. That's the only thing they care about. Mental health patients can be held against their will for 72 hours, but to keep them longer, they have to file a court petition to get the consent of a judge. No petition was filed. Eventually, his partner hired a lawyer and got him out of jail. I almost said got him out of the hospital. I'd rather go to jail than the hospital, to be honest with you, if I had a choice. The man who led the unit at the time, Dr. Brian Hyatt, was one of the most prominent psychiatrists in Arkansas and the chairman of the board that disciplines physicians. Interesting. He's the one in charge of disciplining physicians. But now he's under investigation by state and federal authorities who are probing his allegations ranging from Medicare fraud to false imprisonment. Because remember, he's serving the corporation, and the corporation's a business.
Well, there's lots of ways to do fraud within that business. It's very easy to overbill or do all kinds of funky things to make sure you get extra payments. It really isn't that hard. I mean, it really isn't. I've seen it.
And that's so. Well, and that's the whole point of that's what the system is. It's a business, and it's a scam, like most things in this country. It's this scam nation. So this dude and at least 25 other former patients have sued, alleging they were held against their will for days and sometimes weeks. Because remember, not everybody has a partner who can have the money or even knows to go hire an attorney. So who knows how long they'd have kept the guy, right? Yeah, and of course, this guy, he resigned. Listen to this. As the lawsuits piled up, he remained chairman of the Arkansas State Board. He eventually resigned after DEA executed a search warrant at his private residence. I am not resigning because of any wrongdoing on my part, because he didn't do any wrong. He did his job, but that's what people don't realize. But so that the board may continue its important work without delay or distraction, I will continue to defend myself in the proper forum against false allegations. Yeah. And of course, there's a settlement. We just pay a settlement. So we bill Medicaid and Medicare and all of these things for however many millions, and then when finally it gets caught, when finally it comes out, oh, we'll just pay a $1 million settlement. Well, does the corporation's happy because the corporation got all the profit, What do they care?
Well, and it's called
cares?
settlement because it's a settlement of an estate, and it's your estate that they're dipping into for all those payments. They're not getting it through the taxes and all that. Those taxes are already spoken for. Any kind of court settlements and stuff actually come out of that estate that they're still robbing. So until you correct that, they're going to go ahead and give some little small amount, like I said there, 1.1 million. You got to realize, people, those are billions of dollars out there in those accounts that are on a credit system, and that's all it is transfer credit that keep building up because people keep running those applications and registrations and stuff under that administrative court, and all those checks you send them in, and every quarter they establish insurance credits through the Social Security. That's the credit system. It's an insurance credit. Well, what do you mean insurance credit? Well, yeah, we give you credit for the insurance you pay. Well, no, you should be giving me credit because I'm a lender under the nations to begin with, instead of robbing my estate and placating that you're giving me credits when you're actually taking it out of my estate. You're calling me an investor in your system. Had I known that and how it worked, I would have either followed the way that the law is structured to organize under the laws of the United States to appropriately administer those securities. Otherwise, now that I've discovered, I've been placing a liability on the public record that never gets taken care of. I'm here to settle that. That's all it is. It's a settlement. But you settle the estate, not the insurance claim, not the tort, the estate. That's what's being placated as being judicially administrated. And it's never been judicially determined. It's a presumption. Break the presumption, get all those credits back. It's called remainders. And through the clearance and settlement of all the accounts in full acquittance and discharge, upon that discharge, those credits are to be, the remainder credits are to be reverted back to the prior owner, the one that they were supposed to have been accepted as being extended from to begin with. What goes out comes back. That's the estate. Everything you've offered up into this community, this society, everywhere that wasn't in fact true, but remains a presumption to this day and hasn't been properly rebutted, will remain a presumption tomorrow. And if that presumption remains the day you die, that record gets entered into the national archives. If you were born a prophet unto the nations, where did the conversion happen? Where that name got entered into the national archives instead of the book of life. That's the problem. False record. Has to be corrected. And you're the only one that can do it.
Man.
Yeah, that's what I've come to understand too over the years. It gave me, like I said, time while I was that ill to start seeing some of what Wizard had been talking about when I stumbled across him and Paul, was that I knew there was a legal and lawful difference of what was going on. And it took me for nearly 10 years to start figuring out that this is where I needed to look. And that's why I started studying this stuff. So I'm trying to catch up to Wizard, but it's going to take me a decade, I'm sure. But yeah, it's a spiritual issue. And I think that's what they removed the spirit of people out of the whole equation of even medicine. They've removed it out of everything. It's so you're blind to what the implications of all these things are. And it's the same with healing. If you really want to get healed, a lot of times it won't occur until you get your spiritual side right. For me, that's the way it was. I had to get some of that stuff right, and then it got my head right in the right place. And after that, it became knowing myself well enough to know what I should do and shouldn't do. And then I had a miracle because I absolutely believed it was time and I was ready for it. I unblocked all that junk I was carrying around, all the regrets that I had come across because I finally knew what I had been participating all these years and was repentant of it. And I actually blocked my healing for a longer than it probably needed to be. I know that now. But no, I have documentation showing that my illness was so severe that there's no doubt. My doctors were shocked the day I got out of the wheelchair, and it was literally overnight when it finally happened. So yeah, I was never supposed to be healed in their book, and I was not supposed to be alive still. I was on palliative care after the hospice didn't kill me off. And I got out of their grips, and all that happened, and bedridden, and finally was able to get myself on the right diet and the right herbs and get my spirituality back into place where it needed to be. Then things started to fall into place. But yeah, it's a crazy, crazy place we live in, and most people don't realize how spiritual it really is. It's not all physical. And when you go to medical school or you go and get these degrees, they totally strip of anything of God or spirituality. So you lose touch with that. I always knew there was a God. They couldn't strip it away from me entirely, but they gave me alternatives that were lies, and I believed a lot of them. I really did. I probably sounded just like Aphrodite probably 15 years ago. I probably sounded just like her, I would say. So people can change and learn, and I did. I had to
We
learn.
could have managed to facilitate. Yeah, I wish we could have managed to facilitate that conversation, but unfortunately, we didn't quite pull it off. But yeah.
Yeah, and it's
Something
hard
else.
because I know where she's at. You know, I was heavily indoctrinated. I thought when I went to medical school for the medics program, I thought for sure I was going to be taught how to heal people. You know, I had this dream of being, since I was a little kid, I wanted to either be a doctor or something in the medical field. My dad was an RN, and I was driven all the way to do that. And every time I went into more training, I was more and more disappointed because I found that there was not a lot of healing going on, a lot of symptom covering, but no causal. Nobody could explain why things were happening, just, you know, threw meds at it or cut things off for sometimes no reason. And a lot of misdiagnosis, lots of it. I was shocked at how many times cancer was improperly diagnosed, that somebody was positive, had procedures or treatment, and it was found out that wasn't really what they actually had, or it wasn't at all what they were going through. So it was very disappointing. And I understand why doctors don't reject their training and go away from it. And I understand it because they put them in such debt. Even as a PA, I think my school bill, which was paid for by other means, was like $200,000. Now, medical school, I know, is $400,000 or more. And then you have a house, and you have a wife, and all these things, and you want to live up like the Joneses. I can see why people have an incredibly hard time turning and facing what they've actually participated in and saying no more. It's really hard because they do. They threaten your licenses. If you don't use the codes, you don't do this or that. I got in trouble lots before I even woke up completely because I just wouldn't do some of the things that they wanted me to do. I didn't push meds like some of the other people did. I just couldn't do it. I didn't push some of those early childhood jabos like people did. I let parents decide. I did not push it because I felt people should have a choice. So even back then, I knew people should have the choice. And that's why I say, do we believe in options? There's lots of options. You know, if somebody comes and talks to me and I give them some information about what I find about their history and maybe even do a physical on them if they ask for it, then I can suggest things they can go do. They can also participate in the medical system as much as they want to or as little as they want to if they know how to stand their ground. And that's what you should look at it as. You know, obviously, if you get in a car wreck, you're going to need to be fixed up. You get shot, you're going to need to be fixed up. We do great jobs at that stuff. But when it comes to a lot of these other things, there is a lot of craziness that goes on, and you have to be very, very careful. And I hate to see people go in there without knowledge and just trust people in white coats just because they got a white coat and some letters behind their name. It's very scary.
Yeah, I'll save my personal story for another time, I think. But I really appreciate how succinctly you put that. And then I would even caution people to understand that organ donor cards, we think that implies that we have to pass on in an accident for people to potentially take something while they're in there, while they're fixing something, you know? And it actually, I don't believe from my personal experience that it is, I believe it's common practice for them to find a reason to open you up and take what they want, to be honest. especially young people in car accidents. You know, I believe they take reproductive materials. I think they take, I know that posthumous semen collection is something that's been presented on TV in different legal and medical dramas that makes me believe that they have no reason to not take that humor out of the body as one of the humors that we that exist inside us, which is the fluids in our body. So I don't mean to be a doomsday prophet here, or to set up a stage where I'm not telling, you know, my whole story right here and now, but people know I can be really verbose. So, you know, I caution people to understand that even especially in Canada here, even in the social healthcare system, you know, they can take a picture with lights and then tell you something's wrong with you, just like they did with what I like to call the germ from 2020, quote unquote germ. I use that facetiously, right? Like I use that with that double meaning, you know, of understanding, even when people question germ theory, right? So I just say, I question their pictures even to justify their reason to go in and do things with people, you know. The whole and to look at, I think we need to look at the root of why they do that, which I think leads to epigenetics and their understanding of spirit to avatar connection that they're downplaying with their whole like, oh, spirit to flesh back to spirit story. But now now I'm getting into like major life philosophy here, right? Which I don't mean to detract us into. It's like, but it's in the language, right? The breath is inspire. To die is to expire, like to bring us in and to resuscitate us is to respire, right? So spire's all there. The spirit's there, you know, in the breath, right? So yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that's very true. It is inspiration, you know, breathed of God. That's what it means. And so, yeah, they've hidden the language as well. And that's exactly what Heckelbutz is always pointing out, is that language has been altered in such a way that we think we know what we're saying and what we are hearing, and we really don't. We really don't.
But that's we kind of do, like, I know I was raised in a medical family, and when I moved to go to university was the first time I went to a naturopathic doctor who did this thing where they asked my arm questions and then pushed resistance on my arm like up and down, and my body answered their questions, right? Allegedly, you know. And I don't mean to qualify it with allegedly. I'm just saying, like, at the time, like, I really didn't understand. But my naturopath, the first naturopathic doctor I went to was diagnosed with arthritis in med school and was given a lifelong prognosis, you know, and he didn't appreciate that. Like, he was like not accepting of that. He was like, not for me. Like, he saw it as like right there. So he studied and cured himself, like, and, you know, or gave his body what it needed to not suffer from that, and then became a naturopath. So it's a real gift to have people who have the allopathic knowledge to bring to the table, right? To just have those words tricked like that back. And, you know, it's amazing what you'll discover with the Latin-based and, well, allegedly Latin-based, Spanish-based words, you know, that you already know.
I would like to suggest a channel that people should probably check out. I think they're still on, called MIG Mag, MIGMAG. They'll show a lot of videos that I'm surprised they haven't gotten banned yet. But they used to be out there, and I think they even have a BitChute maybe or something. But if you want to see how science and those who come to discoveries are repressed if it doesn't meet with the model that they intend to keep going, to keep the industry where it is, and see how things have been altered in ways that, yeah, that you just have no idea, that we've missed a lot of incredible treatments and cures that could have been used for decades to solve a lot of problems, such as Heckelbutz talks about his frequency generator. That was Royal Rife, who you should really check it out. Go through those videos and see how they will suppress science hard, and not just a little bit, hard. Even up to death in some cases. So
they've used frequency, like I said, biomorphological genetics. They've used frequencies to morph a tadpole into a salamander. Yep. Took a tadpole and used sound frequency on it and changed it to a salamander. They know specifics enough that they're getting into that, and that's that genetic study. It's no longer going to be under the knife. It's sound frequency. It's going back to the technology we already understood.
In the beginning was the word.
Yep. And it comes from that whole breath of life thing. Absolutely. It's still reverberating.
That manipulation of statistics is one of the areas I can bring some knowledge to the table as well. My background's in econometrics, which is applied statistics in economics, which was always then compared to sort of like more studies that could be done in a vacuum, where you get better results in describing one variable as a function of a bunch of other variables. So what I'm trying to say is, like, they would always compare it to like scientific studies and how high a percentage they were able to get of like explaining, say, something that happens to a patient based on all these variables. One of the main variable they're putting in that equation, obviously, is the medicine they're testing, right? So like how the patient responds to medicine. But in statistical practice, you can't change your sample size. Like you can't start taking people out of a study and assume you're doing the same study, because you are biasing the results of the study. And yet in medical practice, obviously it would be unethical to leave people in a study if they were going to, be offed by it, right? So there's this trick in medical studies that allows their studies to look better, even based on the people they test on, right? Like they test in jails where people have a good reason to want to get out of their daily routine to go and complain about a headache or complain about some sort of like minor stomach ailment based on the medical study they're participating in, let alone the fact that even in jails, you're looking at a specific demographic of people that are actually being tested on, right? So yeah, there's so many flaws. There's so many flaws in the way the data is manipulated to and I just mean, like, I don't even say intentionally manipulated, but the mathematics of it supports that it skews the results in the direction of the studier as they take variables out that don't support what they're doing, right? It's kind of a trick. It's like a trick of applying math instead of just observation.
Yeah. Water. That channel has an excellent interview with the inventor of the PCR test. His work during the years of HIV. You need to go see those videos. You seriously need to see those videos. He, of course, died in 2019, just before the worldwide thing started. And if they had listened to him, he ousted certain government officials. His name begins with an F, if you can imagine who I'm talking about. In the HIV as well. So there is incredible information on that channel. Go search through it and you'll hear the actual scientists that were suppressed talk and explain what happened. So it's all good stuff. Go out there and inform yourself, and then follow their references too, because you start reading some of the papers, you'll just be shocked. You'll be shocked at how far we've come. Go all the way back to Louis Pasteur. It's incredible. You'll find out how that all worked out.
Well, and if this medical system cares about me as an individual and wants to give me the best possible treatment, well, certainly it wouldn't be suppressing treatments and information, of course. How could it, if it's true, and if the system's true intention were to care for me, to the greatest extent possible, which was the basis for what Aphrodite was saying. Now, the stuff about the legalese and all of that, that's one thing, but defending this actual system, to me, is just nonsensical. I mean, we can all see what it is, but then again, I understand where they're coming from. I'm not mad at anybody, but I had people in these so-called truth communities, trying to get me to go to the doctor. I was like, well, no, I'm not going to the doctor. What are you talking? Oh, well, just to get a diagnosis. Why? So that y'all will know I'm not grifting. Meanwhile, it's not like I'm receiving, I would start a fucking GoFundMe if I wanted to grift. I mean, what is this?
Know thyself.
Makes sense. Yeah, there
You know
go.
better than any physician's ever going to know you. Trust
Of
me on
course.
that one. You are always going to
Absolutely.
know yourself better. And that's really the key, is starting to listen to your own body and listen to your own
Mhm.
spirit and start doing the work to get there, because you can repair things. You can make it better.
Well, and I have done that over the past year. The reality is, nobody knows the hour of the day. I don't know what my
No,
lifespan is. So,
no. And you don't have to live in fear of that, though. You just do the best you
oh,
can.
I'm not. I'm not in fear of it.
I know
And
you
I know
aren't.
you.
I've heard
Well, I
you've
know you've
been.
been there. Yeah,
I know
I know
you
you've
aren't.
been there.
You sound
But
like me. You're just doing your day-to-day life and doing what you love, and that's important.
yeah, with a quality of life and without being, poked and prodded and all of these things, so that corporations can make money. I'm not interested.
I can tell you, I went through literal torture with them. They
Mm.
literally tortured me, and I would never do it again. And I do carry around a DNR so that nothing like that happens ever again. It
Mm.
was about as incredibly painful as you can imagine. I was on 200 more milligrams of morphine a day at one point, and then fentanyl,
Oh
and
my God.
I was incredible suffering. It was. I still can't imagine how I made it through it, but I did. But yeah, I prayed every 30 seconds to make it the next 30 seconds. It was that bad.
Man. Well, and
So
that's the power of the mind. And my mother said that's more or less what she was doing. A lot
yeah,
of prayer.
yeah,
Yep.
and that's what it does. It focuses the mind, and I started focusing on imagining the body healing. I literally had no feeling hardly at all. I couldn't hardly move. I couldn't speak for a long point.
Mm.
There was all kinds of things. So it forced me into a mental game of overcoming what was going on. Probably disassociated a lot, but at the same time, I learned a lot having that experience.
Man.
So like I said, I don't regret it. I do not regret it, because I know I can handle way more than I thought.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's back to what I talk about, that as far as I can tell, the most powerful thing, for lack of a better word, that we know of, as far as I can tell, is the human mind. And if a person taps into that, we see what, is able to result from doing so.
Yeah, because
And
miraculous things will happen when you tap into it. It really is the miracle generator, is getting into the mind and then using it as the tool that it was given for, and connecting with the creative force. It really is a powerful thing.
Well said.
An expiration date. Yeah.
Yeah.
They tried to give me one too, and I just laughed. I said nope.
Yeah.
I just didn't believe it. That's the thing. They never could get me to believe that their truth, what they were telling me was truth, was the truth. I just couldn't believe that I had been put here on earth to die that way and not use the skills and the things I know for the betterment, and just to be wiped out and have no chance to repair some of the wrongs I did. I just didn't believe it. So that has a
Nice.
lot to do with it.
Yeah, I agree. And, I'm assuming what I'm dealing with is less serious than what you're dealing with in a way. However, a lot of people have misunderstood that as soon as I got off the alcohol, and I could see just how near death I was at that time. And I think I'm, just there's various things that happened, in those early stages that certainly contributed. One of them was I ate no food for 12 consecutive days. I know that had a big part to do with it. And certainly, stopping to drink, no longer drinking alcohol, obviously, which I almost never think of. I don't even really think about it. I do occasionally, right, but almost never. Meanwhile, these issues weren't caused by alcohol, but it certainly made them much worse. But what I'm getting at is that in order for me to move forward, from the way my mind worked, I had to accept my situation exactly as it was. Part of that was, being that close to death, and it's taking on the reality that most likely I wasn't going to last too much longer, although who knows how long that'll be. And now, after, an entire year of this, Well, I'm assuming I'm going to live. Again, nobody's promised tomorrow. Any number of things could happen, but it's, in a vacuum, I'm assuming that I will live for some time, but who knows how long that is. And, I was 116 pounds. Wizard talked about being 105. I think maybe I'm a little taller and, a little bigger frame than him, but, underweight for me is like right at 136, I think. And I was about that when I was in high school, but I was athletic. I was just scrawny in my upper body. I actually had a big legs. I can put I have large hands, but I can wrap my hands around my thigh right now. Like my legs were bigger than that when I was 14 years old, so, and I understand Keith yeah. Well, and I've always had small wrists, always. Yeah, I have tiny wrists, but I got big ankles, relatively. I got big knees. There you go, Bubba. And that's the thing is, so
Yeah.
I've just now recovered to the point where I can probably start doing some exercise. And
Yeah, I know about atrophy, man. I was in that wheelchair for years, and I was so atrophied, it was crazy. But
well, and I know
comes
I'm
back.
rambling, but real quick, I got a little distracted by Wizard's show there, the gun show. But, what I wanted to say was that
BB guns.
So what I did was I put myself in a specific space mentally, and then now that it's been a year, I've reassessed, which I know some folks interpret as, oh, he was LARPing, he wasn't really that sick. Oh, yes, I was. And now, but the fact is, I knew to put a teaspoon of baking soda in water and drink it because I was in metabolic acidosis. That's what that is, because I know how to Google shit. People say, oh, you're self-diagnosing. Who cares? As soon as I read metabolic acidosis, I said, well, shit, I better get me some baking soda and put it in some water, mix it with some lemon juice, drink that every day for about a week, right? But then a person can go too far down that road because now we're affecting things like the stomach acid potentially. So me being able to manage all those processes had a lot to do with getting to this point. But at my current body weight, if I start going the other way, I'm in a dangerous situation no matter what. But go ahead, Wizard.
Yeah, I'm only 5'7".
Mm.
So yeah, the 105 pounds was, about the same rate as what you were at 120 pounds at 5'10".
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it'd be very comparable. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much the same thing. So you know what I've been dealing with.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a struggle. I was sitting on that couch for 8 months on fentanyl patches. 37.5 micrograms that lasted for 3 days on slow disbursement. And I've been off those for about 4 months now. And it's been an amazing journey, a struggle trying to put on the weight and everything. Like I said, I capped out at 130 pounds here for the last few weeks now, but I'm still doing the push-ups and stuff like that and trying to get more active as my metabolism's picking up. I recognize that as well. I get antsy and I feel much more energetic now too. So
yeah, I think that's half of the problem I'm having sleeping is I'm not doing anything physically. So pretty soon I'm at least going to start walking and I can still do push-ups and squats, but my actual fitness level, my wind and everything, I've never been out of shape as an adult. Well, I have been, but ever since I got in shape, I've just been in tip-top condition. So I forget sometimes that I'm not in physical condition anymore. In my mind, I still think I am. So, and I know how to exercise and do these things. That won't be a problem. But then we get into the food. If I'm not able to absorb enough calories, now the exercise will cause my weight to go south again. So it's a balancing act, obviously. So how do you drink? Do you just mix up the eggs and just chug them, or what are you doing with the?
Well, yeah, I mix it with an 8-ounce glass of milk, and then I've got 2 of the 8-ounce bio drinks that are 22 milligrams of protein each. So I get 44 there. I get 6 for 8 grams of protein for an 8-ounce glass of milk. So there's 50 plus 42 for the eggs. So that's 92 grams of protein in one drink. So I literally can drink that for my protein and not have anything else to eat all day.
Nice.
But I always got to keep my fruit in there too. So I have a fruit, pear, apple, or something like that to get that H3O2.
Well, and I've been eating a ton of watermelon. In fact, when I did my shopping, I picked up 3, large mini watermelons, right? But That's been a game changer for my kidneys. I hit the kidneys with very strong herbs for months on end, and that's no fun for anybody that's just taking a whole bunch of strong herbs. That shit makes you sick on some level, and my organs are fucking detoxed. And what's hilarious to me is when I just tell some random person how ill I've been, my skin looks so good because my liver is detoxed and all these organs are detoxed. They're like, but you look so good. And I'm like, well, I really don't. That just shows you how bad the health is of the general person. You know, the general public that eats the standard American diet, they look bad, right?
Yeah, and if I could
That's
find
what it is.
if I could find a good decent supply of water again, like when I was down in the Ozarks, I had no problem drinking directly from the spring water, you know. But up here in Iowa, you can't find that, and I'm kind of real cautious about buying anything off the shelf. So I stick mainly to my fruits and vegetables for my water, but I still end up with this dry skin. So I know my water intake needs to increase a little bit more.
Well,
the doctor tell me that.
Exactly. And sorry to cut you off, but you know, I've come to the conclusion that most of what the system promotes at the level of health is bad for us. So I was one of these people that drank excessive amounts of water, arguably, for many, many, many years. And at a certain point, I realized, oh, I'm drinking in this illness. I was like, I'm actually drinking too much water. So I got to where I was drinking way less water. And now I'm starting to step it up a little bit. But, you know, a lot of this is a balancing act. And a doctor knows nothing about that. And
Well,
even
it's
if they
individual.
told me, yeah,
It's
exactly.
individual, and it's homeostasis of you, not
Well, and
homeostasis of me or somebody else. It's you.
Well, and not only that, but we got to remember there are different ways of consuming things too. You know, like I spoke about the natural herbal oils and stuff earlier. A lot of people take those in the pill form and stuff, and you don't have anointment. Literally is anointment. You know, I don't think that they anointed Jesus the way that they describe in the Bible as a full-grown man, where they dumped all the oil on his head. They might have smeared some oil over his body and then powdered him with the powdered gold, and then washed him down so that his body would absorb a certain amount of that. Now, this is the same thing with drinking water. You don't have to drink water. Your body will absorb water through the skin. So again, you can poison yourself by drinking too much water, and you can bloat yourself by sitting in water and letting it absorb, and you will see your hands will get wrinkly. And that's not because they did anything but take on excess water, and now it's deformed the surface. Your body is absorbing that water.
Yep. Yeah, I've noticed that I get my fingertips prune way easier than they used to. And I wasn't quite sure what that was all about.
Because your body is drawing that water, and it's asking for more water. As we get older, our bodies tend to dry out. It's that electrolysis thing that happens with the lead core on a battery. It's starting to deteriorate the body in a sense. It's drying out. We need to recharge that. That's why they have these things like Powerade and Gatorade with the electrolytes. You can get that through your natural H3O2s and stuff in your fruits and vegetables.
Yep, absolutely. And see, it's funny you mentioned the electrolytes, because of one of the major things I managed for most of last year was that my potassium balance would get out of whack because my kidneys were doing so poorly. So just managing that was very difficult, but I managed to do it, right? I was able to do that.
And did you intercourse somehow with a fluctuation of salts and stuff too? Because that's another thing. The salts are important as well.
Man, I was so sick I couldn't take in any of that stuff. But because I was driving a truck, and I understand there's way less nutrition in canned food. I'm not recommending canned food, but because of the way I was living and the fact that anything processed, you know, anything highly processed made me very ill, and I was already very ill. So, you know, I was most likely getting my sodium from the canned food, which has a lot of sodium. But yeah, man, at a certain point, pretty much everything I put in my body was making me sick. Like that's where I started, was trying to figure out what can I eat. Like that was day one, you know, that was square one, is what can I eat that won't make me sick? And still, you know, I'm adding things over time, right?
And somebody Crystal, Catch 22. What's y'all's take on breathing hydroxy? I use hydrogen, 35% food medical grade hydrogen peroxide, and I've got silver colloidal or colloidal silver. I also have DMSO, but I don't use the DMSO in this because it will deteriorate the actual plastic and stuff. So what I use is a spray bottle when I get out of the shower after I've dried off and everything. Make sure you don't use it when you've suntanned or got all this suntan oil. It will push those oils into your body. They're not good. You want your essential oils, but you want to ingest them in a different way as well. You don't want to spray this DMSO on your body with oils on it. You want to do it after a shower. Otherwise, you can ingest a small amount, a teaspoon a day or every other day, and it's going to do the same thing. It's going to go through your entire body. It's going to push all those toxins out.
Well, one thing I would recommend being careful with that DMSO is the hexamer reaction that you can have if you take too much too fast internally. Right. It is really powerful. I don't know if you know what a hexamer reaction. It sounds like you kind of went through one with your herbs. Anytime you take a treatment, it's possible because you're clearing out the system and getting rid of toxins and that sort of thing, that you'll get extremely ill at first.
Right. Flu-like symptoms. That's why you don't want to, and I don't mean to confuse anybody there. When I talk about a teaspoon, you don't ever want to do that like with baking soda. You don't ever want to do it dry. It'll burn your throat. So you always dilute it with water. Always.
And there's an expert here on YouTube with the DMSO. She's pretty good. I'll have to remember her name and get it back to you. But be very careful with it. It's strong stuff. I've used it. It worked for me for a lot of things that I was working with it. And so, again, options, people. You have options. But I did want to ask you a question, Benton. Do you think that maybe you went through, like I did, a grieving process of finding out, figuring out that you were not well and you're going to do poorly, possibly to death.
Absolutely.
And that's maybe why that you had to reassess again, because that's a progressive time period of time of working through your process to get to hold of whatever you're going to get hold of on your health, your spirituality, whatever. It's a grieving process. I know I've gone through several different grieving processes, and they've taken different amounts of time. And I just wonder if that's what you've been doing too.
That was pretty early on. Yeah, I went through a lot of that stuff. And shout out to Big Drink Tea in the chat, who's a big distilled water guy, even bathing in the distilled water. But yeah, it was pretty rough for a while. And then unfortunately, or well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, but telling my family and trying to decide, well, do I tell these people about this thing or not? Right? Do I just tell them how serious it is? That's pretty tough. Telling the family. That's hilarious, Flow State. Well, Flow State, welcome to the chat. In a former life, Flow State, I had a website around 2011, and I did a podcast about dating and relationships, and I had a website and wrote dating articles, and I actually wrote a bunch back in the day. I don't really believe in this anymore. Like, I think it's kind of silly, but I certainly don't need any assistance in those areas, sir. But thank you.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I think I see Benton as
thank you, though.
I see Benton as a penny loafer guy. That's all you got to do is put on a pair of penny loafers, nice pair of slacks, and a shirt.
Man, I don't want to get into it, but I'm not texting anybody. That's one of the major reasons I'm retired. Although I really do prefer my alone time. I am an actual hermit, but I ain't texting nobody. That's just I'm old fashioned that way. If I get a gal's number, I'm calling her on the phone, and we're going to take it from there. I'm not texting. So just that fact alone will most likely keep me off the market. But thank you, Flow State. Good to see you, brother. Things have changed, and I'm a dinosaur in many aspects. Plus, let's face it, who's looking? No lady's looking for a fella that looks like he just exited the concentration camp. Because that is what I look like. I look like a slightly more muscular person from Auschwitz at this point. It's quite jarring when I see myself in the mirror. I'm sure Keith can relate at a certain point. It's no friggin' fun. But thanks.
I'm glad to hear though that you have been on the up and up in terms of weight. Yeah. That's a really positive.
Yeah. Absolutely. And
not not at all, because I think you need to be more appealing to my eyes.
Well, thank you.
Just for your sake.
Yeah. Well, also, part of what's wrong with me is that I believed what the system told me many years ago, and I ate about 5,500 calories or more every single day for damn near 4 years, and I lifted the fuck out of some weights, and I put on a lot of muscle mass because for some reason I was feeding my ego. And in retrospect, that was also not a good idea. That's very, very rough on certain organs in the body. And then I had several different experiences involving alcohol that certainly were not good. And some folks, have you ever seen these people who can just drink every day for like Austin Murphy? Basically, I saw him in the chat. I failed to greet him earlier, but you know, Austin Murphy can most likely just drink for the rest of his life and still survive. I was never a daily drinker until the fake pandemic, and I knew when I first started binge drinking many years ago, I realized I can't hold up to daily drinking. So on some level, you know, I thought I found a way out because I really didn't want to be here, to be honest with you. Once I saw this thing for what it was, I understand spiritually that I don't have the option of just taking myself out. But, you know, in my mind, I thought I found a loophole, right? Where it's like, okay, well, I'll just do this thing. And then I got to the point where my organs, yeah, exactly. Flow State said he did that for 12 years. See, for me, it's more like 9 months is what my body can take. And so what happened was I think my organs finally just looked at each other and said, oh, this dude's really killing us. And they just said, fuck it, I guess we die now. And my organs more or less just tapped the fuck out. And I actually got off of booze because I've always been able to just stop drinking. And I got off of alcohol for 3 days. And that's when I realized how sick I was. And I actually started drinking again just to be able to figure out what to do. And here's how I got off of alcohol. 3 weeks of nightmare withdrawals, and I ingested high amounts of THC, RSO, and vape for 3 straight weeks. And that and not eating for 12 days, I think, is probably the only thing that kept me from actually dying other than stopping drinking. So it was very, very, very serious, certainly. So, and I don't want to belabor the point. You know, I'm not here to woe is me. You know, I'm a tough individual, like I can handle it. But so not all the damage was self-inflicted. I think some of this was probably genetic, but then I certainly made it much, much worse through my own choices. And then I had the worst diet possible growing up. I mean, a person could not possibly have had a worse diet than I had up until about age almost 30, honestly. I ate the worst diet conceivable. So that obviously, in my mind, played a part as well. And I'll pass it around now. I'm just monologuing. I got anything?
Well, I'll only express again, as it relates to like opinions earlier. Everybody's got their own opinion and everything and views. When it comes to this addiction thing, I always try to impress upon people, you know, we have this guy named Dale Earnhardt Sr. that died of his addiction, but everybody wants to call it a dedication.
Interesting.
So it comes to that objective and subjective connotation of the verbiage that you use, because in every situation there's an obverse connotation. There's a good connotation to one term, and its synonymous term has a negative connotation.
Well, and that's interesting about the Dale Earnhardt, because the fact is I can press my luck with my health right up until I can't.
Just like he did.
You know, where that line is, we don't necessarily know. And once I crossed over, you know, that was, and I honestly didn't care I just didn't care about living at a certain point. But I have a strong will to live, which I know that sounds counterintuitive, but you know, I wasn't ever and I'm not depressed. I'm not down in the dumps, right? You know, I wasn't ever going to just take myself out, and I won't. But I thought I found a loophole with the drinking.
Yeah, well, I was kind of the same way, but it wasn't like I wanted my life to end or anything. It's just that I didn't really care so much what the consequences were now, because now I was just going to enjoy my life as much as I could in a hedonistic way. And that's when I got involved in all the meth and this and that back in my younger days. And then I realized I was fucking up, and I returned back to that source of counseling, and, you know, it's been uphill ever since. But again, uphill means progressively getting better and better. So
And I do want to talk about the alcohol and, again, what the system promotes. The system says, oh, well, have a glass of wine with dinner. It's good for your health. No, it's not. It's poison. Any amount of alcohol is poison as far as your body's concerned, period, end of story. Now, can the body tolerate a certain amount of being poisoned? Of course it can, but it is poison. And if I decide to drink a glass of wine tomorrow, I will. Most likely I won't. So I'm not preaching abstinence here. I'm saying I think it's important for people to realize just exactly what they're doing to themselves when they consume alcohol. And I've consumed a whole bunch of it, so I should know what I'm talking about. Although not as much as Flow State, apparently. So the fact that he got off of the booze after drinking like that is pretty impressive, I must say. Some folks never managed to figure it out.
Well, like many things, it's a poison if used inappropriately. They do promote it in ways that it's just astounding when you think about it. As a military person, it was literally almost like forced upon everybody to be part of the group. You had to drink. And that's actually where I started having my first drink, was in the military, because I never drank before that. But fortunately, I just don't really have the addictive personality for those things. Maybe for other things, but not for alcohol or drugs. But I'll tell you what, getting off of morphine and fentanyl was some of the hardest stuff I ever to deal with that. And especially since I hadn't gotten complete control of the pain yet. But I had to get off of it to survive, and I knew it. But I can understand that kind of addiction, what it's like to try to get off of something that you didn't intend to be hooked on. So I get it.
Man. Well, and somebody mentioned their gallbladder in the chat, and I'd done a bunch of these gallbladder and liver cleanses and all this, the liver flush, and because I had issues going back probably to 2010, somewhere in there, 2011. And so with this, as sick as I was in the last year, I actually had to do a considerable amount of healing just to get to the point where I could start having gallbladder attacks, which if anybody's had one of those. So I was so sick for a while, my bile and my gallbladder function was so shut down. And this is probably, I'm assuming this is the majority of where my weight loss came from, my unexplained weight loss, otherwise unexplained, that once again, with the help of powerful herbs and supplements, that when my gallbladder began to actually function and move the bile, then the very serious gallbladder attacks happened, such as like 2 straight hours a day of intense nausea, pain, severe abdominal pain, while driving a truck 7 days a week. So not that I'm, and I said it earlier, I'm a bad motherfucker in that regard, right? But that's the mentality is, look, this thing's not going to beat me. I'm going to beat whatever this thing is. Once I had decided not to die, right? Because that's a choice. Because I was free to just go ahead and die, clearly. What that was that caused me to be like, okay, we're not going to die, at least if I have anything to say about it. And maybe Damsel Medic could comment on this. But, I just chalk that up to having a strong will to live. And I think that's within us all for the, to some extent. And it sounds like Damsel Medic was tapped into that more or less the whole way along. It sounds like to me, whereas I wasn't, and I just got there somehow.
Well, you get forced into it. You get forced into it. I wasn't prepared to have to live that way and focus that hard until it happened. But yeah, it is amazing because I have worked in that medical field, seeing people get diagnosed and been given a year or 6 months, and they'll die the next week because their mentality was they gave up. I think that's the only explanation I can come up with it, because a lot of times people will survive longer than what they're told, but then also people will die short, like super short, when they're told certain things. And it literally has something to do with our ability to cope with information and whether we believe it or not, and whether we find it's true. If we think it's true, it has a powerful effect.
Cope.
Well, and
cope,
go ahead, Bex. Go ahead.
I was just going to be, cope comes from copacetic, right? Like to be, to be in frequency with, if you're not seeing it as under as a mechanism, to not reduce the word to what they've reduced it to. I think coping means being copacetic, like going with the flow, being like water.
Well, and I want to say this is not medical advice, but, you know, just because a person has gallbladder problems that's not a reason to have the gallbladder removed. I still have mine. And in fact, I don't know that it's ever going to be normal necessarily, but it's way better than it was. So I'm keeping mine. I'm not going under the knife, but yeah, it's a big thing. And that's what, again, now we're back to the medical system. Gallbladder problem. Oh, let's just take the gallbladder out. Well, except for the gallbladder serves an important function. So I probably need it, you know.
Absolutely. To digest fats, you need it. It literally will change your ability to keep your weight on and be healthy and absorb certain nutrients and fats.
You have to cope. You have to manage to like thrive beyond, you know, if you're not coping, right, you can't be in a stage of management to like then be disciplined to direct in the direction you want to go. Like I think it's
well, the difference between coping and dis-ease, there's a lot to be said for being able to put the mental power to it.
Speaking of the liver flush and the gallbladder flush, at the risk of Brian O'Shang, the crowd here, I came across this picture the other day, and this was my the last time I did it, and this is a very disturbing picture of because I went and got what came out of me and displayed it so that I could take a picture. So if anybody's easily grossed out, maybe don't watch this, but it's going to take me a second to find this picture, but it's on here somewhere. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, this is when I really knew I was in big trouble. Let's see. I said, well, this is something's gone very much awry here. Let's see, yep, here we go. And the F10 that I wrote on this piece of cardboard, that's a bit of an inside joke. If you know, you know. But most of you probably don't. But let's see. Yeah, this was the result of my last liver and gallbladder flush here on the screen. And I'll never do another one personally. I think it's more harm than good. But that's what came out of me anyway. If anybody wants to check that out.
Crazy.
I know. There's a couple of them big as a penny. And I'd done this before and never saw anything like that. And this was just bad news. Yeah, NJ Jeep Girl said that's awesome. Well, it's not awesome when a person has experience with these flushes, because usually it's nothing like that. I can assure you. This was very bad. Yeah, it looks like okra. That's what EBT said. It looked like okra. Yeah. So basically, I just know my bile just had no bile. The bile just wasn't moving at all. So that's what the liver and gallbladder flush does, is gets, forces all that out more or less. But then but then for most of the last year, I had, even after that flush, my bile was way too thick and wasn't able to move around properly. It was just, I'm now to the point with the help of supplementation, Aphrodite, where it seems like my bile flow is more or less, I won't say normal, but it's, probably 75%, which is, much of the public is probably at 75%, I'm guessing. So, and I'm probably at, like a stage 2 chronic kidney disease. Well, that's more or less your average person these days if they eat, the standard American diet, right?
Well, yeah, it makes what we call sludgy gallbladder, which is extremely painful too. So.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Well, anyway, I don't want to belabor these points. I don't have too much more. I'm running out of steam, but we're this close to 12, so there's no sense in stopping now. So if anybody wants to come up, they're more than welcome, but don't take it personally. I'm probably dropping off because I need at least a little break. So thanks. I think it's my first time talking to Damsel Medic. I apologize if you've been up here before and I just didn't remember.
No, I haven't been up. I've been in your chat a few times, but no,
cool.
I have not been up.
Yeah, I've seen
so
you
I appreciate
in the chat,
it.
certainly. But I'll let y'all take it away. I'm sure Bex probably has something to say, right? Especially after she's been so quiet for so long. And I've been watching Bex. I've been noticing.
Good job, Bex.
Thanks. It's a practice learned from Mr. Peabody. I appreciate it. It's just been a really stimulating conversation, right? Like, right down to the words, the spirit, the just coming together on congruent, interests, right? Like, I don't know. I'm a little bit dumbfounded, I'm kind of lost in my dictionary brain right now. Just putting in the sort of sound frequency aspect that Wiz has brought to the table for me today, like that resonance, dissonance. We think of it as just like thoughts that kind of collide or don't collide, they don't flow, when really it's like it's sound. Anyways, I'll get all like, you go ahead. Can you go ahead? Wiz, correct for me. Help me here, friend.
Well, to expand upon the point earlier about the morphological genetics, they've done studies where they had groups of parents that would literally sit there and read to their children and play piano and play musical instruments and actually teach their children while they're in the womb. And those children came out phenomenally more intelligent than most. It has to do with the sound frequencies of nurture and care while that child is in the womb, by communicating with that child about your life as you go about, by including that child in your life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Recognizing that child is a separate part of you. It needs to be nurtured and cared symbolically through sound and frequency. It's a very important part of developing the child before he's discharged from the womb. The next part is the spiritual development of the sight, the ears to hear inside. They can hear. It's the sound first. Then in that sound comes words. Then in that sound of words, there's also numbers. There's an order to things. So in the first 7 years, you're supposed to help that child spiritually develop its talents according to how it observes its environment and what attracts it and they're good at. This is what they say is the autism spectrum. Some children come out and they can play a piano, but they can't read a book. There are inherent knowledge and talents that we each have. And to better prosper from them, we need to let them develop first. Then, if they need to further develop their reading, writing, and arithmetic, then they can. But like I said, there's people out there with talents of musical and artistical talents that don't need the reading, writing, and arithmetic. Do not add unto nor take away from the Word of God. If the Word of God is merely to observe your talents and express those talents, do you need to do so in words, written or spoken? Actions always speak louder than words. I yield. I'm done. I never got my nap. I'm going to take one. Love you.
Thanks,
Love
Wizard.
you too. Nice to see you, Wiz.
Much love. Well, Bex, it's been nice to have you around. You definitely got to speak some, but I know you have a lot of information to share too. If you ever want to talk again, I'd be more than willing to come up on one of your panels someday. So
I
I'm gonna head out
appreciate
too.
that. I appreciate that. It was really nice meeting you today. I really appreciate how succinctly you put all of the views and experience you brought to the table. And somewhere in the chat earlier, someone was asking, or someone had made a comment about expert. And I had earlier even tried to slide in this whole idea of like, we've been narrowly focused through these licenses and regulations to think that we are experts in something, when really, expert comes from expertise, which comes from experience, and it's nice to be exposed to so many people that not only have experiences, but bring their expertise to the table, even with the, even if a lot of people still need that sort of like indoctrinated, there's so many people in the world prove you don't need academics, you don't need training. It's just that the jobs dictate we need that, right? And I just really appreciate what you brought to the table today, and I look forward to further discussions too.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying about expert. I wouldn't consider myself an expert in anything I talk of, other than I only talk of what I have experienced myself in. So I try to stay away from expounding on things that I don't know. And it didn't matter whether I have the degrees or not. It just, I don't think they mean as much as people want to put into them. They gave me more book knowledge, but the experience came when I actually left the school and started actually working with people and actually getting the experience that I needed to understand better how to find out what was going on with them. So it's true. You can have a degree, and I've met a lot of professors who never work outside the academic field and are extremely difficult to see that they really don't know as much as they think they do. Book knowledge is great, but the experience is what's key. If you don't have the experience to go along with it, it's really worthless information until you can put it into work or into action. So, especially in the medical field, met a lot of professors that were difficult to deal with because what they told me in the classroom did not turn out to be the same in the real world. So, just got to be aware of that. But I appreciate that compliment, and I compliment you on your tenacity and the ability to come up and face the fires that you have, because I've been watching, and I'm proud of you. You're doing good.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Thank you
And,
very much.
Keep improving, just like the rest of us, just like myself, every one of us. We always got to keep working to be the best we can be. So bless you,
Thank
Benton
you.
and Bex. You guys have a good afternoon. I'll see you on other panels, I guess. And
Yeah,
again,
for sure.
sometime. All right.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
Later.
Later. And then there were two. Are you there, Benton? That was my 100th lighter click of the morning. No, not that bad. Where to direct the conversation? I know, expertise, temptation outside of person. That's what Heckelbus is saying. Musical. All glory goes to him. I think it's that if I'm taking that expertise, temptation outside of person. Interesting. I think we all bring our experiences to the table, multifaceted beings, you know. And I know I have read a lot of, or listened to a lot of, I should say, esotericism, which actually, once you've listened to a bit of it, I feel like the books seem to be repetitive, but that seems to be a part of the process of trying to sort of polish up who we are, you know, trying to make that perfect diamond, that perfect crystalline object inside ourselves so that we can like access and transmit the best of ourselves to each other. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I think it does, you know, authenticity, like sovereignty, being yourself. I've learned a lot about being myself out here. Sides of myself, sides of myself that I really had suppressed, I guess, you know. But I think they, you know, these faces of ourselves, they eke out. Other people see them. I was bugging Dominic about being a riddle talker, saying I don't have an observer. You know, I'm like integrated inside myself in a way that like I don't have a voice in my head that isn't mine. But this device has allowed me, and you know, being here and interacting with so many people with so many dynamic facets themselves, you know, be them in the chat, be them on panels, right? It's like it did put me in a position to stand back and look outside myself in a way that I don't think I would in real life. And I appreciate that. Like, I really appreciate that. And I know it'd be like, oh, there she goes. Oh, Lord, there she goes, talking about herself again, you know? But I'm good at that. And I'm good at talking about a lot of other things too. And I'm really trying to be more integral with my word and with my personality, like really, like, I guess, like throwing off those shackles, like looking at what I can see in someone else that, you know, that I feel like they're doing to me, right? Where have I done that to someone else, right? Like to sort of bear witness to your own life, like your own evolution, you know? It's narcissistic, could be. I guess some of it, but in spite of or because of, like, you know, you develop who you are. And I know I was pointing a finger at my father and my brothers and, you know, my stepmother and, you know, other people, narcissism, right? Like, what's the line between someone bullying you and someone calling you out, right? Like, I think it's more about the message, you know? Benton said we were going to the, you know, 12-hour mark. So anyone can come up and join me if they like. People could be, yeah. But it's, it is about learning about ourselves, though. I wish I could see what Smith was saying. I've started a hashtag Bex Mrs. 6079 Smith W. I miss seeing actually a lot of faces in the chat. But, you know, that's part of being on YouTube, is like understanding even the vast dynamics, the vast social dynamics of everybody, right? Of all the different aspects of, all the different aspects of how you can, you know, you can be yourself, you can be a sock account, you can block someone, you can, you know, it's interesting. I know for me, not seeing people dragging me benefits me. It might be amusing for people who can see each other. I don't know. I just never thought about it till I knew I couldn't see some people, right? And I feel like hashtag fucking Bex Mrs. 6079 Smith W. You know, I miss y'all. You know, and yeah, I welcome the criticism. I'll do my best to welcome the criticism and see myself through the eyes of other observers as well. Riddle equals comment, invention, fabrication. Oh, nope. Okay, riddle equals comment, invention, fabrication, fiction of the imagination, intangible. Intangible. Tang. Oh, now I've got the comment gone. Oh well. I was trying to think of intangible related to imagination. The eye mage. The magician. I think I just recently put a book on my playlist. I linked in some other book that has to do with I could even look actually. Oh, it was right in front of me. Sorry, guys. Yeah, your word is your wand. Your word is your wand. That's the next book I'm going to listen to. Sorry, I'm trying to get the chat back here, you guys. I know some people when they're on panel, they don't like to watch the chat. I guess it throws them off, but it throws me off not be able to see y'all.
Well, and it's just
You're right.
amazing how we can all sit here for 6 hours, but as soon as I announce I need a break, like everybody leaves. This is the second time this has happened on this broadcast, Bex. It's the second time it's happened. They will just sit here for fucking 5 hours, and as soon as I'm like, okay, I need a break, then now everybody leaves. Like, what is that? That's just crazy. I don't understand it.
Well,
Well, you're here, so not everybody,
yeah.
clearly.
Well, and I know.
But
And
I'm not
maybe
stopping. Well, real quick, sorry. And to
Part-
Keith highly suspect, who was trying to advise me, I'm not stopping the fucking live stream at 11 hours and 35 minutes. If we make it to 11, I'm going to 12. That's just how this thing is. It's pointless to get to 11:35 and not go to 12 hours. It just doesn't make any sense, right? But yeah, go ahead, Beck. Sorry about that. I'm just super annoyed because it's the second time it's happened. I don't get it.
we've held it. We've held it pretty good though.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm not sure if I was trying to figure out what Chuck was responding to. It's called followers. I was trying to see what he was responding to, but I know on YouTube it's called subscribers, right? Which is like we're scribing, we're just like together, like all together, like subscribing, like, it's not like, I could say it could partly be sorry, let me just slow down here. You could be the scriptor, right? Benton, this is your channel, but that being said, you're also writing like your own story now. So like on YouTube, it's not followers, it's subscribers, because we're all like writing together. Like people are chatting, we're talking, it's being documented, it's fascinating.
Yeah. What's up, Dominic? And this is a good lesson to people who want to have a friendship with somebody is, like, I'm not a phone person. I don't typically get phone calls. So as soon as I started what I thought was going to be a break, I see that highly suspected called. I call him. He's somehow in the interim finally seen Paul Unslave's famous traffic stop. So then I'm trying to explain to highly suspect what Crow 777 is. And then then I'm going to send him the link. And then I notice, oh, look, almost everybody's left the panel, and I'm just complaining. And this is what men do, by the way. So this is back to when I said I was involved in coaching men on how to date. And this is the number one thing men do wrong with women, fellas. Listen up. The woman is complaining or sharing a viewpoint or a frustration, and the man immediately becomes Mr. Fix-It, as if she somehow doesn't intellectually know the solution to the problem. And this is one of the number one ways to aggravate not just a woman, Bex, a human being. And men do this way more than anybody, because highly suspect couldn't accept that I was merely expressing my frustration and annoyance. And he immediately began to attempt to counsel me and give me advice, but he can't even stay connected to the StreamYard. Like, he's not qualified to give me advice in this area. And I even verbalized to him, I said, hey, man, I'm not trying to get advice from you. I'm expressing my frustration because I'm not going to take my break. And then he starts telling me, well, just don't do it. Just take your break. Like, as if my feelings of annoyance need to be resolved by him. Well, it's like, wait a minute. I'm kind of the world champion of being annoyed in a way. I'm going to be fine. But why can't I just express to another human being that I find this typical and actually indicative of many people in the so-called truth community's oppositional defiance, right? Where if I make it known I'm wanting a certain thing, a lot of times it guarantees I'm going to get the exact opposite. And then he's like, well, you can use that to your advantage. I'm like, yeah, I know that, but I'm just going to say the thing, and then whatever happens, happens. And then he's talking about hopes and dreams. It's like, listen, man, I'm not asking for, like, I can provide my own analysis, right? I don't need an analysis. It's just hilarious to me. Meanwhile, I'm happy to sit here for another 21 minutes because there's something in my brain that says if I'm this close to the finish line, if 12 hours is the finish line, I'm not going to quit before the finish line.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what are we even talking about here? Like, it's just crazy. Like, to me, I'll stop at 10 hours, but why would I stop at 11 hours and 35 minutes? Now, part of my brain says, what's it even matter? But it's like, yeah, but that's the finish line. It's like running a marathon and then just getting within sight of the finish line and then just going home, basically.
Exactly.
Like, why would I do that? Yeah. Why would I do that? Yeah.
Exactly.
It makes no sense.
I'm glad you haven't turned on the 24-hour option.
Well, I don't know that there is a 24-hour option, and I'm not really wanting to discuss it, but I know that YouTube cuts off the stream at 12 hours.
Yes. That's true.
YouTube does. And I'm not
YouTube does.
interested in what StreamYard does because I am not in a place with high-speed internet on unlimited. I paid $80 for to turn my hotspot on yesterday. It's 150 gigabytes. I don't have the bandwidth to download a StreamYard video, edit it, and then re-upload it or whatever.
I hear that.
Yeah, I don't have the band. And here's another problem, Bex. If you can edit it in StreamYard, but it won't do a premiere. It will only do a live stream, and people can't figure out that it's not live. So, and by the way, at the 1 hour, at the $25 level, you can only do like a 1 hour or a 2 hour stream if it's a pre-recorded video in StreamYard. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I could only stream it 2 hours at a time anyway. But since it doesn't do it as a premiere, then nobody can even I put gigantic banners on the screen that said this is not live, and all the chat is people confused about whether or not it's live. So I stopped doing that because I used to do prepared videos sometimes, but I would do them on StreamYard. Yeah, it's just insane to some extent. But I hear you about the that StreamYard will save past 12 hours. So that's good to know, just in case I ever go that long. Although even still, stopping the stream and starting a new one is always possible.
Yeah, it's just as easy. Yeah, it really is.
But thank you for trying to help. I appreciate it.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's just something I'd learned. Thought I'd share.
Yeah, awesome. And I actually didn't even know there was a limit in StreamYard. I had no idea. Wasn't aware of that. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, exactly. It's the oppositional defiance. And look, I've got it ain't like I don't have a smattering of that, right? I'm not, I fit in around here for, it's not like I don't fit in around here. So I certainly get it. But it's like, man, can we not just hang out for another 20 minutes so I can go and get something to drink and maybe, use the bathroom and, recover from my eye strain here. It's kind of funny. I'm just confused more than anything. Oh, are we still talking paperwork? If you want to participate in decent society, well, wait a minute, Teddy Spaghetti. What do you mean by decent society? Are you suggesting that American society is decent? What do you think about this, Bex?
That paperwork makes us decent, and even the Romans. I saw that even the Romans had paperwork.
Well, but he's implying that our society is decent. I would say it's the exact opposite. So if I want to participate in a decent society, what's paperwork got to do with that when the society is not in fact decent, even though there is paperwork involved in participating in that society? I would reject his characterization out of hand. We played your vid earlier, Smith. We played the first 30 seconds of it, and felt like that was probably everything we needed to see of it. So yeah, we did. I promoted it. I dropped your link, but I'll drop your link again. I don't know that I can, and I don't, at the risk of offending Smith, I don't know that I can make it through his video, but we'll try. Do you want to try that, Bex? He's trying to help me. He said, just play my video. So 60, and apologize for my crankiness. 6079. Thank you for tolerating it.
Yeah, I'm
are you out of here? I'll just finish it out if you're going to bounce, but
no, I'm not bouncing.
Okay.
Unless you want me to bounce, but
no,
I know you can
at this point I'm just prepared for that to happen.
For me to bounce?
Well, the way you started to say that made me think that
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So I was just immediately like, to keep from traumatizing myself, I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll just finish up myself.
No, I'm here. I was just going to say that I said earlier that I'm a sovereign being, right? Like, and I think that for, the idea of being a sovereign being, like, how can you even fill out the paperwork if you haven't attained that understanding of like how sovereign being is without paperwork, if that makes any sense. So I know if someone says I'm sovereign citizen LARPing, I admitted that I haven't done any paperwork to yet, I would say. I don't know if I will as a woman in the Canadian government, with the Canadian government around me right now, but that's my own personal choice, right? Like, but I think it's interesting. And again, I'll probably learn a lot more about that in this community and probably choose to exercise my rights, exercise the system to see what I'm trying to say is those rights exist for us, whether we've done the paperwork or not yet. Right. And I'm not trying to be a procrastinator. I'm just saying that it's like in the concept of being a sovereign being, you have to have that sense of autonomy before you even tackle the paperwork. That's what I was trying to say. Long-winded way of getting there. Sorry, friends. Sorry, Benton.
Oh, no worries. I'm pretty much out of it at this point. Just trying to grind out these last 15 minutes. What's up, Truther Cop? Good to see you, brother. Which video do you want, Smith? It's 3 minutes long, he says. It's an older one. Well, which one is that? Oh, older than this one. Let no man steal your crown. Let's watch this. Let's see what he's talking about here. Maybe this is apropos of something. Oh, my internet's slowing way down too. That's another thing. My internet doesn't work. The later it gets in the day, the less my internet functions.
Corona or crown. All right, Revelation 3:11. Let no man steal your crown. Like the 3:11 disease was called the corona or crown virus. Your cells have what's called a protein corona around them. Let no man infiltrate your DNA and steal the crown of your cells. Cells are in your body, basic biology, are like a prison cell. Kind of feels like this place is one sometimes. You got the FEMA cell phone test that's coming up. I don't know are they testing cellular or are they testing the cells in your body? They're testing them both. It's going to take place October 4th. October is the 8th month from octo, like an octagon, 8-sided. So really, October 4th is 8-4, like Obama. October 4th leaves 88 days left in the year. Simpsons first debuted on the Pope's birthday, December 17th.
Thank you, 6079 Smith, for your generous donation.
October 4th, or 8-4, leaves 88 days left in the year.
And I sound sarcastic, but I mean generous.
The debut of the Simpsons on the Pope's birthday until the Pope's inauguration, 88 days. 23 years, as you can see, from October 4th, 2000 to October 4th, 2023, is 8,400 days. 23 and 84. Jordan and Obama, number 23, and Mr. 8-4, Obama. You got Joe Jellybean Bryant. Here's his birth. From his birth to his son's death, 23 and 84. Strong's Concordance, 2384. Jacob. I wonder what Jacob means. Kobe, meaning Yahweh may protect. Rooted from the word Jacob, Jacob, the supplanter or one who takes the place of someone else, like a false idol or an antichrist. Obama born 8-4, like the book 1984, while 19 days after 84 is Kobe's birthday. 19 days after that, 9/11. That's all I got for now tonight, guys. I still need to learn how to edit videos. I need, a vacation from work or something to do that. So I appreciate those that give me support, and all glory to the Most High. God bless y'all.
Praise God. Thanks, Smith. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm so fried, I don't even know what he said, but I'm sure it made sense.
I'll have to go back and look at it again.
I think I got something we can play here.
Excellent.
Maybe, perhaps.
I have prayed that when people come to my...
Not this one. They got to GoFundMe for this guy to build a church. How about that? I guess he's grifting now, right? Where's the link to the channel? This guy's got so much bullshit in his. Hang on, we'll find it. Let me get out of my crankiness here. Here it is. Here we go. Where is this?
Today I'm performing surgery on a watermelon. It's a surgical operation. I'm trying to be very precise in the way that I cut it. This is a Moon and Stars watermelon. It's an heirloom. Sometimes they'll have like, see those spots there? Sometimes they'll have like a big yellow one, and then they'll have a little one. And so I'm very thankful that Jesus created watermelons. And I'm so hungry, I'm going to eat the whole thing unless Victor helps me eat some more.
Sorry, gotta get the link here.
I tried to get Rose to help me eat some, but I guess she didn't want it.
What's this guy's channel called? Sorry about that. Titus Morris channel.
Victor, are you going to help me eat it?
Guy blew
I
up
helped a little bit, but I'm not sure if I will.
on Peter Santinello's channel.
The whole thing yet.
Okay.
Because I don't want it to go bad and be spoiled.
No. That won't be good.
The heck was that? Is that Bex coming back? Yeah, Bex, you dropped off.
I'm here. Did I drop out for a sec?
Yeah, you're back though.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Oh yeah, my avatar's gone.
Well, and by the way, these are the conservatives. It's folks like this. Traditional family values conservatives. Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, he was on this guy's channel. Peter Santinello's got a big channel where he, travels around the country and does these various stories.
Well, good evening. Today we are having
End on something wholesome.
a homeschool class, and we're going to learn about sumac, and we're going to make a lemonade, a natural lemonade with wild sumac. And last time we found a snapping turtle, and this time we found a baby box turtle. So Lazarus, he would like to let everyone see the box turtle. Box turtles are fascinating creatures. God made them with an internal compass. There was a man that had a box turtle that was in his garden eating tomatoes and strawberries and things. So he took the box turtle and he carved on the shell. And if you're careful, you can carve on the shell and it won't hurt the turtle. But he marked it, and then he drove the turtle like 30 miles away. And then he want to go back to mama. So he dropped the turtle off, and then like years later, the same turtle came back. And so
is he telling a joke
here? The
here?
turtle had a really good compass.
I don't know.
Came back. Or the guy that was 30 miles away got tired of the turtle eating his garden and took it back.
I think that's like an Amish joke. I think.
But it is true that they have an internal compass. And so they, if you take a box turtle away from their home, kind of like the salmon will go and return to the place that they got hatched out. So, Lazarus, what did you name him?
I named him Moses.
Okay. And what was the other name?
His two nicknames are Herman and Myrtle.
Herman. So his name is Moses Herman Myrtle.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Our gymnasium, and we're learning to come down the rope. Rebecca's going to come down.
I just don't want to hit the side.
You'll be fine. Yeah. We'll make it.
I think I'll come after Rebecca.
Wrap your legs around it.
Hold on.
There you go.
Don't slide your hands.
There you go. Perfect. You're doing it. Very nice. A little bit at a time. There you go. Very good. Nice. They're learning to face their fear. There you go.
Well, I mean,
First time.
this kid could be murdering people on video games, for God's
Good job,
sakes.
Lazarus.
I'm doing that again.
What's he doing in this barn?